Betrayed by his beloved and disciple, the martial emperor Qin Yuan explodes in a fit of rage, leading to his downfall. Yet, a fragment of his soul endures, and he is reborn as a nameless waste of a boy. With a divine cauldron to protect him and dual cultivation of alchemy and martial arts, he embarks on a quest for revenge. As past grievances intertwine with present challenges, watch as the martial emperor rises again to the pinnacle of power, seeking to dominate all realms and settle old scores. In a world filled with betrayal and ambition, can one man reclaim his destiny and emerge victorious against those who wronged him? Join Qin Yuan on his thrilling journey of rebirth, vengeance, and the relentless pursuit of greatness. Chapter 1. The Gentle Trap. Frigid, bone-chilling cold enveloped him, followed by a tidal wave of excruciating pain that seemed to rend his very soul. Qin Yuan's consciousness floated in the endless abyss of darkness, akin to a fallen leaf struggling against a tempest. The only sensation he could perceive was the vast, hollow void in the region of his dantian. All the light and warmth of his 16 years of life appeared to have been mercilessly consumed by that abyss, leaving only a suffocating emptiness. Fragments of memories pierced his mind like poisoned ice needles, delivering sharp pangs of agony. It was a scene from 3 days prior, the occasion of his 16th birthday celebration. The Qin residence was adorned festively, and guests thronged in abundance. As a rare genius possessing a heavenly spiritual root in Yunshao City of the Tianyuan continent, his birthday banquet attracted nearly all the prominent figures of the city. The grand hall was alive with clinking goblets and peals of laughter. At the head of the banquet table, the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Shaodian, beamed with pride as he patted his son's shoulder, his voice booming with uncontainable joy. "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my son Qin Yuan's 16th birthday, a moment of his coming of age. The presence of such a prodigy within the Qin family, blessed with a heavenly spiritual root, is indeed a boon from our ancestors and a great fortune for Yunshao City." Instantly, a chorus of agreement and flattery erupted from the crowd. Young Master Qin is exceptionally gifted. He is destined for greatness. Congratulations to the head of the Qin family. The rise of the Qin clan is just around the corner. I have heard that the envoy from Luyuan's sect is already on the way to guide young Master Qin into the sect for training. Clad in splendid attire, Qin Yuan stood tall and handsome, his youthful face radiating the unique vigor and brightness of adolescence. He smiled graciously, yet his gaze occasionally flickered toward the entrance of the hall, as if anticipating something. Noticing his son's distraction, Qin Shaodian chuckled heartily and said softly, "Yuaner, are you waiting for that girl Qingxue? Fear not. Lord Lin has just sent word that Qingxue is preparing a special birthday gift for you, a surprise that will arrive shortly. At the mention of Qingxue, a gentle light flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. Lin Qingxue, the daughter of the city lord of Yunshao, was his childhood sweetheart and fiancée, with whom he had been betrothed since early youth. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her cultivation talent was also remarkable, making her the object of admiration for countless young men in the city. In his heart, Qingxue represented the purest and most beautiful essence of existence. Just then, a subtle stir at the entrance caught his attention. A graceful figure appeared, akin to a fairy emerging from the Moon Palace, instantly captivating everyone's gaze. It was Lin Qingxue. Dressed in a flowing white chiffon gown that trailed behind her, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, elegantly secured with a simple jade hairpin, her exquisite face adorned with a delicate smile, reminiscent of a blooming lotus. She approached Qin Yuan with a covered tray draped in silk. "Brother Yuan, I apologize for my tardiness." Lin Qingxue's voice rang sweetly, imbued with a hint of playful innocence. "I put in quite a bit of effort to prepare this gift." Qin Yuan gazed at her, warmth flooding his heart, and replied, "Qingxue, your presence alone is the greatest gift. There is no need for such trouble." With a playful wink, Lin Qingxue gently lifted the silk covering from the tray. In an instant, a soft white light emanated, revealing a jade pendant the size of a dove's egg, its surface translucent and swirling with ethereal mist. The moment the pendant appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to invigorate. "Is this the Ning Shenyu?" an astute guest exclaimed in astonishment. "Heavens! It is indeed the Ning Shenyu, a treasure that nourishes the soul and aids in cultivation. Such a rarity is priceless. The city lord's family truly spares no expense. Clearly, they hold young Master Qin in high regard." Qin Yuan was equally taken aback. He was well aware of the Ning Qingshue's rarity. Its value far surpassed the flowing light sword given to him by his father. He gazed at Lin Qingxue with gratitude, saying, "Qingxue, this is too precious." Lin Qingxue smiled radiantly, lifting the pendant and delicately fastening it at his waist, her touch gentle and meticulous. "Brother Yuan, your exceptional talent is destined to soar to great heights. This Ning Qingxue will assist you in achieving tranquility and efficiency in your cultivation. I hope it will always accompany you, witnessing your ascent to greatness." Her voice was soft, imbued with sincere blessings, yet a fleeting complexity flickered in her eyes. Qin Yuan took her cool, jade-like hand, a warm current surging within him, and solemnly promised, "Qingxue, thank you. When I return from Luyun sect after completing my training, we shall wed, and I will ensure you become the happiest woman in the world." A blush crept onto the young girl's face as she shyly lowered her head, softly murmuring "Am." This scene, a perfect harmony of talent and beauty, evoked envy among many, and the atmosphere of the banquet reached a crescendo. Qin Xiaodian, observing the enchanting pair, felt immense satisfaction and raised his cup in celebration. The entire Qin residence was enveloped in joy and anticipation. However, unbeknownst to anyone, beneath this facade of tranquility, dark currents had already begun to stir. The shadows of the feast quietly spread, and the Ning Qingxue at Qin Yuan's waist occasionally flickered with an almost imperceptible, eerie cold light. Chapter 2 Betrayal. On the evening 3 days after the birthday banquet, Qin Yuan practiced his swordplay in his courtyard. The flowing light of the sword transformed into streaks of cold brilliance, and the sword energy was fierce. Despite possessing a heavenly spiritual root, he had never slackened, fully aware that the path of martial arts was akin to rowing against the current. At that moment, a maid from the city lord's manor approached, bowing respectfully. "Young Master Qin, the young lady requests your presence at the manor for an important discussion." Without suspicion, Qin Yuan sheathed his sword and adjusted his attire before following the maid to the city lord's residence. He harbored absolute trust in Lin Qingxue. Inside Lin Qingxue's elegant abode within the city lord's manor, she greeted him warmly. "Brother Yuan, you have arrived." Today, she donned a light pink dress that softened her previously icy demeanor, adding a touch of charm. She took Qin Yuan's hand and sat down, concern flickering in her beautiful eyes. "I've noticed your recent training seems rather urgent. Your complexion isn't as rosy as before. Is the pressure too much?" Qin Yuan chuckled softly, grasping her hand. "Not at all. I merely wish to break through soon to meet your and your father's expectations. One must not rush." Lin Qingxue playfully scolded him with a glance and turned to pour a bowl of warm herbal soup from a jade pot. The soup, clear and fragrant, was a special calming tonic she had requested from the manor's alchemist, infused with several herbs to nourish the meridians. "Drink this while it's hot. It will greatly benefit your health." As he gazed at the rising steam and Lin Qingxue's caring face, warmth filled Qin Yuan's heart. He accepted the jade bowl, smiling. Our Qingxue remains so gentle and considerate. With that, he tilted his head back and drank the soup in one go. The warmth enveloped him, with a hint of sweetness, yet nothing seemed amiss. "The taste is quite pleasant," Qin Yuan remarked, setting the bowl down. Just as he was about to speak further, an inexplicable dizziness suddenly enveloped him, and a wave of weakness surged through his limbs. The once flowing spiritual energy felt as though it had sunk into a quagmire, sluggish and obstructed, making even the act of raising his arm an arduous task. "Qingxue, this soup." His complexion shifted as he looked at Lin Qingxue, confusion and a creeping terror filling his eyes. The gentle smile on her face vanished like receding tide, replaced by a cold, unfamiliar calm. She slowly stood, looking down at Qin Yuan, who was struggling helplessly in his chair. "Brother Yuan, how do you feel?" Her voice remained clear, yet her tone was chillingly flat. "Do you feel weak all over, as if your spiritual power is locked away? You drugged the soup?" Qin Yuan's heart plummeted, shock and betrayal crashing over him like icy water. "Why, Qingxue, why would you do this?" Lin Qingxue did not respond immediately. Instead, she gently clapped her hands. The door swung open, and the city lord, Lin Batian, entered with a stoic expression, followed by several sharp-eyed guards from the manor, encircling the room. The atmosphere turned tense and foreboding. Lin Batian's indifferent gaze swept over Qin Yuan, as though he were a mere object. "Why, Qin Yuan? If you must blame someone, blame your own unfortunate fate." to possess such extraordinary talent as a heavenly spiritual root, yet be born into a trivial family like the Qin clan, is a waste. It rightfully belongs to someone more deserving. Struck by a thunderbolt, Qin Yuan instantly grasped the intricacies of the conspiracy. The affectionate warmth at the birthday banquet, the precious Lin Qingxue jade, all were merely ploys to lower his guard. He struggled to circulate his energy, but his dantian felt as though it were bound by unbreakable chains. The effects of the calming tonic were sinister and domineering, entirely imprisoning his power. Uncle Lin Qingxue, you desire my heavenly spiritual root? His voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief, anguish, and fury. Lin Qingxue approached him, her delicate hand gently resting on his dantian, her fingertips cold. A strange and cruel smile crept across her face. Qin Yuan, do you finally understand? Did you truly believe I had feelings for you? My closeness and flattery were merely for your pure and untainted heavenly spiritual root. Leaning closer, she whispered in his ear, her words venomous like a serpent's hiss. Do you remember the Lin Qingxue jade I gifted you? It is no ordinary pendant. It is a spirit-attracting jade crafted through secret methods. Wearing it these past few days has connected it to your heavenly spiritual root's aura. That bowl of soup was merely a catalyst to activate the jade. Now, it is time to return what belongs to its rightful owner. Qin Yuan's eyes widened in agony as he stared at the face he once cherished and trusted, now twisted into something grotesque and alien. The excruciating pain was not solely from his physical confinement, but also from the soul-wrenching betrayal by one he held dear. No, Qingxue, this cannot be real. Tell me this isn't true. He sought a flicker of hesitation or guilt in her eyes, but all he found was cold calculation and impending triumph. Lin Qingxue seized her words, swiftly forming a complex and eerie hand sign, murmuring incantations. A powerful suction emanated from her palm, targeting Qin Yuan's dantian. The heart-wrenching pain erupted instantly. It felt as if invisible hands were ruthlessly tearing his heavenly spiritual root from the depths of his dantian. The agony surpassed the limits of his physical endurance, reaching into the very essence of his soul. Qin Yuan convulsed violently, veins bulging on his forehead as he emitted a chilling, tormented scream. Endure it, brother Yuan. Lin Qingxue's voice carried a hint of cruel mockery. It will soon be over. Once your spiritual root is perfectly transplanted into my body, I, Lin Qingxue, shall become the new genius with a heavenly spiritual root. Lian sect? In the future, I will carve out a place for myself in the entire Qinyun kingdom and beyond. And you? Chapter 3. Shun Yuan Wu Di Lin Batian coldly interjected, do not fret about loneliness. Your father and the entire Qin family will soon join you. At this moment, the elite forces of my city lord's mansion have likely encircled the Qin residence. After tonight, there will be no more Qin family in Yunshao City. No, father, Qin family. Qin Yuan unleashed a desperate roar, his eyes bloodshot, tears mingling with blood as they streamed down his face. He could only helplessly witness the foundation of his being ravaged, hearing the grim tidings of his family's impending demise, feeling like a fish on a chopping board, utterly powerless. This sense of impotence and betrayal was 1,000 times more agonizing than the pain of having one's spiritual roots severed. The process of severing spiritual roots was slow and cruel, and as Qin Yuan's consciousness faded amidst excruciating agony, his life force ebbed away rapidly with the departure of the Tianling general in the final moment before his consciousness succumbed to darkness. The last thing he heard was Lin Qingxue's cold and disdainful voice. Someone, drag this waste corpse out and throw it into the mass grave outside the city, lest it taint the grounds of my city lord's mansion. At the mass grave, just as the last flicker of Qin Yuan's consciousness was about to be completely engulfed by the endless darkness, a tremendous and boundless soul, brimming with earth-shattering rage and resentment, surged forth like a cosmic flood, crashing into the depths of his consciousness. Lowly, Xiaochun, you treacherous pair, how dare you slay my husband and betray me? A soul, filled with supreme majesty yet steeped in profound hatred, roared in fury. He was Qin Yuan. Yet he was not the Qin Yuan of Yunshao City. He was the Shun Yuan Wu Di, the pinnacle of existence, standing atop the myriad beings of the Zhenwu continent, wielding dominion over the universe and gazing down upon all life. After 100,000 years of cultivation, excelling in both alchemy and martial arts, his combat prowess was unparalleled across the realms. However, just as he prepared to pass on his imperial throne to his most trusted disciple, Xiao Chun, and pursue the path of immortality alongside his beloved partner. Lowly, he was met with the cruelest betrayal. Memories flashed before him like fleeting shadows in the dying Qin Yuan's consciousness. Zhenwu continent, atop the 9 heavens, in the myriad manifestations of the divine palace. The divine palace floated amidst the clouds, resplendent with radiant hues and auspicious colors. Enveloped by the vast imperial might, Shen Yuan Wu Di Qin Yuan sat quietly within his alchemy chamber, draped in a robe adorned with 9 dragons, his youthful visage handsome, yet his eyes deep as the ancient starry sky, exuding an imperial aura that commanded respect. He was focused on the fluctuations of the transformative essence within the alchemy furnace, deducing the final transformations of the longevity elixir. Master, his beloved disciple Xiao Chun entered gracefully, clad in white, exuding charm. He held a purple gold jade box, bowing respectfully, his voice tinged with uncontrollable excitement. After 3,000 years of traversing the 9 heavens, facing life and death numerous times, I have finally located this 9-turn resurrection herb for you within the ancient ruins. He opened the jade box, revealing the herb radiating vitality and brilliance. I wish to congratulate you, Master, on sharing longevity with the heavens, and may your path flourish. Xiao Chen's words were sincere, filled with admiration and reverence. The Wu Di nodded slightly, his expression calm, yet a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. Chen heir, your efforts are appreciated. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted in, accompanied by the soft sound of jingling ornaments. A figure gracefully approached, draped in a 7-colored glass fairy dress, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an ethereal aura. It was his partner Lo Li, who had stood by him for countless years. She held a glass jade cup, filled with a colorful celestial brew, its glow shimmering, illuminating her radiant smile. Yuan, Lo Li's voice was melodious, her steps light as she offered the jade cup to the Wu Di's lips. This is a brew I gathered from the myriad worlds, infused with the essence of dawn and starlight, taking a century to perfect. It nourishes the imperial source and prolongs life. Gazing into the eyes of his beloved, filled with unwavering affection, warmth surged within the Wu Di, rendering him defenseless. He accepted the jade cup and drank deeply. The brew was sweet and rich, invigorating his imperial power as if radiant light flowed from his pores. However, in the next moment, the Wu Di's expression changed dramatically. The vast imperial source within him suddenly froze, bound by invisible shackles. Even his primordial spirit's flow was hindered. The celestial brew concealed a poison specifically crafted to target imperial-level souls. Lowly, this wine. The Wu Di turned to the woman beside him, disbelief and heart-wrenching pain flooding his eyes. Lo Li's gentle smile instantly vanished, transforming into piercing coldness and mockery. Qin Yuan, you have held this imperial throne long enough after 10,000 years. Before her words could settle, the previously respectful Xiao Chen erupted. A dagger, infused with endless resentment and malice, tore through space, piercing directly into the Wu Di's heart. This strike, plotted for millennia, was viciously cunning, severing the bond of master and disciple completely. The Wu Di's protective imperial light shattered, the dagger pierced through him, drawing forth a cascade of brilliant imperial blood, staining his 9-dragon robe. His overwhelming imperial might dissipated like a receding tide, and he staggered back, barely leaning against his throne. Why? The Wu Di's breath became ragged, the pain in his heart far surpassing that of the dagger's wound. He had traversed the universe for 100,000 years, surviving countless tribulations, yet he had never anticipated the betrayal of his beloved and his disciple. Xiao Chun withdrew the dagger, his face devoid of any reverence. Only a grotesque greed remained. Old man, you have occupied the throne for too long. Why should you monopolize the resources of the myriad worlds? Lo Li and I have long since grown weary of your oppression. Hand over the wand Xiang Lian Tianding, or today shall be your last. Lo Li also scoffed. Qin Yuan, did you truly believe I loved you? Had it not been for your imperial position, your resources, to aid my breakthrough, would I have remained by your side for so many years? To be frank, Chen heir and I have long been in love, waiting for this day to take your place. The truth struck like the sharpest blade, shattering the last vestiges of hope within the Wu Di. It turned out that the affection shared over countless years was but a fleeting illusion. The bond of master and disciple was merely a trap set for the tiger. Their ambitions extended beyond the throne, including the ancient artifact, the Wan Xiang Lian Tian Ding, which contained the ultimate secrets of alchemy and martial arts. Ha ha ha, splendid. What a pair of treacherous lovers. The Wu Di laughed sorrowfully, imperial blood spilling from his wounds and lips. In my life of dominance, I never expected to fall into the hands of you two ungrateful wretches. You seek the Wanxiang Lian Tianding? Dream on. Chapter 4. The rebirth of the martial emperor. He forcefully ignited his life source, unleashing a cataclysmic aura from his disintegrating imperial body, breaking through some of the toxic shackles. A simple yet ancient black cauldron, emanating a chaotic essence, soared from his brow, hovering in the air. It was the Wanxiang Lian Tianding. This is not good. He intends to self-destruct, taking the life source and the cauldron with him. Luo Li's face paled, horror causing her to retreat. Xiao Chen also displayed fear. Madman, do you not even desire a chance at reincarnation? The martial emperor's gaze was resolute, filled with endless desolation and overwhelming hatred. Reincarnation? To exist in the shadows cast by you all, merely clinging to life? Luo Li, Xiao Chen, I, the emperor, swear by my imperial soul, that even if I perish, my soul scattered, I shall ensure you shall never know peace. Let this Wanxiang Lian Tianding perish alongside me. Boom. At the pinnacle of the 9 heavens, a radiance illuminating the ages erupted. The destructive energy from the martial emperor's self-detonation swept through the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, instantly reducing the Wanxiang divine palace to dust. In the fleeting moment of ultimate annihilation, Martial Emperor Qin Yuan infused all his remaining imperial soul and endless resentment into the Wanxiang Lian Tianding. The cauldron emitted a mournful wail, enveloping this indomitable imperial soul, tearing through the void, and vanishing into the turbulent currents of time and space. Boom. It was as though the heavens were being forged anew, the universe awakening for the first time. The despairing soul of Qin Yuan, on the brink of vanishing within Yunshao City, collided and fused with the indomitable imperial soul of the divine martial emperor, filled with boundless hatred, under the mysterious influence of the Wanxiang Lian Tianding. In this seemingly doomed scenario, the memories, emotions, will, and experiences of both Qin Yuan intertwined flawlessly. The young man's fury and the martial emperor's wrath coalesced into a more potent desire for survival and a fervent thirst for revenge. Simultaneously, the phantasm of the Wanxiang Lian Tianding that traversed alongside him flickered deep within the fused soul's essence, radiating a faint yet resilient life energy, akin to a flickering flame in the darkness, safeguarding the last thread of vitality of this shattered body. Cold rain mixed with the pungent scent of blood and decay struck his face, bringing an excruciating chill. The fused soul of Qin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. What greeted him was a dreary and oppressive sky, a curtain of rain, and the surrounding corpses, piled high and disfigured, being washed away by the rain. This was the infamous mass grave outside Yunshao City. Severe pain still radiated from his hollowed dantian. This body was weak to the extreme, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. However, in his eyes, the despair and confusion of the young Qin Yuan had vanished, replaced by a calmness forged through countless tribulations, as frigid and sharp as ancient ice, and that unfathomable, towering hatred. He struggled to move his fingers, feeling the remnants of this broken, utterly decimated body, yet a cold and sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. I am not dead. How wonderful. Lin Qingxue, Lin Batian, and the Luo Li and Xiao Chun of the Jinwu continent. You probably never imagined that I, Qin Yuan, would return from the depths of hell in this manner, did you? He attempted to summon a thread of the meager soul power, gleaning insights from the imperial soul fragments that surpassed ordinary beings, to examine himself. The situation was dire. His dantian was utterly shattered, like a deflated bladder. His meridians severed, akin to crushed hemp rope. Such injuries were tantamount to a death sentence in this world that revered martial might. But the memories and insights of the divine martial emperor informed him that there was no such thing as an absolute dead end in this world. The Wanxiang Lian Tianding, you indeed came with me. He distinctly sensed that deep within his ruined dantian, a vague, mysterious black cauldron's shadow floated, emanating an imperceptible warmth, sustaining his last flicker of life. Although severely damaged and nearly silent, it was his greatest reliance for reversing the tides of destiny in this lifetime. This cauldron harbored the highest mysteries of alchemy and martial arts. In this life, it would be his companion on the path of vengeance. The immediate priority was to survive, to escape this desolate land, and then, devise a way to mend this body and resume his cultivation journey. He gritted his teeth, relying on the martial emperor's extraordinarily formidable willpower, completely disregarding the excruciating pain that felt as if his body was being torn apart. With the last remnants of strength in this body, he used his elbows and knees, painstakingly struggling to crawl out from the repugnant heap of corpses. The merciless rain washed away the blood and filth from his body, yet it could not cleanse the deeply etched, compounded hatred. When he finally leaned against a cold, damp rock to catch his breath, his gaze pierced through the rain curtain, gazing far toward Yunxiao City. In those profound eyes, there was no longer the innocence of youth, but rather a burning flame of vengeance capable of incinerating the heavens and freezing the underworld. Lin Qingxue, you seized my celestial root and exterminated my entire Qin family. This enmity shall not go unavenged. Luo Li and Xiao Chun, you treacherous pair, betraying your master and annihilating your ancestors. When I return to the pinnacle, it shall be the day you face utter obliteration, forever trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. In this life, I, Qin Yuan, shall not only seek supremacy in martial arts, but also ascend to the pinnacle of alchemy. With the Wanxiang Liantian Ding as my foundation and boundless hatred as my flame, all those who wronged, betrayed, or deceived me shall pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price. The rain fell heavier, as if heaven and earth wept or trembled in response. Chapter 5. Dingyun Xingji. The chilling rainwater seeped through the thin fabric of Qin Yuan's clothing, the biting cold relentlessly gnawing at his consciousness. With every inch he moved, the shattered meridians and hollow dantian sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, nearly causing him to faint. Yet, he could not afford to pause. The chaotic graveyard was saturated with deathly energy and plague. Lingering even a moment longer posed an imminent risk of true demise to his frail body. Moreover, should the city lord's men take a whim to inspect and discover the missing corpse, it would undoubtedly incite a deadly pursuit. He had to flee this place and seek out a relatively safe haven. Coughing violently, he expelled a mouthful of fetid blood, his complexion as pale as parchment. Leaning against a rock, he gasped for breath. The soul of the martial emperor clashing with this broken vessel, an ordeal filled with unimaginable torment and repulsion. This body was utterly wretched. In the memories of the martial emperor Qin Yuan, he had never endured such a humiliating plight akin to that of an insignificant insect. In a mere blink, stars could be extinguished, yet now he struggled to traverse a distance of mere feet, exhausting all his strength. However, it was precisely this stark contrast that ignited an unparalleled fighting spirit within him. He closed his eyes, abandoning reliance on his physical sight, allowing the power of his transcendent soul to unfurl like a delicate web. Though faint, it was sufficient to cover an area of several dozen feet. His spiritual consciousness swept across the muddy ground, the decaying corpses, and the rampant weeds. Most areas were engulfed in a nauseating aura of death. Suddenly, at the leeward edge of the graveyard, amidst a crevice in the rocks, his consciousness stirred slightly, capturing a faint yet distinct wave of vitality, starkly different from the surrounding deathly energy. That fluctuation was feeble, yet to Qin Yuan in this moment, it was akin to a beacon in the dark night. His eyes sparkled with determination as he gritted his teeth, using his arms to support his body, inching toward that direction. The rain and muck rendered him a pitiable sight, his palms lacerated by sharp stones, yet he remained utterly oblivious. In the span of merely a few dozen meters, he crawled for nearly half an hour. At last, he reached the crevice. There, he beheld a plant approximately 3 inches tall, its dark red leaves resembling ginseng, swaying gently in the storm. The vitality it emanated, although weak, was remarkably pure. Qishuetsan, though merely a low-grade spirit herb, it contained the essence of vital energy, precisely what he needed at this moment. Qin Yuan's heart swelled with joy. With the knowledge befitting a martial emperor, he recognized this herb. In a place rich in spiritual energy, Qishuetsan would be commonplace. Yet here in this desolate graveyard, finding one was akin to a ray of hope. He carefully uprooted the Qishuetsan, fearful of damaging it in any way. However, the question of how to consume the herb loomed large. In his past life, he could have swallowed it whole, using his profound yuan power to dissolve its potency. Yet now, with his meridians severed, recklessly consuming it would not only render absorption impossible, but could also unleash a violent surge of medicinal energy, potentially obliterating his last vestige of life. He needed to extract the most refined essence of the herb. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow. Alchemy required a cauldron and flames, yet he possessed nothing. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a flickering shadow of the dormant Wanxiang Lin Tianding deep within his dantian seemed to resonate with his intense intent and the spirit herb before him, trembling ever so slightly. A tenuous connection began to form. Qin Yuan, sensing a stroke of fortune, immediately focused all his mental energy, attempting to commune with the mysterious little cauldron. O precious cauldron, having accompanied me thus far, you surely do not wish to witness my demise here. Aid me in refining this herb. As his thoughts surged, he brought the Qi Shuet-san close to the location of his dantian. A faint hum, almost imperceptible, resonated as if echoing from the ancient primordial era. Qin Yuan felt a warmth spreading through his dantian as the shadow of the small cauldron revealed an extremely dim rune. Moments later, a gentle suction emerged, and the Qi Shuet-san visibly shrank, strands of crimson essence being stripped away, seeping through his flesh and into the shadow of the cauldron in his dantian. Within the cauldron's shadow, the strands of medicinal essence, as if guided by an unseen hand, swiftly purified, rolled, and coalesced, ultimately transforming into 3 crystalline droplets of vibrant red, exuding a rich aura of life. This was the fundamental ability of the cauldron to refine spiritual substances. Qin Yuan's heart soared with elation. Though it paled in comparison to the overwhelming power of his past life, this basic function was undoubtedly a boon in his current predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, he guided 1 droplet of the medicinal liquid to flow from the cauldron into his being. The gentle yet pure medicinal energy flowed like a sweet spring into his withered and fractured meridians, alleviating the tearing pain and mitigating his weakness somewhat. Although he was far from restoring his dantian and meridians, at the very least, he had stabilized his deteriorating condition and regained a modicum of strength. As he savored the long-lost warmth within him, Qin Yuan leaned against the rock, allowing the rain to wash over him, yet a newfound brilliance ignited in his eyes. There is always a path where hope remains, with the Wanxiang Lin Tianding at my side. Even in the absence of a heavenly spirit root, I can forge an unprecedented path. He recalled the vast knowledge of alchemy embedded in the memories of the martial emperor. Among them were several legendary recipes rumored to reshape one's roots and recreate the dantian. Yet, the materials required for those recipes were all extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, and the conditions for their refinement were exceedingly stringent. Now, with his cultivation all but lost, those elixirs were beyond his reach. However, the foundational theories of alchemy remained universally applicable. Alchemy is the art of extracting the essence of heavenly and earthly spiritual substances, harmonizing yin and yang, and defying fate. Chapter 6. The Lieri mountain range. While others rely on innate talent and spiritual roots for their cultivation, I, Qin Yuan, in this lifetime, shall depend on the unparalleled art of alchemy, using elixirs as my foundation to reconstruct the pinnacle of martial arts. He clenched his fists, feeling the 2 drops of unconsumed Qi Shueshan essence within him, as well as the mysterious little cauldron in his dantian, silent, yet brimming with infinite potential. With his injuries temporarily stabilized, the next step was to hastily depart from the chaotic burial grounds and seek a sanctuary where he could safely recuperate and acquire more resources. He raised his head, peering through the curtain of rain towards the distance. According to the memories of the original owner of this body, several dozen miles east of the chaotic burial grounds lay a primordial forest known as Lieri Mountain Range. Although perilous, it was rich in various spiritual herbs and mythical beasts, frequented by adventurers and herbalists alike. Lieri Mountain Range, that shall be my destination. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, struggling to rise to his feet. After consuming the Qi Shueshan essence, he had regained just enough strength to walk. He cast a final glance in the direction of Yunxiao City, burying the surging hatred deep within his heart, then resolutely turned away. Dragging his battered body, limping step by step into the vast, rainy night, heading towards the unknown and treacherous mountains. The icy rain gradually ceased, and the sky brightened slightly. Qin Yuan trudged through the muddy wilderness for an entire night, his weary body laboring under the slow depletion of energy provided by the Qi Shueshan essence. The intense pain and weakness surged back like a tidal wave. For someone who once traversed 1,000 miles in a single step, this distance was trivial. Yet for Qin Yuan, whose meridians had been shattered and dantian broken, it was a long journey fraught with hardship and danger. He dared not tread the official roads, relying solely on the vague memories of the original owner and the positions of the stars to navigate through the overgrown thorns and grasses. His clothes were already tattered, and his exposed skin was marred with fine bloodstains. After each stretch of travel, he had to pause to catch his breath, using the faint remnants of his spiritual power to sense his surroundings, remaining vigilant against potential beasts and even searchers dispatched by the city lord's manor. At one point, a pack of hungry wolves caught the scent of his blood, their green eyes glinting in the darkness as they slowly encircled him. In his former glory, Qin Yuan could have easily reduced them to a mist of blood with a single breath. But now, he could only rely on instinct and skill, utilizing the terrain to fight and retreat, and ultimately, at the cost of worsening his injuries, he managed to climb a large tree, narrowly escaping disaster. In this moment of vulnerability, leaning against the rough tree trunk, a bitter smile crept upon Qin Yuan's lips, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. These tribulations only served to further sharpen his will after rebirth. As dawn approached, the outline of a mountain range, undulating and shrouded in a light mist, finally appeared on the horizon. Lieri Mountain Range, at last. As he neared the mountains, the spiritual energy in the air seemed slightly denser than that of the chaotic burial grounds and wilderness. Though still thin, it invigorated Qin Yuan's spirits. He dared not venture too deep, cautiously exploring along the periphery of the mountain range. The formidable perception of the former martial emperor played a crucial role once again. After circumventing a dense thicket, he sensed a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from a seemingly inconspicuous rock wall nearby. Parting the vines, a narrow entrance came into view. Passing through the opening, he was greeted by a broad vista. This was a small valley, encircled by mountains on three sides, with a clear pond nestled within. Some common flowers and grasses grew by the pond. While it may not have been a paradise, the serene environment was relatively abundant in spiritual energy, and most importantly, it offered ample concealment. This is the place. Qin Yuan exhaled a long breath, his taut nerves finally easing. This would be his temporary refuge. He immediately began to survey the entire valley. It was not large, and he completed his inspection in a short time. Near the rock wall, he discovered a shallow cave that could barely accommodate a single person. However, it was sufficient for shelter from the wind and rain. Then, summoning his remaining strength, he meticulously searched for plants within the valley. Though his body was incapacitated, the insights and knowledge of the martial emperor remained. Ning Xuetzao, a low-tier herb, was barely usable. Qingxinhua, too young, possessed minimal efficacy. Most were common herbs, containing negligible spiritual energy. Yet, Qin Yuan did not feel disheartened. He understood that in such a place, one could not afford to be overly ambitious. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a damp boulder by the pond. There, he spotted three fungi-like plants, each roughly the size of a palm, entirely dark red, adorned with cloud-like patterns on their surfaces, quietly growing. Qi Jingji. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Though this Qi Jingji was also merely a low-tier spiritual herb, in terms of value, it far surpassed the Qi Shueshen he had previously found. It contained pure vitality and fire attribute spiritual energy, effective for stabilizing injuries and nourishing the body. More importantly, these three Qi Jingji were deep in color, with faint cloud patterns beginning to emerge, indicating they would be fully mature in 3 to 5 days, at which point their efficacy would peak. Heaven has favored me. Qin Yuan carefully marked the area around the Qi Jingji, resisting the urge to harvest them immediately. Harvesting spiritual herbs at maturity would maximize their effects. Returning to the cave, he consumed the second drop of Qi Shueshen essence, sitting cross-legged to guide the medicinal power to nourish his body. Though his injuries remained severe, they no longer worsened, and he regained some strength. Qin Yuan knew he must begin alchemy to heal his wounds. Yet, an exceedingly practical problem loomed before him. Without a Dan furnace and spiritual fire, how could he transform these herbs, especially the soon-to-mature Qi Jingji, into elixirs or potions capable of mending his broken body? The treasure cauldron had sustained grievous damage during the transition, now existing only as a phantom submerged in his dantian, unable to be extracted for physical alchemy. Its ability to refine the essence of individual herbs was limited, rendering it incapable of complex medicinal harmonization. The essence of elixirs lies in the synergy of various ingredients working together to create miraculous transformations. Chapter 7: Igniting the Furnace. Is it only possible to consume raw? Or must one resort to the most primitive method of boiling? Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, Consuming raw spiritual herbs was perilous due to their volatile potency and the myriad impurities they contained, leading to inefficiency and significant risks. Similarly, concocting medicinal brews posed difficulties in perfect extraction and harmonization, ultimately wasting a substantial portion of their essence. He once more plunged his consciousness into his dantian, fixating upon the ethereal silhouette of the Wanxiang Lin Tian Ding floating serenely. Oh, precious cauldron, if you possess the ability to refine the essence of spiritual herbs, can you also project a phantom vessel to assist me in alchemy? This thought struck him like a thunderclap. If true, it would undoubtedly represent a transformative breakthrough. He summoned his soul perception at the level of a martial emperor, his mind acting as the most precise of chisels, meticulously exploring the internal structure of the cauldron and the faint runes within. Time slipped by unnoticed as the sky outside gradually darkened. Suddenly, Qin Yuan's body quivered as his consciousness made contact with an exceedingly minute, yet intricately complex array of runes within the cauldron. Upon touching the center of the array, the cauldron began to faintly outline a blurred, virtual alchemical furnace in the external space. Although he could not immediately concoct elixirs, he was convinced this cauldron undeniably possessed the capability to perform alchemy. It merely required specific conditions to be met, perhaps a stronger guiding spirit, or possibly the need for real flames as a catalyst. Flames. Qin Yuan's gaze sharpened. Currently, he could not summon the fire of elemental energy, but there existed mundane flames throughout the world. Perhaps he could utilize external fire as a guide. Gazing at the moonlight gradually emerging outside the cave, and then at the nearly ripe Qi Jingji, a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. The urgent task was to restore his vitality, and thereafter, ignite the first alchemical flame within this mysterious cauldron. Night enveloped the secluded valley, silence reigned, and only the cold moonlight reflected in the pool could be seen. Inside the cave, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged, his expression solemn. Before him lay several items arranged neatly. The soon-to-ripen Qi Jingji, several shuel yin chao, and Qing Xian Hua, a pile of dry twigs, a hardstone trough, and a sharpened wooden stick. Without a cauldron and fire, he was about to embark on a nearly insane experiment, using mundane fire as a guide to communicate with the cauldron within his body, project the phantom vessel, and concoct a medicinal pill to heal his injuries. Should this endeavor become known, it would surely evoke derision from alchemists across the Tianyuan continent. Mundane fire, fierce and uncontrollable, filled with impurities, had always been used for rudimentary boiling. How could it possibly concoct an elixir that required precise control of temperature and the removal of impurities? It was nothing short of lunacy. Yet, Qin Yuan had no other option. He possessed the knowledge of a martial emperor in alchemy and an ancient cauldron, which theoretically provided a glimmer of hope. The shuel yin chao aided in invigorating blood and energy, while the Qing Xian Hua soothed medicinal properties. Though both were low-tier herbs, their combination, alongside the Qi Jingji as the main ingredient, would yield results far superior to taking them individually. Qin Yuan's mind raced as he employed his existing materials and boundless knowledge to temporarily devise the simplest yet feasible blueprint for the Qi Jingxue Dan. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his actions. First, he constructed a pile of twigs, then grasped the slender wooden stick, positioning it against the hard stone trough, and rapidly rubbed it with both hands, creating fire by friction. This most primitive method of igniting flames was filled with irony and helplessness for a martial emperor who had once commanded the fire of the stars. The rough wooden stick chafed against his tender palms, soon causing blisters that burst, staining the stick with blood. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, yet his gaze remained sharp and focused, his movements steady and continuous. The pain in his palms was dwarfed by the agony of a shattered dantian and the downfall of his family. Time passed unmeasured until a wisp of blue smoke rose, and a faint spark flickered into existence. He carefully ignited the dry grass, gently blowing to aid the flame, and a small fire finally leapt to life atop the twig pile. The moment the fire ignited, Qin Yuan did not hesitate, fully immersing himself in his dantian, communicating with the Wanxiang Lin Tian Ding. Cauldron, assist me. With mundane fire as a guide, let us commence alchemy. The cauldron projected a virtual alchemical furnace. He immediately summoned the Qi Jingji with his consciousness and cast it into the shrunken space of the cauldron. The moment the herb submerged, it was enveloped by the flickering mundane fire. Within the cauldron, as the Qi Jingji was roasted by the flames, impurities gradually receded, and its essence slowly coalesced. This process demanded an immense toll on his spirit. Qin Yuan felt waves of dizziness wash over him, akin to a mortal deprived of sleep for days. He clung tightly to his spirit platform, fueled by sheer willpower. Extracting the essence of Qi Jingji, he introduced the Shui Lian Chao for balance, and then the Qing Xian Hua to temper the intensity. Each step was a heart-stopping endeavor, akin to walking a tightrope over a chasm. Relying solely on his past life's unparalleled alchemical experience, he executed the most delicate adjustments to the fire's intensity. The mundane fire, under the cauldron's enhancement, became somewhat more docile. Though far inferior to elemental fire, it was still usable. As dawn approached, the first light of daybreak seeped into the valley. Qin Yuan's complexion turned pale, his body swaying precariously, sustained solely by his conviction. As the first rays of morning light pierced the valley, within the shrunken cauldron, for orbs the size of longan, crimson and plump, faintly revealing cloud patterns, emanated a rich aroma of medicinal vitality, quietly suspended in the air. It worked. The Qi Jingxue Dan was complete. Although it was not a true spiritual pill, merely a half-formed elixir, its medicinal potency was pure and gentle, far exceeding expectations. With a thud, Qin Yuan could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, yet unable to suppress the smile forming at the corners of his mouth. He had succeeded. With a mortal body and broken meridians, he had accomplished the impossible through the aid of the mysterious cauldron. Trembling, he reached out to collect the four still-warm Qi Jingxue Dan, feeling the overwhelming vitality within ignite a blaze in his eyes. With this elixir as assistance, there was hope for repairing his meridians and nourishing his body. Indeed, it might even offer a glimpse of the opportunity to reshape his dantian. He swallowed one Qi Jingxue Dan, the immense medicinal power dispersing, a warm current sweeping through his limbs and bones, the tingling sensation in his broken meridians signaling the onset of healing. However, just as he reveled in this initial joy, faint voices and footsteps echoed from outside the valley, drawing nearer to the concealed entrance. Chapter 8. A startling change by the pool. The medicinal power of the Qi Jingxue Dan flowed like warm spring water through the dry and fractured meridians of Qin Yuan, bringing waves of tingling comfort, a sign that the damaged tissues were beginning to mend under the potent nourishment of the elixir. However, this hard-won moment of healing was ruthlessly interrupted by the increasingly loud voices of people approaching the valley entrance. A chill gripped Qin Yuan's heart as he forcibly suppressed the comfort brought on by the efficacy of the pill. His gaze instantly regained the sharpness and calmness characteristic of a martial emperor. He was far from being in a state to confront anyone, not to mention cultivators. Even a robust, ordinary hunter would pose a challenge for him. Damn it! How could anyone find this secluded valley? Thoughts raced through his mind, yet his actions remained swift. Enduring the discomfort of his meridians mending, he quickly covered the remnants of his alchemical work, ashes and leftover herbs, with soil and fallen leaves. Then, he grasped a thick tree branch, using it as a makeshift cane, and silently slipped into the deepest shadows of the cave, holding his breath and minimizing his presence. Almost the moment he concealed himself, three figures parted the vines at the valley entrance and stepped inside. They were not the expected pursuers from the city lord's mansion, but rather three men clad in coarse cloth, wielding swords and bows. The leader, a man with a scarred face and a brutish demeanor, exuded a faint, bloody aura. The other two, one tall and lanky and the other short and stocky, bore faces marked by the dust of travel, clearly accustomed to life in the wild. "Brother, this place is quite nice," said the lanky man, surveying the valley. "There's a water source, and it's pretty secluded, just right for the brothers to take a breather." The scarred man's gaze swept over the pool and the surrounding grassy area, ultimately resting near the spot where Qin Yuan had recently kindled a fire for alchemy. Although the traces had been concealed, the freshly turned soil caught his attention. He sniffed the air, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. There's a faint medicinal scent and the smell of smoke. Someone was here not long ago. Qin Yuan's heart tightened at the sharpness of the man's perception. The stocky man grumbled, "It's probably just some herbalist or hunter taking a break. This place doesn't seem to have anything valuable." The scarred man shook his head, his eyes glinting with greed. "No, this scent is unique. It's not ordinary herbs." And look by the pool. He pointed to a damp boulder, behind which something seemed to be hidden. Qin Yuan inwardly cursed. They had discovered the remaining 2 Qi Jingji. Although he had lightly obscured them with foliage, a thorough inspection would surely reveal their presence. These 2 herbs were crucial for his recovery, and he could not afford to lose them. Yet, venturing out now would be akin to courting death. Just as Qin Yuan's mind raced through potential strategies, the lanky man had already scampered to the boulder to investigate. "Brother, come quick. It's Qi Jingji. Look at its quality. It's almost ripe," he exclaimed excitedly. The scarred man and the stocky man rushed over at his call. The 3 stared hungrily at the 2 dark red mushrooms, their eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. "Ha! Truly heaven sent. These 2 Qi Jingji are worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones. Enough for us to live it up for a while." The scarred man laughed heartily. The stocky man rubbed his hands together. "Brother, should we harvest them now?" "Not so fast," the scarred man replied cautiously. "The herbs aren't fully mature yet, and such spirit herbs are often guarded by beasts. We should check the area carefully to ensure safety first." The 3 immediately dispersed, meticulously searching the valley. The entrance to the cave where Qin Yuan was concealed was shielded by vines and had not yet been discovered, but the situation was precarious. If found, he stood no chance in his current state. Qin Yuan gripped the branch tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The dignity of a martial emperor made it unbearable for him to endure such insect-like scrutiny and threats, yet the harshness of reality forced him to remain hidden. Various countermeasures flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. The disparity in strength was too great. Any technique would appear futile in the face of absolute power. Just as the footsteps of the searchers drew near, almost reaching the cave entrance, an unexpected change occurred. A bone-chilling cold swept through the entire valley without warning. It felt as though one had suddenly transitioned from early summer to the depths of winter, with a thin layer of ice visibly forming on the surface of the pool. An indescribable pressure filled the air, though not overwhelming. It bore an air of aloofness and solitude that sent shivers down the spine. The 3 men were the first to feel it, their expressions of greed and ferocity replaced by sheer terror in an instant. The scarred man, the most powerful among them, estimated to be at the 5th or 6th level of body refinement, felt as if he were being targeted by a primordial beast, his blood seeming to freeze as his legs trembled uncontrollably. "What person is this?" he stammered, forcing himself to call out, though his voice quaked uncontrollably. There was no response. Only a figure appeared like a specter, silently emerging across the pool. It was a woman, clad in a flowing white gown that accentuated her breathtaking curves, the hem trailing the ground, yet remaining unblemished. A veil of mist shrouded her features, making them indistinct, but hints of her flawless outline and her chillingly beautiful eyes, like an ancient cold pool, could be discerned. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, held up by a simple jade hairpin, with a few strands delicately framing her forehead, adding an air of ethereal mystery. Chapter 9. The arrival of crisis. She stood there quietly, yet she seemed to be the very center of the entire valley. Her beauty was otherworldly, resembling a celestial being who had inadvertently fallen from the moon palace into the mortal realm. However, the aura emanating from her was so frigid that it deterred anyone from approaching. Qin Yuan, hidden within the cave, also sensed the overwhelming presence and the chilling cold. His spiritual perception far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to grasp the terrifying power concealed within this woman, as well as the nearly overflowing, exquisitely pure essence of Yin energy. Xianin Baoti. Moreover, her cultivation was incredibly profound, placing her among the ranks of those at the law realm. The Yin energy within her had become unbalanced, teetering on the brink of self-repulsion. The insights of a martial emperor enabled him to make an immediate judgment. This type of constitution allowed for rapid cultivation, yet the accompanying risks were immense. The higher the cultivation, the heavier the accumulation of Xian Yin energy within. If not properly harmonized, it would ultimately lead to the freezing of one's very soul, resulting in death. This woman had come to the Lieta mountain range, presumably in search of a place of utmost yang or spiritual objects to alleviate the torment of her Yin energy's backlash. The 3 men, having never encountered such an imposing figure, were already terrified beyond measure. The scarred face collapsed to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. "Predecessor, spare us. We were unaware that you were in seclusion here, and we have trespassed upon your sacred ground. We deserve to die 1,000 deaths. We will leave this instant." The woman in white did not even spare them a glance, as if they were mere dust beneath her feet. Her gaze traversed the pool of water, briefly sweeping over the large stone concealing the Qi Jing Ji, seemingly disinterested in the two low-tier spiritual herbs. Eventually, her eyes, almost imperceptibly, flicked toward the direction of Qin Yuan's hiding place, a faint trace of surprise passing through her icy gaze. Leave. The single, chilling word escaped her lips, resonating like pearls falling onto a jade plate, clear and melodious, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The three men felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling away without a backward glance, vanishing from the valley in an instant. Silence returned to the valley, leaving only the piercing cold. The woman in white did not depart. She gracefully approached the edge of the pool, crouching down to gently touch the water with her delicate hand. As her fingertips made contact, the thin layer of ice swiftly melted, yet the water remained chillingly cold. She seemed to let out a soft sigh. A hint of unresolved melancholy etched upon her brow. Qin Yuan held his breath, concentrating with utmost focus, not daring to make even the slightest movement. Although the woman's appearance had temporarily alleviated his predicament, the outcome remained unpredictable. Her strength was unfathomable, and her condition appeared unstable. What if? At that moment, the woman in white suddenly turned around, her gaze once again fixed on the cave's entrance. This time, it was not a casual glance, but rather a deliberate and focused stare. Have you been watching for this long, and still not come out? Her voice remained cold, yet it carried an air of keen insight. Qin Yuan's heart sank. He understood that he had already been discovered. Continuing to hide would serve no purpose. Taking a deep breath to suppress the turmoil within, he leaned on a branch and slowly emerged from the shadow of the cave. In the sunlight, the two faced each other across the frigid pool. One was a disheveled youth with a shattered dantian, yet his gaze was resolute like the stars. The other was a mysterious empress of extraordinary grace, possessing profound cultivation but burdened by hidden afflictions. The trajectory of destiny intersected unexpectedly for the first time in this secluded valley. Qin Yuan regarded her cold, beautiful eyes and respectfully clasped his hands together, stating, "I am Qin Yuan, the younger generation. I thank you for your timely intervention." The woman in white scrutinized Qin Yuan, her gaze lingering momentarily on the shattered dantian before settling on his deep, tranquil eyes, the surprise in her expression intensifying. She could sense that the boy was empty within, his dantian utterly destroyed, yet paradoxically, there was an ineffable refinement and mystery to his spiritual aura. Moreover, there seemed to be a subtle yet compelling energy emanating from him that stirred the Xian-Yin energy within her, drawing her inexplicably. "You." The woman in white parted her crimson lips, about to speak, when suddenly, her expression shifted slightly, her delicate brows knitting together. Her jade hand instinctively pressed against her abdomen, and the cold aura surrounding her surged alarmingly, causing even the air to emit a faint sound of freezing. Her Xian-Yin energy appeared to have gone out of control for some reason at that moment. Qin Yuan's pupils constricted, realizing the gravity of the situation. The unleashed power of a cultivator above the Yuan Dan realm, even if only residual, could obliterate his severely wounded body in an instant. A crisis had descended in a form even more terrifying. The cold intensified, piercing like tangible ice needles, stabbing at Qin Yuan's skin and soul. The woman in white's aura became exceedingly unstable. Her originally frigid and aloof presence was now laden with danger and chaos. Pressing against her abdomen, her knuckles turned white from exertion, and a trace of pain surfaced on her exquisite face, the mist shrouding her features swirling violently, revealing her tightly furrowed brows and bloodless lips. The backlash of the Xian-Yin energy. Qin Yuan instantly comprehended her predicament. At this level of uncontrolled Yin energy, if not promptly guided or suppressed, not only would the woman face the peril of freezing to death, but the explosive energy could also reduce this small valley, and him, Qin Yuan, to mere ice shards. Escape? In his current condition, he had no time. Enduring it? That would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The only glimmer of hope perhaps lay in utilizing the knowledge and experience he possessed. Chapter 10. Resolving the crisis in a flash of insight. Qin Yuan made a decisive choice. Instead of retreating, he bore the bone-chilling cold and stepped forward, his gaze steady as it rested upon the anguished face of the woman before him. He spoke clearly. "Senior, please focus your mind and direct your energy to your dantian." The violent surge of Xian-Yin energy requires guidance through mental intent. It must not be forcibly suppressed. Attempt to redirect your breath towards the governing meridian, avoiding impact on the heart region. His calm words served to stabilize the tense situation. For those unfamiliar with the peculiarities of the Xian Yin constitution, the intricacies were often misunderstood, and any hasty intervention could exacerbate the issue. However, armed with a wealth of knowledge from his previous life, Qin Yuan possessed a profound understanding of various unique constitutions and cultivation methods, allowing him to swiftly discern the crux of the matter. The woman in white was enduring immense suffering, her consciousness nearly fading. Upon hearing his precise guidance, it was as though a glimmer of light had pierced through her darkness. Though she was astonished that this seemingly ordinary youth could articulate such an accurate method of adjustment, she had no time for further contemplation in this critical moment. Almost instinctively, she followed Qin Yuan's advice, striving to calm her mind and guide the agitated Xian Yin energy along specific meridian pathways. Although the pain had not entirely dissipated, the once chaotic and impending explosion of energy was indeed somewhat alleviated. However, her reaction was unusually intense, and relying solely on her own strength was evidently insufficient to quell the turmoil. Her body continued to tremble slightly, the surrounding chill persisted, the surface of the pool had formed a thin layer of ice, and frost coated the nearby flora. Recognizing that verbal guidance alone was inadequate, Qin Yuan unhesitatingly retrieved the last 2 Qingxue Dan from his robe. These pills contained abundant vitality and gentle energy. While their grade was not high, and they might seem trivial given her profound cultivation, in this moment of chaotic energy, even a trace of gentle energy could play a crucial role in aiding her to stabilize her internal balance. "Senior, please take these pills," Qin Yuan called out, channeling his strength to throw the 2 pills towards her. They arced gracefully through the air, landing precisely before the woman. At this point, she had managed to muster a sliver of focus. Upon seeing the approaching pills and sensing their pure medicinal power, she instantly grasped Qin Yuan's intention. With a delicate motion, she raised her hand, accepting the pills without hesitation and consuming them. The Qingxue Dan dissolved upon entry, releasing a gentle warmth akin to igniting 2 flames in the midst of harsh cold. Although this force was not particularly powerful, as Qin Yuan had anticipated, this mild energy became a pivotal balance, allowing her previously arduous efforts to guide the Xian Yin energy to finally find a stable flow. She immediately settled into a meditative posture, forming seals with her hands and fully engaging her cultivation method. The turbulent cold energy around her began to converge and circulate around her, no longer spreading uncontrollably. The temperature in the valley remained low, yet the unsettling violent aura gradually subsided. Seeing this, Qin Yuan sighed in relief, his back damp with sweat. The previous moments had been a precarious balancing act. Had he misjudged, or if she had not trusted him, the consequences would have been dire. He dared not disturb her concentration, retreating to the cave's entrance to consume the last remaining Qingxue Dan, hastily restoring his nearly frozen body and continuing to regulate his meridians. Time flowed slowly in the stillness. When the last remnants of uncontrollable energy were finally absorbed by the woman, she slowly opened her eyes. Her clear gaze now held a mix of complex emotions as she looked towards Qin Yuan, who was leaning against the cave entrance. Having undergone recovery and nourished by the pills, Qin Yuan's complexion had improved significantly. Though his clothes remained somewhat disheveled, his eyes shone brightly, openly meeting her gaze. The woman rose and took a few steps, stopping a short distance from him. Her aura had now become inwardly restrained, yet her extraordinary demeanor still commanded attention. The mist surrounding her face seemed to have thinned, revealing her striking features more clearly. Though the earlier coldness had given way to a hint of curiosity. "Who are you truly?" Her voice remained melodious, yet devoid of its previous aloofness. "How could an ordinary person with damaged meridians perceive the nuances of my constitution and comprehend the methods of alleviation? This pill, while not of high grade, was crafted with a unique technique beyond the capabilities of ordinary alchemists." Qin Yuan had anticipated this inquiry and responded with composure, cupping his hands respectfully. "I am Qin Yuan, a resident of Yunxiao City. My previous actions and words stemmed merely from my family's collection of ancient texts. I have always had a penchant for study and happened upon records pertaining to similar constitutions. In a moment of urgency, I spoke without hesitation, fortunate that your profound cultivation allowed for the transformation of peril into safety. The pills were produced by my humble attempts at alchemy, not worth mentioning." His explanation was reasonable. attributing everything to ancient texts and serendipity. The white-clad woman's gaze flickered, revealing her lingering skepticism. The composure and insight displayed by this youth far exceeded his years, but the fact remained that his meridians were damaged, and there were no signs of cultivation within him. After a moment of contemplation, she chose not to pursue the matter further, stating calmly, "Regardless, you have indeed helped me through this crisis. I owe you a debt of gratitude." Chapter 11. Empress Tianfeng. Her words were imbued with an innate pride, yet when she uttered the phrase owing a favor, it revealed her stance. "Your words are too grave, senior. I am merely seeking self-preservation." Qin Yuan responded with neither humility nor arrogance. The woman's gaze swept over Qin Yuan's form once more, particularly lingering on the shattered area of his dantian, a flicker of pity passing through her eyes, soon replaced by a deeper incredulity. It appeared she sensed something. Extending her delicate hand, she lightly gestured towards Qin Yuan from afar. A soft yet irresistible force enveloped Qin Yuan, rendering him immobile. However, this force bore no malice. It seemed merely to be probing. After a moment, the woman withdrew her hand, her stunning visage displaying disbelief for the first time as she murmured, "Strange. The dantian is clearly destroyed. The spiritual root has been severed. Yet why does an essence of pure, vigorous yang, akin to the blazing sun, dwell within you? This essence even stirs a hint of yearning within my own mysterious yin energy." Qin Yuan's heart trembled. He understood that what this woman had sensed was likely the pure yang energy associated with the martial emperor of his past life, along with the latent potential that the original host had yet to awaken. The woman's perceptive ability was indeed formidable. The white-clad woman's gaze towards Qin Yuan completely transformed. No longer did she regard him as an amusing and somewhat mysterious waste, but as if she were appraising a rare treasure. She scrutinized him from head to toe, as if wishing to see through him entirely. In the valley, sunlight cascaded down, yet the atmosphere grew subtly tense and heavy. Meeting her probing gaze, Qin Yuan understood the uncertainty of fortune and misfortune. This mysterious and powerful empress seemed to have discovered something far more valuable than the rare Qi Jinji within him. "Do not be alarmed, my friend." The empress's voice, like a spring's water striking stone, shattered the valley's silence. "If I intended to bring you harm, why would I waste my breath?" Qin Yuan forced a bitter smile. "Senior, your strength is unfathomable, and I am merely a mere shell of a person. I truly cannot fathom what I possess that would pique your interest." The empress gracefully approached, a fragrant breeze wafting with her. In the sunlight, her jade-like skin radiated a soft glow, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. "Do you know why I have appeared in this remote valley?" she suddenly inquired. Qin Yuan shook his head. "I beg you to enlighten me, senior." "At the break of dawn, I was meditating in a valley several miles away when I suddenly sensed an essence of pure yang erupting here." A glimmer of extraordinary light flickered in her beautiful eyes. Though faint, the essence contained unimaginable purity of yang energy, precisely the balance of mysterious yin that I have sought for many years. Qin Yuan's heart jolted as he realized that the aura emitted during the refining of the Qijin blood pill had attracted such a formidable figure. The empress continued, "I am of the Xianyin physique. While this constitution allows me to cultivate at a pace far beyond that of ordinary individuals, it also brings about great peril. Every 10 years, the yin energy within me threatens to erupt uncontrollably, without the balancing power of pure yang. I risk losing my cultivation entirely, or worse, facing demise." As she spoke, a gentle sigh escaped her lips, carrying with it an immeasurable sense of helplessness and hardship. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this exalted empress. Indeed, every practitioner of martial arts harbors unspoken struggles. "What does the senior imply?" Qin Yuan cautiously inquired. The empress gazed intently into Qin Yuan's eyes. Her tone earnest. "I wish to engage in dual cultivation with you, utilizing the pure yang essence hidden within you to balance my Xian yin energy. Concurrently, I can assist you in channeling this power to reconstruct your dantian." At this juncture, a faint blush appeared on the empress's exquisite face. She slightly turned aside and softly added, "Since we are to engage in dual cultivation, I should reveal my identity. I am Feng Qingxian, the empress of the Tianfeng dynasty." Qin Yuan's heart quaked upon hearing this. The Tianfeng dynasty is one of the 3 great dynasties of the eastern region, possessing formidable strength. He had not anticipated that the woman before him was a ruler of such stature. Noticing Qin Yuan's astonished expression, Feng Qingxuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. What? Is it so unexpected? Qin Yuan quickly composed himself. I merely did not expect the senior to possess such a noble status. Feng Qingxian gently shook her head. In the face of the path of cultivation, status is but fleeting smoke. What I require now is a solution to the Xian-yin affliction within me. Qin Yuan fell silent, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. As a former martial emperor, he understood the implications of dual cultivation. Why have you chosen me? Qin Yuan queried. With your status, it should not be difficult to find a practitioner with pure yang constitution. Feng Qingxian lightly shook her head. An ordinary pure yang constitution cannot compare to your essence. The purity of the yang energy within you is unparalleled in my experience. More importantly, she paused, her voice lowering. The matter of dual cultivation cannot be casually proposed. Had I not sensed the uniqueness of the pure yang energy within you, I would not have suggested this. Qin Yuan noticed that as she spoke, the delicate lobes of her ears displayed a hint of crimson, clearly indicating that this proposal was also somewhat embarrassing for her. Qin Yuan fell into deep contemplation. He recognized his current predicament. Relying solely on the Qijin blood pill would indeed be insufficient to fully restore his dantian. This empress's proposal, though laden with risk, might be his only shortcut to swiftly regain his strength. How exactly does dual cultivation take place? Qin Yuan finally asked. Noticing Qin Yuan's changing demeanor, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Feng Qingxuan's eyes, though she quickly regained her composure. Dual cultivation is not the intimate connection you might envision, but rather the merging of yin and yang energies. We merely need to place our palms together, guiding our respective energies to circulate within our bodies. Chapter 12. The enigmatic dual cultivation. She gently raised her jade-like hand, palm facing upwards, revealing skin as luminous and flawless as jade. Qin Yuan noticed her fingers, slender and elongated, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. If you agree, we may commence at once, she declared earnestly. I vow by my Tao heart that I shall not exploit this opportunity to harm you. With a serious glint in her eyes, the Empress Feng Qingxian awaited his response. Finally, Qin Yuan nodded. In that case, I appreciate your guidance. The two sought a secluded cave, where Feng Qingxian elegantly waved her hand, establishing intricate concealment formations at the entrance. Instantly, the interior became isolated from the outside world, leaving only the faint sound of their breathing. This place is perfect, devoid of any disturbances, Feng Qingxian whispered, her voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tension. She approached a flat azure stone within the cave, her white dress swaying gently with each movement, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. Qin Yuan surveyed the surroundings and nodded in agreement. The formations you have arranged are truly remarkable. Please take a seat, she instructed, settling down cross-legged first, indicating the space opposite her. Time is of the essence. Let us begin. Qin Yuan sat across from her, their proximity a mere 3 feet apart. In such close quarters, he could distinctly perceive the unique fragrance emanating from Feng Qingxian, a refreshing scent reminiscent of orchids and musk. Close your eyes and focus your spirit on the dantian. Feng Qingxuan's voice transformed into an ethereal melody. Relax your body and mind, and embrace my power. Following her guidance, Qin Yuan shut his eyes, feeling her cool palm resting against his own. A gentle yet invigorating force began to flow into him, cautiously navigating through his fragile meridians. What pure Xianyin energy! Qin Yuan marveled inwardly. Although the energy was chilling, it bore no aggression, instead enveloping him in an extraordinary sense of comfort. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Feng Qingxuan's Xianyin energy reached deep within Qin Yuan's dantian, the dormant Wanxiang Lian Tian Ding suddenly trembled violently. A blazing sun symbol and a crescent moon symbol illuminated simultaneously, radiating an ancient and magnificent aura. This is the Tai Chu Yin Yang Dao Yin? Feng Qingxian gasped in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her stunning visage. After decades of cultivation, she had never encountered such pure foundational power of yin and yang. Qin Yuan felt a surge of intense heat erupting from the depths of his dantian, engulfing his entire being in an instant. This force was overwhelmingly dominant, yet it pulsated with boundless vitality, making him feel as though his meridians were on the verge of bursting, the pain excruciating. This is not good. Feng Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically. Your Zhiyang essence has been completely ignited. If you cannot control it, you may perish. She hastily increased the flow of Xianyin energy, attempting to balance the rampaging Zhiyang force. Yet, to her shock, her Xianyin energy became remarkably submissive upon contact with the Tai Chu Dao Yun, as if a subject bowing before a sovereign. How is this possible? A tempest brewed within Feng Qingxuan's heart. The Xianyin energy she had cultivated for decades was being subdued by the aura of a mere youth. At that moment, Qin Yuan also found himself in grave peril. The Zhiyang power rampaged through his meridians, causing fresh fissures to appear in the recently healed channels. The intense agony brought beads of sweat to his forehead, his body trembling involuntarily. Hold on. Feng Qingxuan's voice was laced with rare urgency. Guide this force and attempt to merge it with my Xianyin energy. With great effort, Qin Yuan endured the excruciating pain, drawing upon the breathing techniques from his past life, cautiously steering the two forces. However, the Zhiyang energy was too ferocious. Each attempt to guide it felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. This won't do. Feng Qingxian bit her cherry lips, seemingly resolved. I shall increase the output of Xianyin energy. It may be painful, but you must endure. As her words fell, an even purer stream of Xianyin energy surged into Qin Yuan's body. The two extreme forces clashed violently within his meridians, unleashing heart-wrenching agony. Qin Yuan could not suppress a low growl, feeling as if he were being torn apart by these two forces. At this critical juncture, the Wanxiang Lian Tian Ding experienced another anomaly. The sun and moon symbols detached from the ding, beginning to rotate slowly within Qin Yuan's dantian. As the symbols spun, the previously turbulent Zhiyang power gradually softened, beginning to meld with Feng Qingxuan's Xianyin energy. Even more astonishingly, the sun and moon symbols emitted a hazy brilliance, enveloping their consciousnesses. Under the influence of this mysterious light, Qin Yuan and Feng Qingxian gradually slipped into an enigmatic realm, as if ensconced in a dream. What is happening? Feng Qingxuan's awareness began to blur. She felt her spirit merging with Qin Yuan's. This extraordinary sensation filled her with both trepidation and anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, their bodies instinctively drew closer together. A muffled, enticing moan escaped Feng Qingxuan's lips, a sound that seemed to possess an enchanting allure, piercing through Qin Yuan's mind. She could no longer bear the constraints of her garments, her jade-like hands seizing her collar, tearing it apart with fervor. With a rip, a flawless, exquisite form, akin to sculpted mutton-fat jade, was unveiled before Qin Yuan without reservation. Her proud peaks stood erect like the summits of snow-capped mountains, her delicate waist barely graspable, leading down to a sudden flourish of voluptuous curves that sculpted an arresting silhouette. Her long, slender legs resembled meticulously carved jade, glistening with a lustrous sheen in the dim light. The entire figure appeared as the most perfect masterpiece from the heavens, every curve exquisitely proportioned, exuding an intoxicating beauty. Senior. Qin Yuan gasped, his breath caught in his throat, parched and dry. Do not call me senior. Call me Qingxian. Feng Qingxian murmured, her awareness hazy, her jade arms reaching out to entwine around Qin Yuan's neck. In this euphoric state, their breaths intertwined completely, the energies of yin and yang flowing naturally in a harmonious cycle. The Zhiyang power coursed through Feng Qingxuan's meridians, dispelling the chill within her, while the Xianyin energy nourished Qin Yuan's newly formed dantian. A faint blush graced Feng Qingxuan's jade-like skin, enveloping her in warmth, as if immersed in a tranquil ocean, every pore rejoicing in delight. For the first time in decades, she experienced such ease and comfort. What a marvelous sensation, she whispered in a daze, a youthful shyness gracing her otherwise stunning countenance. She could feel the masculine aura radiating from Qin Yuan, an energy that irresistibly drew her closer. Chapter 13. The sacred body of sun and moon under the enigmatic influence of the Wanxiang Liantian Ding. The dual cultivation of the two individuals delved into a deeper realm. The harmonious fusion of yin and yang energies not only healed Qin Yuan's injuries, but also purified the mysterious yin poison within Feng Qingxuan's body. Time drifted by quietly amidst the enchanting and dreamlike atmosphere, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days and nights had passed. Within the cave, the tempest of passion had long since subsided. Qin Yuan, utterly exhausted, lay in a deep slumber, one of his arms unconsciously draped over Feng Qingxuan's smooth, exquisite form. Sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, illuminating Feng Qingxuan's flawless body. Her figure, akin to sculpted white jade, shimmered with a lustrous glow in the morning light. Her proud curves remained elegantly poised, while her slender waist led to hips as full as ripe peaches, a breathtaking sight. Her long, jade-like legs curled slightly, each toe resembling a meticulously crafted piece of art, radiating an alluring sheen. As Feng Qingxue gradually awakened, a flicker of confusion crossed her enchanting eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by the realization of what had transpired. She felt an intense, lingering sensation within her body, accompanied by a sharp pain in a certain secret area. A rosy blush instantly adorned her stunning face, and she almost wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. How could this happen? She murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. As the empress of the Tianfeng dynasty, she had never imagined becoming so intimately entwined with a young man. Gently, she moved Qin Yuan's arm aside and rose cautiously. In the midst of her movements, she sensed the changes within her body and was momentarily taken aback. My mysterious poison has completely vanished? Upon introspecting her own being, she discovered that the chilling energy that had plagued her for decades had dissipated entirely. Not only that, but her cultivation had also progressed significantly, showing signs of breakthrough from a previously stagnant state. What astonished her further was the subtle transformation in her physique. Her once purely yin body now bore a hint of yang energy, achieving a true balance of yin and yang. Is this the effect of dual cultivation? A whirlwind of emotions surged within Feng Qingxue. She gazed at the still sleeping Qin Yuan, her expression complex. This young man not only helped her resolve the life and death dilemma of her cultivation, but had unexpectedly become her first man. Due to her special yin body, Qin Yuan remained her first man. The mere thought of that phrase made her cheeks flush even more. She delicately donned her garments and gently covered Qin Yuan with a cloak, her movements tender to the point that even she was unaware of them. This fool. As she looked at Qin Yuan's handsome profile, still marked by a hint of fatigue, a peculiar feeling stirred within her heart. She took out a jade pendant she always carried and placed it softly beside Qin Yuan. If fate allows, we shall meet again, she whispered, as if speaking to him, yet also to herself. After re-establishing protective formations at the cave entrance to ensure Qin Yuan's safety, Feng Qingxue cast one last glance before her figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the sky. After an indeterminate period, Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, as if the cycles of the sun and moon were flowing within them. Although he felt fatigued, there was an overwhelming sensation of rejuvenation coursing through him. This is... Qin Yuan eagerly turned his attention inward, and to his astonishment, he discovered that his shattered dantian had been completely restored, now broader and more resilient than before. At the center of his dantian, a miniature sun and moon motif spun slowly, emanating a mysterious radiance, akin to a miniature universe in motion. Even more astonishing was the awakening of an unprecedented constitution within him, the sacred body of sun and moon. This supreme physique, spoken of only in ancient texts, had truly manifested within him. His spiritual roots had also been restored, and the sensation. It was the legendary divine root. Qin Yuan was nearly overwhelmed with joy, ready to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. This was exponentially more potent than his previous life as a martial emperor, signifying not only the opportunity to cultivate anew, but also the promise of ascending to the pinnacle of martial arts at an accelerated pace. At that moment, he noticed the clothing draped over him and the jade pendant beside him, which bore the name Feng Qingxue. A jolt coursed through him as he observed the vivid crimson stain on the ground. Picking up the pendant, he instantly felt the powerful energy and a familiar aura it contained. Feng Qingxue. He whispered her name, and her breathtaking visage, along with her clear yet gentle eyes, surfaced unbidden in his mind. Although the dual cultivation process had exceeded expectations due to the Wanxiang Liantianding's influence, he sensed that Feng Qingxue was not a heartless individual. The crimson stain on the ground silently narrated the events of the past 2 days. The sensations experienced in that enchanting period felt profoundly real, and he understood that Feng Qingxue, being new to such experiences, had likely left an embarrassment. This connection, I, Qin Yuan, shall remember. Clenching the jade pendant tightly, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. He carefully stored the pendant away before beginning to savor the changes within himself. How intriguing! This sacred body of sun and moon is indeed wondrous. Qin Yuan marveled at the surging power within him, unable to resist speaking to himself. The newly formed Dantian resembled a miniature chaotic universe, with the sphere of light representing the fusion of sun and moon rotating at an astonishing efficiency, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. Even more remarkable was the transformation of spiritual energy upon entering his body, where it was naturally divided into two distinct currents of yin and yang through the light sphere. The yang current was fervent and vigorous, nourishing his physical form and blood, while the yin current was cool and gentle, nurturing his meridians and spirit. The two currents complemented each other perfectly, creating an extraordinary balance. Indeed, this efficiency surpasses that of my previous life's divine root by more than tenfold. Qin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. Although he had held the title of martial emperor in his past life, his innate talent had not been the pinnacle. Rather, it was his immense determination, wisdom, and fortuitous encounters that had propelled him to the summit. In this life, however, the starting point was unimaginably high. He casually picked up a piece of hard rock and, applying slight pressure with his fingers, heard a crisp crack as the rock shattered effortlessly. With mere physical strength, he likely matched that of a fourth-layer body refinement practitioner. Qin Yuan estimated internally, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Even more gratifying was the fusion of the souls from both lives, which, under the nurturing of the sacred body's yin and yang energy, had become increasingly refined and powerful. His perception range far exceeded that of his peers, and his insight into energy had grown remarkably acute. Chapter 14. The Sun and Moon Sacred Body Technique, Yinshao City. Lin Qingxue, and those who have betrayed me. A cold glint flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes. In this life, my path officially commences from the blazing Sun Mountain Range. Outside the cave, golden sunlight flooded the valley. Qin Yuan adjusted his robe and stepped out of the cave. The foundation has been laid. The immediate priority is to solidify my realm and acquire resources for cultivation. Qin Yuan's thoughts were clear. Although the sacred body is powerful, the energy required for its growth is immense. This valley possesses relatively dense spiritual energy, yet for him, it is merely a drop in the bucket. He first returned to the valley he had previously inhabited, his gaze settling upon the two fully matured, dark red, cloud-patterned Qi Jingji. Previously, this Qi Jingji was a precious treasure for my survival. However, now its more suitable purpose is as a resource to stabilize my current realm. Qin Yuan chuckled lightly. This time, as he kindled a fire, Qin Yuan attempted to channel the faint sacred power within him. With a thought, a wisp of pure yang energy gathered at his fingertips, and with a flick, the pile of dry branches ignited in a burst of flames. How amusing. This is 100 times easier than the traditional method of fire starting. Qin Yuan reveled in the delightful sensation of power returning to him, a playful smile gracing his face. What further astonished him was when he once again communicated with the phantom of the Wanxiang Liantian Ding within his Dantian. The little cauldron's phantom trembled slightly, and the rune representing the furnace became significantly clearer than before. The might of the precious cauldron has been partially unsealed along with the restoration of my strength. Qin Yuan was overjoyed. The refining process proceeded exceptionally smoothly. 8 blood pills, each the size of a longan and possessing a deeper hue, quickly took shape, exuding a more restrained and rich medicinal fragrance. Excellent. The quality of this elixir has evidently improved, nearing that of a true first-tier top-grade product. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Upon consuming the elixir, the overwhelming medicinal power was rapidly absorbed by his body, merging into the sun and moon light orb. The original host was a genius of the 7th level of the body refinement realm. After restoring his Dantian, Qin Yuan needed to recultivate. He could distinctly feel his cultivation steadily progressing towards the 2nd level of the body refinement realm. At this rate, refining these elixirs should allow him to stabilize at around the 3rd level of the body refinement realm. Qin Yuan silently calculated. The classifications of cultivation realms, from lowest to highest, are Body Refinement Realm, Condensing Essence Realm, Yuan Dan Realm, Spiritual Sea Realm, Transformation God Realm, Law Realm, Cave Void Realm, Domain King Realm, Realm Emperor Realm, Star Emperor Realm, and Sacred Sovereign Realm, with each major realm further divided into 9 minor levels. The levels of alchemy are categorized from 1st-tier alchemist to 9th-tier alchemist, with each tier further divided into lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade pinnacle. In his previous life, he stood at the pinnacle of the Star Emperor realm as a martial emperor. This time, the path must be tread step by step. While refining the elixirs, Qin Yuan also began to strategize his subsequent actions. Returning to Yunshao City is undoubtedly essential. The profound enmity must be avenged. However, that cannot occur now. His gaze turned icy. Lin Qingxue has transplanted his spiritual root, and with the resources from the city lord's mansion, her cultivation is likely considerable. Although I have awakened the sacred body, the path of recultivation requires time for growth. The blazing Sun Mountain Range, however, is an excellent place for honing skills. Qin Yuan surveyed the lush forest surrounding him, his eyes glinting with sharpness. He carefully analyzed his current situation. The outer regions should house numerous first-tier monsters and spiritual herbs suitable for body refinement realm cultivators. This presents an opportunity for me to hunt monsters and gather spiritual herbs, allowing me to sharpen my combat skills, familiarize myself with the powers of the sacred body, and accumulate resources for cultivation, thus achieving multiple objectives. According to the original host's memories, the Sun Mountain Range stretches for thousands of miles, with powerful monsters residing deep within, including those of the fourth tier and above, posing significant danger. However, within 100 miles of the periphery, most of the activity comprises first-tier monsters, perfectly suited for his current training. What further thrilled Qin Yuan was that upon awakening the Sun and Moon Sacred Body, a technique known as the Sun and Moon Sacred Body technique surged into his mind. Upon careful contemplation, he discovered that this technique was even more exquisite and profound than the martial emperor-level techniques he practiced in his past life. The Sun and Moon shine together, Yin and Yang harmonize. Marvelous. Qin Yuan immediately began practicing the Sun and Moon Sacred Body technique. He sat cross-legged, and ethereal images of the Sun and Moon faintly emerged around him, with the dual energies of Yin and Yang circulating within his body. With each cycle of the technique, he could feel the power of the sacred body steadily increasing, and his sensitivity to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth sharpened. In the following 3 days, Qin Yuan practiced the Sun and Moon Sacred Body technique during the day, familiarizing himself with the surging power, and at night, he refined the Qi Jing Shui Dan to consolidate his cultivation. Utilizing his formidable spiritual perception, he also discovered numerous auxiliary herbs suitable for alchemy within the valley, carefully collecting and storing them. After 3 days, all 8 Qi Jing Shui Dan were completely refined. Qin Yuan's cultivation firmly settled at the peak of the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, just a step away from breaking through. His newly revived dantian and meridians had become entirely stable, and his utilization of sacred power was becoming increasingly adept. It is time to leave this temporary sanctuary. Standing at the valley's mouth, Qin Yuan took one last glance at this small valley that had altered his fate. This place not only granted him a new life, but also forged an inseparable bond with that mysterious empress. Feng Qingxian, we shall meet again. He murmured softly, then resolutely turned, spear in hand, his figure blending into the dense forest. Chapter 15. A glimpse of brilliance in the dense, primordial jungle. Ancient trees towered majestically, their interwoven branches and leaves obscuring most of the sunlight. Only sporadic patches of light filtered through the gaps, casting a flickering dance of shadows upon the rich, decaying earth below. The air was thick with a mingling aroma of damp soil, decomposing leaves, and an unknown wildflower, creating an oppressive humidity. The symphony of insects and birdsong, interspersed with distant roars of beasts, wove together a wild and perilous natural melody. Qin Yuan, wielding a rudimentary hardwood spear, navigated cautiously through the thicket. His steps were light and silent, a result of his accumulated jungle experience from a previous life and the exquisite control he now exerted over his body. His extraordinary spiritual awareness acted like an invisible radar, radiating from him and vigilant against any subtle disturbances in his surroundings. Leaving the safety of the valley signified his entrance into a realm fraught with danger, where the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was the sole decree. Suddenly, a faint rustling noise emerged from the left, the sound of something brushing against the underbrush. Qin Yuan halted, his body instinctively bending slightly as he directed a sharp gaze towards the source of the sound. Within his perception, a life force brimming with aggression and tinged with the scent of blood was rapidly approaching. In the next heartbeat, a dark shadow erupted from the thicket, propelled by a rush of wind, lunging directly at Qin Yuan's face. It was a python, as thick as an adult's thigh, its dark brown body blending seamlessly with the environment. The triangular head bore cold, vertical pupils that glinted with a bloodthirsty light. Its gaping maw revealed razor-sharp fangs, hissing ominously. This was a first-tier high-grade demon beast, the blood python, renowned for its swiftness and formidable constriction power. Even a martial artist at the 3rd or 4th level of body refinement would find it a formidable adversary. Just as the serpent's jaws were poised to strike, Qin Yuan sprang into action. He did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward with his left foot, gliding sideways like a specter, narrowly evading the lethal bite. Simultaneously, he thrust the wooden spear with deadly precision towards the python's midsection, infusing it with the newly awakened, blazing pure yang holy power, delivering a swift and decisive stab. This thrust was quick, accurate, and ruthless, embodying his pinnacle understanding of timing, as well as the initial manifestation of the holy power within him. With a sharp sound, the spear tip, suffused with pure yang holy energy, burst forth with an almost imperceptible golden-red glow, effortlessly penetrating the python's relatively tough scales and plunging deep into its flesh. The blood python emitted a piercing, anguished hiss, thrashing violently as it sought to coil around Qin Yuan. However, having struck true, Qin Yuan did not linger. He immediately released the spear and retreated hastily. The pure yang holy power surged like a searing brand within the python's body, ravaging its vitality. It struggled for mere moments, its movements growing sluggish, until it finally collapsed. Motionless on the ground, Qin Yuan stood still, breathing slightly heavier, not from fatigue, but from the exhilaration and slight discomfort of wielding his holy power for the first time in combat. Approaching the fallen beast, he extracted the spear, noting the charred tip, a testament to the searing effects of the pure yang force. The power was commendable, yet the consumption was substantial. Upon introspection, he realized that the previous strike had drained roughly 1/10 of his holy energy. With his current 3rd level of body refinement, he could only execute such an attack 10 times at most. It was evident that he could not afford to expend holy energy recklessly. Techniques and physical strength must take precedence, with holy power reserved as a trump card. He crouched down to process his spoils. The python's gallbladder served as a vital ingredient for concocting certain antidotes. Its tough skin could be fashioned into basic armor or bowstrings, and its flesh, rich in vitality, could replenish his energy. As an experienced alchemist and martial artist, he would not let these resources go to waste. As he retrieved the gallbladder, a faint ripple emanated from the ethereal image of the Wanxiang Liantianding deep within his dantian, seemingly intrigued by the materials from the demon beast. Could the precious cauldron also refine the essence of demon beasts? A spark of curiosity ignited within Qin Yuan as he pressed his hand against the corpse of the blood python, mentally communicating with the cauldron. Indeed, a pulling force manifested, swiftly extracting the residual essence of blood and weak demonic energy from the python's body, channeling it through Qin Yuan's palm and into the ding. Moments later, a small droplet of dark red liquid, radiating pure vitality, coalesced within the ding, its potency surpassing that of the Qi Jingxue Dan, demon beast blood essence. Qin Yuan's heart swelled with delight. This substance could directly enhance his physical prowess or serve as a catalyst for crafting certain special elixirs. The functions of the precious cauldron seemed far beyond his initial expectations. He carefully stored the droplet of blood essence and packaged the useful materials. Having triumphed in his first battle, not only had he tested his strength and familiarized himself with the holy power, but he had also made significant gains, greatly bolstering his confidence. He lifted his gaze towards the depths of the jungle, his eyes gleaming with determination. For him, the Lieta Mountains were no longer merely a perilous terrain, but a treasure trove brimming with opportunities. Qin Yuan did not rush deeper into the jungle. He understood the wisdom of sharpening the axe before chopping wood. In this treacherous mountain range, each increment of strength enhanced his chances of survival and resource acquisition. He sought out a more concealed hollow in a tree, deciding to first digest the spoils of his encounter. Chapter 16. Danger approaches. The tree hollow was slightly damp, yet spacious enough for him to take refuge. Qin Yuan first retrieved a drop of beast blood essence, refined from the entire essence of the blood python. The dark red droplet emanated an alluring yet perilous aura under the dim light, its contained vitality surging and wild. To absorb it directly would likely wreak havoc on his meridians. Qin Yuan pondered. For an ordinary 3rd-level body refinement cultivator, recklessly consuming the blood essence of a mid-tier 1st-level beast could result in severe injuries to the meridians. However, he bore the sun and moon's sacred body, and his meridians, having undergone a remolding, were far sturdier than those of others at the same level. More importantly, he possessed the Wanxiang Lin Tianding. He once again connected with the virtual image of the treasured cauldron within his dantian. This time not to refine, but to assist in the process of refinement. He placed the drop of blood essence in his palm, circulating his cultivation technique to envelop it with a strand of sacred power, while simultaneously activating the cauldron to emit a gentle force that enveloped the essence. The cauldron's power acted like an efficient filter, gradually stripping away the violent and harmful demonic energy unsuitable for human absorption, purifying it until only the most refined vitality energy remained. After a short while, the blood essence in his palm had shrunk in size, its color becoming more vibrant and translucent, and the wildness within it had dissipated significantly. It was ready. Qin Yuan consumed the purified blood essence. Boom. The pure vitality surged within him like a flood breaking a dam, instantly detonating throughout his body. Yet this time, despite the overwhelming energy, it was no longer ferocious. Qin Yuan immediately activated the sun and moon's sacred body technique, guiding this energy to wash through his limbs and bones. The scorching energy hammered against his bones like a blacksmith's heavy hammer, while it sculpted his tendons like an invisible chisel. The pain was intense. It was his bones and tendons being restructured and strengthened. Sweat beads rolled down his forehead, but he gritted his teeth, remaining motionless, silently enduring the agony of this transformation. Simultaneously, a cool moonlight emanated from his left side, while warm sunlight radiated from his right. The dual forces of yin and yang circulated, harmonizing the heat of his vitality and repairing the subtle damages incurred during the forging process, making the effects of his body refinement exponentially more efficient. Time passed, and at last, the formidable vitality energy was fully absorbed. Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a mouthful of foul air. He moved his body, and a series of crisp, resonant cracks erupted within him, as if every bone was rejoicing. He felt his strength surge once more. His body felt significantly lighter, yet the explosive power in each movement was even more astonishing. Fourth level of body refinement. A glint sparkled in Qin Yuan's eyes. Merely a drop of purified beast blood essence had allowed him to break through a minor realm, saving him several days of arduous effort. This was certainly due to the formidable nature of the sacred body, but it also underscored the importance of beast resources to body refinement cultivators. He clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white as he felt the surging power within him. Now, when faced with a high-tier first-level beast like the blood python, he should be able to confront it with ease using solely his physical strength. Having completed his training, Qin Yuan once again set forth on his journey. He became more cautious, yet filled with confidence. His spiritual sense expanded to its maximum, functioning like a precise detector, scanning everything around him. After traversing a ridge, the trees ahead became sparse, revealing a rocky clearing. At that moment, a sharp, piercing cry echoed from the sky. Caw! Qin Yuan suddenly looked up to see a massive shadow diving down from the heights, its target unmistakably him. It was a giant eagle, its plumage a mottled gray-brown, with a wingspan of 2 to 3 meters. Its claws glinted like iron hooks in the sunlight, and its hawk-like eyes were sharp as blades, filled with the ferocity of a predator. A first-level high-tier beast, the Li Fengying. Renowned for its speed and sharp claws, it was the ruler of the skies, exceedingly difficult to deal with. This is not good. A chill ran through Qin Yuan's heart. On the ground, he could maneuver. But before this aerial beast, he lacked effective ranged attacks and was at a distinct disadvantage. The Li Fengying was incredibly swift, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him, its iron claws screeching through the air as they lunged toward Qin Yuan's head. If it connected, even metal would be pierced. In this perilous moment, Qin Yuan's heightened combat instincts kicked in. He pushed off the ground with force, propelling himself toward a large rock to the side, the only way to temporarily evade the eagle's claw attack. Swoosh! The claws of the Li Fengying grazed past Qin Yuan's back, tearing a gash in the package bound with snake skin, nearly dislodging the snake gall inside. The eagle's claws struck the rock, sending sparks flying and leaving deep gouges. Qin Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. His back throbbed with pain, clearly marked by the fierce wind. Taking refuge behind the rock, his mind raced. The aerial advantage was too pronounced. He could not allow it to attack freely. He had to restrict its movements or lure it into the forest. His gaze swept across the area, quickly identifying a dense patch of trees several dozen meters away. Once inside the forest, the trees would greatly hinder the Li Fengying's diving attacks. But how to get there? This open space of several dozen meters was mere moments for the high-speed Li Fengying. Having missed its first strike, the Li Fengying circled in the air, refocusing on Qin Yuan behind the rock, emitting an angry screech as it prepared for a second dive. Chapter 17. Slaying the Li Fengying. Qin Yuan's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he had already made up his mind. At the moment when the Li Fengying swooped down once again, he sprang from behind the rock, his form as agile as a cheetah, moving not in a straight line, but in a serpentine pattern that was difficult to predict. Simultaneously, he fervently infused the last remnants of his sacred power into the wooden spear he held. Beast, behold my spear. With a thunderous roar, every muscle in Qin Yuan's body tensed, and the strength of his fourth level of body refinement erupted in full force. The ordinary wooden spear instantly ignited with a faint golden-red glow and shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. Rather than targeting the challenging head, he precisely aimed at the larger target area of the Li Fengying's chest and abdomen. This throw was as swift as lightning. The Li Fengying clearly did not anticipate that the prey it had been relentlessly pursuing would dare to counterattack. The inertia of its dive left it no time to evade. The spear struck true, piercing the eagle's abdomen. Though it did not inflict a fatal wound, the sacred power it contained caused a searing effect, eliciting a piercing cry of anguish from the Li Fengying. Its trajectory veered off course, its sharp claws narrowly grazing past Qin Yuan, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Opportunities are fleeting. Qin Yuan would not let this rare chance slip away. He swiftly retrieved the wooden spear and darted forward like a bolt of lightning. With a sharp thrust, the spear, infused with the essence of the sacred sun, pierced through the Li Fengying's defenses as if it were a red-hot iron rod penetrating butter, embedding deeply into its vital point. A mournful cry resonated through the forest as the Li Fengying's colossal form suddenly stiffened before crashing heavily to the ground, scattering fallen leaves everywhere. It flapped its wings desperately in a futile struggle, but the spear had severed its veins and meridians, blood gushing forth like a fountain as life swiftly ebbed away. Upon landing, Qin Yuan felt unsteady. The tremendous effort of that strike had nearly exhausted his physical strength and sacred power. Nevertheless, his eyes remained icy, and without hesitation, he approached to deliver the final blow, ensuring the demise of this fierce avian predator. Gazing at the motionless Li Fengying, Qin Yuan exhaled a long breath of relief. He needed to leave this place promptly. Frowning at the bloodstains on the ground, he knew the pungent scent would soon attract other predators. This narrow victory made him acutely aware that in these perilous mountains, one could never afford to be careless. Without delay, Qin Yuan hastily gathered the spoils of his conquest. The most valuable parts of the Li Fengying were its sharp claws and beak, excellent materials for crafting low-tier weapons. The feathers on its wings also contained wind attribute spiritual energy, holding some value. However, the most crucial asset was the essence of the beast's blood. He once again communicated with the Wanxiang Lian Tianding, placing his palm upon the eagle's carcass. The treasured cauldron emanated a pulling force, initiating the refinement process. This time, perhaps due to the higher level of the Li Fengying or Qin Yuan's restored strength, the result was no longer a mere drop of liquid but a small orb the size of a pigeon's egg, intermingled with azure and crimson hues, exuding purer and more potent energy, with a faint trace of wind attribute vitality. What a treasure! Qin Yuan felt a surge of joy. The energy contained within this blood essence far surpassed that of the previous blood essence from the blood python. He quickly packaged the materials and was about to leave this place of danger when his gaze inadvertently swept toward the direction of the Li Fengying's nest, a massive bird's nest perched on a steep cliff not far away. Bird-type demon beasts, especially eagles, have a tendency to collect shiny objects. A thought flashed through Qin Yuan's mind. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take the risk and explore. Fortune favors the bold, and with the Li Fengying already dead, the nest was temporarily safe. He employed his agility, using the cliff's protrusions and vines to nimbly ascend, soon arriving at the edge of the enormous nest built from dead branches. Inside the nest, amidst some dry bones and feathers, there were indeed scattered items reflecting a faint glimmer in the sunlight. Various colored stones containing weak spiritual energy, several unknown beast scales, and a palm-sized, completely black iron plate adorned with natural silver patterns, irregular in shape. Qin Yuan's attention was immediately drawn to the black iron plate. As he approached, The Wanxiang Lian Tianding within his dantian emitted a clearer and more intense fluctuation than it had when sensing the red essence of the red crystal fungus. This iron plate was certainly extraordinary. Following over a month of life and death trials in the Lieri Shanmai, Qin Yuan had shed the naivety of youth, his demeanor now imbued with resilience and composure. His cultivation had firmly reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of body refinement, bolstered by an accumulation of demon beast blood essence and spiritual herbs. More importantly, his mastery of the Riyuesheng tea had become increasingly refined, deepening his understanding of the Wanxiang Lian Tianding. He studied the black iron plate obtained from the Lia Fingying's nest for quite some time. Apart from confirming its extraordinary material and its hidden connection to the treasured cauldron, he could not discern further secrets for the moment. So he carefully stored it away for future examination. It was time to leave. The vendetta against Yunxiao City awaited, and a broader stage lay ahead. Joining a sect to secure ample cultivation resources and a relatively safe environment was presently the best course of action. Chapter 18 Testing Spiritual Roots. The Tianyuan continent is one of the 9 subordinate continents of the Jinwu continent, divided into 5 major regions: the East, West, South, North, and Central domains, with the Central domain serving as its core. Within the East domain, the 3 great empires of Tianfeng, Liang, and Xianbing coexist. The Qingyun Kingdom, located within the Liang Empire, is home to numerous cultivation sects, among which the Xiantian sect, Luoyuan sect, and Zixiao sect stand out as the most powerful, forming a tripartite balance of power. After Lin Qingxue excavated and transplanted Qin Yuan's Tianling root, she was expected to be recruited by the special envoy of the Luoyuan sect for focused cultivation. Therefore, Qin Yuan naturally would not voluntarily walk into the trap of the Luoyuan sect. His goal was the Xiantian sect, which was equally powerful and in opposition to his interests. It is said that the Xiantian sect is renowned for its expertise in alchemy, formations, and weapon forging, precisely aligning with his need to retrace his path of cultivation. After enduring half a month of arduous travel and exposure to the elements, Qin Yuan finally arrived at the Xiantian mountain range, where the sect's mountain gate is located. The peaks rose like swords, piercing the clouds, and amidst the swirling mists, the majestic white jade mountain gate appeared as if it were hidden. Countless pavilions and towers adorned the rugged cliffs, resembling stars scattered across the mountain landscape, with the calls of celestial cranes echoing, creating an ethereal atmosphere of a sacred realm. Qin Yuan arrived just in time for the annual recruitment of disciples by the Xiantian sect. The massive stone square at the mountain gate was already teeming with people, young men and women from the Qingyun kingdom and neighboring realms, each with fervent eyes, harboring dreams of leaping through the dragon gate, eagerly awaiting the entrance examination that would determine their fates. The first stage of the examination was to assess spiritual root talent. In the center of the square stood several measuring stones, each towering 3 zhang high. Candidates only needed to place their palms on the stone and infuse a trace of their energy, and the measuring stone would display different colors and scales based on the quality and potential of their spiritual roots. The spiritual roots were classified into 6 grades: waste roots, mortal roots, yellow roots, profound roots, earth roots, and heaven roots, each further divided into superior, average, and inferior tiers. The line snaked like a dragon, with the test results stirring the hearts of all present. Zhao Gang, mortal root, inferior, failed. Wang Cuihua, waste root, no grade, failed. Zhang Yifun, yellow root, average, good, admitted to the outer sect. Whenever a profound root appeared, a wave of astonishment would ripple through the square, and the tested individuals would be enthusiastically guided by disciple attendants toward the inner sect, attracting countless envious gazes. Just as the tests were halfway through, a young girl in a light purple gown stepped forward. She possessed a cool demeanor and striking beauty, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Lu Rumong, from the Lu family of Qingyun Kingdom, 16 years old. The girl spoke in a clear voice as she placed her hand on the measuring stone. In an instant, the stone erupted in a dazzling blue light, soaring into the sky. Within the brilliance, a faint image of a Qingwan soared high. Earthroot, superior. Qingwan's spiritual body. The attendant disciple trembled with excitement. Immediately, several powerful auras descended from above. This girl has a connection with our spirit martial peak. She shall enter under my guidance. An elder clad in a blue robe was the first to speak. Nonsense. Such talent should belong to my sword path peak. Another middle-aged cultivator, wielding a sword, retorted. Several elders argued heatedly, but ultimately, the master of spirit Martial Peak personally intervened and accepted Lu Rumeng as his direct disciple. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, another young man stepped forward. He had sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Wu Tian, from the Wu family of Qingyun Kingdom, 17 years old. The young man confidently placed his hand on the measuring stone. Boom! The measuring stone erupted in a brilliant golden beam, shooting into the heavens. Within the beam, a golden dragon spiraled, its roar echoing through the skies. Heaven root, average. Golden dragon body. This time, even the secluded peak masters could no longer remain indifferent, all appearing to vie for him. Just as several peak masters were embroiled in contention, a commanding voice resonated through the air. This child is to be claimed by our sect. The sect master of Xiantian's sect himself appeared and accepted Wu Tian as his closed-door disciple. Wu Tian stood tall, departing with the sect master amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. The entire venue erupted in excitement, as everyone was immersed in the shock of witnessing two unparalleled geniuses appearing in succession. Qin Yuan, however, stood quietly in the line, his expression tranquil as a still pond. He had long activated the concealment techniques learned in his past life, completely suppressing the surging power of the sun and moon within him and the extraordinary fluctuations of his divine roots. To the outside world, he appeared calm, indistinguishable from an ordinary fifth-level body refinement cultivator. Name, origin, age. Finally, when it was his turn, the recording attendant disciple did not lift his head, speaking in a mechanical and indifferent tone. Qin Yuan responded calmly. Qin Yuan, Qingyun Kingdom, Yunshao City, 16 years old. Place your hand on the measuring stone and infuse your energy. The attendant disciple casually gestured towards the measuring stone, his tone tinged with barely perceptible fatigue. Following the instruction, Qin Yuan stepped forward and gently placed his palm on the cold surface of the stone. He cautiously controlled a thread of extremely faint energy, simulating the fluctuations of an ordinary earth root, gradually infusing it. He calculated in his heart that revealing a qualification around that of an earth root should attract the sect's attention and provide a decent starting point without drawing undue attention. However, just as his carefully massed energy made contact with the measuring stone's internal detection array, an unexpected situation arose. Chapter 19. The super inept deep within his dantian, the dormant supreme divine root, which represented the essence of the sun and moon's sacred body, seemed to sense the insignificant probing from the outside world. It spontaneously produced a subtle yet profound fluctuation that contained the essence of higher-level laws. This fluctuation was exceedingly obscure, surpassing the perceptual range of ordinary cultivators in this realm, and even Qin Yuan himself, were it not for his extraordinary soul, would find it difficult to detect. Yet, this trace of transcendence over conventional understanding rendered the measuring spirit stone, which could only detect the quality of Tianling Jin, as if it were attempting to describe colorful auroras to a blind person, completely beyond its comprehension and capacity to bear. Consequently, the measuring spirit stone exhibited no response whatsoever. It neither illuminated the dim gray light that signified a waste spirit root, nor did it flicker with any other grade of brilliance. It stood there silently, as if Qin Yuan had infused it not with life energy, but with the most mundane air. The recording disciple waited for a moment, and upon seeing no light emanating from the stone tablet, raised his head in confusion. He observed the unresponsive measuring spirit stone and glanced at Qin Yuan, whose expression remained calm, his brows furrowing tightly. What was the matter? Did you fail to infuse the energy as required? His tone was tinged with impatience. In response, Qin Yuan calmly stated that he had indeed infused a trace. In that instant, he understood the reason, a sense of absurdity welling up within him. It was not the measuring spirit stone that was defective, but rather his qualifications were so elevated that this lowly stone could not recognize them. Or perhaps its detection mechanism had crashed upon encountering that trace of supreme law's fluctuation. The impatient disciple rose and approached personally to inspect the measuring spirit stone, then gestured for a nervous young man waiting behind Qin Yuan to step forward for testing. As soon as the boy placed his palm upon the stone, it immediately emitted a stable yellow glow, signifying a Huangling general. The measuring spirit stone was functioning normally. After confirmation, the disciple's gaze towards Qin Yuan turned filled with unabashed disdain and contempt. The problem lay with him. His energy was so feeble that even the most basic measuring spirit stone could not be stirred, a condition far beyond mere waste spirit roots, akin to a mortal body devoid of any cultivation potential. Truly unfortunate, a waste of examination time. His voice resonated loudly, instantly drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. How laughable! Is there truly such a person in the world, someone inferior even to a waste spirit root? He appeared dignified, exuding an aura that seemed fitting, yet turned out to be a mere facade, a complete failure. Refining the body to the 5th level? Surely it was achieved solely through the accumulation of medicinal pills, with a foundation as fragile as a sandcastle. No wonder the measuring spirit stone ignored him. In that moment, scorn, pity, schadenfreude, and curious gazes converged upon Qin Yuan. He stood in place, bearing the weight of their various discussions, yet his expression remained as tranquil as water, although the sense of absurdity within him intensified. To think that he, possessing the rarest sun and moon sacred body, a supreme divine root, and having once stood atop the realm as the divine Yuan martial emperor, was now deemed a super inept by a lowly measuring spirit stone and a group of oblivious youths in this lower realm sect? It was truly a case of a dragon trapped in shallow waters, a tiger reduced to the plains. The disciple's face was now marked with irritation as he casually scrawled upon the roster, hastily noting, Qin Yuan, no spirit root, qualification. Assessed as inferior, equivalent to the lowest tier of waste spirit roots. According to the sect's old customs, those without spirit roots, but whose cultivation barely reached the 3rd level of body refinement, may enter the outer sect as servant disciples. You just meet the threshold, so go report to the servant peak. After saying this, he tossed a rough wooden token to Qin Yuan. Servant disciples represented the lowest echelon of the sect's hierarchy, engaged in laborious tasks such as cleaning, transporting, and planting, with extremely scarce resources for cultivation, effectively severing any prospects for a path forward, a status that most cultivators looked down upon. Receiving the coarse token, emblematic of the lowest status, Qin Yuan observed the disciple's impatient expression and glanced once more at the unseeing measuring spirit stone. Suddenly, a faint smile graced his lips. In that smile, there was no anger, no resentment, no grievance, only a sense of serene detachment, as if having weathered the vicissitudes of life. Gazing down upon the ebb and flow of clouds, as well as a hint of amusement at the absurdity of the world. A servant disciple? Excellent. When the wood stands tall in the forest, the wind must inevitably strike it down. Before one's strength is formidable enough to disregard all rules, hiding in the most inconspicuous and overlooked corner, like an unrefined jade buried in dust, silently accumulating strength, concealing one's brilliance. Perhaps this is indeed the wisest choice at present. The true objective of his journey lies in the alchemical texts, formations, and secret techniques of refinement preserved by the Xiantian sect. As for this superficial title, it holds little significance. Thank you for the arrangement, disciple. Qin Yuan replied in a calm tone, placing the servant token into his pocket. He then turned, unperturbed, and walked towards the servant peak as indicated on the edge of the square. Under the watchful eyes filled with various emotions, his figure stood out against the cacophony of hope and disappointment in the square, exuding an inexplicable calmness and transcendence, as if he were not descending to the sect's lowest level, but embarking on a journey to an entirely different realm. Chapter 20. The life of a common disciple. Zai Peak is situated at the outermost edge of Xuantianzong's outer sect area, characterized by its sparse spiritual energy and rudimentary environment. In stark contrast to the ethereal atmosphere of the main peak area, adorned with pavilions and towers, this place resembles a mundane village. The rudimentary stone houses are built against the mountainside, and the air is permeated with a faint scent of firewood, mixed with the odors of medicinal residues and sweat. The disciples passing by mostly wear gray coarse short shirts, their faces weary and expressions hurried, their eyes lacking luster, reflecting more of numbness and toil than vitality. Qin Yuan, holding a wooden token, followed the directions to the affairs hall of Zai Peak. A middle-aged steward, slightly plump and still half asleep, lazily accepted his token and cast a glance at the records. Qin Yuan, inferior waste spiritual root? The steward scoffed, his tone dripping with undisguised disdain. 5th level of body refinement. You possess some strength, but alas, the spiritual root is the foundation of cultivation. In your lifetime, you will merely be a slightly stronger common disciple. Qin Yuan remained expressionless, unperturbed by the mockery of such a petty individual. To him, their derision felt like a gentle breeze upon his face. Seeing Qin Yuan's lack of reaction, the steward found it dull and casually tossed over a set of gray common disciple attire, a thin booklet titled Xuantianzong's Regulations for Common Disciples, and a wooden plaque inscribed with the number 73. This is your clothing and your rules. 73 is your residence. Your tasks include fetching water, weeding, fertilizing, and cleaning up waste in the third section of the Western Medicinal Field. You must complete the quota daily, or else your monthly allowance will be deducted. The monthly allowance consists of 3 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of the lowest-grade qi gathering powder. The steward yawned. Now go, don't linger here. 3 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of inferior qi gathering powder constitute the entirety of a common disciple's monthly resources. For an ordinary common disciple, this might barely suffice to maintain the most basic cultivation, but for Qin Yuan, who possessed the sun and moon's sacred body and required vast resources, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Qin Yuan accepted the items, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. Following the plaque's instructions, he found the stone house numbered 73 in a secluded corner halfway up the mountain. The stone house was low and narrow, containing only a hard-board bed, a dilapidated wooden table, and a stool, the air thick with a musty odor. Inside, there were 3 other common disciples, all seemingly away at work. Qin Yuan paid little heed to the dismal living conditions. He casually flipped through the regulations for common disciples, which merely outlined some stringent labor disciplines and punitive clauses. After donning the gray common disciple attire, he exited the stone house. He needed to familiarize himself with the environment, particularly the medicinal field where he would soon be working. The medicinal field, located in a relatively flat valley at the rear of Zai Peak, was divided into numerous sections, cultivating various common low-tier spiritual herbs. The air was filled with a faint aroma of herbs, significantly more robust than that of the common disciple quarters. In the third section of the western area, which Qin Yuan was responsible for, the crop was a first-tier low-grade spiritual herb known as blood-coagulating grass, primarily used in the concoction of the most basic healing elixirs. At that moment, dozens of common disciples were bustling about in the medicinal field, some carrying heavy buckets of water for irrigation, others bent over carefully weeding, and still others pushing carts of manure for fertilization. The overseer, a young man clad in outer sect disciple attire with a sharp visage, wielded a whip and patrolled the area, occasionally barking orders. Qin Yuan's arrival garnered little attention. The turnover among common disciples was high, with new faces frequently replacing the old. He quietly located his tools and began working as required. Fetching water required a trek to a mountain stream several miles away. Weeding necessitated the ability to distinguish between medicinal herbs and weeds without causing any damage. Fertilizing was odorous and needed to be done uniformly. These tasks were cumbersome and labor-intensive, consuming considerable physical strength and time. For ordinary common disciples, completing the daily quota was already a challenge, leaving little energy for cultivation. However, Qin Yuan was different. Possessing the sun and moon's sacred body, his physical strength far surpassed that of his peers, rendering these menial tasks less burdensome for him. More importantly, his formidable spiritual perception allowed him to weed and observe the growth of the herbs with remarkable speed and precision, far exceeding that of others. While mechanically completing his tasks, he discreetly observed the entire medicinal field, as well as the diligent common disciples and the overseer. He noted that there were distinctions among the common disciples. Some ingratiated themselves with the overseer or boasted backgrounds, enabling them to secure easier jobs or siphon off some fertilizer for their own gain. In contrast, newcomers like him undoubtedly occupied the lowest rung of the hierarchy. "Hey, new arrival," a slightly hoarse voice called from nearby. Qin Yuan turned to see a dark-skinned, slender common disciple, around 17 or 18 years old, observing him. "Yes," Qin Yuan nodded. "My name is Zhao Taizhu. I've been here for half a year." The youth appeared somewhat familiar and lowered his voice. "I see you work quite efficiently, but be careful of that Jobapi." He gestured towards the stern overseer. "He loves picking on newcomers and often cuts their monthly allowances. Also, during fertilization, the rows on the far edge are for Lu Guanshi's private cultivation of snake saliva fruit. Be generous with the fertilizer, otherwise, you'll be in trouble." Qin Yuan glanced at Zhao Taizhu, noting the sincerity in his eyes. "Thank you for the warning. There's no need for formalities. We are all in the same boat," Zhao Taizhu sighed. "For those of us with inferior spiritual roots, Remaining in Xuantianzong to earn a living is already a stroke of luck. Don't expect to rise above. Finish your work and get some rest, save up spirit stones, and hope that the qi gathering powder helps you break through to the next realm. Living a few more years would be fortunate. His words were imbued with the helplessness and despair characteristic of those at the bottom of the cultivation hierarchy. Qin Yuan remained silent, continuing with his tasks. Zhao Tieju's sentiments echoed the thoughts of the vast majority of common disciples. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the silent newcomer beside them harbored an unfathomable reservoir of power and ambition within. Chapter 21. Turning waste into treasure. The day's work swiftly came to an end. Qin Yuan not only accomplished his quota with ease, but also had the energy to maintain the area he was responsible for in an exceptionally tidy manner. When the supervising official conducted his inspection, he scrutinized Qin Yuan with a critical eye, but found no faults, merely snorting in disdain before departing. Upon returning to the stone dwelling at Dingziqi-san, the other 3 roommates had also returned. 2 of them showed indifference towards Qin Yuan's arrival and immediately fell asleep, while the other, a loquacious individual named Sun Xiaopeng, chattered incessantly about the gossip surrounding the miscellaneous duties peak. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the room, the sounds of snoring filled the air. Yet, Qin Yuan remained seated cross-legged on his hard bed, unable to find sleep. In his hand, he held 3 inferior low-grade spirit stones, sensing the thin and chaotic spiritual energy within them. Relying on such meager resources for cultivation was nothing short of absurd, he mused. However, he was not anxious. His gaze drifted towards the dimly outlined medicinal herb garden outside the window. The herb garden, low-tier spiritual herbs, waste. A thought began to crystallize within him. The Wanxiang Liantian Ding, capable of refining even the blood essence of magical beasts, could perhaps also transform these seemingly useless herbal residues or those poorly growing spiritual herbs that were on the verge of being discarded into treasures. His identity as a miscellaneous worker might limit his apparent resources, but it also provided him with an excellent cover. In this inconspicuous place, utilizing the neglected waste, he could quietly grow. A subtle smile curved his lips. The hidden dragon in the abyss will eventually soar. In the following days, Qin Yuan assumed the guise of an ordinary miscellaneous disciple, rising with the sun and resting with the sunset. He remained taciturn and diligent in his work, never resorting to cunning tricks, swiftly integrating into the daily routine of the western section of the herb garden. Even the notoriously harsh supervisor, Zhou, gradually became less critical of him. However, unbeknownst to others, beneath this obedient facade, a heart belonging to a martial emperor was calmly observing and strategizing. His goal was not merely to complete the miscellaneous tasks, but to seek out those items within the herb garden that the common folk deemed useless, the herbal residues. At the Xuantiangong's Pill Peak, new disciples learning alchemy produced an abundance of failed herbal residues daily, with successful outcomes being rare. These residues, chaotic in spiritual energy and replete with impurities, were typically transported to the miscellaneous duties peak's herb garden as the lowest grade fertilizer or simply piled in obscure corners to rot away. To others, this was mere garbage. But in Qin Yuan's eyes, it was a treasure. Although these residues were deemed failures, they still retained unextracted essence of the spiritual herbs. They had merely become wild and mixed, rendering them unsuitable for direct absorption by cultivators. Yet, Qin Yuan possessed the Wanxiang Liantian Ding. This ancient divine cauldron could purify even the malevolent aura within the blood of magical beasts, so extracting the essence from these residues was a trivial matter. The opportunity soon presented itself. That evening, after work, Qin Yuan took the initiative to stay behind and clean the corner where the residues were piled. The stench was overwhelming, and mosquitoes thrived there, causing other miscellaneous disciples to avoid it at all costs. However, Qin Yuan's diligence made Supervisor Zhou perceive him as perceptive. Once the area was deserted, Qin Yuan swiftly took action. He selected several common types of failed elixir residues, primarily remnants from the failed attempts to concoct Qiyuan Dan, Juqi Dan, and Ningxue Dan, wrapped them in a rag, and concealed them within his garments before returning to his quarters as if nothing had happened. In the stillness of the night, he quietly made his way to an abandoned mine on the back mountain of the miscellaneous duties peak. This was the secret cultivation spot he had scouted during the day. Before commencing the extraction, he set up a simple shielding formation at the cave entrance to ensure that any fluctuations in spiritual energy would not leak out. Inside the cavern, Qin Yuan lit a pine resin torch and spread the herbal residues across the ground. He sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into his dantian, connecting with the Wanxiang Liantianding. As the formation activated, the breath of the cave was entirely isolated, allowing Qin Yuan to proceed with confidence. Treasure Cauldron. Today I shall test your ability to transform decay into the miraculous. With the recovery of his body and the enhancement of his strength, he could now freely summon the cauldron to extract elixirs and refine pills. Upon retrieving the cauldron, he gently directed his will, channeling sacred energy into its body. Under the protection of the shielding formation, the cauldron's power could be unleashed to its fullest. The chaotic residues, under the cauldron's influence, had their essence effortlessly extracted and impurities naturally separated. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and in mere moments, several wisps of pure medicinal vapor converged into the cauldron's space. Under Qin Yuan's precise control, these vapors quickly merged and refined, transforming into 3 droplets the size of rice grains. Translucent and shimmering, Lin Yuan liquid. Although the quantity was minimal and the quality paled in comparison to true spirit pills, the purity of its spiritual energy far surpassed that of the 3 low-grade spirit stones. I have succeeded. A surge of immense joy and a sense of achievement welled up within Qin Yuan. This signified that he had discovered a unique and nearly costless avenue for acquiring cultivation resources. Without hesitation, he guided a drop of Lin Yuan liquid into his body. The pure and gentle spiritual energy spread instantly, flowing like a sweet spring across a parched riverbed, eagerly absorbed by the sun and moon's sacred body. The rotation speed of the luminous sphere at the center of his dantian noticeably quickened, and his cultivation level began to rise at a faint yet distinctly perceptible pace. Though a single drop of Lin Yuan liquid contained a limited total of spiritual energy, its purity made it easily absorbable, and its source seemed virtually infinite. Excitement flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes. The sheer volume of residues the miscellaneous duties peak processed daily was astonishing. As long as he operated cautiously, this would become a massive treasure trove supporting his early-stage cultivation. He carefully stored away the remaining 2 droplets of Lin Yuan liquid and tidied up the ashes and remnants on the ground, leaving no trace behind. Then, he stealthily returned to the stone dwelling, slipping back into bed as dawn began to break. His roommates remained blissfully asleep, oblivious to his nighttime endeavors. Chapter 22. The first visit to Fiancée on the following day. Qin Yuan resumed his menial duties, yet his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. As he gazed upon the discarded medicinal residues, what once seemed acrid and unpleasant now resembled untapped gold mines awaiting discovery. He became increasingly diligent, willingly taking on the task of cleaning the remnants, and began to inquire, both intentionally and inadvertently, about the origins and varieties of residues from different areas, seeking to enhance his selection process. To outsiders, his life as a menial worker appeared dreary and hopeless. However, for him, it was a clandestine journey filled with opportunities for cultivation. Transforming waste into treasure, he practiced in seclusion, biding his time for a moment when fortune would favor him, allowing him to soar to great heights. As night fell, in the abandoned mine located behind the menial worker peak, Qin Yuan delicately tapped his fingertips, infusing several strands of spiritual energy into the rock walls surrounding the cave. In an instant, a rudimentary shielding formation took shape, isolating the cave's essence from the outside world. This allowed him to refine his concoctions without worry. Satisfied, Qin Yuan settled into a meditative position. He retrieved several carefully selected medicinal residues intended for crafting the Chuyuan Dan, and, with the wondrous capabilities of the Wanxiang Liantianding, the essence of these residues was effortlessly extracted, while impurities were flawlessly separated. The entire refining process flowed seamlessly, and within the span of a mere incense sticks burning, 3 superior-grade Chuyuan Dan were formed. The rich fragrance of the elixirs permeated the formation, contrasting starkly with the cool moonlight outside. With the shielding formation in place, many troubles were alleviated. Qin Yuan examined the 3 Chuyuan Dan, each about the size of a longan, their colors vibrant and their patterns subtly visible. A faint smile gracing his lips. However, he quickly restrained his amusement, his gaze turning profound. Possessing such treasures could invite peril. These superior-grade Chuyuan Dan were valuable cultivation resources even for outer sect disciples. Revealing them at the menial worker peak would certainly attract unnecessary trouble. He recalled his roommate, Sun Xiaoping, mentioning a cultivation gathering called Qingxue, located several dozen miles beyond the sect's gates. It served as a trading hub for sect disciples, loose cultivators, and even small merchant associations, a place where dragons and snakes mingled, yet abundant with opportunities. The most prudent course of action was to exchange the Chuyuan Dan for spirit stones or other cultivation resources he required. Resolved, Qin Yuan hesitated no longer. He carefully stored 2 of the Chuyuan Dan in a pre-prepared ordinary jade vial, concealing it close to his person. The remaining one was intended for immediate consumption to facilitate his practice. Upon ingesting the elixir, its gentle yet potent medicinal powers swiftly unfurled. Under the protection of the formation, Qin Yuan confidently circulated his cultivation techniques, guiding the medicinal energy. The elixir's power merged with the source energy of his sun and moon sacred body, flowing like a warm current through his meridians, breaching the barriers of the 5th level of body refinement and successfully propelling him into the 6th level. After some time, Qin Yuan opened his eyes, his brilliance now tempered and his breath increasingly steady. He waved his hand to dispel the shielding formation, meticulously erasing all traces of the refining process. The moonlight remained clear, and the cave returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Qin Yuan's silhouette faded into the night, silently returning to his stone dwelling. The next morning, as dawn broke, Qin Yuan, like any ordinary menial worker, made his way to the medicinal herb garden to fulfill his daily quota. He moved with agility, his efficiency far surpassing that of typical menial workers. Within merely an hour, he had completed his assigned tasks impeccably. "Wow, Qin Shidi, you are quite swift today," remarked a familiar fellow worker with a grin. Qin Yuan humbly replied, "Chen Shixiao, you flatter me. It's merely a matter of practice." After completing his work, he sought an excuse to request a day off from the overseer disciple. Considering Qin Yuan's diligent reputation, the overseer readily approved his leave. Menial disciples were permitted 3 days off each month to attend to personal matters, and occasionally gathering common items did not raise suspicion. Departing from the gates of Xiantian sect, Qin Yuan descended the familiar mountain path. Upon reaching a secluded grove, he quickly changed into his previous coarse clothing, donned a mask, and carefully concealed his sect attire. After this transformation, he employed his agility to hasten toward Qingxue. Approximately 2 hours later, a marketplace nestled amidst mountains and waters, composed of numerous wooden and stone structures, came into view. The entrance bustled with activity, a mix of outer sect disciples in Xiantian sect robes, variously dressed loose cultivators, and even some uniformed merchants. Many cultivators, like him, wore masks, clearly wishing to conceal their identities. High-quality talismans, going for a bargain. First-tier beast materials, essential for refining. Fragments of techniques just recovered from the secret realm, available to the fortunate. The cacophony of shouts, haggling, and murmurs among cultivators intertwined, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. The air was infused with the sense of various spiritual herbs, minerals, and even beast materials. Although chaotic, it was replete with the essence of opportunity. Taking a deep breath to quell the slight turmoil within, Qin Yuan stepped into the marketplace. He did not rush to find buyers. Instead, he wandered like a curious observer, leisurely weaving through the stalls and shops, casually surveying the dazzling array of goods, talismans, techniques, commonly found first and second-tier spiritual herbs, beast materials, and elixirs. Chapter 23. The mysterious iron plate. As he observed the market trends and familiarized himself with the approximate prices of various items, particularly the market value of Chuyuan Dan, he discreetly extended his formidable spiritual perception, attentively listening to the conversations and movements around him. It was rumored that trouble had arisen again at Haifengling, where several wandering cultivators had entered and never emerged. Recently, the prices of elixirs had surged, with the first-grade inferior Chuyuan Dan now commanding 7 low-grade spirit stones. A trading guild was recruiting guards, requiring cultivators of body refinement level 5 or above, offering a daily wage of 5 low-grade spirit stones. A plethora of information flooded his ears, and Qin Yuan silently noted the useful parts. Soon, he gained a general understanding of the value of Chuyuan Dan. The first-grade inferior Chuyuan Dan was quite sought after here, typically priced between 5 and 8 low-grade spirit stones, depending on quality. He felt confident in the superior quality of the first-grade Chuyuan Dan he had refined and secretly estimated that it should fetch a price exceeding 30 low-grade spirit stones. Just as he contemplated whether to seek out a reputable shop or look for a wandering cultivator in urgent need of elixirs, he caught sight of a rather inconspicuous stall in the corner of the market, where the proprietor, a middle-aged lean man, appeared particularly spirited. The stall owner had shrewd eyes that darted around, revealing the keen acumen of a merchant, and his cultivation was around body refinement level 5. The wares on this stall were noticeably more abundant than those nearby. In addition to a few decent quality Shuegua and Qingxue herbs, there were several stacks of low-grade talismans, a few were pieces, and even a small vial labeled as the essence blood of a first-grade beast, alongside several tattered old books with imposing titles, such as Dan Dao Mi Lu. What captured Qin Yuan's attention, however, was not these seemingly practical items, but rather a palm-sized black iron plate that the stall owner had casually placed beneath the thickest tattered book, half hidden from view. The iron plate was entirely black, its surface riddled with rust, and its edges were somewhat jagged. Yet, the moment Qin Yuan's gaze fell upon that iron plate, the Wanxiang Liantianding deep within his dantian emitted an even clearer and more urgent wave than when he sensed the cracked wind eagle's nest. A jolt of shock coursed through Qin Yuan's heart, although his expression remained composed. He forcibly suppressed the impulse to approach immediately, feigning indifference as he strolled around the neighboring stalls, deliberately picking up a few items and inquiring about their prices. Only then did he seem to be drawn by the stall owner's exaggerated calls, ambling over to the lean proprietor's stand. Come and take a look. Treasures from ancient secret realms, fragments of unparalleled techniques. Don't miss out as you pass by. Talismans, elixirs, and materials, everything one could desire. Upon noticing a customer, the proprietor's voice rose several notches, warmly inviting. This young man has an extraordinary aura. Clearly, one who knows his wares. Come, see if you need anything. I have only the finest goods. Qin Yuan did not immediately examine the iron plate, but instead picked up a stack of Xinqing talismans, scrutinizing them and feeling the faint flow of spiritual energy. In a slightly critical tone, he remarked, "Friend, these Xinqing talismans appear rather lackluster. Their spiritual energy is patchy. I doubt they would last even half a stick of incense. What is the price?" The stall owner, undeterred, chuckled, "Young man, you have a good eye. These talismans may not compare to those crafted by sect masters, but in a critical moment, they can certainly save your life and enhance your speed. Just one for one low-grade spirit stone, buy 10, and I'll throw in one for free." "One?" Qin Yuan shook his head, placing the talismans down. "The neighboring stall offers better quality for just one low-grade spirit stone. Yours have significant energy loss, at best 70% intact. 5 for 3 low-grade spirit stones. Ah, young man, your price is quite ruthless. 4 stones. The lowest I can go is 4 stones." The stall owner's face contorted in distress. Qin Yuan remained non-committal and pointed to the few Qingxue herbs. "What about these? They look like they've been stored for quite some time. Fresh as can be. Just collected from Yunwu Mountain yesterday. 3 low-grade spirit stones each, no negotiation," the stall owner boasted, thumping his chest. Qin Yuan picked one up, lightly brushing his fingertips over the petals to sense the spiritual energy within. The edges of the petals are already wilting, and the spiritual energy has dissipated by 20% at least. "They are worth no more than 2 stones. And this vial of beast essence," he said, lifting the small bottle and shaking it, "contains quite a bit of impurity. Extracting it would be time-consuming and laborious. This vial is only worth 3 or 4 low-grade spirit stones." The stall owner's smile began to falter, realizing he had encountered a knowledgeable customer. Yet he persisted, "Young man, you can't just focus on the flaws. The combined utility of these items is still quite real." Only then did Qin Yuan seem to notice the iron plate beneath the thick book, casually nudging the exposed corner with his foot. "Is this black lump also your merchandise? It looks like the remnants of some dilapidated furnace, hardly fit for even propping up a table." The proprietor's eyes darted. Although he and T considered the iron plate significant, the instinct of a merchant compelled him to speak up. "Ah, young man, do not underestimate it. I unearthed this alongside a few pieces of cold iron or from the ruins of an ancient cultivator's cave. Though its appearance is unremarkable, it is impervious to fire and water, resistant to blades, and exceedingly heavy. Who knows what secrets it may conceal? If you are truly interested, I can throw in this book containing countless secrets of the alchemical path, the Dan Dao Mi Lu, for a total of 8 low-grade spirit stones." Chapter 24. Targeted. Qin Yuan let out a cold laugh, his face adorned with an exaggerated expression of mockery. 8 low-grade spirit stones. My friend, do you think my forehead bears the words easy mark? He pretended to brush off non-existent dust from his hands and turned to leave with swift and decisive movements. Hey, young man, please wait. The price is negotiable. The stall owner, seeing Qin Yuan genuinely about to depart, became anxious. Though his wares were of slightly better quality than typical street goods, they were still not in high demand. Name your price. What do you consider reasonable? Qin Yuan halted his steps, turned around, and feigned impatience, pointing to the stack of Xinxing talismans, approximately 10 sheets, 3 Qingxing flowers, a vial of monster blood, an old book, and a black iron piece. These combined would fetch, at most, 28 low-grade spirit stones in the market. I'll give you a bundled price of 23 low-grade spirit stones. If you don't agree, then so be it. He deliberately lowered the total to a seemingly reasonable, yet slightly below market level, mixing the iron piece and the old book among the other items to display his indifference. 23? Young man, this. I can't even cover my costs. The stall owner looked pained. 26. 26 low-grade spirit stones, and you can take everything. Consider it a gesture of friendship. 25. That is my final offer, Qin Yuan stated firmly, making as if to step away again. All right, 25 it is. Alas, today I truly feel as if I've lost a fortune, but let it be a good connection. The stall owner, with a face akin to someone enduring a painful cut, quickly began gathering the items Qin Yuan had indicated onto a thick cloth, his heart secretly rejoicing. Just as the stall owner finished packing, Qin Yuan suddenly spoke again, his tone laced with a seemingly casual, yet probing note. Wait. The stall owner's movements halted, his heart sinking. Could this young man be having second thoughts? He looked at Qin Yuan with trepidation. Qin Yuan pulled out a small jade vial from his robe, uncorked it, and poured out a pill the size of a longan, rich in color and adorned with faint cloud-like patterns, the Chuyuan Dan. Instantly, a fragrance far purer and more potent than that of a typical high-grade Chuyuan Dan filled the air, overpowering the mixed odors of the market and drawing the attention of several nearby cultivators, who involuntarily inhaled and gazed intently in this direction. As for spirit stones, I don't carry many, Qin Yuan said, shaking the pill in his hand, watching as the stall owner's eyes widened, his throat involuntarily bobbing. I've noticed you've been toiling here for a long time. Your vital energy seems somewhat depleted. This is a family secret recipe Chuyuan Dan, and its efficacy is far superior to the ordinary high-grade ones on the market. I propose a trade. This pill for the items I've selected. The stall owner's astute eyes were now as wide as saucers, fixated on the pill in Qin Yuan's hand, his breath growing heavy, his heart racing. He was knowledgeable. The pill's appearance and fragrance were unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Its value could easily reach 40 low-grade spirit stones. To exchange such a remarkable treasure for goods valued at merely 25 low-grade spirit stones was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Deal. Of course, let us trade. Young man, you are indeed a straightforward person. The stall owner nearly shouted, his voice slightly altered with excitement, fearing that Qin Yuan might reconsider. With lightning speed, he thrust the pre-packaged bundle into Qin Yuan's arms. Then, trembling, he carefully accepted the Chuyuan Dan, a joyous smile spreading across his face, the earlier shrewd calculations completely eclipsed by this overwhelming surprise. Thank you, young man. You are truly my benefactor. May your path in cultivation be smooth, and may you achieve greatness soon. With the transaction complete, the stall owner hurriedly tucked the pill into his bosom, neglecting to tidy his stall properly as he rushed away, seemingly seeking a place to hide or to sell it immediately. Qin Yuan slung the bundle, acquired in exchange for a Chuyuan Dan, over his shoulder. The greatest gain from this visit to the market was not the visible herbs and talismans, but rather the enigmatic black iron piece. However, he remained unaware that, during his clever exchange with the stall owner, a man nearby with a sinister gaze and a scarred face was fixated on the bundle he had just secured, particularly when Qin Yuan produced the extraordinary pill and the black iron piece briefly revealed itself. A glint of greed and suspicion flickered in the man's eyes. That iron piece, its shape and texture, it bears a striking resemblance to what Heisha Lauda has been seeking with a bounty. And that pill is certainly no ordinary item. This young man harbors secrets. The scar-faced man mused silently, then stealthily followed Qin Yuan at a distance. Qin Yuan did not leave the market immediately, but continued to meander, keenly aware of his surroundings. His spiritual perception surpassed that of other cultivators of his level, and he quickly sensed that he was being watched. Was it the overwhelming fragrance of the pill that drew attention? Or had the iron piece been recognized? Qin Yuan's heart raced with caution, yet his demeanor remained calm. Chapter 25. Displaying weakness to lure the enemy, he entered a herbal medicine shop named Bai Chao Tang and addressed the shopkeeper. I require a batch of Chuyuan Dan ingredients. Here is the list. He handed over a pre-prepared list of herbs. The shopkeeper examined the list, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Young sir, the quantity you seek is considerable. These ingredients are worth no less than 30 low-grade spirit stones. Calmly, Qin Yuan took out a jade vial and extracted a Chuyuan Dan identical to the one he had previously obtained. I will exchange this. The shopkeeper took the pill, scrutinized it closely, and his face brightened with excitement. A first-tier superior Chuyuan Dan. Its quality is exceptional. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the ingredients for you. The transaction concluded smoothly, and Qin Yuan acquired a substantial bundle of herbs, sufficient to enable him to concoct more Chuyuan Dan. As he exited Bai Chao Tang, he keenly noticed the scar-faced man lingering nearby, feigning interest in the goods while closely observing him. It seemed he was not to be shaken off easily. Qin Yuan scoffed inwardly, contemplating what the man intended to do. He deliberately headed towards the outskirts of the marketplace. However, instead of taking the main road back to the sect, he opted for a more secluded path while extending his spiritual awareness to its utmost range. The scar-faced man indeed followed closely, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too near, clearly an adept tracker. Qin Yuan moved like a specter, swiftly traversing the rugged mountain paths. Instead of returning to Xiantianzong, he veered towards the more obscure and complex terrain of Heifengling. He expanded his spiritual perception, enveloping the area within 100 zhong like an invisible web. As expected, the cold, serpentine aura lingered several dozen zhong behind him, neither closing in nor retreating, indicating a tracker with considerable experience. The aura suggested a formidable opponent at the 8th level of body refinement. It was a reckless scoundrel accustomed to bloodshed. Qin Yuan quickly assessed the strength of his pursuer. His expression remained calm, but a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. He altered his course towards a perilous gorge known as Guijianzhou in Heifengling. As night fell, the gorge's steep cliffs and narrow passage presented an ideal location to confront his troubles. Upon witnessing Qin Yuan's choice, the scar-faced man smirked cruelly. Humph, a mere novice. Not only is his cultivation mediocre, but he cannot even discern direction, heading straight into a dead end. Fortune shall be mine. Initially cautious, he now felt emboldened by Qin Yuan's apparent ineptitude and hastened his pace. The entrance to Guijianzhou was littered with peculiar rocks, and the howling night wind added an eerie ambience. Just as Qin Yuan entered the gorge, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A dark projectile, swift as lightning, shot towards his vulnerable back. It was a poison sleeve arrow. In the nick of time, Qin Yuan seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, twisting his body in an uncanny manner, appearing to stumble forward, narrowly evading the lethal arrow. The poisoned projectile lodged deeply into the rocky wall ahead, quivering violently. Huh, not bad. Kid, your reflexes are commendable. But alas, you are destined to meet your end here. The scar-faced man emerged at the gorge's entrance, blocking any chance of retreat. Brandishing a blood-red blade, he advanced menacingly, exuding the overwhelming aura of an 8th-level body refiner. Intent on breaking Qin Yuan's spirit, struggling to rise, Qin Yuan leaned against the rock wall, his complexion pale, gripping a crude wooden spear tightly, and feigned bravado. Who are you? Why do you stalk me? I am a disciple of Xiantianzong. If you dare harm me, my sect will not let you go. This display only solidified the scar-faced man's perception of him as an inexperienced and feeble disciple. Xiantianzong? Ha ha. The scar-faced man laughed derisively. In this desolate wilderness, who would know if I were to kill you? Hand over the ingredients you exchanged for in the marketplace, along with that black iron piece, and perhaps I will grant you a swift death. It was indeed the iron piece he sought. Qin Yuan scoffed internally but feigned panic on his face. What iron piece? I know nothing of it. I can give you the herbs. I beg you to spare my life. Refusing to drink the wine offered, you instead seek punishment. The scar-faced man, losing patience, let his murderous intent shine through his eyes. He leaped forward, the ghostly blade howling through the air, slashing directly at Qin Yuan's face. The force behind the strike was immense, capable of cleaving stone, clearly intent on ending the confrontation in a single blow. However, just as the blade was about to connect, The aura of panic and weakness that Qin Yuan had exuded vanished without a trace. In its place surged a palpable, icy killing intent and an unyielding, mountain-like presence. His footwork shifted in an enigmatic manner. His figure floated like willow fluff, narrowly evading the deadly blow. Simultaneously, the seemingly fragile wooden spear in his hand erupted with a scorching golden-red radiance, akin to a glowing iron, and struck with blinding speed towards the exposed armpit of the scar-faced man, who had overextended in his attack. This thrust was swift, precise, and vicious. It perfectly combined the radiant power of the sun and the exquisite martial techniques of his past life. What? The scar-faced man gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for the terrifying speed and strength unleashed by this sixth-level body refiner. The searing aura emanating from the wooden spear sent shivers through his very soul. He attempted to raise his blade to block, but it was far too late. With a piercing sound, the spear imbued with the power of the sun effortlessly penetrated the scar-faced man's protective energy and armor, deeply embedding itself in the vital point beneath his armpit. The violent holy energy surged into his body, wreaking havoc upon his meridians and internal organs. Chapter 26. Slaying the Villain. The scarred face emitted a chilling cry, and in the throes of agony, the ghostly blade almost slipped from his grasp. His eyes were filled with disbelief, terror, and malice as he stammered, You have been concealing your strength?" Qin Yuan maintained an impassive expression, flicking his wrist to withdraw the wooden spear, which drew forth a spurt of searing blood. He did not afford his opponent a moment's respite. His form moved like a shadow, thrusting again, aimed directly at the villain's throat. The scarred face, despite his extensive experience, endured the excruciating pain and barely managed to block with his blade. However, severely wounded, his strength was significantly diminished, while Qin Yuan's power, speed, and mastery of combat far exceeded that of an ordinary practitioner at the sixth level of body refinement. Clang! The wooden spear collided with the ghostly blade, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. The seemingly ordinary spear, infused with sacred energy, was incredibly resilient. The scarred face felt an overwhelming force surge through him, causing his grip to falter, and he staggered backward. Seizing the advantage, Qin Yuan unleashed a relentless assault, his wooden spear creating a flurry of afterimages that enveloped the scarred face completely. Within the canyon, golden red light clashed with blood-colored blade glimmers, sending shockwaves that caused debris to rain down from the rocky walls. As the battle intensified, the scarred face grew increasingly alarmed. He realized he was utterly outmatched. The opponent's combat skills were exquisite, consistently predicting his movements, launching cunning and ruthless attacks that belied the youth's appearance, instead resembling a battle-hardened reaper. "Boy, you leave me no choice." A glint of madness flashed in the scarred face's eyes as he suddenly produced a dark talisman adorned with a skull motif, preparing to activate it. This was a sinister, soul-devouring talisman. Once triggered, it could corrupt the very souls of men, a vile artifact he had kept as his last resort. Yet, Qin Yuan would not grant him this opportunity. At the moment, the scarred face became distracted while reaching for the talisman. A cold gleam flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes. He seized the fleeting gap, and the wooden spear shot forth with the swiftness of a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, increasing in speed once more. With a piercing thrust, the wooden spear accurately pierced the scarred face's throat. The villain's movements froze in an instant, the madness in his eyes solidifying into boundless terror and confusion. He opened his mouth to speak, but could only emit a gasping sound as the soul-devouring talisman fell from his hand. He could hardly fathom that after years of dominance, he would fall to someone he deemed a mere weakling from a sect. Qin Yuan withdrew the wooden spear, and the scarred face's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The canyon fell silent once more, with only the sound of the wind and a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. Breathing slightly heavier, Qin Yuan felt the strain of continuously summoning sacred energy. It was quite taxing for his current cultivation level. He quickly crouched down, searching the scarred face's body. He found a uniquely crafted storage pouch and the untouched soul-devouring talisman. Opening the storage pouch, he probed within with his spirit sense. The space was limited, approximately 10 cubic meters, containing a haphazard assortment of materials from demon beasts, a few vials of low-grade healing potions, and an aged tome titled Blood Fiend Blade Technique, which appeared to be a high-tier martial skill for body refinement. Most notably, he discovered a token inscribed with a menacing black fiend pattern. "Hey Xiaoling, Qin Yuan contemplated the token, recalling the scarred face's final words. His gaze sharpened. It seemed this iron piece was tied to a faction known as He Sha. Likely a considerable source of trouble. He transferred his possessions, along with the herbs purchased earlier in the market, into the newly acquired storage pouch. After securing the token and pouch, he meticulously cleaned the scene, erasing any visible traces of the battle and blood. Subsequently, he dragged the scarred face's corpse deeper into the canyon, hastily burying it in a shallow pit dug by wild beasts. Once this was accomplished, he looked up to see the night deepening. This hour was clearly ill-suited for returning to the sect, as it would raise undue suspicion. After searching for a while in the depths of the Gui Jianqiu Canyon, he finally discovered a natural cave obscured by vines, remarkably concealed. He swiftly entered the cave, carefully inspecting it to confirm that no demon beasts resided within and that no other dangers lurked. He then retrieved several average-quality formation flags from the storage pouch, setting up multiple layers of concealment and protective formations at the entrance. Though not particularly advanced, they were sufficient to deter the probing of ordinary cultivators and beasts. Once assured of his safety, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged, focusing his thoughts to summon the Wanxiang Lian Tianding. He sorted all the herbs he had acquired on this journey, preparing to refine them into elixirs. With the storage pouch, he no longer needed to worry about his elixirs being exposed and attracting unnecessary trouble. Under the influence of the Wanxiang Lian Tianding, the herbs were rapidly purified, melted, and fused. After several hours, all the herbs transformed into perfectly round, plump, and vibrant first-tier superior Chuyuan Dan, Shuesha Dan, and a small quantity of other auxiliary cultivation elixirs. The rich aroma of the elixirs was firmly contained within the cave, not a whiff escaping. Upon completing the alchemical process, Qin Yuan wasted no time. He immediately took 3 of the newly refined first-tier superior Chuyuan Dan and consumed them like candy. The potent and pure medicinal energy surged through him, flooding his limbs and bones. He promptly began to cultivate, guiding this powerful energy to wash over and refine his body, solidifying his cultivation at the 6th level of body refinement and steadily progressing toward the pinnacle of this stage. Chapter 27. Tai Chu Danjing. The first rays of dawn struggled to filter through the gaps in the vines, casting mottled shadows within the dim cavern. Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing across his gaze. After a night of focused meditation and cultivation, he had regained his peak condition. This place was not suitable for lingering. He murmured softly to himself, swiftly gathering the array flags and meticulously erasing all traces of his presence. Once satisfied, he moved like lightning, quietly departing from the perilous Gui Jianqiu Gorge. After orienting himself, Qin Yuan rushed towards the mountain gate of Shuantianzong. By midday, his figure had stealthily reappeared within the familiar confines of the sect, his demeanor unchanged, as if the thrilling events of the previous night had never transpired. In the afternoon, he continued with his usual duties as a menial worker. With the convenience of a storage pouch, he was able to collect more spiritual herb remnants, which filled him with secret delight. As night fell, in the abandoned mine behind the menial worker peak, Qin Yuan set up a shielding formation at the cave entrance and commenced his evening cultivation. He began by refining the collected herb remnants into pills, then sat cross-legged to meditate and restore his expended sacred energy. Once he had returned to his optimal state, he carefully retrieved 2 iron plates, one a mysterious piece acquired from the market, the other from the nest of the Liefenging. Let me see what secrets you conceal. The iron plate from the market felt frigid to the touch, its rust appearing particularly ancient under the dim light. He attempted to infuse a trace of sacred energy into it, only to be met with a peculiar force that obstructed his efforts. I cannot penetrate it. After a moment of contemplation, he shifted his approach, channeling sacred energy to inscribe exploratory runes on the surface of the iron plate. The plate trembled slightly, the rust flickering with a faint glow, yet it still revealed no information. How strange. Even ancient probing techniques are ineffective. Qin Yuan, undeterred, tried several methods. He let a drop of his essence blood fall onto the surface, yet the blood merely slid away along the rust. He employed primal fire to scorch it, yet the plate remained unscathed. He even attempted to forcefully breach with his divine sense, but it was as if a cow had sunk into the sea, yielding no response. What exactly are these 2 iron plates? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Even the myriad secret methods known to me from my past life are of no avail. Sensing a strong reaction from the Wan Xiang Lian Tianding within his dantian towards the iron plates, Qin Yuan's mind sparked. It seems that the key to unraveling the mystery of these plates lies within the precious cauldron. With that realization, he hesitated no longer, promptly channeling his mental energy to summon the cauldron from his dantian. Buzz. At the very moment the cauldron was extracted, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The two iron plates seemed to respond to some unseen call, levitating on their own, with the rust cascading away to reveal a deeper, darker hue beneath, along with shimmering silver patterns. This is... Qin Yuan's eyes widened as he observed the silver patterns seemingly springing to life, weaving intricate designs in the air. The plates emitted a subtle humming sound, as if in mutual resonance. Suddenly, one of the plates quivered violently, emitting a blinding silver ray that shot towards the other plate. The two plates spun and collided in the air, producing a crisp metallic clinking sound. They are attracting each other? In his astonishment, Qin Yuan watched as the two plates abruptly fused into one, transforming into a dark light that swiftly entered the Wan Xiang Lian Tianding. At the moment the cauldron absorbed the two mysterious plates, it erupted in resplendent brilliance, the ancient runes on its surface appearing as if infused with life, radiating an aura of vast antiquity. The light intensified, illuminating the entire cavern, before the cauldron transformed into a streak of flowing light, re-entering Qin Yuan's dantian. The instant the cauldron settled within his dantian, Qin Yuan felt his consciousness violently jolt as a torrent of vast information surged forth, threatening to overwhelm his mind. Taichu Danjing, transforming heaven and earth, returning the Tao to unity. This was indeed a new secret unlocked by the Wanxiang Lian Tianding after absorbing the iron plates. It was an ancient alchemical text, offering profound insights into the essence of pills and the evolution of medicinal properties, its wisdom and mysteries eclipsing even the knowledge of alchemy he had amassed as a martial emperor in his past life. Marvelous. So this is how the flow of medicinal properties can be harnessed. Qin Yuan felt as if he had discovered a treasure, his eyes sparkling with excitement, at times clapping in admiration, at times deep in contemplation. These profound teachings laid before him an unprecedented path in alchemy, propelling his understanding of the craft to a new pinnacle. However, fortune often conceals misfortune. At the very moment the iron plates were absorbed by the cauldron, far away in a shadowy hall thousands of miles distant, an elder clad in garments adorned with dark patterns suddenly opened his eyes wide, a terrifying brilliance erupting from his gaze. I sensed it. The aura of the source iron plates appeared and then vanished. Just toward Xuantianzong. The elder's expression turned fervent, immediately dispatched someone to investigate the vicinity of Xuantianzong. Spare no expense to retrieve the source iron plates. Chapter 28. Enhancement of strength. As the first light of dawn broke, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged within the confines of the mine, his aura resonating subtly with the ethereal energies of the cosmos. His consciousness was entirely immersed in the vast knowledge contained within the Tai Chu Dan Jing. Now it makes sense. A sudden clarity washed over Qin Yuan. He realized that his earlier methods of refining medicinal residues were overly crude. By discerning the yin and yang properties and the 5 elements of the residues, not only could their quality be significantly enhanced, but they might also yield extraordinary applications. He eagerly absorbed this newfound knowledge. In the following days, Qin Yuan modestly completed his menial tasks during the day, discreetly collecting various types of waste Dan residues when no one was around. By night, he returned to the mine to experiment with the alchemical principles outlined in the scriptures. Although he faced numerous failures initially, he remained undeterred. At last, on the 5th night, he successfully concocted 3 drops of a chaotic-hued spiritual essence. The quality had increased by 30%. It also provided additional benefits for nourishing his meridians. Qin Yuan was elated to discover that this came close to the efficacy of a second-tier mid-grade Dan. Upon returning to his stone dwelling after work that day, Sun Xiaopeng mysteriously grasped his arm. Qin Yuan, I've heard there's been trouble at the market. Scar-faced Lu has gone missing. Someone last saw him following a young man. You didn't encounter any trouble when you visited the market a few days ago, did you? A flicker of concern crossed Qin Yuan's heart, yet he maintained an appropriately anxious expression. Scar-faced Lu? I don't know him. After my visit to the market, I hurried back and fortunately didn't run into any trouble. His demeanor remained calm. The death of Scar-faced Lu had indeed drawn attention. Hey Sha. It seemed to pose a problem. He resolved to refrain from visiting the market in the near future and focus on enhancing his strength. The bottleneck at the peak of the sixth layer of body refinement had begun to loosen. Tonight, he would strive to break through to the seventh layer. As the night deepened, Qin Yuan consumed the chaotic spiritual essence and activated the Ri Yu Sheng Ti Ju, channeling the immense and gentle medicinal power against the barriers. Outside, the mountain winds howled, as if heralding an impending storm. At that moment, outside the gates of Xuan Tianzong, several keen-eyed cultivators had stealthily taken position. The chaotic spiritual essence transformed into a gentle yet powerful flow, permeating Qin Yuan's limbs and bones. Unlike before, this energy possessed a certain sentience, actively seeking out stagnation within his meridians to nourish. Qin Yuan exerted himself fully in his cultivation, as the solar and lunar orbs within his dantian spun with increasing velocity. The barrier at the peak of the sixth layer of body refinement trembled violently under the impact of the pure energy. He meticulously guided the sacred power according to the principles of yin and yang outlined in the Tai Chu Dan Jing. The power of the yin soothed the heat, while the yang offered propulsion. The dual energies converged in his dantian, giving rise to even more profound forces. Thus, he realized, ordinary cultivators typically relied on brute force to break through, risking damage to their foundation. However, this method of yin and yang transformation allowed for a natural breakthrough through balance, ultimately solidifying the foundation even further. Time passed unmeasured, and when the final vestige of energy was completely absorbed, boom! A resounding thunder echoed within Qin Yuan as the barrier at the peak of the sixth layer of body refinement shattered. His aura surged dramatically, blood and energy coursing through him, his bones ringing in harmony. The solar and lunar orbs within his dantian expanded, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy, and the sacred power became even more refined. His soul's perception broadened, and his mastery over power reached a new pinnacle. He had achieved the seventh layer of body refinement. Qin Yuan opened his eyes, the ethereal images of the sun and moon flickering briefly within his gaze. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within, which was at least 50% stronger than at the sixth layer. After more than 2 months of diligent practice since restoring his dantian, he had finally returned to the original seventh layer of body refinement. Yet, this was no mere restoration. Through the rigorous training of the supreme technique, the strength of his physique and the richness of his vitality had surpassed that of the original host by several folds. Sensing the sacred power coursing through his meridians like a raging river, he felt confident enough to contend with even those at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of body refinement. At this pace, breaking into the Ning Yuan realm within 6 months was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, he needed to find a way to acquire more and better resources for cultivation. Qin Yuan continued to solidify his realm, and in addition to his increase in strength, the Ri Yu Sheng Ti also awakened a deeper essence of origin. A few days later, a splendid opportunity arose. The overseer of the miscellaneous disciples announced that due to the recent heavy workload at the Dan Hall and a lack of manpower, a select number of well-performing miscellaneous disciples would be allowed to sign up for a task assisting the Dan Hall in handling low-grade medicinal materials. The task would reward double the monthly spiritual stones and offer the chance to receive guidance from a Dan Hall steward. Upon hearing this news, the miscellaneous disciples were all stirred. In Qin Yuan's eyes, however, a glimmer of excitement flashed. The Dan Hall. There lay a vast array of medicinal materials, alchemical furnaces, and even higher-grade waste Dan residues. This was precisely what he needed most at the moment. Furthermore, gaining entry into the Dan Hall might allow him to connect with the higher echelons of the sect, providing an opportunity to demonstrate his worth, thereby altering his status as a miscellaneous disciple and acquiring more resources. Although many were eager to sign up, the competition was fierce, and simple assessments were required, but this posed no challenge for Qin Yuan. This was an exceptional opportunity to escape the quagmire of the miscellaneous disciples, integrate into the mainstream of the sect, and seize the chance to enhance his strength. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan enrolled. The assessment was straightforward. Identify 10 common first-tier spiritual herbs and explain their basic medicinal properties. While other miscellaneous disciples furrowed their brows over the similar-looking herbs, Qin Yuan merely cast a casual glance, accurately naming all the spiritual herbs, detailing their characteristics, optimal harvesting times, and common pairing taboos. His words were precise, and his insights profound, far exceeding the requirements of the assessment. leaving the Dan Hall disciple in charge of the evaluation momentarily stunned. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Qin Yuan secured his spot with overwhelming superiority. Chapter 29. The initial trial of the Dan Hall. The Dan Hall of Zhantiangong is perched atop Danxia Peak. Long before approaching, a unique aroma, mingling the fragrance of herbs, the scent of sulfur from the earth's fire, and a subtle hint of Dan fragrance, envelopes the air. In stark contrast to the dilapidation of the Zai Peak, this place is shrouded in mist, with pavilions and towers arranged harmoniously. The disciples passing by, clad in blue and white Dan robes, each display an intense focus, their brows adorned with the distinctive pride of alchemists. Stay close, do not wander. The leading outer sect disciple, Li Xiang, impatiently admonished, casting a glance at Qin Yuan that was laced with evident disdain. Amidst the group of miscellaneous disciples, Qin Yuan stood out conspicuously. While the others kept their heads lowered, he maintained a composed demeanor, keenly observing the medicinal gardens and alchemical chambers along the way. "Ah, this place is far superior to Zai Peak," murmured a young miscellaneous disciple beside him. "Superior? You'll understand soon enough," replied an elder disciple with a wry smile. "I heard the work in the Dan Hall can be exhausting. A fellow from my hometown came to help once and needed 3 days to recover after." Li Xiang, overhearing the conversation, snorted coldly. "To be able to enter the Dan Hall is your fortune. Do not be ungrateful." Countless outer sect disciples yearn for the opportunity to assist, but have no chance. The group traversed a patch of medicinal gardens brimming with various spiritual herbs, arriving at a spacious courtyard. A plaque marked the entrance as the Miscellaneous Affairs Courtyard, where a middle-aged steward with a sallow complexion leaned against the door frame, dozing, a thin trail of drool at the corner of his mouth. "Steward Wang, the new miscellaneous disciples have arrived," Li Xiang announced respectfully. Steward Wang lazily lifted his gaze, stifling a yawn. "Oh, take them to the medicinal materials sorting area. Today, we need to process a batch of newly arrived Qingming grass and Qian flowers, removing the withered leaves and impurities." Li Xiang turned, a haughty expression returning to his face. "Did you all hear? Qingming grass has a dark green hue and feels icy to the touch. Qian flowers are bright red and radiate warmth. These two herbs have conflicting properties. If mixed, the entire batch will be ruined. Sort them incorrectly, and you'll face the consequences." The medicinal material sorting area was a spacious and well-lit hall, filled with the refreshing scent of herbs. Dozens of wooden racks stood in orderly rows, displaying various medicinal materials. Several older miscellaneous disciples were meticulously sorting the herbs. "Senior sister Sun, I leave the newcomers to you," Li Xiang called out to a female disciple organizing the herbs before swiftly retreating to a distant chair to rest. Senior sister Sun, in her early 20s and possessing a graceful appearance, wore a blue Dan robe. She glanced at the group of miscellaneous disciples and sighed softly. "Today's task is to cleanly sort this batch of Qingming grass and Qian flowers. Remove the yellowed leaves from the Qingming grass and the darkened stamens from the Qian flowers. Remember to keep them separated." The miscellaneous disciples looked at the towering pile of herbs, each wearing a frown. "There's so much. We won't finish by tomorrow. These Qingming grass and Qian flowers look too similar. My eyesight isn't great. What should I do?" However, Qin Yuan approached quietly. The two herbs with conflicting properties were perfect for testing the identification techniques outlined in the Taichu Danjing. He picked up a stalk of Qingming grass, but did not rush. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused, gently sweeping his consciousness over the herb. In an instant, the herbs revealed their clear energy pathways. The Qingming grass emitted a faint blue glow, exuding a chilling aura. The Qian flower radiated a warm red light, filled with yang energy. "Interesting." Qin Yuan's lips curled slightly as he deftly pinpointed a seemingly green, yet ineffective leaf, separating it with precision. With a casual flick, a Qian flower that appeared intact but was already decaying was set aside. His movements flowed like water, resembling not a mere sorting of herbs, but a graceful performance. As his fingers danced, the herbs seemed to come alive in his hands, distinctly categorized into different baskets. "My heavens, how is he so fast?" a miscellaneous disciple exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "I've barely sorted a tenth, and he has nearly done with half." The others turned to stare. Even Li Xiang, who had been resting, straightened up. Senior sister Sun, who had been busy, paused her work, gazing at Qin Yuan in surprise. Li Xiang hurried over to scrutinize the herbs Qin Yuan had sorted, growing increasingly doubtful. You Have you encountered these herbs before? Qin Yuan ceased his actions and humbly replied, in response to your question, senior brother, I am merely a miscellaneous disciple. How could I have had the opportunity to engage with such precious herbs? I merely grew up in the mountains and have developed a sensitivity to plants. Well, I suppose you possess a small talent, Li Xiang remarked, though his gaze had shifted. With Qin Yuan leading, the originally arduous task was completed ahead of schedule. Senior sister Sun unexpectedly smiled. The herbs sorted by this junior brother are of excellent quality. Not a single withered leaf or impurity was missed, and their medicinal properties remain intact. I will award you an extra point for your efforts. On the return trip, the miscellaneous disciples surrounded Qin Yuan, chattering excitedly. Senior brother Qin, how do you sort so accurately? Teach us. Yes, those withered leaves all look the same to me. How can you tell them apart at a glance? Qin Yuan smiled. Observe closely, paying attention to the leaf vein patterns and subtle differences in color. The withered leaves of Qingming grass will show gray veins, while the decaying stamens of Qian flowers will darken. The more you observe and practice, the better you'll become. Li Xiang walked ahead, frequently glancing back at Qin Yuan, his expression complex. Chapter 30. Xiao by Yang Ming. In the following days, Qin Yuan's performance in the medicinal herb sorting area became increasingly remarkable. His speed and precision in sorting herbs left even some outer disciples feeling ashamed. As Steward Wang conducted his rounds, his gaze lingered on Qin Yuan for longer and longer. One day, Li Xiang called Qin Yuan aside and pointed to several exquisite jade boxes on the table. Junior brother Qin, since your sensitivity to medicinal herbs is so exceptional, I have a significant task for you today. A warning bell rang in Qin Yuan's mind, but he feigned curiosity. Brother, please instruct me. This is the auxiliary material needed for the elixirs to be refined for the elders, Li Xiang said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. You need to categorize the Ziyunji according to its age. There will be rewards for good work. But if you fail, he smirked, clearly indicating that this was a test. Distinguishing the age of Ziyunji is notoriously difficult, and many inner disciples often misjudge it. Qin Yuan displayed a troubled expression. Brother, this my cultivation is limited. I fear what? Was your previous ability merely boastful? Li Xiang narrowed his eyes. With no choice, Qin Yuan acquiesced and opened the jade box. Inside, the Ziyunji radiated a vibrant aura, exuding a unique fragrance. Focusing his mind, he gently scanned the herbs. Under the influence of the Tai Chu Dan Jing, the Ziyunji seemed to narrate their ages. The 50-year-old glimmered with a faint purple light. The 100-year-old exuded a rich violet aura, and one specimen, aged 300 years, shimmered with golden hues amidst its purple glow. This one should be over 100 years. This one probably around 50 weight. This one actually has 300 years. While sorting, Qin Yuan deliberately spoke with uncertainty. At that moment, his dantian's Wanxiang Lian Tian Ding suddenly trembled. A thread of pure spiritual energy from the 300-year-old Ziyunji was silently drawn into the cauldron. These high-grade herbs were indeed a tremendous supplement for the treasure cauldron. Qin Yuan suppressed his ecstatic heart while maintaining a placid exterior. When he presented the sorted Ziyunji to Li Xiang, the latter meticulously inspected it, his expression fluctuating. There is still some use, he remarked, putting away the jade box and casting a meaningful glance at Qin Yuan. This matter must not be disclosed to others. Understood, brother. That evening, in the mine, Qin Yuan reveled in the newly absorbed spiritual energy within the treasure cauldron, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The road ahead is long. There is no need to rush. First, I must establish my footing in the Dan Hall. Slowly plotting my course, he consumed the newly refined Han Dun Ling Yuan Yi to further solidify his cultivation. As his understanding of the Tai Chu Dan Jing deepened, his training became increasingly efficient. Subsequently, Li Xiang assigned him an increasing number of special tasks. Each time, Qin Yuan adeptly showcased his extraordinary talent without drawing too much attention. Gradually, news of a remarkable errand boy with exceptional identification skills began to circulate among the lower-tier disciples of the Dan Hall. One day, the Miscellaneous Bureau posted a notice. Assist the Dan Room in preparing medicinal materials for the monthly assessment, with generous rewards. It also included a small competition to accurately name and describe 20 types of medicinal herbs, with the winner receiving guidance from a steward. The announcement caused an uproar. Guidance from a steward? What an enormous opportunity. But come on, many of these herbs are so rare that we've never even seen them before. How can we recognize them? Without hesitation, Qin Yuan signed up. Li Xiang observed him with a knowing smile. Junior brother Qin has an interest in the path of alchemy? How ambitious. However, this competition is no trivial matter. Thank you for the reminder, brother. I merely wish to gain some experience, Qin Yuan humbly replied. The competition took place in a side hall of the Dan room. Apart from Qin Yuan, the others were outer disciples, and their gazes toward him were filled with disdain. Isn't he just a servant? What is he doing here? They scoffed. Surely he's just setting himself up for humiliation. Steward Wu, presiding over the competition, scanned the crowd, pausing slightly on Qin Yuan. Begin. 20 herbs, each with a distinct appearance, were laid out on a long table, some of which even the outer disciples could not name. The other disciples immediately crowded around, some examining them closely, others sniffing, all frowning in concentration. Qin Yuan, however, stood at the periphery, closing his eyes in concentration. His spiritual sense rippled outward, revealing the characteristics of the 20 herbs without concealment. Qi Shui Tong, warm in nature, replenishes qi and blood zi ho hua. Toxic, requires special handling Han Yu Shun. Over 100 years, exceptional medicinal properties. He deliberately waited a moment before stepping forward to feign examination, then recorded his answers on a jade slip. When submitting his answers, he intentionally misidentified 2 lesser-known herbs. Steward Wu took the jade slip, and upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Qin Yuan, you identified 18 herbs correctly, with 2 errors, yet your descriptions of their properties are remarkably precise. You are the winner of this competition. The crowd erupted in disbelief. What? A servant won? This is impossible. He even got the age of Han Yushun right. Steward Wu regarded Qin Yuan with rare admiration. As per our agreement, you are entitled to guidance from me. Do you have any confusions regarding the path of alchemy? Qin Yuan bowed respectfully, his demeanor humble. I am but a dullard. I often hear that refining elixirs requires attention to the roles of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy. Yet why does the same herb assume different roles in different elixirs? I kindly ask for your guidance. A glimmer of light sparkled in Steward Wu's eyes as he stroked his beard and chuckled. Excellent question. It appears you have truly put in the effort. The key lies in the principles of herbal properties interacting with one another. He began to explain in detail, discussing the changes of the 5 elements and the harmony of yin and yang, captivating everyone present. Qin Yuan feigned sudden enlightenment, repeatedly expressing gratitude. So that is how it is. Thank you for your guidance, Steward. Your teachings have opened my mind. Chapter 31. Exceptional Promotion in Truth. Qin Yuan silently acknowledged that this Deacon Wu indeed possessed genuine talent and knowledge, as the key points he elucidated coincided perfectly with what Qin Yuan was familiar with from his previous life. Following the recent minor competition, Qin Yuan successfully garnered the favor of Deacon Wu. Not long after, a decree arrived, and amidst the envious gazes of the junior disciples, Qin Yuan was exceptionally promoted to an outer sect disciple of the Dan Hall, tasked with managing a precious second-tier medicinal herb garden. You've got quite the luck, Li Xiang remarked, leading Qin Yuan to the herb garden, his tone laced with envy. In just a few days, you've transitioned from a menial role to an outer sect disciple. It took me 3 whole years. Qin Yuan humbly smiled. It is all thanks to your support, senior brother. And Deacon Wu's recognition. Had you not given me the opportunity to participate in the competition, I would not be where I am today. Enough with the flattery, Li Xiang said, pointing towards a vibrant herb garden filled with spiritual energy. This is now your responsibility. Remember, these are the primary herbs for concocting second-tier elixirs, and each has different care requirements. If you make a mistake, you won't be wearing that outer sect disciple attire for long. At that moment, Deacon Wu approached, his face brightening with a warm smile upon seeing Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, you're just in time. This herb garden is entrusted to you. I will explain the characteristics of these herbs. He meticulously detailed the care instructions. The Qi Yin Hua requires 3 scoops of water every morning at Chen hour, and one must be cautious not to overwater. The Qing Ming Chao thrives on dew at Z hour, and it is particularly sensitive to direct sunlight. The Zi Yun Ji must be nourished by moonlight, and should be placed outdoors on nights of the full moon. Deacon Wu continued to impart the nurturing secrets of over 20 types of herbs, his words flowing rapidly like a stream. Initially, it seemed that Qin Yuan would need to take notes, but to everyone's surprise, he simply listened attentively. Once Deacon Wu finished, Qin Yuan respectfully bowed and replied, I have memorized everything. Deacon Wu looked skeptical. You remembered all that? This is no trifling matter. Misremembering even one herb's care could severely affect its quality, and these are all primary ingredients for second-tier elixirs. Unperturbed, Qin Yuan replied, Qi Yanhua is sensitive to excess water. Qing Ming Chao fears sunlight, and Zi Yunji requires moonlight for nourishment. I have committed each herb's characteristics to memory. He recounted each detail accurately and added, I observed the soil conditions and believe that the Qi Yanhua may benefit from being watered every other day, as this would ensure adequate moisture while allowing the roots to breathe, thereby enhancing its medicinal properties. Deacon Wu was left speechless, then erupted into hearty laughter. Excellent. Excellent. I never anticipated that our Dan Hall would produce a genius in herbology. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. Li Xiang, standing by, was equally astonished and muttered to himself, when did this kid become so knowledgeable about herbs? In the days that followed, Qin Yuan meticulously tended to the herb garden. Each morning, he appeared punctually, carefully watering, weeding, and aerating the soil for each plant. Under his diligent care, the herbs flourished better than ever, astonishing the alchemists who marveled at the results. This lad is remarkable, an elderly alchemist mused, stroking his beard. This garden has thrived for decades, but never has it been so vibrant. Even more astutely, under the pretext of needing fertilizer for the garden, Qin Yuan procured a significant quantity of discarded elixirs from the mundane affairs hall. During the quiet nights, he would refine these wasted elixirs within his solitary abode, employing the Wanxiang Liantian Ding alongside the profound techniques from the Taichu Danjing. On one particular night, the cauldron radiated a brilliant glow as 3 round, jade-like elixirs gradually formed, emitting a rich fragrance. The surface of the elixirs shimmered subtly, indicating their exceptional quality. At last, a second-tier, mid-grade Ning Yuan Dan. Qin Yuan exclaimed with joy as he gazed at the elixirs in his hand, signifying that he had officially entered the ranks of mid-grade alchemists. Now, with my current alchemical prowess, I should be among the elite of the outer sect disciples. After consuming the elixir, he felt a surge of true energy coursing through him, the bottleneck of the 8th stage of body refinement beginning to loosen. Sensing a breakthrough was imminent, he swiftly made his way to a secluded spot on the back mountain of Danxia Peak to avoid drawing attention during the process. In a rarely trodden valley, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged, channeling the powerful medicinal energy within him to break through the bottleneck. The moonlight bathed him, wrapping him in a silvery veil. Time passed, and suddenly, it felt as though a shackle within him shattered, as his true energy surged forth like a raging river, successfully breaking through to the 8th stage of body refinement. At last, I have broken through. Qin Yuan exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling the overwhelming power within him. Now, my strength should be sufficient to contend with an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of the Ning Yuan realm. After the breakthrough, he felt a great deal of impurities expelled from his body, and the heat within him intensified. At that moment, he detected a refreshing mist wafting from afar, and following the sound of water, he discovered a secluded deep pool hidden within the valley. Under the moonlight, the pool sparkled with shimmering waves, its clarity revealing the bottom like a sapphire embedded in the mountains. Surrounding the pool were exotic flowers and herbs exuding a faint fragrance. Clearly a place rich in spiritual energy. What a splendid sanctuary for cultivation. Qin Yuan gazed around, noting the absence of any onlookers, and marveled at the existence of such a treasure on the back mountain of Danxia Peak. Unable to contain his excitement, he promptly shed his garments and plunged into the depths of the pool. Chapter 32. The beautiful encounter. Ah, how delightful. The cool waters of the secluded pool swiftly washed away the heat within Qin Yuan's body. He luxuriated in the water, stretching his limbs, the temperature perfectly soothing, just right to alleviate the fatigue from his recent breakthrough. However, unbeknownst to him, having been promoted directly from a menial disciple to an outer disciple of the Dan Hall, this serene pool was, in fact, the exclusive training ground of the esteemed senior sister Lu Ruyin, where male disciples were strictly forbidden to approach. Inscribed on a massive stone by the pool were the elegant characters, "Women as training forbidden area, male disciples keep out." Yet, under the cloak of night, Qin Yuan remained oblivious to this warning. As he indulged in his swim, ripples suddenly emerged on the surface of the water nearby, and a graceful figure broke through the surface like a lotus blossoming from the depths. The silvery moonlight gently draped over her, as if adorning her with a gossamer veil of dreams. Her long, dark hair clung to her porcelain skin, shimmering with a lustrous sheen under the moon's glow. Her exquisite features resembled the most perfect masterpiece crafted by the heavens. her brows arched like distant mountains, her bright eyes sparkling like autumn waters. And beneath her elegantly sculpted nose, her rosy lips resembled freshly blossomed roses. Water droplets cascaded down her slender neck, ultimately merging with the crystal-clear pool. She possessed an enchanting figure, curvaceous and delicate, reminiscent of a celestial maiden who had inadvertently descended to the mortal realm, breathtakingly beautiful. This enchanting figure was none other than Lu Ruyin, one of the four most beautiful women of Xintian's sect. At this moment, Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she had been training underwater, sensing someone intruding. She had assumed it was an ignorant female disciple. To her shock, upon surfacing, she found a naked man before her. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lu Ruyin let out a startled cry. Her stunning visage instantly flushed with crimson, her ears betraying her embarrassment with a rosy hue. Instinctively, she raised her jade arm to shield herself, her voice trembling with a mix of panic and indignation. "You lecher! How dare you trespass into my sacred training ground?" Qin Yuan was equally astounded. He could scarcely believe that in the dead of night, in this secluded mountain pool, he would encounter such a breathtaking woman. To make matters worse, the distance between them was alarmingly close, the moonlight illuminating everything, even the delicate length of her eyelashes. "Miss, this is entirely a misunderstanding," Qin Yuan hurriedly explained, instinctively swimming backward, splashing water everywhere. "I was merely here to train and break through. I had no idea anyone was here, let alone that this was your training ground." Silence. Lu Ruyin, both furious and embarrassed, abruptly struck the water's surface with her delicate hand. Instantly, her cultivation at the second level of the Yuan Dan realm erupted, transforming the pool's water into several sharp water arrows that sliced through the air toward Qin Yuan. "Today, I shall cleanse the sect of this shameless lecher." Realizing the dire situation, Qin Yuan quickly dodged, but the disparity in their cultivation levels was too great. One of the water arrows struck him in the back, causing a bitter taste to rise in his throat, nearly making him spit blood. "Miss, please hear me out." Qin Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain, continuing to explain, "I merely sought refuge in this pool to alleviate my discomfort after my breakthrough." "You shameless scoundrel, dare you continue to argue?" Lu Ruyin trembled with rage. Having never endured such humiliation in her life, she vowed to capture this scoundrel and present him to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Seeing that explanations were futile, a bell of alarm rang in Qin Yuan's mind. Oh no, this woman is far too powerful. If I linger here, I may suffer greatly. Just then, Lu Ruyin suddenly became aware of her own disheveled state, her face turning a deep shade of red as she hastily swam towards the shore, gritting her teeth. "Just you wait. If I do not capture you today, I, Lu Ruyin, vow to remain unfulfilled." A glimmer of hope sparked in Qin Yuan's eyes. An opportunity has arisen. He swiftly circulated his internal energy following the intricate movements of the star shift technique he had mastered in his past life, transforming his form into a fleeting shadow. With lightning speed, he snatched up his clothes from the shore and bolted into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. "This lady, I assure you, it is a mere misunderstanding. I shall come to apologize another day," he shouted as he fled, his voice carried away by the night wind. Trying to escape? Lu Ruyin had just clumsily donned her clothing when she spotted him and immediately took off in pursuit. She lightly propelled herself off the edge of the pool, soaring like a swallow, her heart filled with both astonishment and fury. This lecher, clearly only at the 8th level of body refinement. How can he move so swiftly? The two of them raced through the moonlit forest, Qin Yuan utilizing his extensive experience from his previous life to navigate the thorny, convoluted paths, while occasionally creating distractions to mislead his pursuer. "Stop," Lu Ruyin commanded, her voice sharp as she unleashed 3 icy needles that sliced through the air toward Qin Yuan's back. Sensing the fierce wind behind him, Qin Yuan executed a roll to narrowly evade the attack. Unable to suppress his exclamation, "Miss, why must you relentlessly pursue me? I truly did not intend to offend. Shameless scoundrel, do not attempt to wriggle out of this." Lu Ruyin's face was frosty, yet internally, she was secretly astonished. The speed of her 3 ice needles was such that even a mid-stage practitioner of the Ning Yuan realm would struggle to evade them entirely, yet this rogue managed to escape unscathed. Chapter 33. The Great Escape. As Qin Yuan witnessed the dire situation, he was compelled to execute the exquisite transformations of the Xingyi Bu. His figure darted left and right amidst the trees, leaving behind trails of residual shadows, as if several individuals were simultaneously sprinting. What an extraordinary technique! Lu Ruyan watched in astonishment, momentarily at a loss as to which direction to pursue. Seizing the opportunity of her momentary daze, Qin Yuan had already vanished into the depths of the dense forest, leaving only a fleeting echo in the night sky. Miss, tonight's events are truly regrettable. If fate permits, I shall make amends in the future. After searching the mountains and woods for a long time, Lu Ruyan could only stomp her delicate foot in frustration, gritting her silver teeth and exclaiming, "How infuriating! Do not let me discover your identity. Such a remarkable technique surely belongs to someone of significance." She paused for a moment, suddenly recalling the handsome face she had glimpsed in the water, her cheeks flushing with heat. The young man appeared quite youthful, with clear eyes, not resembling a lewd scoundrel at all. How absurd! What am I thinking? Lu Ruyan shook her head vigorously, banishing the thought from her mind. Trespassing into forbidden territory is a grave offense. Once I uncover your identity, you shall pay dearly. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan was breathlessly escaping back to his humble abode. He touched his back, still throbbing with pain, and chuckled wryly. This is quite the predicament. Yet, I must admit, this young lady possesses formidable skills. If that palm strike had landed solidly, I would have likely been bedridden for half a month. He meticulously recalled every detail of the encounter and suddenly smacked his thigh. Wait. Did she say her name was Lu Ruyan? Could she possibly be that esteemed master sister of the Dan Hall? Instantly, Qin Yuan felt an intensifying headache. He never anticipated that an inadvertent breakthrough would entangle him with such a renowned figure in the Shantian sect. To Qin Yuan, this was nothing short of an unexpected calamity. As he circulated his sacred energy to heal the fiery imprint on his back, he lamented inwardly, "Who have I offended? Even achieving a breakthrough in my cultivation has led to this kind of misfortune. No, it is a disaster of bloodshed." That young lady, while looking exquisite, struck with such ferocity that she nearly inflicted internal injuries upon me. For Master Sister Lu Ruyan, her emotions were far more intricate and nuanced. The fleeting visage illuminated by moonlight, along with that extraordinary and unparalleled technique, which left even her, at the second level of Yuan Dan, in awe, was indelibly etched in her mind. Amidst her anger and embarrassment, an indescribable curiosity and unusual sensation began to stir within her. Scoundrel! Shameless thief! She spat contemptuously at the empty waters of the pond, her stunning face flushed under the moonlight, whether from rage or shame was uncertain. Whoever you are, no matter how deeply you hide, I, Lu Ruyan, vow to unearth you. However, due to the matter's implications for her reputation, she felt too ashamed to confide in others and could only conduct a discreet investigation. Yet, with so many disciples in the sect, relying solely on an appearance and a peculiar technique made the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Days passed without progress, and she could only momentarily set aside her quest, hoping that one day, the little lecher would inadvertently reveal himself. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan fully harnessed the steady temperament cultivated during his past life as a martial emperor, burying his apprehension deep within as he swiftly returned to a low-key yet fulfilling life. He continued to appear punctually in his garden, tending to each precious spirit herb like the most diligent gardener. Under the guidance of the profound principles of the Tai Chu Dan Jing, his understanding of medicinal properties transcended mere cultivation, delving into the realms of guiding their life essence and harmonizing their yin and yang. This mastery resulted in the thriving growth and rapid enhancement of the herbs in his garden, leaving even Steward Wu often dumbfounded, exclaiming that this young man was a prodigy in pharmacology. Nights became his precious time for refining alchemy. With the convenience of his secluded abode and the ample supply of discarded elixirs obtained from the miscellaneous affairs courtyard as fertilizer, the Wanxiang Liantian Ding could finally operate at full capacity. With the unparalleled inheritance of the Tai Chu Dan Jing and the miraculous effects of the cauldron, he meticulously refined and reconstituted those discarded elixirs deemed worthless by others. On this particular night, the fragrance of herbs within the small abode was so intense that it felt almost tangible. The Wanxiang Liantian Ding hovered in midair, its body adorned with flowing runes, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Inside the cauldron, several refined pure medicinal liquids rotated and fused along a mysterious trajectory. Qin Yuan held his breath, concentrating his mind to precisely control every minute change. At last, at a critical juncture, all the medicinal liquids abruptly contracted inward. A clear resonance of the cauldron rang out, and the lid opened automatically, releasing 3 pills the size of longan, perfectly round and gleaming like jade, which Qin Yuan deftly caught. The surface of the pills even shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow, and their fragrance was rich and profound. Second-tier premium, Ning Yuan Dan. A flicker of joy sparkled in Qin Yuan's eyes, and he inwardly reveled. When I take action, it is assuredly a masterpiece. With this caliber, I should be able to stride confidently in the outer sect, right? This signifies that without relying on the cauldron to forcibly elevate the quality. My alchemical skills have firmly entered the pinnacle of a second-tier alchemist, with only a single step remaining to reach the realm of a third-tier alchemist. Chapter 34. Stepping forward to rescue beauty, the tranquility of daily life was abruptly shattered by an edict from the Dantang. Due to the urgent need to concoct a batch of second-tier Juki Dan and supply Yulu Dan for disciples' cultivation, Qin Yuan was temporarily reassigned to the main area of the Dan room, serving as a Dantong to assist several official alchemists. On this day, his assigned partner was none other than the renowned beauty alchemist, Lin Qingxue. True to her name, Lin Qingxue possessed an ethereal grace, her demeanor as serene as snow, yet imbued with a gentle warmth that was deeply refreshing. Clad in a moonlight white alchemist robe, she could not entirely conceal her enchanting figure beneath it. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, held in place by a simple jade hairpin, revealing her elegantly shaped swan-like neck. Her skin was fair and delicate, akin to exquisite mutton fat jade, exuding a healthy, luminous sheen. Lin Qingxue's beauty was breathtaking. Yet what was even rarer was her air of elegance and composure, reminiscent of a delicate orchid blooming in a secluded valley, quietly unfurling without vying for attention, yet radiating an irresistible charm. With exceptional talent in the art of alchemy, she had already ascended to the rank of second-tier alchemist at a tender age, attracting suitors who lined up from the peak of Danxiaofeng to the foot of the mountain. Upon entering Lin Qingxue's dedicated alchemy chamber, Qin Yuan found her intently preparing to refine a batch of Yulu Dan. Acknowledging his presence with a slight nod, her voice was melodious and clear. Thank you, junior brother Qin, for your assistance in sorting the herbs and recording the temperature. Senior sister Xiao is too kind. It is merely my duty, Qin Yuan replied with a respectful gesture, maintaining a calm demeanor, though inwardly he mused. Another stunning beauty? Is the feng shui of this Dantang specifically designed to produce such enchanting women? However, he felt somewhat averse to beauties at the moment, particularly those with formidable cultivation. He remained composed in the face of her beauty, which prompted Lin Qingxue to regard him with a hint of curiosity. As the refining commenced, Lin Qingxue's techniques were deft and graceful, akin to a dance. However, as she added a herb known as Bingxin Chao, perhaps due to her eagerness or previous exhaustion, her spiritual awareness experienced a barely perceptible fluctuation, causing her to delay the timing of her addition by half a breath. This slight miscalculation resulted in the cold properties of the Bingxin Chao failing to perfectly neutralize the fiery essence of the main herb, Huolingji, leading to a violent clash. The Dan furnace shook violently, its walls turning crimson, emitting a disconcerting creaking sound as chaotic energy surged within, spreading a destructive aura. This is bad. The furnace is going to explode. Lin Qingxue's complexion paled in an instant. She attempted to suppress the chaos forcefully, but the conflicting energy had spiraled out of control, far beyond her capabilities as an alchemist. The consequences of an explosion would be catastrophic, not only destroying the batch of pills, but also damaging the furnace, and she herself would suffer severe injuries, potentially affecting the entire Dan chamber. At this critical juncture, a calm voice rang out. Senior sister, do not panic. Follow my guidance. Left 3, right 7. Focus your energy at the Dantian and channel it away from the Yongquan point. Quickly, the voice belonged to none other than Qin Yuan. He had been quietly observing, and with his extraordinary spiritual perception and profound understanding of herb interactions, he had sensed the energy imbalance from the onset. Internally, he lamented, "Why is it so difficult for me to remain low-key? If I don't intervene, I'll be caught in the fallout of this explosion too." In a state of disarray, Lin Qingxue instinctively obeyed the steady voice, adjusting her spiritual awareness and the flow of her energy. At the position of Yimu, introduce 3 parts of stalactite powder. At the position of Lihua, reduce the fire by 30%. Quickly, use gentle force to guide it. Do not forcefully suppress it. Imagine guiding a river rather than blocking it. Qin Yuan's instructions pinpointed the critical nodes of the herb conflict with precision. Lin Qingxue followed his commands. Though her technique was somewhat inexperienced, the once volatile energy was gradually being guided back under control. The violent tremors of the furnace began to diminish, and the fiery red walls slowly returned to their normal hue. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, as everyone turned to Qin Yuan with expressions of astonishment and disbelief. How could a mere Dan Tong assist a second-tier alchemist in averting a furnace explosion? The crisis was averted, yet the herbal potency had dissipated, rendering the batch of pills seemingly wasted. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes. However, Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, observing the still smoldering flames within the furnace, and suddenly declared, "Senior sister, it would be premature to give up now. Although the potency has dispersed, the essence remains intact. We may still refine it into a Qingxin Dan." Thinking to himself, "Since I've already intervened, I might as well showcase my skills." Qingxin Dan? Lin Qingxue was taken aback. Although it was also a second-tier pill, its formula was entirely different from that of Yilu Dan. It captures the essence of clarity while discarding the solidity of its form. Qin Yuan quickly explained, "Add 1 portion of bamboo juice, half a portion of peppermint oil, switch to a gentle flame, and employ the technique of wrapping the fingers softly." This was a wildly imaginative proposal. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon gazing into Qin Yuan's confident and serene eyes, Lin Qingxue felt an inexplicable urge to trust him. She swiftly retrieved the herbs he mentioned and followed his instructions. With Qin Yuan's occasional guidance, Lin Qingxue's techniques evolved as the furnace consumed and exhaled flames. A quarter of an hour later, the furnace opened once more, revealing not the anticipated charred remnants, but instead a refreshing and pleasant aroma wafting forth. 3 vividly green and plump pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. "Second-tier superior Qingxin Dan," exclaimed another Dan Tong. Everyone was left speechless. Not only had they averted an explosion, but they had also transformed a batch of seemingly wasted pills into a high-quality alternative. This was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 35. The beauty is a source of trouble. Lin Qingxue gazed at the elixirs in the furnace, then turned her attention to her strikingly handsome and profoundly insightful junior disciple beside her. The shock in her heart was immeasurable. Taking a deep breath, she approached Qin Yuan, respectfully cupping her hands in salute, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. "Qin Shidi, I am deeply grateful for your rescue and guidance. Had it not been for you, the consequences today would have been dire." Qin Yuan stepped aside, humbly responding, "Senior sister, you overstate my contribution. I merely happened to be present and spoke a few words. It was entirely due to your solid foundation and composed demeanor that success was achieved." His modest demeanor further endeared him to Lin Qingxue. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she regarded Qin Yuan. "Your profound understanding of alchemy and your exquisite techniques truly humble me, Shidi. May I inquire about your master?" Senior sister's praise is unwarranted. "I am merely a humble servant, occasionally indulging in ancient texts during my leisure, attempting to comprehend them without any pretense of sophistication." Qin Yuan brought forth the notion of his modest background and self-study once more. Lin Qingxue was naturally skeptical, but seeing his reluctance to elaborate, she did not press him further. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved a small jade token from her storage ring and handed it to Qin Yuan with a charming smile, like the first thaw of ice and snow. "Shidi, I present you with this token. With it, you may freely access my exclusive alchemy chamber within the Dan Hall. It is a serene space with more stable and pure earth fire. Consider it a token of my appreciation. I hope you will not decline." The significance of Lin Qingxue's exclusive alchemy chamber was profound. The surrounding disciples, who had not yet dispersed, exhibited expressions of envy and even jealousy. After a brief moment of reflection, Qin Yuan accepted it calmly. "Then I thank senior sister for your kindness." He indeed required a more stable and undisturbed environment to practice alchemy and cultivation. "If you have time, Shidi, you are welcome to visit my listening bamboo courtyard for a discussion. I would be glad to seek your insights on the complexities of alchemy." Lin Qingxue extended her invitation with a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with sincerity and curiosity. Listening bamboo courtyard was her private residence. To receive a token from a beauty and an invitation to her private abode was an honor that would cause any male disciple to be overjoyed. However, Qin Yuan acutely sensed that the gazes around him had suddenly turned complex, while envy lingered. There was an unmistakable undercurrent of jealousy and hostility. He silently lamented, "Indeed, a beauty is a source of trouble. This predicament seems inescapable. All I desire is a quiet life to cultivate herbs and practice alchemy. Why must it be so difficult? My heart cries out." Having yet to settle matters with Lu Ruyan, now another Xiao Qingxue appears. What kind of romantic tribulation have I stumbled into? Indeed, the news spread through the Dan Hall as if it had sprouted wings. Not only had Xiao Qingxue, the fairy, been rescued by a nondescript servant disciple, but she also favored him greatly, gifting him a token for her private alchemy chamber and even inviting him to her abode. This was outrageous. The Dan Hall was instantly abuzz. Xiao Qingxue's suitors, particularly several who held themselves in high regard, were consumed by jealousy. At the forefront was Zhao Qian, the nephew of a powerful elder in the Dan Hall and a talented alchemist himself, having achieved the rank of second-tier alchemist at a young age. He was among the most fervent and arrogant of Xiao Qingxue's admirers. On this day, Qin Yuan sat quietly in the serene alchemy chamber corresponding to the token gifted by Xiao Qingxue, reflecting on the nuances of his recent success in crafting a second-tier elixir. Just as he contemplated, at this pace, it would not be long before I could attempt a third-tier elixir. A loud, impudent knock echoed at the stone door of the alchemy chamber. Furrowing his brow slightly, Qin Yuan rose to open the stone door. Standing outside was a young man clad in a luxurious brocade robe, his demeanor haughty, with cultivation at the early stage of the Ningyuan realm, Zhao Qian. Behind him were two outer disciples, their airs equally arrogant and sycophantic. Zhao Qian's gaze cut through Qin Yuan, disdainfully sweeping over his plain outer disciple garb, his tone dripping with derision and mockery. "You must be Qin Yuan? The one who got lucky and assisted Xiao Shimi with a trivial matter?" He emphasized the term servant heavily, his intent glaringly obvious. Qin Yuan maintained a calm expression, seemingly unfazed by the insult, and replied coolly, "What advice does Zhao Shixiang have?" "Advice?" Zhao Qian scoffed, stepping forward in an attempt to intimidate Qin Yuan with his height and presence. "I am here to remind you of your place. A servant must possess the awareness befitting a servant. This core alchemy chamber, especially Xiao Shimi's exclusive chamber, is not a place for you." He paused, his voice sharpening with overt threats. "If you are wise, immediately hand over Xiao Shimi's token and return to your servant Peak's herb garden. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you. Even within this Dan Hall, I possess numerous ways to make your life intolerable." Such unabashed hostility and arrogant proclamations caused a few doors of nearby alchemy chambers to creak open, as many disciples secretly observed and whispered among themselves. With so many admirers vying for Xiao Qingxue's affection, Zhao Qian's open provocation undoubtedly thrust Qin Yuan into the eye of the storm. Chapter 36. The trial of alchemy. Qin Yuan was acutely aware that the troubles brought by Xiao Qingxue had finally arrived. He did not wish to stir up conflict, yet he was not one to shy away from it. He lifted his gaze, maintaining an expression of calm as he looked at Zhao Qian, his tone tinged with a hint of bewilderment. "Senior brother Zhao, I am here to cultivate with Sister Zhao's permission, which is in accordance with the sect's regulations. If you find my actions inappropriate, you are welcome to report to the deacon or elder for proper handling, rather than engaging in, well, verbal sparring that only invites ridicule." His words were delivered with a dignified composure. "Impudent." A sycophant behind Zhao Qian immediately sprang forward, pointing at Qin Yuan and shouting, "Who do you think you are to speak to senior brother Zhao in such a manner?" Zhao Qian's expression darkened, as if he could draw water from it, astonished that a mere servant disciple dared to confront him and insinuate that he was being unreasonable. A cold glint flickered in Zhao Qian's eyes. Mindful of the prohibition against personal conflicts in the alchemy chamber, he suppressed the urge to retaliate immediately and sneered darkly, "What a sharp-tongued little brat. Since you claim to be here for the study of alchemy, I shall grant you a chance. Let us compare our skills in crafting the most fundamental second-stage pill of fasting. We shall see who can produce more pills of higher quality within the span of a single incense stick." He paused, a sinister smile creeping upon his face as he felt victory was assured. "Should you lose, you will obediently hand over your token and vacate the alchemy chamber, avoiding me in the future. What say you? Do you dare to accept?" This was evidently a blatant display of oppression, relying on his superior cultivation and extensive experience in alchemy. The surrounding disciples exchanged sympathetic glances or looked forward to the spectacle, none believing that Qin Yuan could triumph. Though the second-stage pill of fasting was elementary, It was the quintessential test of an alchemist's fundamental skills and mastery over fire and herbs. Observing Zhao Qian's confident demeanor, Qin Yuan suddenly smiled. It was a subtle smile, yet it bore an unsettling implication for Zhao Qian, as if he were gazing at a mere clown. Qin Yuan mused, competing in alchemy with me? Over the most basic pill of fasting? This is akin to showing off a grand sword before Guangong, a sure path to demise. Perfect. I shall use you to establish my reputation, so that in the future, no commoner dares to provoke me. Since senior brother Zhao is keen to offer guidance, I shall gladly oblige, Qin Yuan replied, his tone still serene, as if agreeing to a mere casual exchange rather than a contest that could determine his fate. However, since it was a competition, there should be some stakes. If by chance I win, I do not require any precious items from you. He deliberately paused, observing Zhao Qian's slightly relaxed expression, and continued, I only ask that in the future, when you see me, do not engage in unwarranted disputes, thus wasting both our cultivation time. He spread his hands and added, of course, if senior brother feels uncertain about his chances and fears the loss of face, we can call it off, and I shall voice no objections. A few onlookers could not suppress their laughter at the audacity of Qin Yuan's words. His tongue is sharper than a blade. Zhao Qian was indeed thoroughly provoked, feeling a sense of profound humiliation. In his fury, he laughed mockingly. Very well. Let it be as you say. We shall craft the pill of fasting with the time limit of a single incense stick. Witness this, my fellow brothers. Soon, word spread, and more disciples gathered, even drawing in a deacon responsible for the area to oversee the event. The contest commenced in front of a designated alchemy furnace in a public area. Zhao Qian, brimming with confidence, took out his specially crafted pestle and mortar inscribed with a spirit-gathering array, along with herbs of noticeably superior quality. He skillfully began to process the ingredients, his movements fluid and graceful, evoking admiration from many of his supporters. In contrast, Qin Yuan continued to use the most ordinary tools from the communal alchemy chamber and the standard herbs provided. His motions, while not as flamboyant or dazzling as Zhao Qian's, were steady and methodical. Each step executed with precision, exuding an essence of simplicity and authenticity. Seeing this, Zhao Qian's contempt deepened. He believed Qin Yuan was merely putting on a facade. He quickened his pace, intending to completely overpower his opponent in both speed and presence. Time flew swiftly in the charged atmosphere, the incense stick burning down to its last moments. As the fragrance neared its end, Zhao Qian completed his work first. He slammed his hand on the furnace. The lid flew open, and 5 perfectly rounded second-stage pills of fasting soared out, landing into the jade plate in his hand. 3 of them gleamed with a radiant luster and exuded a rich fragrance, qualifying as top tier. The other 2 were slightly inferior, classified as mid-tier. 5 pills produced, 3 top tier, 2 mid-tier. Senior brother Zhao is indeed formidable. This achievement placed him among the elite of second-stage alchemists. His supporters erupted in cheers, and he proudly raised his chin, casting a taunting glance at Qin Yuan, as if victory were already within his grasp. At that moment, Qin Yuan's furnace emitted a gentle chime, the lid slowly opening. No dramatic spectacle unfolded. Only 7 perfectly round pills, uniformly sized and radiating a pure, gentle glow, floated forth, as if alive, hovering quietly before Qin Yuan. The fragrance of the pills, while not overpowering, was exceptionally pure and distant, instilling tranquility in the hearts of those who inhaled it. The entire public area fell silent in an instant. All eyes were fixed on those 7 pills, captivated by their brilliance and essence. 7 pills. All of them top tier? My heavens. A single furnace yielding 7 top-tier pills of fasting. How could this be possible? Chapter 37 Crushing Victory. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted with cheers and exclamations that were tenfold more fervent than before. Many disciples rubbed their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. An observing steward stepped forward with a swift motion, carefully picking up a pill and sensing its properties. His face was instantly filled with shock as he took a deep breath, channeling his energy, and announced with a voice slightly altered by excitement. Qin Yuan has produced 7 pills. The quality, all are exceptional Pai Gu Dan. In this round, Qin Yuan is the victor. Boom. The crowd was thrown into a frenzy. Zhao Qian's triumphant smile vanished, replaced by a ghastly pallor that ultimately turned to a deep, iron hue. He stared fixedly at the 7 exceptional Pai Gu Dan, which seemed to mock him, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. his chest heaving violently as he fought back the urge to spew blood. Internally, he roared, "Impossible! This cannot be. He must have cheated." He could not accept it. Absolutely could not accept that he had lost. In the very domain of alchemy where he had the utmost confidence, to a mere servant he had always looked down upon. Moreover, he had been defeated in such a public manner, with a gap so vast that it bordered on humiliation. "No, it cannot be. You cheated," Zhao Qian shouted in a fit of rage, his voice shrill and losing composure. Qin Yuan, with a calm wave of his hand, stored the 7 exceptional Pai Gu Dan into a jade vial, turning to the almost frenzied Zhao Qian with a hint of pity in his tone, in full view of everyone, with the steward as witness. "All tools and materials provided by the alchemy hall. Brother Zhao, can you not accept defeat? Or do you believe the steward's judgment is flawed? Or perhaps, do all the eyes of the brothers present see incorrectly?" His words cornered Zhao Qian, as questioning the outcome meant questioning the integrity of the steward and all observers. Zhao Qian was left speechless, his face alternating between red and white. Feeling the stares of the crowd shift from envy and admiration to sympathy, disdain, and ridicule, he felt a burning shame on his face, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. With a venomous glare directed at Qin Yuan, his eyes filled with a hatred so intense it seemed he might devour him alive, he managed to squeeze out, through gritted teeth, "Qin Yuan, you wait for me. This is not over." Having said that, he could no longer bear to stay, leaving in a near flight with 2 equally disheveled lackeys, amidst the whispers and pointing fingers of the crowd. Following this incident, Qin Yuan's name soared like a bird with wings, creating a tremendous stir within the alchemy hall. Though some still harbored grudges due to his background, none dared to underestimate his formidable prowess in alchemy and the depth of his composure. However, Qin Yuan understood that what appeared to be a glorious victory had actually thrust him into the spotlight, alienating him from Zhao Qian and possibly inciting the wrath of the forces behind him. He weighed the jade token in his hand and recalled the image of Lu Rian's flustered and angry visage by the water's edge, unable to suppress a rueful smile. He inwardly lamented, "Beauty brings disaster. The ancients truly do not deceive me. The peach blossoms of Xuantianzong are all thorny, are they not? The days ahead may not be tranquil. All I wish is to refine pills and cultivate in peace. Yet why is it so difficult?" Zhao Qian's provocation was like a stone cast into a lake, its ripples quickly settling, yet the impact quietly spread. The news of Qin Yuan refining second-tier exceptional Pai Gu Dan, while not causing a significant stir among the higher-ups, left a profound impression on the disciples and stewards of the alchemy hall. Steward Wu, against the tide of opinion, liberated Qin Yuan from the daily management of the medicinal garden, allowing him to become a formal second-tier alchemist with free access to the alchemy hall and certain resource allocations. "Junior brother Qin, congratulations." Li Xiang's tone was complex, a mixture of envy and a barely perceptible jealousy. "It hasn't been long. And you've risen from a mere servant to a formal second-tier alchemist. Your speed is faster than a flying sword." Qin Yuan smiled humbly. "All thanks to your past guidance and Steward Wu's support. However, no matter how exquisite the alchemy, cultivation is fundamental. I feel my cultivation has hit a bottleneck. It's time to venture out for some experience." "Oh, you are taking on a task outside?" Li Xiang's eyes brightened. "Perfect timing. The task hall has recently released several appealing tasks with generous rewards, though they come with considerable difficulty. But considering your current strength, it should not be a problem. Thank you for the reminder, brother. I have indeed been thinking along those lines. The dormant period has passed. It's time to fully enhance my cultivation." Qin Yuan felt the pinnacle of his 8th level of body refinement, just a step away from breaking through to the 9th level. He yearned for the true life and death combat to unleash his potential. The task hall was bustling with activity, and the massive screen displayed a variety of tasks. Qin Yuan's target was clear, quickly focusing on 3 tasks. Hunt 10 first-tier advanced demonic beasts, the Ironback Demon Wolf, to obtain wolf fangs and essence blood, rewarding 100 contribution points. This is good, just right to test my newly mastered Ryu Sheng Ti. Collect Fire Lotus from the depths of the Li Yen Cave, with each plant rewarding 50 contribution points. Fire Lotus? Just what I need to refine body tempering pills to assist my breakthrough to the 9th level of body refinement. Eliminate the notorious Zhao Qingtian, the leader of the Haifeng village at the 2nd level of the condensation realm, with a reward of 1,000 contribution points. This reward is the most lucrative, but confronting a 2nd level condensation realm foe is somewhat tricky. Young man, you have quite the appetite. The task steward scrutinized Qin Yuan. The ironback demon wolf is manageable, but the Li Yin cave is treacherous, and Haifeng village is a den of danger. Are you sure you wish to take this on, being merely at the 8th level of body refinement? I am well aware of my capabilities. Please proceed with the registration, steward. Qin Yuan replied calmly. Chapter 38. Outdoor training. The steward shook his head while recording, muttering to himself about the reckless youth of today. Qin Yuan secretly chuckled to himself, thinking that he valued his life greatly, but desired strength even more. These 3 tasks were perfect for honing his Ryu Sheng Ti in real combat, while also earning some resources and contribution points. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Once prepared, Qin Yuan stepped out of the Xiantian sect's gates. However, just as he left the confines of the sect, he keenly sensed 4 indistinct presences trailing behind him. Has someone already set their sights on me? Qin Yuan scoffed inwardly, thinking it was a perfect chance to test his skills. He deliberately slowed his pace, leading his pursuers to a secluded valley. Are you not tired after following me for so long? Qin Yuan suddenly turned around, addressing the empty space behind him. 4 shadowy figures emerged from the woods, all wearing menacing masks, their cultivation levels ranging from the 1st to the 2nd stage of the Ning Yuan realm. You have sharp senses, kid, the leader of the masked figures rasped. Did you kill Scarred Lu? Hand over the source iron piece, and I will grant you a swift end. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Yuan's mind, but he feigned confusion. Scarred Lu? Source iron piece? I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. Stop playing dumb. We have investigated. On the day Scarred Lu went missing, only a dozen disciples from Xiantian sect returned from the market, and you were one of them. Oh, you are targeting me based on this flimsy evidence? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Scarred Lu was last seen in the Gui Jianzhou Valley, and among those who returned from that direction, you are the most suspicious. A chill ran down Qin Yuan's spine. It seemed the Heisha organization was indeed formidable, able to trace this far. However, they were still too inexperienced to play games with him. Better to mistakenly kill than let one escape. Attack. The 4 struck simultaneously, their moves fierce and coordinated. Yet, Qin Yuan's agility surpassed theirs. Star Shift. Qin Yuan moved like a specter, effortlessly evading their assaults. The power of the sun surged within his fists. And with a single blow, he sent one of the masked assailants, who was at the 1st stage of Ning Yuan, crashing backward, blood spewing from his mouth. How is this possible? He is clearly at the body refinement stage. One of them exclaimed. The intel is wrong. Retreat. Trying to flee? Qin Yuan's gaze turned icy as he activated the power of Tai Yin, increasing his speed further. Since they had come, none would be allowed to leave. Moments later, all 4 masked figures lay defeated, with only one remaining alive. Speak, who are you? Qin Yuan pinned the last masked figure to the ground. Black Sha will not let you go. Black Sha? Qin Yuan pressed down harder. Explain yourself. What do you want with Scarred Lu? And what is this source iron piece? Under Qin Yuan's relentless questioning, the masked figure stammered out that Black Sha was a mysterious and powerful organization seeking the source iron piece. Scarred Lu was one of their peripheral members. Fortunately, they had not yet pinpointed the source iron piece with him. Qin Yuan felt a sense of relief, though the boldness of the Black Sha organization to operate near Xiantian sect indicated their ambitions were far-reaching. He promptly dealt with the remaining Black Sha member. After disposing of the bodies, Qin Yuan continued on his journey. He had debts to settle and intended to complete the sect's tasks to enhance his strength first. The territory of the Tai Bei Yaolang lay in a desolate hillside where the terrain was rugged and vegetation sparse. Following the task prompts, he soon discovered the trail of the wolf pack. A howling echoed from afar, and soon dozens of eerie green eyes glimmered in the twilight. Just in time. Qin Yuan did not flinch. Instead, he boldly approached. Let me see whether your iron backs are tougher or my fists. The power of the sun surged within him, and his fists radiated a searing heat as they collided with the foremost demon wolf. Boom! The demon wolf howled in agony, sent flying with crushed ribs. Too weak. Qin Yuan shook his head, realizing even he could not withstand a single punch. The power of Tai Yin surged, and his figure flickered among the wolves, each strike precisely targeting the vital points of the demon wolves. Tai Yin Shirgu. He struck out, the cold energy penetrating, causing another wolf to freeze in place, swiftly followed by a finishing blow from Qin Yuan. Interesting, the sun's power is fierce while the Tai Yin's is enigmatic. Together, their might is doubled. Qin Yuan grew more emboldened in battle, realizing the potential of the Ri-Yusheng Ti was boundless. In just a short hour, he vanquished over 10 first-tier advanced demon wolves, with the rest fleeing for their lives. Qin Yuan collected all the wolf fangs and essence into his storage bag, feeling the surging power within him. The strength of the Ri-Yusheng Ti was indeed extraordinary. At this rate, completing the other 2 tasks should pose no problem. After leaving the territory of the Tai Bei Yaolang, Qin Yuan hastened toward his next destination, the Lian Mountain. According to the task instructions, he needed to collect the Di Huolian from the outer Lian cave. Before approaching, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward him. As he gazed around, the entire mountain was a dark red hue, with lava slowly flowing through the crevices, occasionally erupting from fissures to bathe the sky in crimson light. Goodness, this place is quite lively. Qin Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Though this heat was nothing compared to the Jiang Jinhua he had tamed in his past life. He activated his holy power. His natural affinity for fire energy allowed him to sense the signs of the earth fire's eruption in advance, enabling him to effortlessly evade danger. Chapter 39. The flames of the burning sky. The Di Huolian thrives in the warmth and shuns the cold, typically flourishing in regions where the earth's fiery energy is most active. Qin Yuan recalled the passages from the Tai Chu Dan Jing, meticulously searching around the magma pool. Soon, he discovered his objective beside a rolling magma pool. 5 stalks of Di Huolian, resplendent in vivid crimson and gleaming with transparency, swayed gracefully amidst the molten rock, exuding a rich aura of fire energy. Fortune was on his side. Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he prepared to approach and collect the flowers, when suddenly, a crimson shadow leapt from the magma pool. A lizard, measuring nearly 10 feet in length and covered in scarlet scales, stood before him, its crimson tongue flickering ominously, exuding the oppressive aura of a second-tier primary demon beast. The creature's eyes burned like rubies, its tail thrashing against the magma, sending showers of sparks into the air. Is this a Dihua lizard? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow and addressed the creature. Hey there, big fella. Do you really intend to interfere while I gather some herbs? How about we strike a deal? Let me collect this Di Huolian, and I will share a few petals with you. The Dihua lizard, clearly unable to comprehend human speech, nonetheless understood that this human intended to seize its treasure. It roared in anger and unleashed a torrent of searing flames from its maw, the intense heat distorting the air around them. What a delightful challenge. Qin Yuan stood firm, channeling the power of the sun, and delivered a powerful punch. The clash of his fist against the flames produced an astonishing shockwave, causing him to stagger back 2 paces, his arm tingling slightly. Interesting indeed. Feeling the heat radiating from his fist, Qin Yuan grinned. This fire of yours is quite impressive, but it still has a long way to go. In a swift motion, he performed the Xing Yi Bu, appearing instantaneously beside the Dihua lizard. The lizard, taken aback by the human's speed, hastily swung its tail in a sweeping attack. Taiyin Shirgu. Qin Yuan remained unperturbed, striking with an open palm, the chilling energy penetrating the lizard's body. The Dihua lizard froze momentarily, and Qin Yuan seized the opportunity, delivering another heavy blow to its head. Bang! The Dihua lizard let out a mournful cry as it crashed into the magma pool, sending a cascade of fiery sparks into the air. However, it quickly regained its footing, obviously enraged, its eyes glowing crimson and its scales bristling. Ah, quite tenacious, aren't you? Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, but I haven't the time to play with you. The Dihua lizard lunged forward again, this time opting for close-quarter combat, with its sharp claws instead of flames. Seeing this, Qin Yuan chuckled. You wish to engage me in melee? That's a path to your demise. He activated the Ri-Yusheng Ti, channeling solar power into his right fist and lunar energy into his left palm. In an instant, he transformed into a moving embodiment of Tai Chi, a harmonious blend of offense and defense. Taste the brilliance of my Ryu Tong Hui. Qin Yuan roared, unleashing both palms. This time, the Dihua lizard could no longer withstand the assault. Its massive form hurled several feet away, crashing into the rock wall, unable to rise again. Why go through all this? Qin Yuan shook his head as he approached the Dihua lizard, observing its feeble condition, and sighed. It would have been so much simpler to yield. He carefully harvested the 5 Dihuolian, placing them into a specially crafted jade box. These 5 specimens were of excellent quality. 3 were sufficient to fulfill his task, leaving 2 for himself, ample for refining 2 batches of body tempering pills. Once I break through to the 9th level of body refinement, my strength will escalate significantly. With the task complete, Qin Yuan prepared to depart when the Wanxiang Lian Tian Ding within his dantian suddenly began to tremble violently. Qin Yuan turned his attention inward, discovering that the treasure was emanating an unprecedented radiance, seemingly guiding him towards a specific direction. You want me to venture deeper into the Li Yin mountain? Following the direction indicated by the treasure, he gazed towards the core area of the Li Yin mountain, a forbidden zone, a place of absolute peril. It was said to be exceedingly hot, with no one ever returning alive from within. The tremors of the treasure intensified, as if urging him onward. Very well, since you are so eager to explore, I shall accompany you. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and ventured deeper into the Li Yin mountain. The further he progressed, the higher the temperature soared. Even with his intrinsic affinity for fire energy, Qin Yuan began to struggle. Just as he felt he could endure no longer, the Wanxiang Lian Tian Ding suddenly erupted from his dantian, forming a transparent protective barrier around him. Well, what a remarkable function you possess, Qin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. With the shield's protection, he successfully arrived at the very heart of the Li Yin mountain. The sight before him left him utterly speechless. A colossal lake of magma roiled before his eyes, and at its center floated a golden flame. Though it appeared tranquil, it radiated an aura of terrifying energy that sent shivers down his spine. Is this the heavenly fire? Qin Yuan's pupils dilated in shock. It was none other than the third-ranked Fantian. In his previous life as a martial emperor, Qin Yuan was well-versed in the various extraordinary fires of the world. The Fun Tian Yin ranked third among the heavenly fires, possessing the ability to devour other flames and evolve, far surpassing the Zhuyang Zhenhua he had tamed in his past life, which ranked sixth. I've struck gold. Qin Yuan was nearly overcome with excitement. If he could capture the Fun Tian Yin, would he not stride through life with unparalleled confidence? He cautiously approached, attempting to communicate with the Fun Tian Yin. Hey there, little flame, how about teaming up with me? I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence. Chapter 40. Subduing the celestial fire. The flame of the heavens flickered slightly, emanating an air of arrogance. A mere 8th level of body refinement dares to claim me as its master? Begone. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Hey, must you judge me solely by my realm? I possess infinite potential. Potential? The flame of the heavens scoffed. I have encountered more geniuses than you have had meals, and they all turned to ash in the end. You. Qin Yuan was infuriated. So you choose to disrespect me? Then do not blame me for being impolite. He exerted all his strength, unleashing the aura of the Sun Moon's sacred body without reservation. Simultaneously, the divine pressure of his past life as a martial emperor enveloped the area. This is the Sun Moon's sacred body? And this pressure? The flame of the heavens was evidently shaken. Who exactly are you? I am the reincarnation of the martial emperor, endowed with divine roots, cultivating the supreme sacred body. Qin Yuan declared proudly, follow me, and I assure you shall not be overlooked. The flame of the heavens fell silent for a moment, its golden flames trembling slightly. You do possess some merit. However, should you wish for me to recognize you as my master, you must pass my trial. What trial? Qin Yuan exclaimed boldly. Bring it on. Receive a strike at 30% of my power. If you can withstand it, I shall acknowledge you as my master. As the words fell, a slender flame separated from the main body, drifting toward Qin Yuan. Though it appeared feeble, it harbored the power to devastate worlds. Qin Yuan dared not be careless. He activated the Sun Moon's sacred body to its utmost, and the forces of the sun and moon converged before him, forming a Taiji diagram. Boom! The flame collided with the Taiji diagram, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. Qin Yuan stifled a grunt, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, yet he still managed to withstand the blow firmly. Not bad, not bad. The tone of the flame of the heavens softened considerably. In that case, I shall recognize you as my master. However, you must promise me that if you encounter other celestial fires in the future, you will assist me in devouring and evolving. Deal. Qin Yuan exclaimed, overjoyed. The process of recognition proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. As the flame of the heavens integrated into Qin Yuan's dantian, the temperature of the entire fiery mountain began to gradually decline. The once tumultuous lake of magma slowly calmed. What a tremendous gain! Qin Yuan reveled in the presence of this new addition within his dantian, ecstatic that with the flame of the heavens, he now possessed an ace for alchemy and combat. The Wanxiang Liantian Ding emitted a joyful hum, seemingly pleased with its new companion. Well then, it is time to return. Qin Yuan, invigorated, thought to himself that once he refined the body-tempering pill and broke through to the 9th level of body refinement, he would undoubtedly seize victory in the outer sect competition. He turned to leave, the fiery mountain behind him still radiating heat, yet devoid of its previous ferocity. After completing his task at the fiery mountain, Qin Yuan hurried to his final destination, the Black Wind stronghold. Approaching a village several dozen miles from the stronghold, he caught a faint whiff of blood. Upon entering the village, the sight before him ignited a fire within his heart. The settlement lay in ruins. Numerous houses were burned, and dark red bloodstains marred the ground. A few surviving villagers were tidying up, their faces etched with sorrow and fear. "Old man, what has happened here?" Qin Yuan inquired, grasping the arm of an elder who was attempting to repair a house. The elder looked up, his murky eyes filled with tears. It was those devils from the Black Wind stronghold. Yesterday they raided the village, and when Wang Leihan's son dared to resist, they beat him to death. An old woman nearby sobbed. They not only looted but also abducted Zhang family's daughter. She is merely 16 years old. Such cruelty. Those beasts. Qin Yuan clenched his fists, knuckles turning white. "Do not worry, old man. I am here to deal with them." The elder gripped him in terror. "Young man, do not go seeking death." The leader of the Black Wind stronghold, Zhao Qingtian, is a master of the Ningyuan realm, and his two subordinates are ruthless killers. Just days ago, a hero claimed he would rid the world of them, and his head now hangs at the stronghold's gate. Qin Yuan chuckled coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. "Ningyuan realm? Just the opportunity one need to test my new techniques. Fear not, old man, I have my own plans." After bidding farewell to the villagers, Qin Yuan ascended a nearby peak overlooking the Black Wind stronghold. The stronghold was perched atop a treacherous mountain, accessible only by a winding path, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Qin Yuan observed the stronghold for an entire day, discerning the patrol patterns of the bandits. Zhao Qingtian has committed numerous atrocities. He deserves his fate. Qin Yuan gazed at the smoke rising from the stronghold, his eyes glinting with resolve. However, facing a threefold Ningyuan is indeed somewhat troublesome. I must devise a foolproof strategy. I do not wish to end up like that unfortunate hero, with my head displayed at the stronghold's gate. On a moonless night, Qin Yuan stealthily infiltrated the stronghold like a specter. Utilizing the cover of shadows, he effortlessly evaded several patrols of bandits, silently approaching the exterior of the assembly hall. Chapter 41. Rescuing the senior sister. The hall was brightly lit, and a burly man with a face full of excess flesh was drinking heartily from a large bowl. He was none other than the chief, Zhao Qingtian. Two cultivators at the first level of the Ningyuan realm were seated beside him, presumably the second and third in command. "Brother, that young lass we captured yesterday is truly enchanting. Can we?" The second in command, a tall and lean figure, wore a lewd grin and made an indecent gesture. Zhao Qingtian let out a hearty laugh, his voice booming like thunder. "What is the rush? Once I've had my fill, you shall have your share." The third in command, a short and stout man, flatteringly poured wine for Zhao Qingtian. "Brother, you are magnificent. The village we slaughtered yesterday yielded quite a bounty. If you ask me, there should be more clueless villages around here. We could profit significantly." In the shadows, Qin Yuan seethed with anger upon hearing this, just as he was about to take action when he suddenly sensed something amiss with Zhao Qingtian's aura. Third level of the Ningyuan realm? Qin Yuan's pupils constricted. The intelligence had been incorrect. This was troublesome. Though I am formidable, challenging someone 4 levels higher is rather taxing. He was preparing to retreat and devise another plan when, suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from outside the hall. "Zhao the butcher, come meet your end." A masked woman burst in, wielding a sword with exquisite skill. It was unmistakably the Xiantian sect's Lu Yun sword technique. Her movements were agile, and the sword light flowed like mercury, swiftly taking down 2 bandits guarding the door. Where did this little girl come from? Daring to cause a ruckus in Heifengzhai, Zhao Qingtian snarled as he stood up, eager to seize her as his captive. "Brothers, seize her." Despite the masked woman's refined swordplay, she was only at the second level of the Ningyuan realm and lacked practical combat experience. Under the combined assault of the second and third in command, along with the numerous bandits, she gradually began to falter. The second in command wielded a ghost head knife, his attacks ruthless and targeting her lower body. The third in command used a pair of judge's pins, employing venomous techniques aimed at critical points. Their teamwork was seamless, and with the interference of over a dozen bandits, the masked woman was overwhelmed. Flowing clouds and rising waves. The woman shouted, summoning a surge of sword energy that temporarily forced back the second in command. However, the third in command seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from the side, aiming directly at her vital point. The woman hastily swung her sword to block, but was struck by the second in command's knife on her blade, causing her to stagger back, her hands numb from the impact. "Little girl, you better surrender obediently." The second in command leered, "My brothers will take good care of you." "Shameless," the woman retorted angrily, her swordplay becoming increasingly frantic, yet it was evident that she had lost her composure. As a fellow disciple of the Xintian sect, Qin Yuan could not stand idly by and watch her perish. He sighed. Although her arrival was ill-timed, he could not simply allow her to suffer humiliation and death. He suddenly emerged from the shadows, executing the star shift technique to its fullest extent, arriving at the center of the battlefield in an instant. "Sister, do not panic. I am here to assist you." Qin Yuan unleashed a powerful punch, the force of the sun erupting from his fist, sending two bandits who rushed forward crashing into the wall, unconscious. With a swift motion, he executed the Taiyin Shirko technique, the chilling wind from his palm freezing another bandit in his tracks, who was subsequently pierced by the masked woman's sword. "Who is this wild brat, seeking death?" the second in command exclaimed, brandishing his knife. The blade cut through the air with a fierce wind. Qin Yuan did not flinch or evade. Activating the sun and moon's sacred body, his right fist glowed with a golden-red aura as he met the blade head-on. With a resounding clang, the knife failed to breach his defenses and instead recoiled from the impact. "How is this possible?" the second in command gaped in disbelief. "This knife of mine is a treasured blade capable of slicing through iron." Qin Yuan shook his slightly tingling fist and grinned. "Is your blade perhaps a counterfeit? Its quality seems rather lacking." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yuan grasped the masked woman's wrist. "Sister, the situation is dire. We must retreat." Trying to escape? Zhao Qingtian, who had been observing, let out a cold snort and finally made his move. The fierce palm wind of a third-level Ningyuan cultivator surged forth, aimed directly at Qin Yuan's back. Qin Yuan barely managed to sidestep, the fierce wind grazing his clothing as it whistled past, resulting in a thunderous crash as the stone wall behind him collapsed into rubble. In a moment of desperation, Qin Yuan grabbed the woman's hand and attempted to break through. However, she stumbled, her pace too slow. Seeing that they were about to be surrounded, Qin Yuan had no choice but to shout, "Pardon my rudeness." He bent down and hoisted her up, channeling all his strength into the star shift technique as they made their escape. Just then, Zhao Qingtian's second palm wind struck, narrowly grazing Qin Yuan's back and obliterating another stone wall. "Chase them. Leave no one alive." Zhao Qingtian's roar was deafening. "I will skin you both alive." Qin Yuan sprinted through the forest, carrying the woman in his arms, the pursuing forces drawing ever closer. The woman squirmed restlessly in his hold. "Put me down. I can run on my own." "Stay still." Qin Yuan snapped. "If we continue like this, we will both perish here. Do you think I want to carry you?" "You." The woman's face flushed with anger, yet she dared not move again. Chapter 42. Joining forces against the enemy. Sensing the increasingly imminent threat behind him, Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and retrieved an explosive Yuan Dan from his storage bag, tossing it backward without a glance. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sounds of explosions erupted, and dense smoke swiftly enveloped the area, temporarily obstructing the pursuer's line of sight. At last, he managed to shake off his assailants within a thick forest. "Let go of your hand," the woman exclaimed in embarrassment and anger. Only upon reaching a safe place did Qin Yuan realize that in his moment of desperation, his hand had inadvertently pressed against the inner thigh of the woman he was holding. He hurriedly released her, gently setting her down while gasping for breath. "Senior sister, forgive me. It was truly an unavoidable circumstance." All right, I understand." The woman pulled down her veil, revealing a face of extraordinary beauty, albeit flushed with embarrassment. She shot Qin Yuan a glare. "But if you dare to breathe a word of this, I shall." Under the moonlight, her skin was as fair as snow, seemingly sculpted from the finest mutton-fat jade. Her bright eyes resembled autumn waters, shimmering with a gentle luster due to her bashfulness. Beneath her delicate nose lay tightly pursed cherry lips, slightly pouted in annoyance, adding to her charm. Though clad in fitted attire, Her graceful figure could not be concealed. She appeared as an ethereal fairy under the moonlight, exuding an otherworldly elegance. What will you do? Qin Yuan teased. Are you going to silence me permanently? I shall inform everyone that you have acted inappropriately. The woman retorted indignantly. Qin Yuan immediately raised his hands in surrender. No, no, no. Senior sister, spare me. If this gets out, how will I survive in the sect? Now you know fear. She proudly lifted her chin. I am Lin Qingxue from the Jiandao Peak of the Xintian sect. Her voice was as melodious as jade striking against jade, sweet and enchanting despite her shyness. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure to introduce himself. I am Qin Yuan from the Dantang of the Xintian sect. Are you also here on a mission? Lin Qingxue sighed. The sect's mission stated that Zhao Qingtian is at the second level of the Ning Yuan realm, so I accepted the task. These vile bandits have slaughtered dozens in Lushi village, sparing neither the elderly nor the children. In a moment of anger, I could not hold back. She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yuan, her tone laced with skepticism. But you, a mere practitioner of the body refinement realm, dare to take on such a task? Qin Yuan rubbed his nose. There was a misunderstanding in the intelligence. I initially thought the second level of the Ning Yuan realm was manageable, yet it turned out to be the third level. However, since we have encountered each other, why not join forces? I have a plan. Just you? Lin Qingxue raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Senior sister, do not underestimate me, Qin Yuan chuckled. If it weren't for me, you would still be waiting in the bandits' lair to become their captive wife. Moreover, if I had not carried you away, would you have escaped? Lin Qingxue's face flushed at his words, recalling the earlier embarrassment, and she stamped her foot. Do not mention that again. All right, I won't bring it up. Qin Yuan raised his hands in surrender. Now, to the matter at hand, my plan is. After discussing their strategy, Qin Yuan foraged for herbs on the mountain, combining them with materials from his own inventory, quickly concocting several bags of white powder. This is the Pagong San, Qin Yuan explained. It is white and odorless. Upon inhalation, one's Yuan power becomes sluggish, allowing only 60% of one's strength to be exerted. When we return to confront them, we shall find an opportunity to scatter it, and at that moment, Lin Qingxue's eyes brightened. This idea is commendable, but how will we find the opportunity to disperse it? Zhao Qingtian has already suffered once, and will undoubtedly be more vigilant. Qin Yuan smiled mysteriously. Leave that to me. I will distract Zhao Qingtian while you handle the remaining personnel. I will wait until they exert their full strength to release the powder. At that time, their heavy breathing will make them most susceptible. An hour later, the two of them charged back into Heifengzhai. This time, Qin Yuan directly sought out Zhao Qingtian. Zhao the butcher, our previous encounter was unfinished. Let us continue. I shall ensure you are left searching for your teeth. You seek death. Zhao Qingtian roared in fury, his cultivation at the third level of the Ning Yuan realm surging forth like a ferocious tiger. Qin Yuan dared not confront him directly, fully employing his Xing Yi Bu to evade, darting like a specter through the onslaught of Zhao Qingtian's attacks. Do you think I cannot escape you even if I cannot defeat you? Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue unleashed a flurry of sword light, intercepting the remaining bandits. The Lu Yun sword technique indeed lived up to its reputation. As Qin Yuan dodged, he observed that this girl possessed exceptional sword skills, though her practical experience fell short, making her moves somewhat rigid. Lu Yun Jiuzhuan, Lin Qingxue shouted, her swordsmanship accelerating dramatically, the streams of sword light flowing continuously, barely fending off the assault of the second and third in command along with the other bandits. During the battle, Lin Qingxue encountered several perilous moments. Once, the second in command's long knife nearly struck her back, but Qin Yuan appeared just in time, delivering a punch that sent the blade flying. Senior sister, be careful of your back, Qin Yuan warned, simultaneously sidestepping a heavy punch from Zhao Qingtian. On another occasion, the third in command stealthily loosed a cold arrow, but Qin Yuan's quick reflexes allowed him to pull Lin Qingxue aside, the arrow grazing her hair as it whizzed past. Thank you, Lin Qingxue murmured softly, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. Chapter 43. The Annihilation of Heifengzhai. No need for thanks. Just remember to treat me to a meal, Qin Yuan said with a cheeky grin, yet his feet were relentless as he continued to engage with Zhao Qingtian. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, and seizing the opportune moment, Qin Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Qingxue. Both held their breath as Qin Yuan sent forth 2 pouches of powder from his sleeve, his specially concocted disruption powder. Amidst the fierce combat, Zhao Qingtian and the second and third captains, panting heavily, were caught off guard and inhaled a significant amount of the powder, instantly feeling their inner force falter. What is happening? My inner force. Zhao Qingtian's complexion changed dramatically, his offensive suddenly stalling. The second captain, in a state of terror, realized that his inner force was as if submerged in the sea, impossible to summon fully. Brother, we have fallen into a trap. It is time to end this. Qin Yuan shouted, launching a full-scale counterattack alongside Lin Qingxue. Sun and moon shining together. Qin Yuan's mind surged with inspiration as the powers of the sun and moon merged for the first time in combat, amplifying the force of his punch. The golden energy of the sun intertwined with the silver of the moon, forming a swirling taiji pattern that bore down upon Zhao Qingtian with devastating might. Zhao Qingtian barely managed to muster his inner force to defend, but was forced back repeatedly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of disbelief. What kind of technique is this? The technique that will claim your life. Qin Yuan pressed his advantage, unleashing a torrent of punches like a tempest. Flowing clouds piercing the sun. Lin Qingxue, with perfect coordination, directed her sword at the second captain's opening. Her sword, akin to a shooting star, traced a graceful arc through the air before accurately piercing the second captain's heart. The second captain gazed in horror at the sword that had pierced his chest, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Seeing the dire turn of events, the third captain attempted to flee. Qin Yuan snorted disdainfully, employing the star-shifting step to close the gap in an instant, delivering a heavy blow to his back. The third captain let out a cry of agony before collapsing, never to rise again. Witnessing his subordinates fall one by one, Zhao Qingtian, in a frenzy, declared, "I will take you all down with me." He forcibly attempted to unleash his inner force for a self-detonation. Quick to react, Qin Yuan propelled the sun and moon's sacred body to its utmost limit, striking at Zhao Qingtian's dantian. With a cough of blood, Zhao Qingtian looked at Qin Yuan in disbelief, crashing to the ground, eyes wide open in death. With their leaders slain, the remaining bandits scattered, fleeing for their lives. The battle concluded, and the two exchanged glances, both feeling exhilarated. "Thank you for saving me earlier." Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "You're too kind, senior sister. Without your exceptional swordsmanship, victory would have been elusive," Qin Yuan replied hastily, then returned to his playful demeanor. "However, senior sister, your flowing clouds piercing the sun was truly magnificent, though the initial movement was rather conspicuous. Perhaps next time, you could conceal it better." Lin Qingxue shot him a glare. "Mind your own business." The two began to collect the spoils of their victory. Heifeng, having operated for many years, had amassed considerable wealth. The storage rings of the captains and the treasures within their vaults were piled high with spirit stones and countless spirit herbs. My goodness! Lin Qingxue marveled at the wealth before her, astonished. How many people did these bandits rob? This is truly a heinous accumulation. Qin Yuan, equally dumbfounded, exclaimed, "This is my chance to strike it rich. With this many spirit stones, I can reach the condensed Yuan realm." After tallying their gains, they divided several storage rings, 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Yuan, uninterested in the pills, handed them all to Lin Qingxue, while she, in return, offered him first and second-grade herbs. Additionally, he discovered a third-grade 8-trigram array disc in the vault, a rare treasure indeed. "This harvest is extraordinary," Lin Qingxue remarked. "Had it not been for your timely assistance, I might have." She looked earnestly at Qin Yuan. "Junior brother, you contributed significantly this time. You should take more of these resources." Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Senior sister, you are too polite. It was agreed to split evenly. Besides, had you not restrained the other bandits, I wouldn't have had such an easy time." Though she attempted to refuse again, Qin Yuan chuckled. "If you feel uneasy, just look out for me more in the sect in the future." "That is only natural," Lin Qingxue solemnly promised, then shot him another glare. "But if you dare to speak of today's events, I will." I know. Just say I harassed you." Qin Yuan raised his hands in surrender. "Rest assured, senior sister, I am the most discreet." In the mountains behind Heifeng, Qin Yuan and Lin Qingxue discovered over 100 young women who had been imprisoned by the bandits. Their garments were tattered, and their conditions were dire. The duo immediately distributed supplies and spirit stones to aid them in their return home. They then revisited the village that had suffered at the hands of Heifengzhai, leaving behind ample resources for the villagers to rebuild their homes. Observing the villagers' tearful gratitude, Lin Qingxue's fondness for Qin Yuan deepened. To her surprise, not only was junior brother Qin powerful, but he also possessed a benevolent heart. She mused, despite his frivolous words. He proved to be quite dependable in action. Upon returning to the sect, Qin Yuan and Lin Qingxue reported the completion of their mission at the task hall. It was common for disciples to gather extra rewards upon completing tasks, and thus, the task hall maintained a reasonable exchange system, ensuring confidentiality for those who redeemed their rewards. Chapter 44. The nouveau riche within the tranquil confines of the task hall. Qin Yuan followed the disciple in charge into a serene compartment. This space starkly contrasted with the raucous main hall outside, suffused with the delicate aroma of sandalwood, while the walls bore intricate formations designed to thwart any probing of divine consciousness. Please take a seat, junior brother Qin. Elderly gestured toward a zeetonwood table, his expression grave. According to the sect's regulations, substantial contributions could be exchanged in this private chamber, with all transaction details kept confidential. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Thank you for your assistance, elderly. In accordance with sect rules, having completed 3 tasks entitled Qin Yuan to a total of 1,250 contribution points. Additionally, he retained only Zhao Qingtian's storage ring and the possessions of the third householder, which included all mid-grade spirit stones, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and several rare second-tier medicinal materials. The remainder, consisting of an overwhelming 1 million low-grade spirit stones, a plethora of first and second-tier medicinal materials, and surplus storage rings, was prepared for exchange. As Qin Yuan laid out the spoils from the storage ring before him, even the seasoned elderly could not help but narrow his eyes. He meticulously examined each item, and upon revealing Zhao Qingtian's severed head, his finger involuntarily paused. Indeed, junior brother Qin is formidable. Elderly mused. These 3 tasks, particularly your capture of Zhao Qingtian at the 8th stage of body refinement, should have stirred quite a commotion. Are you certain you wish to exchange privately? I am new to the sect and prefer to remain inconspicuous, Qin Yuan replied calmly. Moreover, I had the assistance of senior sister Long. She graciously attributed this merit to me. Elderly nodded appreciatively, a wise decision. However, you must understand that opting for a confidential exchange means relinquishing an opportunity to establish your name. Fame is but a fleeting illusion, Qin Yuan remarked nonchalantly. True power is the essence. When the final tally was revealed, elderly could not suppress a deep breath. In total, you can exchange for 287,000 contribution points. After the transaction concluded, elderly offered a final word of caution, junior brother Qin. Although the sect will maintain confidentiality regarding your dealings, some whispers may inevitably circulate. I advise you to exercise caution in your future endeavors. Thank you for your reminder, elderly. Upon exiting the task hall, Lin Qingxue had been waiting outside. Junior brother Qin, are you afraid of gaining notoriety by choosing to exchange privately? She teased softly. The taller the tree, the more it will be subjected to the wind. However, Qin Yuan shrugged indifferently and turned to wink at Lin Qingxue. If a breeze like you were to blow more often, I would welcome it. Lin Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, You're incorrigible. Where are you headed next? To the martial arts hall, of course. Now that I have become affluent, it's time to indulge, Qin Yuan exclaimed, patting the token at his waist with the demeanor of a newly wealthy man. See you later, senior sister. After parting ways with Lin Qingxue, Qin Yuan proceeded directly toward the martial arts hall. Upon entering the ancient and grand martial arts hall, a palpable aura of solemnity enveloped him. The hall was lined with shelves, densely packed with jade slips and books, as numerous disciples busied themselves perusing the selections. Qin Yuan's spiritual consciousness swept over the martial arts techniques, and his previous life's experience as a martial emperor enabled him to instantly discern the quality of these skills. Most were merely standard techniques for body refinement and essence condensation, with the occasional incomplete manuscript from the essence core realm riddled with flaws. An indescribable sense of disappointment welled within him. How far he had fallen from the days when he commanded the myriad techniques of the Wanxiang Divine Palace, bestowing martial arts secrets upon his disciples as if they were grains of sand along the Ganges. Now, he found himself sifting through the meager offerings of this lowly sect, like a prospector seeking gold, evaluating techniques that appeared as worthless scraps of paper to him. Xiao Chun, Luo Li. The names pierced through his thoughts, bringing with them a sharp pang. One was his most trusted disciple, the other the woman he cherished most deeply. Yet they had betrayed him in the critical moment of his alchemical pursuits, leading to the destruction of his physical form and the fall of his soul to this realm. Xiao Chun and Luo Li, by now, must have ascended as my successors, governing the Wanxiang Divine Palace and ruling over the true martial continent. As Qin Yuan's thoughts surged, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Though I possessed the finest martial techniques and secrets in my previous life, utilizing them would inevitably expose me to my former subordinates, who could easily trace my whereabouts. This risk is one I cannot afford to take. It is prudent to acquire additional martial arts techniques and secrets. Rewalking the path of cultivation may not be a bad thing after all. He contemplated, seeing it as an opportunity to solidify his foundation and rectify the hazards left by his hasty previous cultivation. Deliberately, he avoided techniques that mirrored the martial philosophies of his past, seeking instead those that were eclectic and obscure. As he passed by a shelf in the far corner, a few dusty jade slips caught his attention. These techniques, Qin Yuan's spirit stirred, and upon closer inspection, he was secretly astonished. Though their ranks were not high, the martial philosophies contained within were remarkably unique. Excellent eye, a venerable voice resonated from behind him. Qin Yuan turned to see an elderly man in a gray robe standing behind him. The old man's hair was white as snow, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity akin to a spring. Elder son, Qin Yuan greeted respectfully. Chapter 45. Exchange of techniques. Elder son nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the jade slip in Qin Yuan's hand. Yao Yangji, Xining Shi, Lu Yunbu. Do you know the origins of these three techniques? Please guide me, elder. These are remnants passed down from ancient times, elder son replied slowly, said to originate from a long-lost cultivation system, vastly different from the mainstream techniques of today. For hundreds of years, many have attempted to cultivate them, yet few have succeeded. Qin Yuan's heart stirred. Why? The cultivation threshold is exceedingly high. Elder son fixed his gaze upon Qin Yuan's eyes. Yao Yangji requires an extreme yang force of spiritual energy, while Xianin Shi demands utmost yin and gentleness. Yin and yang are mutually exclusive. Ordinary cultivators attempting to practice both techniques simultaneously risk total cultivation failure at best, or death at worst. And what about Lu Yunbu? It necessitates a high level of control over one's spiritual energy. Elder son spoke meaningfully. Any slight misstep could lead to a backlash of spiritual energy. More importantly, none of these three techniques have subsequent legacies. Qin Yuan interjected. Once mastered, the path ahead is severed. A flicker of surprise flashed in elder son's eyes. Since you understand this, why still choose to pursue them? The path is forged by one's own footsteps. Qin Yuan replied calmly. If there is no path, I shall carve one myself. Elder son fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. 50,000 contribution points. This price far exceeds that of ordinary techniques in the Ning Yuan realm. Yet Qin Yuan did not hesitate to produce his identity token. As the glow of contribution points diminished, elder son suddenly spoke. If you can master these three techniques to a minor success within 3 months, you may seek me out. Qin Yuan respectfully bowed. Thank you, elder Sunday. Upon leaving the Hall of Techniques, Qin Yuan made his way without hesitation to the sect's sacred training ground, the Xingchen Tower. This journey has been quite fruitful. With abundant resources at hand, it is time for me to exert all my efforts to break through. Qin Yuan gazed at the towering Xingchen Tower, his eyes alight with anticipation. The Xingchen Tower consists of 9 levels, each equipped with powerful gathering arrays and distinct training environments, such as gravity rooms, illusion chambers, elemental rooms, etc., making it the optimal locale for disciples to enhance their strength, albeit at the cost of substantial contribution points. Qin Yuan chose the gravity room on the first level. He required immense pressure to further temper his physique and awaken the potential of his sacred body. After paying the contribution points, he stepped into the gravity room. Instantly, a tremendous pressure surged from all directions, as though he bore a weight of 10,000 genes. Ordinary disciples in the body refinement realm would find movement nearly impossible here. Yet Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This pressure was precisely what he needed. He activated the Ri Yusheng Tiju, guiding the dense spiritual energy and gravitational force, fervently refining every inch of his flesh, bones, and meridians. The Ri Yusheng tea operated spontaneously under pressure. The circulation of yin and yang energies accelerated, and his cultivation advanced at a visibly rapid pace. After expending a considerable number of contribution points and enduring the intense training in the gravity room and the illusionary combat, battling energy phantoms, Qin Yuan's cultivation soared, finally reaching the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, the 9th level. However, the transition from the pinnacle of the 9th level to the Ning Yuan realm presents a significant threshold. It requires the concentration and compression of one's entire vital energy into a higher form of elemental power, not merely the accumulation of spiritual energy. Returning to his residence, Qin Yuan prepared to enter seclusion to break through to the Ning Yuan realm when a boisterous voice rang out from outside. Qin Yuan, get out here. Zhao Qian, accompanied by several formidable outer sect disciples, blocked the entrance to his courtyard. Zhao Qian's face was dark, filled with resentment. Learning of Qin Yuan's rapid progress, he could no longer contain his fury. Senior brother Zhao, did we not agree that after losing to me in the alchemy competition, you would refrain from seeking trouble? Qin Yuan stepped out slowly, his aura restrained, yet the pressure of the pinnacle of the 9th level naturally radiated, causing the expressions of Zhao Qian's companions to shift. Agreement? Zhao Qian sneered. The previous alchemy match was merely an accident. You were simply relying on the protection of Sister Xiao. Do you dare to face me in the arena, a fair contest? If you lose, you shall voluntarily relinquish your status as an outer sect disciple and leave the Xiantian sect. The sect encourages disciples to compete, providing an arena for resolving grievances. Typically, this requires the consent of both parties. Qin Yuan calmly regarded Zhao Qian, now at the pinnacle of the 9th level, facing Zhao Qian, who was at the 2nd level of the Ning Yuan realm, would be akin to crushing an ant. He mockingly remarked to Zhao Qian, "Are you so confident, senior brother Zhao? Enough talk." Zhao Qian's tone was aggressive. "Just answer me. Do you dare?" Qin Yuan's heart stirred. He had been searching for an opportunity to break through, and Zhao Qian's challenge might just be the final spark he needed. Since senior brother Zhao is so keen, I would be happy to oblige. Qin Yuan maintained a calm tone. However, since it is an arena match, there should be some stakes involved. How about 100,000 contribution points? 100,000? Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback, then furiously laughed. Very well. Let it be so. Tomorrow at noon, Outer Sect Arena, do not be late. The news spread swiftly. The newly initiated Qin Yuan was set to challenge the seasoned disciple Zhao Qian. This news swept through the outer sect like wildfire, causing a significant stir. Has Qin Yuan lost his mind? A body refinement realm disciple challenging a Ning Yuan realm disciple? It is said that his cultivation has recently surged, but regardless, it is improbable for him to defeat senior brother Zhao by overcoming a rank. Tomorrow promises to be quite the spectacle. Qin Yuan's exploits during his external training were not made public, so those unfamiliar with him believed he had gone mad, challenging a Ning Yuan realm disciple from the body refinement realm, a sheer act of self-deprecation. Chapter 46. The Arena Showdown. As the night deepened, a formidable aura brewed within Qin Yuan's modest courtyard. Seated cross-legged, he felt the surging vitality coursing through his body. With just one final step, he could condense and compress this vitality into a more elevated form of Yuan power. Tomorrow's arena would be the perfect opportunity for me to break through to the Ning Yuan realm. The next day at noon, the outer arena area was teeming with people. The challenge of a refinement realm disciple against a Ning Yuan realm opponent was already a spectacle, and with a staggering wager of 100,000 contribution points, an even greater multitude gathered to witness the event. The arena was constructed from sturdy obsidian and fortified with protective formations. Zhao Qian stood proudly atop the platform, his resplendent robe billowing as if moved by an unseen wind, exuding the unrestrained aura of a Ning Yuan realm second layer, creating an intangible pressure that made many refinement realm disciples below struggle to breathe. Brother Zhao's cultivation has advanced. It seems that Qin Yuan is in for a rough time. Humph, does he overestimate himself, thinking a mere talent can bridge the gap of realms? The crowd murmured, almost no one betting on Qin Yuan. At that moment, a figure ascended the stage at a leisurely pace. It was Qin Yuan. Clad in simple azure garments, his aura was subdued, his expression as calm as still water, as if he were about to embark on a casual stroll rather than engage in a daunting challenge. Qin Yuan, it is still not too late to concede. Zhao Qian spoke arrogantly, hoping to avoid any incident that might harm this talented alchemist during their bout. With a faint smile, Qin Yuan replied, I appreciate Brother Zhao's concern. However, I trust that after this battle, you will cease to pursue me. The two transferred 100,000 contribution points each into the designated token as per their agreement. Shall we commence? Inquired the officiating steward. Qin Yuan nodded, casting a glance at Zhao Qian that bore a hint of amusement. If not for this wager of 100,000 contribution points, I would truly not wish to waste my time. Bring it on. Zhao Qian's eyes flashed with coldness as he sprang forward, his right hand forming a palm. Yuan power coalescing within, radiating a deep yellow light, charged with a heavy momentum, aimed directly at Qin Yuan's chest. It was his signature technique, the shattering palm, an advanced martial skill of the Ning Yuan realm. He unleashed his full strength from the outset, evidently intent on a swift resolution. The palm wind was fierce, Yuan power surged. The most significant distinction between the Ning Yuan realm and the refinement realm was the utilization of Yuan power, which was far more refined and potent, capable of injuring from a distance. In the face of this ferocious strike, Qin Yuan remained steadfast, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. He craved pressure. He needed the Yuan power of the Ning Yuan realm to temper himself, to unleash his potential. Come at me, Qin Yuan shouted, refraining from employing his inner Yuan power, relying solely on the strength of his physical form to strike back. He had chosen to meet force with force. Foolhardy, Zhao Qian scoffed inwardly. Boom. The clash of fist and palm resounded with a deep thud. Shockwaves radiated from the two, causing ripples in the arena's protective barrier. To everyone's astonishment, Qin Yuan was not sent flying. He merely staggered slightly, retreating half a step. Zhao Qian, however, felt a tingling in his palm, forced to step back from the rebound. The arena fell into an instant silence. The smugness on Zhao Qian's face froze. How is this possible? Your strength. Qin Yuan shook his slightly numbed fist, clarity flooding his mind. The sun and moon's sacred body was indeed formidable. Relying solely on his physical strength, he was not inferior to the intensity of a Ning Yuan realm's second layer's Yuan power. Yet, it was still not enough. He sensed that the vitality within him was boiling to its peak from their earlier collision, and the barrier leading to the Ning Yuan realm seemed to have loosened ever so slightly. Brother Zhao, it appears that your Yuan power is not as impressive as I had believed, Qin Yuan stated blandly, laced with provocation. Arrogant. Zhao Qian's rage ignited completely, his surrounding yellow Yuan power surging violently, his palms striking in a rapid succession, shadows of palms cascading like mountains descending upon Qin Yuan. Thousand Peaks Shadow. This was an upgraded version of the shattering palm, with even greater might. The crowd gasped, convinced that Qin Yuan would undoubtedly falter this time. Yet, Qin Yuan remained resolute, refusing to employ a shred of Yuan power, confronting the onslaught with sheer physical strength. He was like a small boat amidst a tempest, struggling against the onslaught of palm shadows. Each collision sent his vitality swirling, yet the barrier grew ever thinner. He could sense that the opportunity for breakthrough was right before him. Damn it! Zhao Qian, frustrated by his inability to overwhelm Qin Yuan, felt the veins on his forehead throb, his breathing becoming labored. A glint of ruthlessness passed through his eyes as he suddenly retrieved a scarlet pill from his robes and swallowed it without hesitation. Rampage pill. The officiating steward's expression changed drastically. He had not anticipated Zhao Qian would resort to such a potentially detrimental substance to his foundation in order to secure victory. Upon ingesting the pill, Zhao Qian's aura surged dramatically, momentarily breaking through to the pinnacle of the Ning Yuan realm third layer. He laughed maniacally. Qin Yuan, to force me to this extent, you have every reason to feel proud. Now perish. Zhao Qian unleashed his palms in unison. The violent wind generated by his attack whipping up a cyclone on the arena. The power of this strike had transcended the realm of the Ning Yuan third layer. In the face of this lethal blow, a flicker of determination shone in Qin Yuan's eyes. He required such life and death pressure to awaken his potential, and without hesitation, he charged forward. Seeking death, Zhao Qian cackled, his left palm gathering a profound yellow Yuan power. The wind howling with an ominous resonance, the ultimate technique of the shattering palm, shatter stone, split mountain, targeted directly at Qin Yuan. Chapter 47. A last-minute breakthrough crack. The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed across the arena. Qin Yuan was sent flying like a broken kite, spewing a jet of blood midair before crashing heavily onto the edge of the platform. His left shoulder was visibly sunken, and blood instantly stained his azure robe. Victory! Zhao Qian suppressed the tumultuous surge of his qi and blood, a victorious smile illuminating his face. Not far from the arena, in a secluded viewing stand, a woman clad in a simple white dress with a delicate veil unconsciously clenched her sleeves. Though her veil obscured her features, her graceful figure and ethereal aura still captivated attention. She was Lin Qingxue, who had come to witness the battle. Holding her breath, Lin Qingxue circulated her internal energy, ready to intervene and rescue Qin Yuan at any moment. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the platform, under the eaves of a pavilion, another woman dressed in purple with a light lavender veil anxiously observed the arena. Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes brimmed with worry as she bit her crimson lip, suppressing the urge to rush onto the stage. These two stunning women, strangers to one another, were simultaneously concealing their identities while keenly watching the duel from the shadows. Their gazes were fixated on the severely injured Qin Yuan, their hearts echoing with similar anxiety. However, just when everyone assumed the outcome was decided, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lying on the ground, Qin Yuan's qi and blood surged, stimulated by his grievous injury and the relentless training he had endured. In that instant, the sturdy barrier within him shattered with a thunderous crash. A force far more refined and powerful than that of the body refinement realm erupted explosively from within Qin Yuan. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged towards him, as the vast energy within his dantian compressed and coalesced, ultimately transforming into a single, crystalline droplet of liquid essence, imbued with immense energy. Followed by the second droplet, then the third. The realm of condensation was attained. Qin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, their brilliance surging like the sun and moon in their celestial paths. He slowly rose to his feet. The injury to his left shoulder healing at a visibly accelerated rate due to the pure energy that surged forth during his breakthrough. The aura radiating from him unmistakably revealed that he had reached the first level of the condensation realm. A last-minute breakthrough? The condensation realm. He had actually achieved this at such a moment. The crowd erupted into a frenzy below. Zhao Qian's smile froze entirely. No? It cannot be. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yuan felt the powerful energy coursing through him. He turned to the ashen-faced Zhao Qian and calmly stated, "Brother Zhao, it is now my turn to attack." No sooner had he spoken than Qin Yuan moved, unleashing the Luyan step, his speed now several times faster than before. He left behind a phantom and instantly appeared before Zhao Qian. The Yaoyang finger struck forth, the tip of his finger gathering scorching energy, aimed directly at Zhao Qian's vital point. Zhao Qian hurriedly summoned his energy to defend, but the purity and strength of Qin Yuan's newly attained power far exceeded his own. Coupled with the enhancement of the sun and moon's sacred body, his strength surpassed that of an ordinary practitioner at the fourth level of the condensation realm. Boom! Zhao Qian's defenses crumbled like paper, and he was sent flying by a single strike, crashing against the arena's protective barrier, sliding down as blood gushed forth, losing consciousness entirely. After a deathly silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous exclamations. Everyone gazed at the tall figure on the arena, their eyes filled with awe and shock. In this battle, Qin Yuan's name swept through the outer sect of the Xiantian sect like a tempest, surpassing several levels. Achieving a breakthrough in the condensation realm at a critical moment, and defeating the seasoned disciple Zhao Qian with a single punch, such accomplishments were enough to capture the attention of all. The label of a former superwaste and a mere servant disciple was utterly shattered, replaced by titles like Genius Alchemist and Transcendent Warrior, each accompanied by admiration and astonishment. Yet, at the center of this storm, Qin Yuan remained extraordinarily composed. He understood the principle that a tree standing out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind, and he recognized that his true adversaries were far beyond the likes of Zhao Qian. The glory on the arena was merely a facade. Solidifying his foundation and rapidly enhancing his strength were of utmost priority. In a quiet courtyard, Qin Yuan sat cross-legged, his aura ebbing and flowing like the tides. After breaking through to the condensation realm, the small sun and moonlight cluster in his dantian had transformed into a miniature vortex of energy, slowly rotating and absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, its efficiency far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner in the condensation realm. This was the terrifying advantage of possessing a divine root in the sun and moon's sacred body. There was no need to deliberately operate techniques. as his cultivation speed was already several times that of ordinary individuals. Yet, he was not satisfied. He activated the Yin Shi Ju, a secret technique he often employed during his past life as a martial emperor. This technique not only concealed his aura perfectly, but also allowed him to suppress his apparent cultivation level to a specified realm. With a single thought, the overwhelming aura of the peak of the first level of the condensation realm quickly retracted, stabilizing at a nascent state within the condensation realm that still felt somewhat tenuous. Thus, to external observers, he appeared merely as someone who had recently broken through and required time to solidify, allowing him to avoid unnecessary attention while also providing a strategic advantage at critical moments. Having initially formed the energy of the condensation realm, it required continuous refinement and expansion of the Dantian vortex until the energy was abundant in order to challenge the next level. Qin Yuan surveyed the small, yet immensely solid vortex of energy in his Dantian, strategizing that while ordinary practitioners relied on arduous training and medicinal pills, he possessed the sacred body and the precious cauldron, allowing for a speed increase of more than tenfold. However, haste makes waste. He needed to hone his strength through real combat and pressure, ensuring that his energy became as familiar as his own limbs, thus solidifying his foundation. Chapter 48. The Simulation Combat Room. He directed his focus towards the sacred training ground of the sect, the Xingqian. Previously, he had only trained in the first layer's gravity chamber and illusion chamber. Now, having broken through to the Ningyuan realm, he was qualified to challenge higher levels. Upon returning to the Xingqian and paying his contribution points, Qin Yuan ascended the staircase leading to the second layer. The concentration of spiritual energy in the second layer was double that of the first, and it featured a simulation combat room. Training within this combat room would not result in actual death, but the experience of injury, pain, and the visceral sensation of death significantly honed one's mental fortitude. Qin Yuan entered a simulation combat room. The scenery before him shifted, revealing a desolate Gobi desert. Opposite him materialized the phantom of a petrified demon lizard, towering 3 zhang, with exposed fangs and an aura comparable to that of a peak Ningyuan realm third-layer beast. This simulation was based on real encounters experienced by the sect's predecessors, embodying the true combat characteristics of the beast. The peak of the Ningyuan third layer? Perfect for practice. A surge of battle intent ignited within Qin Yuan's eyes. He refrained from employing his elemental energy, relying solely on his physical strength combined with the Ri Yusheng Ti to charge towards the demon lizard phantom. Roar. The petrified demon lizard let out a roar, its robust tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip, producing a deafening sound wave. Qin Yuan moved like lightning, the power of the Taiyin swirling around him as he narrowly dodged the tail strike. At the same time, he closed the distance and unleashed a powerful punch, imbued with the power of the sun, against the relatively soft underbelly of the demon lizard. Bang! With a muffled thud, the demon lizard phantom wavered but did not dissipate. Instead, it became enraged and unleashed a torrent of earthy, petrifying breath from its jaws. Qin Yuan stood firm, unyielding, intent on testing the strength of his sacred body. He shouted, crossing his arms as both elemental and sacred energies surged within him, bracing against the breath. Hiss! The petrifying energy collided with his protective aura, emitting a corrosive sound, yet it could not penetrate. Qin Yuan felt the pressure, and his elemental energy circulated faster within him, refining his control over power. After a quarter of an hour and accompanied by a reluctant roar, the petrified demon lizard phantom was shattered by Qin Yuan's relentless barrage. With just his physical prowess and basic elemental energy, he had effortlessly triumphed over a peak Ningyuan third-layer foe. Qin Yuan gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. Should he employ martial techniques and the power of the Ding, challenging mid to late Ningyuan realm opponents was not beyond the realm of possibility. In the days that followed, Qin Yuan remained in the simulation combat room of the Xingqian, confronting various formidable demon beasts and even the phantoms of his fellow disciples, honing his combat skills and adapting to the powers of the Ningyuan realm. Simultaneously, he concentrated his efforts on mastering 3 newly acquired martial techniques, Yaoyang Ji, Xianyin Shi, and Lu Yun Bu. Although these techniques were of a lower tier, when combined with his Ri Yusheng Ti, they exhibited unexpectedly formidable might. Let me see just how powerful this Yaoyang Ji truly is. Within one of the simulation combat rooms, Qin Yuan faced a phantom of a fire lion at the 4th layer of the Ningyuan realm. Channeling his elemental energy, His right index finger glowed with a scorching white light, as if it embodied a miniature sun. Yaoyangji. With a swift jab, the searing finger wind shot forth like an arrow, instantly piercing the fire lion's head. The air warped in the wake of the finger wind, leaving a trail of searing energy. Not bad, not bad, Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The power of this strike was sufficient to rival a full-force attack from a fifth-layer Ningyuan realm cultivator. Next came Qianyin. Confronting a phantom of a heavily armored rock bear, renowned for its defense, Qin Yuan summoned the power of the Taiyin, a faint black mist emanating from his palm. Qianyin. He struck the thick shell of the rock bear with what appeared to be a light tap. Yet it elicited a pained roar from the beast. The chilling palm force silently permeated the rock bear's body, fiercely eroding its vitality. In mere moments, the beast, known for its defense, collapsed with a thunderous thud. Subtle and elusive, this technique was indeed suited for ambushes, Qin Yuan mused as he stroked his chin in contemplation. Finally, he tried Lu Yunbu. While evading the assault of dozens of phantom swift-winged wolves, Qin Yuan's form became erratic, weaving through the pack like flowing clouds. Each step resonated with the principles of the cosmos, his movements devoid of any trace of clumsiness. Interesting, this footwork can actually invoke the momentum of heaven and earth. Though only slightly, it is sufficient to enhance my speed by over 30%. Lu Yunbu emphasizes agility and transformation, perfectly complementing the characteristics of Qin Yuan's Ri-Yu-Sheng Ti. Through his battles in the combat room, he had grasped the essence of these techniques, allowing him to move like smoke and mist, adeptly maneuvering within confined spaces with a ghostly grace. This further elevated his already formidable combat prowess. After several days of rigorous training, Qin Yuan had cultivated these three martial techniques to a small mastery. Coupled with the attributes of his Ri-Yu-Sheng Ti, their power far exceeded ordinary expectations. At night, Qin Yuan returned to his small courtyard. Practicing the Ri-Yu-Sheng Ti Ju, utilizing elixirs and insights accumulated within the Xingqian Ta to rapidly enhance his cultivation. The Wanxiang Liantian Ding continuously absorbed the unique energies he gathered from various sources, particularly the waste elixirs from the Dan Hall and the special energy chambers of the Xingqian Ta, solidifying the cauldron's form. Chapter 49. The phenomenon of the Star Tower. Through an almost frenzied pace of cultivation, his prowess surged forward with remarkable momentum. Merely a month later, he had effortlessly broken through to the third level of the Ningyuan realm. Yet, to the outside world, he continued to present himself as a peak first-level Ningyuan practitioner, his aura having solidified significantly since his initial breakthrough, leading others to believe he was merely consolidating his realm. On this day, Qin Yuan once again entered the second level of the Star Tower, opting for a combat room simulating the battles of core disciples at the seventh level of the Ningyuan realm. He yearned to discover the limits of his current capabilities. The phantasm before him coalesced into a white-clad disciple wielding a long sword, exuding a fierce aura, his swordsmanship exquisite and his elemental power formidable. Qin Yuan dared not be complacent. For the first time in the illusion, he combined his elemental and sacred powers. He moved like the wind, alternating between punches and palm strikes, unleashing the fierce and dominating force of the sun alongside the elusive and unpredictable power of the moon, engaging with the sword shadow in a fierce and intricate battle. After 100 exchanges, although he found himself at a disadvantage and bore several wounds, he grew more valiant with each clash, his mastery of power increasingly refined. Ultimately, he seized an opening, employing a technique infused with the soul-eroding power of the moon to strike the opponent's wrist, causing a momentary halt in the sword's momentum. Following this, he unleashed the sun-scorching fist, decisively shattering the seventh-level Ningyuan phantasm. Having triumphed against an adversary of a higher tier, Qin Yuan panted heavily, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Though merely a phantasm, its combat simulation was exceedingly realistic, and this victory significantly bolstered his confidence. As he exited the combat room, he coincidentally encountered several inner disciples also training on the second level. Upon seeing Qin Yuan emerge from the room designated for the seventh-level Ningyuan combat, albeit wounded, yet with a steady aura, they could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Isn't that the talented alchemist, the ascending warrior Qin Yuan? He dares to challenge the phantasm of the seventh-level Ningyuan? It seems the rumors hold true. This individual indeed possesses the strength to battle beyond his realm. Yet, his aura still appeared to be that of a peak first-level Ningyuan practitioner. Could it be that he was concealing his true power? Or perhaps employing some unique secret technique? The discussions reached Qin Yuan's ears, but his expression remained unchanged, though a sense of vigilance stirred within him. It seemed that in the future, he must exercise greater caution during his training in the Star Tower, selecting more discreet times or rooms. However, tranquil moments of cultivation are often fleeting. Shortly after Qin Yuan advanced to the 4th level of the Ning Yuan realm, still presenting as a peak 1st-level practitioner to the outside world, and successfully defeated the 8th-level phantasm within the illusion, an unforeseen incident once again thrust him into the spotlight of the sect. On this day, Qin Yuan entered the 3rd level of the Star Tower for training. The concentration of spiritual energy and pressure on this level far surpassed that of the 2nd level, and it featured an elemental storm room that simulated various extreme elemental environments, proving exceptionally effective in refining elemental attributes. Qin Yuan chose a fire attribute storm room, intending to harness the violent power of the fire spirits within to further temper his sun-moon sacred body. After paying a substantial number of contribution points, he stepped into the fire attribute storm room. Instantly, it felt as though he was engulfed in a volcanic molten landscape, with scorching waves of heat intermingled with the frenzied energies of the fire spirits relentlessly assailing his body. Ordinary mid-level Ning Yuan disciples would likely find themselves overwhelmed within moments, their elemental power depleted, forced to retreat in a state of disarray. Yet Qin Yuan thrived in this environment. He fully activated his cultivation method, the vortex of elemental energy within his dantian spinning wildly, as if it were an endless abyss consuming the surging fire spirit energy. The sun-moon sacred body became spontaneously active, a faint golden-red glow emitting from his surface, filtering, absorbing, transforming, and nourishing both his physical form and elemental power with the violent energies. He immersed himself in his cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time. As he absorbed more energy, the source of the sun's sacred power within him seemed to be stirred, resonating at a deeper level with the fire spirit energy in the storm room. Just as he aimed to guide a more refined essence of solar truth to break through the bottleneck of the 5th level of the Ning Yuan realm, an unexpected transformation occurred. Deep within his dantian, the Wanxiang Lian Tian Ding appeared to be subtly stirred by the interaction of this inner and outer solar power, vibrating gently of its own accord. The rune representing the sun upon the cauldron suddenly brightened, exuding a vast, ancient aura, seemingly originating from the very essence of the sun. This aura permeated through Qin Yuan's body, inevitably leaking out a trace. Boom! The entire fire attribute storm room, and indeed the 3rd level of the Star Tower, trembled violently. The once violent fire spirit energy seemed to respond to a king's summons, becoming extraordinarily docile, converging wildly towards the direction of Qin Yuan, forming a visible small vortex of flames. At the vortex's center, Qin Yuan's figure flickered in and out of visibility, as if surrounded by golden divine flames. This astonishing phenomenon instantly attracted the attention of the elder guardians of the Star Tower and all disciples training within. What is happening? An energy upheaval? Such terrifying fire spirit power. Which senior brother is breaking through? Wait, this aura seems to be emanating from the fire storm room on the 3rd level. The elder guardian hastened to the 3rd level, his powerful consciousness spreading like a tide, swiftly locking onto the source of the disturbance. Upon sensing the extraordinarily pure essence of solar truth, his expression shifted dramatically. Such purity of solar truth? It can indeed evoke a resonance of the fire spirit energy within the tower? His consciousness swept through, discovering that Qin Yuan had concluded his training, and the once violent vortex of flames was gradually dissipating. The elder raised his hand and gently tapped the stone door, which opened with a deep rumble, revealing Qin Yuan's tranquil visage. Chapter 50. Renown of the Star Tower. Although the young man appeared nonchalant, the perceptive elder guardian immediately discerned the harmonious and auspicious aura surrounding him, infused with an unusually pure fire attribute energy, indicating that he had recently gained significant benefits. What astonished the elder even more was the realization that the young man's true cultivation level seemed far more profound than the mere peak of the 1st layer of condensation. Disciple Qin Yuan, paying his respects to the elder, maintained his composure while secretly feeling uneasy. He had never anticipated that the sudden anomaly of the Wanxiang Liantian Ding would evoke such astonishing phenomena, alarming the enigmatic elder guardian. Were you just cultivating? The elder's gaze was sharp as if he sought to penetrate Qin Yuan's very essence. Indeed, it was this disciple who was cultivating here, Qin Yuan replied, adopting a respectful posture with a steady tone. He attributed the situation to a moment of enlightenment, a common excuse in such scenarios. Enlightenment? The elder furrowed his brow, meticulously sensing Qin Yuan's aura, and indeed found that his command over fire attribute energy surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, suggesting a genuine breakthrough. Yet, the profound essence of the sun cast doubt in the elder's heart, which he chose not to voice. After a lingering glance at Qin Yuan, the elder turned to leave, having made a mental note of the youth and deciding to report to the sect. Once the elder departed, the storm chamber outside was already crowded with disciples who had come upon hearing the news. When they saw Qin Yuan emerge, an uproar ensued. It's Qin Yuan, that genius alchemist. Was it he who caused the earlier phenomena? Isn't he merely at the first layer of condensation? This youth must be concealing his true strength. No wonder he can challenge beyond his rank. Various speculations, astonishment, and envious glances converged upon Qin Yuan. He could only smile wryly, realizing that maintaining a low profile was no longer an option. With an impassive expression, he hastily exited the Xingqian Ta. The news spread like wildfire throughout the sect. Have you heard? Qin Yuan triggered an anomaly at the Xingqian Ta, suspected to possess a top-tier physique of solar attributes. Even the Elder Guardian was stirred. This youth's future is boundless. The commotion surrounding the anomaly at the Star Tower did not dissipate as usual over time. Instead, propelled by some unseen force, it intensified. Qin Yuan's name transcended the outer sect and alchemy hall, even catching the attention of some elite inner sect members and elders. Bearing exceptional talent and resonating with the fire spirit of the Star Tower, a label firmly affixed to Qin Yuan. He found himself the subject of varied and intricate gazes, curiosity, scrutiny, envy, and, predominantly, a sense of examination and veiled hostility. A disciple with remarkable talent, yet lacking a powerful background, was perceived as a potential threat by some, making him a target for suppression. Concurrently, the high-ranking officials of the sect began to take an interest in Qin Yuan. However, the results of his initial assessment, which labeled him as possessing a defective spiritual root, loomed like an invisible shackle, causing the elders to adopt a wait-and-see approach regarding his potential apprenticeship. They tacitly chose to continue observing the performance of this young man, eager to see how long this newly blossomed star could shine. Days later, Qin Yuan returned to the third level of the Star Tower, this time opting for a higher grade, energy-rich firestorm chamber. Gazing at the considerable contribution points deducted from his identity token, he couldn't help but grumble internally. The price is becoming increasingly exorbitant. Thankfully, I won 100,000 contribution points from Zhao Qian. However, one gets what one pays for. Since I am willing to invest significantly, the results should be equally rewarding. Time is precious. I must seize every moment. After paying the contribution points, Qin Yuan swiftly entered the firestorm chamber. As he stepped inside, the dense fire spirit energy enveloped him, and strands of red spiritual light danced in the air. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, activating the Ryu Xingtiju, beginning to absorb the pure fire attribute energy. However, just as he reached a critical moment in his cultivation, a cacophony of noise and urgent knocking erupted from outside the firestorm chamber. Open the door. Open the door. This cultivation chamber is mine. A brazen voice called out from outside, exuding an unmistakable air of dominance. Chapter 51. The limit of endurance. Qin Yuan furrowed his brows, suppressing the discontent that brewed within him, and continued to channel his energy. This moment was critical for his cultivation. If interrupted, he could lose all his progress or, worse, provoke a backlash of his vital force. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sounds of impact reverberated as the heavy stone door was battered, producing a resonating hum. The violent tremors not only disrupted Qin Yuan's meditation, but also affected several neighboring practice rooms, where muffled complaints from other disciples could be faintly heard. Qin Yuan gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of sharp coldness flashing within them. The interruption had nearly caused his vital energy to spiral out of control. Had he not stabilized it in time, his meridians could have been harmed. With a creak, he rose and opened the stone door of the training room, only to find a young man clad in luxurious attire accompanied by several henchmen standing outside. It was none other than the notorious bully among the outer disciples, Zhou Feng. Upon seeing Qin Yuan emerge, Zhou Feng displayed no hint of apology, instead marching in with his entourage. Get out. Zhou Feng cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yuan, his tone arrogant. This training room belongs to me, Zhou Feng. Qin Yuan suppressed the anger surging within, maintaining a calm demeanor. Senior brother Zhou, I have already paid contribution points to use this training room. Paid contribution points? Zhou Feng finally shot him a sidelong glance, a mocking smirk creeping onto his lips. You, a mere waste just entering the Ning Yuan realm. Think you deserve this fine training room? If you know what's good for you, clear out and don't waste my time. His followers immediately joined in the jeering. Exactly. Senior brother Zhou is a genius of the outer sect. What are you? Don't think that a little talent makes you special. Before senior brother Zhou, you're nothing but trash. Qin Yuan's gaze turned icy. He had no desire to escalate the conflict, yet the blatant provocation had infringed upon his dignity as a martial artist. I'll say this once more. Qin Yuan's voice remained steady, though his eyes glimmered coldly. This training room is currently in use by me. I kindly ask you to leave. Zhou Feng erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke. His laughter echoed throughout the training room. Qin Yuan, what are you? Just a lucky waste. This training room is mine today. Get out. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Feng unleashed his aura, the oppressive force of his cultivation at the 4th level of Ning Yuan flooding the space. His followers simultaneously released their own energies, creating a suffocating atmosphere. A fierce glint crossed Zhou Feng's eyes as he channeled all his strength into his right leg, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Qin Yuan's dantian, intending to cripple him entirely. Seeing Zhou Feng's malicious intent, the suppressed fury within Qin Yuan ignited. He had sought to cultivate in peace, yet some insisted on seeking their own demise. Since he could endure no longer, he would not hold back. Since you insist on courting death, Qin Yuan slowly lifted his head, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Then do not blame me for being merciless. As his words fell, Qin Yuan's figure abruptly vanished from his original spot. In the next instant, he appeared before Zhou Feng like a wraith, his right fist striking out with the force of thunder. This punch, seemingly unadorned, concealed the terrifying strength forged through the sacred body of the sun and moon. Zhou Feng barely had time to react before he was met with an overwhelming surge of power. With a dull thud, he was sent flying back like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the hard stone wall, causing the entire training room to shudder. Coughing up blood, Zhou Feng stared at Qin Yuan in disbelief. How is this possible? His followers stood dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that Qin Yuan would dare to strike Zhou Feng, let alone defeat him in a single blow. Qin Yuan coldly regarded Zhou Feng, who lay crumpled on the ground, his voice frigid as ice. Waste. You dare to act arrogantly before me? He stepped forward deliberately, with each stride amplifying his imposing presence. When he reached Zhou Feng, the pressure emanating from him made it difficult for Zhou Feng to breathe. What do you want? Zhou Feng gazed at Qin Yuan in terror. My brother is an elite of the outer sect, Zhou Long, with an 8th level cultivation in Ning Yuan. If you harm me, he will never let you go. An elite of the outer sect? Qin Yuan scoffed. So what? I relish taking down outer sect elites. With that, he ruthlessly stomped down on Zhou Feng's dantian. A sharp cracking sound echoed as Zhou Feng's dantian was shattered, obliterating all his cultivation. Zhou Feng let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, his once fierce aura completely extinguished, leaving only painful convulsions. Qin Yuan looked down at him from above, his tone as frigid as ice. Tell your brother that if he seeks revenge, I shall be ready at any moment. He cast a cold glance at the stunned henchman beside him, his voice suddenly deepening. Why are you still standing there? Take this waste and get out. The henchman, terrified, scrambled to lift the barely conscious Zhou Feng, hastily retreating from the training room. Chapter 52. Defeating the elite. The heavy stone door slowly closed, sealing off the sounds of gasps and discussions from outside. News swiftly spread throughout the outer sect. Qin Yuan had incapacitated Zhou Feng. This was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Who was unaware that Zhou Feng's brother, Zhou Long, was an elite of the outer sect and a favored disciple of the elder in the law enforcement hall. Indeed, within an hour, a formidable aura surged from the distance. Zhou Long, brimming with wrath, charged directly to the 3rd level of the Xingchen Tower. Qin Yuan, come out. Zhou Long's furious roar reverberated throughout the Xingchen Tower. The door to the cultivation chamber creaked open once more, and Qin Yuan strode out calmly. So, it was you who harmed my brother? Zhou Long's eyes burned with rage, fixed intensely upon Qin Yuan. It was I, Qin Yuan replied with a flat tone. acknowledging the path he had chosen. Well, 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 if I do not tear you to shreds today, I, Zhou Long, vow not to be human. With that, his aura surged explosively, releasing the pressure of the 8th level of the condensing element realm, suffocating the onlookers. Cracking sky palm, Zhou Long bellowed, launching a powerful palm strike. The force was astonishing, twisting the very air in its wake. However, Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged in the face of this terrifying blow. He activated the flowing cloud step, evading like a specter, while simultaneously unleashing the radiant sun finger, aiming for Zhou Long's vital points. The two engaged in combat in an instant. Zhou Long's profound cultivation and fierce palm techniques clashed with Qin Yuan's bizarre movements and sharp finger techniques, resulting in a battle that was surprisingly evenly matched. How is this possible? Zhou Long's astonishment grew with each strike. He had expected to easily overpower Qin Yuan, yet found himself entangled in a fierce contest. Is that all you can do? Qin Yuan scoffed, suddenly shifting tactics and silently executing the profound Yin palm. Caught off guard, Zhou Long felt the icy palm energy invade his meridians, causing his elemental force to stagnate. Damn it! Zhou Long roared, forcibly channeling his elemental power in an attempt to expel the chilling energy. Yet, Qin Yuan would not grant him the opportunity. Utilizing the flowing cloud step once more, he closed in on Zhou Long and targeted his dantian with the radiant sun finger. With a spurt of blood, Zhou Long was sent flying, struggling to rise, only to discover that his dantian had been severely injured, rendering him powerless. You actually. Zhou Long gazed at Qin Yuan in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he, a practitioner of the 8th level of the condensing element realm, could be defeated by an ordinary disciple of the outer sect. Qin Yuan coldly regarded him. I warned you, should you seek revenge, I shall always be at your service. Now, you may leave. Zhou Long shot Qin Yuan a resentful glance, leaving in disgrace with the aid of his companions. Yet, the venomous glare he cast before departing made it clear to all that this matter was far from over. Indeed, soon after, Zhou Long's master, Elder Qinlishan of the Law Enforcement Hall, personally intervened, demanding severe punishment for Qin Yuan under the charge of harming a fellow disciple. This elder, known for his sternness, exuded an intimidating aura, preparing to take Qin Yuan to the Law Enforcement Hall for trial. Just at that critical moment, the guardian elder of the Xingqian Tower appeared just in time. He summoned and showcased the array's recordings of the conflict, revealing that it was Zhou Feng and Zhou Long who had initiated the provocation and disruption of another's cultivation. Elder Chun, I had to step away briefly due to a sect matter, and this incident occurred, the guardian elder stated with a calm yet authoritative tone. The sequence of events was now clear. Zhou Feng and Zhou Long had instigated the disruption, while Qin Yuan had merely acted in self-defense. Qin Yuan was innocent. I will report this to the sect, and must hold Zhou Feng and Zhou Long accountable for their disruption of the cultivation chamber and interference with others' training. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Elder Qinlishan had no choice but to relent for the time being. However, the sinister glare he cast upon leaving made it evident to all that this affair was far from concluded. Everyone knew that Zhou Long was a direct disciple of Elder Qinlishan. This elder, known for his bias towards his students, would not let this humiliation go unpunished. Standing before the Xingqian Tower, Qin Yuan gazed out at the majestic mountains, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. The path ahead may be fraught with thorns, yet he would not falter. In this lifetime, he was destined to overcome all obstacles and ascend once more to the pinnacle of martial arts. As the annual outer sect competition approached, Qin Yuan resolved to avoid the Xingqian Tower and the alchemy room, places rife with gossip, and dedicated all his energy to his cultivation. With the support of the Wanxiang Lian Tianding and the Ryu Xingdi, his cultivation steadily progressed towards the 5th level of the condensing element realm. One day, while practicing the flowing cloud step in his courtyard, his figure flickered like a wisp of smoke. Suddenly, a gentle knocking sound came from outside the courtyard. Qin Shidi, are you there? It was the voice of Lin Qingxue. Qin Yuan halted his movements, adjusted his robe, and opened the courtyard door. There stood Lin Qingxue in a white dress, holding a food box. What brings you here, senior sister? Qin Yuan inquired, smiling as he stepped aside. Lin Qingxue entered the courtyard, placing the food box on the stone table. I heard you have been diligently practicing in seclusion lately, not even visiting the alchemy room. I presume you are preparing for the competition? Senior sister, your news travels fast, Qin Yuan replied, rubbing his nose. It seemed he was indeed sharpening his sword at the last moment. Lin Qingxue shot him a glance and opened the food box, revealing exquisite pastries and a pot of spiritual tea. While cultivation is important, do not overexert yourself. I brought these pastries from the dining hall for you to try. Astonished by her kindness, Qin Yuan accepted the pastries, taking a bite and instantly brightening up. Delicious. How did you know I enjoy sweets? Chapter 53 Intimate Contact. Last time we met in the task hall, you took a few more pieces of candied fruit, which led me to guess. Lin Qingxue's tone remained as cool as ever, yet her eyes carried a hint of mirth. The two sat beside a stone table, savoring tea and engaging in casual conversation. Qin Yuan recalled the flaws in Lin Qingxue's swordplay during her confrontation at Haifeng's High and remarked, "Senior sister, I previously mentioned that your use of Liu Yun's sword technique during the battle was exquisite, but what?" Lin Qingxue raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "I merely feel that while your swordsmanship is remarkable, your practical combat experience seems somewhat lacking, as your moves are overly rigid," Qin Yuan stated candidly. "If you encounter a seasoned opponent, you may find yourself at a disadvantage." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue did not display anger. Instead, a contemplative expression crossed her face. "You are correct. I have been too fixated on the sword manual, lacking flexibility. How about, you teach me a few moves?" Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a smile. "Since you've asked, I would be more than happy to oblige." The pair moved to an open space in the courtyard. Lin Qingxue drew her sword and began practicing the Liu Yun sword technique. As the sword light danced, her figure resembled a graceful swan, each move executed with precision as if following the manual. "Stop!" Qin Yuan suddenly stepped forward, naturally positioning himself behind her, gently grasping her wrist that held the sword. "In this move, Liu Yunjue, your wrist needs to be a touch softer, and the sword's momentum should flow like clouds and water, not too forced." His warm breath softly brushed past her ear, causing Lin Qingxue to freeze for a moment. She could feel a wave of heat emanating from the wrist he held, and her heart involuntarily quickened. Like this. Qin Yuan remained oblivious to her unusual reaction, focusing intently on guiding her wrist, coaxing her to trace a beautiful arc. Lin Qingxue slightly turned her head and found his profile merely inches away. Sunlight filtered through the shadows of the trees, casting a dappled glow on his face. She could even count his long eyelashes. A faint masculine scent lingered in the air, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. "I understand," she replied softly, her voice tinged with a barely noticeable tremor. Only then did Qin Yuan realize the closeness of their position, hastily releasing her hand and stepping back. Lin Qingxue lowered her gaze, her originally cool features now tinged with a rosy hue, resembling a red plum in the snow, enchanting and delicate. She bit her lower lip, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, fingers gripping the hilt of her sword unconsciously tightening. Shall we continue?" Qin Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Lin Qingxue gently nodded but dared not meet his gaze again. During the ensuing practice, she deliberately maintained a distance, yet the intimacy of that fleeting moment had subtly altered the atmosphere between them. "I've heard that this time in the grand competition, the top outer sect disciple, Xiaoyi, is already half a step into the Yuan Dan realm." Lin Qingxue suddenly shifted the topic, attempting to calm her racing heart. "If you encounter him on the arena, be sure to exercise caution." Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, though his gaze unconsciously followed the blush creeping up her ear tips. "Senior sister, rest assured, I know my limits. Besides, what is there to fear about a mere half-step Yuan Dan?" Lin Qingxue was amused by his demeanor, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with playful reproach. "You are always so confident. However," she paused, her tone softening, "I am quite looking forward to your performance in the arena." After bidding farewell to Lin Qingxue, Qin Yuan stood in the courtyard, unconsciously rubbing the fingertips that had just held her wrist. The air seemed to linger with her faint, cold fragrance. "This girl, when shy, is rather adorable," Qin Yuan mused to himself as he practiced his cultivation, reminding himself that romance was not on his agenda, and that focus on training was paramount. Nonetheless, throughout the night, thoughts of Lin Qingxue's bashful eyes and the captivating blush continued to dance through his mind. 2 days later, a crisp knock echoed outside the courtyard door once again. Upon opening it, Qin Yuan was greeted by Lin Qingxue, clad in a light purple flowing dress, standing cheerfully at the entrance. "Qingxue," she exclaimed, her eyes twinkling, her voice melodious and bright. I encountered some difficulties while studying the alchemical formulas these past few days and came to seek your guidance. Qin Yuan stepped aside to allow her into the courtyard, replying with a smile, "Why should you be so modest, Xiao Shiji? Everyone in the Dan Hall knows you are a standout among the younger generation. In front of such a talented alchemist as you, how could I dare to boast?" She playfully winked, then became serious. "During our last encounter, when I saw you crafting the second-tier premium bigodon with such ease, I presumed you must have unique insights into alchemy." The two settled at the stone table in the courtyard, engaging in lively discussion from the blending of herbs to the mastery of fire control. Lin Qingxue indeed possessed remarkable intelligence. Grasping concepts with ease, and more impressively, she held a sincere passion for alchemy. "Shitty, do you think that if we refine Fiancée and Lin Qingxue together, it could yield surprising results?" She proposed whimsically. Qin Yuan pondered briefly, a look of approval flashing in his eyes. "Your idea is quite clever, Shiji. Fiancée is fiery in nature, while Lin Qingxue is extremely cold. If we can harmonize their properties, we might create a spirit pill that embodies both yin and yang." However what? She asked eagerly. "These two herbs are mutually exclusive in nature. If the temperature is not controlled carefully during refinement, it could ruin the alchemical furnace," Qin Yuan explained meticulously. "You must use gentle heat and proceed slowly, for there may be a slim chance of success." Chapter 54. Third-grade alchemist Lin Qingxue nodded thoughtfully and inquired about several alchemical techniques. As their discussion reached a temporary pause, she suddenly lowered her voice. "By the way, have you heard that the foremost disciple of the outer sect, Xiao Yi, has recently entered seclusion to break through to the half-step Yuan Dan realm? With the competition approaching, his strength is unfathomable, so I implore you to exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan realized that his senior sister's visit, ostensibly to discuss alchemy, was actually a subtle warning about this matter. Reflecting on how Lin Qingxue had similarly expressed her concern, he felt a warm glow in his heart. "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister," Qin Yuan replied with a smile. "Yet on the path of cultivation, it is paramount to remain grounded. Rather than overly fixating on the achievements of others, it is wiser to focus on one's own advancement." Seeing his calm demeanor, Lin Qingxue smiled in return. "You speak wisely. I have taken up enough of your time today, so I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell to Lin Qingxue, Qin Yuan stood alone in the courtyard, a slight smile gracing his lips. Though these two senior sisters appeared aloof and proud, their hearts were undeniably kind, as they both came to warn him unbidden. It seemed that his social connections were quite commendable. He chuckled softly, shook his head, and then refocused on his cultivation. Through sustained arduous training, Qin Yuan distinctly felt that as his cultivation advanced, his spiritual consciousness and mental strength were rapidly enhancing. One day, while attempting to refine the third-grade Dan medicine, Ning Yuan Dan, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his spiritual perception had become extraordinarily acute, allowing him to discern the flow and changes of every essence within the alchemical furnace with clarity. How intriguing! Qin Yuan closed his eyes and immersed himself in this transformation. In his perception, the medicinal liquid within the furnace flowed as if it possessed life, with each subtle alteration in its properties falling under the scrutiny of his formidable awareness. Such heightened sensitivity clearly surpassed that of an ordinary third-grade alchemist. "It appears that not only have I successfully advanced to a third-grade alchemist, but my spiritual strength has also achieved a fourth-grade caliber." Qin Yuan clenched his fists in excitement, a gleam of joy flashing in his eyes. Just as his thoughts shifted, the blazing sky flame within him seemed to sense its master's breakthrough, suddenly surging with exuberance. The fiery tongues leaped within the furnace, casting the entire chamber in a crimson glow. Nonetheless, the protective formations surrounding the courtyard operated silently, completely isolating this tumultuous inferno from the outside world, leaving no trace of anomaly. With such formidable spiritual strength complementing the blazing sky flame, Qin Yuan found himself increasingly adept at refining the medicinal concoction. With a mere thought, the blazing sky flame was precisely regulated to the desired intensity, and the integration of the medicinal essences became increasingly straightforward in his eyes. As the flames gradually subsided, 3 pristine pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace, their surfaces adorned with delicate golden patterns, emanating a refreshing herbal fragrance. "This is a top-tier Ning Yuan Dan." Qin Yuan was overjoyed to discover that, with the aid of the blazing sky flame, he had crafted a premium third-grade medicinal pill, signifying his status as a peak third-grade alchemist. Haha, this will certainly give me an edge in the upcoming competition. Qin Yuan, feeling the surge of power within, glanced at the exquisite pills in his hand, a confident smile gracing his lips. On that day, while he was practicing in the courtyard, a message talisman flew into the small yard, a formal notice from the Outer Sect's Steward Hall. The annual grand competition of the Xiantian sect will be held 10 days hence at the main peak plaza. All Outer Sect disciples are required to participate. The top 10 will receive generous rewards and may have the opportunity to be taken in as direct disciples by inner sect elders. Furthermore, those in the top 10 will be granted access to the periphery of the Meteorite Secret Realm for 10 days of practical training. The sect's grand competition is finally upon us. This is a chance to leap into prominence, yet it is also a stage fraught with peril. In the following 10 days, Qin Yuan entered the final sprint phase. He ceased to hold back and devoted himself fully to breaking through to the 5th layer of the Ning Yuan realm. After consuming a significant quantity of medicinal pills and exchanging contribution points for a century-old Earth Heart Fire Lotus, he harnessed its pure fire attribute energy to finally shatter the barrier. His Dantian-S vortex of Yuan Qi doubled in size, becoming even more concentrated and vigorous, marking his formal entry into the 5th layer of the Ning Yuan realm. With his true combat power, bolstered by his sacred body, past life experiences, and newly comprehended combat techniques, he was confident that he could contend against, or even defeat, practitioners at the 9th layer of the Ning Yuan realm. Should he unleash all his hidden cards, he would not be without the strength to challenge those at the half-step Yuan Dan realm. Naturally, he continued to operate the Yin Shi Ju to its utmost, maintaining his cultivation facade at the mid-stage of the 2nd layer of the Ning Yuan realm. This level would neither appear overly conspicuous nor obscure the explanation for his previous challenges across realms, striking the perfect balance. 3 days before the competition, the atmosphere within the sect grew palpably tense. The plaza was bustling with the construction of platforms, while the task hall was crowded with disciples seeking to exchange resources for strength enhancement at the last moment. Rumors about potential standout competitors spread widely. Have you heard? Senior brother Xiao Yi has concluded his seclusion and is said to be on the verge of entering the Yuan Dan realm. Elder Li Songhai's nephew, Li Feng, has received the elder's true teachings and wields the insidious He Shui Xiangong, making him a formidable contender for the top 10. And what of Qin Yuan? I wonder how far he can go in this competition. Will he make it into the top 20? Qin Yuan's name was frequently mentioned, though most believed that while he possessed potential, his time in the sect was too brief and his cultivation too low. Externally, he was at the peak of the 1st layer of the Ning Yuan realm. To reach the top 40 would be an achievement, and the top 10 was considered an unrealistic aspiration. Regarding these discussions, Qin Yuan merely smiled in response. On the eve of the competition, the moon shone brightly among the sparse stars. Qin Yuan stood alone in his small courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of obstruction, revealing hidden adversaries lurking in the shadows and the vast expanse of the world beyond. Tomorrow marks the beginning of my true rise to prominence within the Xiantian sect. Chapter 55. The great competition commences on the following morning. The square of Xuantianzong's main peak was abuzz with excitement, flags fluttering in the breeze. In the center of the vast square stood 10 imposing black obsidian platforms, each towering about 10 feet high, adorned with shimmering runes and radiant halos, constituting a formidable protective formation personally arranged by the sect's elders. The surrounding stands were filled to capacity, not only with tens of thousands of outer disciples, but also with numerous inner disciples, and even a few elders who had come to witness the event. The air was thick with tension, exhilaration, and a palpable sense of combativeness. The annual Outer Sect competition is a significant event for Xuantianzong, serving as a means of selecting talented individuals, a matter that profoundly affects the destinies of countless disciples. Qin Yuan, in his simple blue attire, blended into the crowd, his presence seemingly unremarkable as he maintained the facade of being in the mid-stage of the 2nd level of condensation. Yet, he could sense numerous gazes upon him, some filled with curiosity, others with scrutiny, and a few even harboring icy intentions of malice. Before long, an elderly man clad in a dark robe, exuding a profound aura, soared to the main referee platform. His voice resonated like a thunderous bell, echoing across the entire square. Silence. I am Duan Yunhe, the peak master of the Outer Sect, presiding over this year's Outer Sect annual competition. Let it begin. The competition consists of 3 rounds. The first round entails a triad of trials: the Gravity Zone, the Heart Demon Zone, and the Mechanism Zone. All outer disciples must sequentially pass through these 3 assessments. Those who fail to overcome all trials will be immediately eliminated. Ultimately, from the tens of thousands of outer disciples, only the top 3,000 who succeed will advance to the second round. As his words fell, the ground before the square trembled, and 3 enormous portals manifested out of thin air, each radiating hues of earthy yellow, misty gray, and metallic cold light, corresponding to the 3 distinct trials. Now, all disciples enter the trial zone. At the command of Master Duan, countless figures surged like a stream of light towards the heavy, earthy yellow portal of the Gravity Zone. Qin Yuan did not rush ahead, but simply followed the flow of the crowd into the Gravity Zone. The moment he stepped into the Gravity Zone, an overwhelming pressure surged from all directions, as if he had instantly shouldered an immense burden. Before him lay a long stone staircase, each step emanating a warm yellow glow, intensifying as one ascended, with the gravitational force increasing correspondingly. "My heavens, this gravity is terrifying," exclaimed a disciple who had barely taken 2 steps before collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in agony. "And this is just the beginning. What will happen later?" Another disciple struggled to maintain his stance, veins bulging on his forehead. As Qin Yuan felt the oppressive pressure enveloping him, a faint smile graced his lips. The Ryu Xingtiju within him began to operate spontaneously, invigorating his blood and qi as he steadily ascended. "Look at that person." A disciple who was laboriously crawling pointed at Qin Yuan in astonishment. "How is he moving so effortlessly? Condensation 2nd level? That's impossible." Another disciple widened his eyes in disbelief. "I can barely breathe in this 5-fold gravity zone, yet he seems unfazed." Listening to the discussions around him, Qin Yuan maintained his composed pace. Soon, he surpassed the first batch of struggling disciples. He walked past a disciple who was prone on the ground. The latter looked up, his expression one of incredulity. "What kind of monster is this?" As he ascended, the gravitational force intensified. In the 10-fold gravity zone, Qin Yuan finally sensed a hint of pressure. Here, the number of disciples had dwindled significantly, each bearing a grave countenance. "Brother, your cultivation level is quite impressive," gasped a disciple at the 5th level of condensation. Qin Yuan smiled slightly, replying, "It's manageable. This level of gravity poses no challenge for me." Taken aback, the disciple shook his head with a wry smile. "Truly, some people are just too remarkable." When Qin Yuan emerged from the gravity zone first, the attending disciples stationed at the exit could not help but glance at him with astonishment. "That was fast," one of the attendant disciples exclaimed. Qin Yuan brushed off his sleeves, calmly responding before making his way to the next area. Upon entering the misty gray portal of the Heart Demon Zone, the scenery before Qin Yuan shifted dramatically. In an instant, he felt as though he was back in the Hall of All Things. Xiao Chun and Luo Li, wielding bloody divine weapons, slowly emerged from the depths of the hall. "Master, it is time for you to step aside." Xiao Chen's voice was cold as ice. "Qin Yuan, your era has ended." Luo Li's eyes brimmed with resentment. Qin Yuan's gaze sharpened momentarily before regaining clarity. With a cold snort, he retorted, "Is this the script again?" In the illusion, Xiao Chen's face contorted with rage. "Master, you remain as arrogant as ever. The Hall of All Things now belongs to us." "Enough." Qin Yuan's eyes flashed with the dual images of the sun and moon, shattering the illusion in an instant. Along the way, he witnessed many disciples ensnared in the clutches of their heart demons. One disciple knelt, weeping. "Sister, I am sorry. I should not have stolen your elixir." Another disciple frantically brandished his sword at the air, shouting, "Kill. Everyone must die." Just as Qin Yuan was about to exit the Heart Demon Zone, the scenery shifted once more. Countless rare heavenly materials, divine techniques, and stunning beauties beckoned him to stay. "Huh, is this all you can do?" With a sweep of his sleeve, Qin Yuan dispelled all illusions. An attendant disciple at the exit, noting how swiftly Qin Yuan had emerged, marveled. "You passed the Heart Demon Zone so quickly. That's impressive." Qin Yuan merely nodded in acknowledgement and strode directly toward the next area. Chapter 56. The Bronze Man Array. Having traversed the Heart Demon Zone, Qin Yuan entered the final chamber of mechanisms. Beyond the metallic, cold glimmering gate lay a grand bronze hall, within which stood 36 bronze statues, each wielding a long staff and exuding an aura of ancient gravitas. It became evident that this was a test employing the bronze mana ray, far surpassing the intricacies of mere concealed weapons. Qin Yuan nodded to himself and stepped into the formation. At the moment he crossed the threshold of the array, the previously motionless bronze figures sprang to life. 4 of them simultaneously swung their staffs, unleashing a fierce gust from various directions. What a splendid challenge! Qin Yuan deftly shifted his form, executing the flowing cloud step to effortlessly evade the initial onslaught. He observed that the movements of these bronze men were quite methodical, indicating a harmonious coordination that concealed a certain formation. Upon realizing their strike had missed, the bronze figures swiftly adjusted their formation. 2 staffs crossed to block his retreat, while the other 2 aimed directly for Qin Yuan's vital points. This sudden change was executed flawlessly. Intriguing indeed. Qin Yuan remained calm, and as the staffs neared, he suddenly crouched low and glided through the narrow gap between the statues. The staffs brushed past the edge of his garments, stirring a powerful wind. The bronze formation shifted once more, this time with 8 statues attacking simultaneously. The staffs formed a dense barrier, sealing off all avenues of escape. Qin Yuan narrowed his gaze and discerned the underlying nuances. Despite their exquisite coordination, each bronze figure exhibited slight vulnerabilities in their movements. As the staffs were about to converge, he accelerated unexpectedly, breaking through from an unforeseen angle. Like a fish navigating through reeds, he weaved through the shadows of the staffs, each step perfectly timed to evade the strikes. The design of this bronze mana ray was indeed exquisite, yet it had encountered someone of my caliber. Qin Yuan grew increasingly exhilarated, actively seeking a way to dismantle the array. He noted that although the bronze figures were aggressive, their turns appeared somewhat rigid, suggesting they were driven by mechanisms rather than human agility. Seizing upon this characteristic, he deliberately presented an opening, luring the bronze men into a full-on assault. As anticipated, the 8 statues struck in unison. At the moment the staffs were about to close in, Qin Yuan's figure astonishingly split into 3, executing the refined technique of the flowing cloud step. 3 phantoms surged in different directions, causing a momentary disarray in the bronze men's assault. Now is the time. Qin Yuan propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the core of the array before the statues could reassemble. However, the transformations of the bronze man array were far from over. The remaining bronze figures suddenly converged, forming a circular formation, their staffs raised in unison, creating a formidable curtain of strikes. This attack was overwhelming, nearly sealing off all routes of escape. Yet, Qin Yuan pressed forward, seeking the fleeting glimmer of opportunity within the storm of staffs. His form danced like a willow catkin, navigating effortlessly through the dense shadows of the strikes. He sidestepped horizontal sweeps and leapt over downward thrusts, each maneuver executed with impeccable precision. It is time to conclude this. Qin Yuan seized the moment, darting into the inner circle just as one staff retracted. He struck decisively at the joints of several bronze figures, causing their movements to falter and the formation to momentarily unravel. Seizing this chance, Qin Yuan surged like lightning toward the heart of the array. The last 2 bronze figures attempted to obstruct him but were skillfully sidestepped, allowing him to land securely at the exit on the opposite side of the hall. The bronze figures behind him gradually retreated to their original positions, returning to a state of stillness. Qin Yuan adjusted his slightly disheveled robes, a smile gracing his lips. This bronze man array proved to be more engaging than he had anticipated. He glanced back at the reformed statues before turning to exit the mechanism zone. The attendant disciple stationed at the exit expressed astonishment upon witnessing his swift passage through the assessment. He broke the bronze man array so quickly? Qin Yuan offered a faint smile, opting for silence as he sought a tranquil spot to recuperate. Reflecting on his experiences within the array, his understanding of the flowing cloud step deepened significantly. After the brutal selection of 3 trials, the originally numerous outer sect disciples were reduced to merely the top 3,000 who successfully navigated all 3 challenges. The voice of the outer sect peak master, Duan Yunhe, resonated once more. The first round concludes with 3,000 qualifiers. The second round will be a chaotic elimination match. The rules are as follows. The top 10 from the first round will serve as seed contestants, assigned to platforms numbered 1 through 10. To prevent targeting, the identities of the seed contestants will not be disclosed. The remaining disciples will be randomly allocated to the 10 platforms. Each platform will ultimately retain only 8 individuals, totaling 80 to advance to the third round. Soon, the allocations were finalized. Qin Yuan glanced down at his token, which clearly indicated that he was assigned to platform number 3. Platform number 3? Qin Yuan stroked his chin, sensing an opportunity to showcase his skills. He moved gracefully, like a fish navigating through water, and landed firmly on platform 3. The platform was exceedingly spacious, currently occupied by nearly 300 disciples, most of whom ranged in cultivation from the 3rd to the 5th level of refining yuan, each displaying vigilant expressions and surging yuan power. Qin Yuan calmly surveyed the crowd, quickly spotting a familiar face. Zhao Qianhe, with whom he had clashed at the pill hall, was among them. Now possessing the cultivation of the 3rd level of refining yuan, glaring at him with palpable resentment. Chapter 57. The elimination round of the chaos battle. Ah, is that you, Senior Zhao? Qin Yuan greeted with a smile. Has your injury healed from last time? Zhao Qian's face turned ashen. Qin Yuan, do not become complacent. Today, I shall make you pay the price. Additionally, there was a young man clad in black, his demeanor sinister, exuding a formidable aura as he reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Ningyuan realm. He was Li Feng, the nephew of the law enforcement elder, Li Songhai. Li Feng was also among the suitors of Lin Qingxue, and he regarded Qin Yuan with eyes filled with mockery and unabashed hostility, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. So, you are Qin Yuan? Li Feng spoke coldly. I have heard you possess some skills. Do not disappoint me later. Qin Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Rest assured, I never disappoint. I only instill despair. With a clear and resonant chime, the second round of the chaos battle officially commenced. In an instant, the arena erupted with elemental energy, vibrant lights flashing chaotically, the sounds of shouts, clashing weapons, and roaring techniques filled the air. The disciples either fought individually or formed temporary alliances, and the scene became a tumultuous melee. Qin Yuan did not rush to engage. His steps were subtle as he executed the flowing cloud step, moving like a specter through the chaotic fray, effortlessly evading several deliberate and inadvertent attacks. Allow you all to warm up first, Qin Yuan mused. I shall join the fray shortly. His expression remained calm, his gaze sharp as he meticulously observed the entire arena, seeking the opportune moment to strike. The chaos had only just begun. This fellow's movements are exceedingly peculiar. Let us first deal with the others, and then we shall handle him. Several disciples who attempted to ambush Qin Yuan found themselves thwarted. Exchanging glances of confusion, Qin Yuan was as slippery as an eel, always managing to evade attacks at critical moments. Zhao Qian, clearly unable to contain himself, charged at Qin Yuan with 2 companions at the 3rd level of the Ningyuan realm. Qin Yuan, today, you shall face my wrath. Let us take him down together. The 3 surrounded him in a triangular formation, their elemental energy locking onto Qin Yuan. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. Since they had come to him, it was the perfect opportunity to establish his dominance. He ceased evading and met Zhao Qian's full-force punch head-on with a punch of his own. Boom. The collision of fists sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Zhao Qian's menacing grin froze, morphing into sheer terror. He felt an irresistible force coursing through his arm, and with a crack, his bone shattered. Like a kite severed from its string, he was sent spiraling off the stage, unconscious. The other 2 companions, terrified, turned to flee. Qin Yuan moved like lightning, delivering precise strikes to their necks, knocking them out and sending them tumbling off the stage. In an instant, he had dispatched all 3, employing sheer, overwhelming force. This spectacle left everyone on the 3rd arena momentarily stunned, their gazes towards Qin Yuan filled with dread. Those who had intended to take advantage of the situation quickly abandoned their thoughts. Ningyuan's 2nd level? How could one possess such strength? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Li Feng's pupils constricted, and he retracted a hint of disdain, speaking coldly. Indeed, there is some skill here. No wonder he is so audacious. However, this ends now. He sprang forth, unleashing the full might of his peak 6th level Ningyuan energy, creating an overwhelming pressure that compelled the surrounding disciples to retreat. His hands transformed into claws, dark energy glimmering at his fingertips, exuding a corrosive aura as he aimed for Qin Yuan's throat. The black water poison claw, a lethal skill of the Li family, sinister and ruthless. It is the black water poison claw of Brother Li. Qin Yuan is finished. The peak of the 6th level of Ningyuan is not something Zhao Qian can compare to. Faced with this ferocious strike, Qin Yuan finally adopted a serious demeanor. His own Ningyuan 5th level energy surged within him. Although not fully revealed, it was pushed to its limits. He did not employ any flashy techniques, delivering a simple punch. Yet this punch was imbued with the scorching and monumental force of the holy sun, the radiance of the rising sun. His fist shot forth like the sun ascending, blinding light radiating. The searing wave of heat seeming to ignite the very air. Boom! The collision of claw and fist produced a deafening explosion. The dark poison energy clashed violently with the golden fist aura, annihilating each other. Li Feng's complexion changed drastically. He sensed the purity of Qin Yuan's energy, imbued with an essence that burned everything in its path, and his black water energy was unexpectedly countered. Pain erupted in his hand, as if he were gripping a red-hot iron. Impossible. Your energy. Li Feng gasped in horror. A frog in a well knows not the vastness of the sky. Qin Yuan exclaimed coldly, his fist unyielding, his power surging once more. Crack! Li Feng's fingers twisted grotesquely, the black water poison claw shattered. He was forced back by the sheer force, each step leaving deep impressions on the obsidian arena, his blood surging, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. In a direct confrontation, Qin Yuan, who appeared to be at the 2nd level of Ningyuan, actually repelled Li Feng at the pinnacle of the 6th level. The entire arena erupted in astonishment. All who had been observing the 3rd arena were left in shock. In the stands, Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, her lips curving into a slight smile, while Li Songhai's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. You wretched fool! I will make you pay. Li Feng, now completely deranged, disregarding his injuries, summoned a black dagger emanating a chilling aura, clearly a high-grade spiritual weapon. The dagger transformed into a streak of darkness, accompanied by a mournful wail, piercing straight for Qin Yuan's heart. Chapter 58. Ascending with Strength, the Use of Spirit Artifacts? You dare! Qin Yuan's gaze turned icy, and as he executed the Lu Yun step to its fullest extent, his figure transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, narrowly evading the thrust of the dagger. At the same time, his left index finger discreetly pointed outwards, sending forth a bone-chilling, silent wind aimed at Li Feng's lower abdomen and dantian. Xian Yin erosion. Li Feng was entirely focused on the dagger, unaware of the treacherous and sinister technique Qin Yuan had in store. By the time he sensed it, the frigid force had already penetrated his body, swiftly eroding his internal energy. Li Feng let out a harrowing scream as his energy stalled, rendering him momentarily rigid. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Yuan closed in like a cannonball, his right fist coalescing with all his might, akin to a falling star, crashing brutally against Li Feng's chest. De Ri Wentian. With a resounding thud, a dull explosion erupted on the arena, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking. Li Feng's seemingly impenetrable protective energy was effortlessly torn apart like thin paper before Qin Yuan's formidable strike, causing his chest to cave in. He flew backward like a kite with a severed string, tracing a crimson arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground outside the arena, stirring up a cloud of dust. Fenger. Li Songhai appeared in a flash beside Li Feng, anxiously examining his injuries. Upon discovering the severe damage to Li Feng's meridians, he abruptly raised his head, casting a furious glare at Qin Yuan, his eyes nearly ablaze with rage. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he ultimately had to suppress his fury, lifting the unconscious Li Feng and gritting his teeth as he retreated from the arena to tend to his wounds. On platform 3, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Qin Yuan stood alone at the center of the stage, his azure robes gently swaying in the aftermath of the tumult. His expression remained composed as his gaze slowly swept over the remaining outer disciples, who wore expressions of alarm. Wherever his eyes fell, the disciples instinctively lowered their heads, avoiding direct contact with him. Having first defeated Zhao Qian and then effortlessly incapacitated Li Feng, a peak practitioner at the 6th level of Ningyuan, Qin Yuan had indelibly etched an undeniable impression in the hearts of the onlookers. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate this outer disciple, who had only been initiated for a mere few months and appeared to possess a mere 2nd level of Ningyuan. Gasps arose from the crowd, soon followed by hushed whispers. Could this truly be a 2nd level Ningyuan? Even Li Feng could not withstand his one strike. In the ensuing chaotic battle on platform 3, no one dared to approach the central azure figure. The disciples tacitly circumvented Qin Yuan, engaging fiercely at the periphery, as if an invisible barrier surrounded him. Amidst the clashing of blades, Qin Yuan remained steadfast, like an unyielding rock, until only 8 individuals remained on the platform. From the judging platform, the outer sect's peak master, Duan Yunhe, gazed at Qin Yuan's figure, his eyes flickering with astonishment and contemplation. He gradually rose, his voice resonating clearly across the square. 8 individuals advanced from the third platform. This proclamation rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a placid lake, stirring waves of astonishment and admiration. Countless gazes converged upon the tall figure on the platform, intermingled with shock, reverence, and an unmistakable tinge of envy. Yet, he understood that this was merely the beginning. Greater challenges lay ahead. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the most prominent first platform, where a figure clad in snow white stood with a demeanor as deep as an abyss, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding chaos. The first among the outer sect, Xiao Yi. There, the battle had long concluded. Xiao Yi had not even lifted a finger. The mere aura of his formidable presence, akin to a mountain, was enough to instill trepidation in most of the disciples on stage, leading them to either concede or leap off the platform. Only a few self-assured disciples at the 7th and 8th levels of Ning Yuan attempted to challenge him, yet they could not even graze the hem of Xiao Yi's garment before being easily repelled by his casual display of energy. Dressed immaculately in white, devoid of any dust, Xiao Yi possessed a strikingly handsome visage marred only by a chilling indifference, as if the affairs of the world bore no weight upon him. Standing at the center of the platform, he surveyed the entire assembly with a placid gaze. When his eyes briefly lingered on Qin Yuan's resting area, it seemed as though he momentarily paused, a faint but chilling glimmer passing through his eyes. That was not mere hostility or scrutiny, it resembled a predatory coldness. As if he regarded Qin Yuan as prey. This man is extraordinarily perilous. An alarm rang loudly in Qin Yuan's heart. Xiao Yi's strength undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary half-step Yuan Dan, and his energy was remarkably refined, with a terrifyingly solid foundation. However, I am not to be underestimated. Should we truly engage, the outcome remains uncertain. The second round of the chaotic elimination tournament swiftly concluded, with 8 individuals determined from each platform, amounting to 80 participants advancing to the third round of ranking battles. The presiding elder, Lin Qingxue, soared into the air, his voice echoing throughout the venue. The second round has concluded. A 1-hour break will follow before the third round of drawing lots. During the intermission, Qin Yuan could distinctly sense the complexity of the gazes directed toward him. There was reverence, a desire for camaraderie, but predominantly, a sense of estrangement and wariness. His defeat of Li Feng had undeniably dealt a severe blow to Li Songhai's faction. Chapter 59. A single move to defeat the enemy. An hour swiftly passed, and the drawing commenced. 80 advancing disciples took turns stepping forward to draw their tokens from the luminous orbs. Qin Yuan drew number 19. According to the rules, his opponent in the first round was also number 19. When the matchup screen illuminated, a murmur arose from the crowd. Qin Yuan, number 19, faced off against number 19, Sun Ying. He is the elusive Sun Ying. Cultivating at the 7th level of Ning Yuan, with a mysterious agility, he excels in assassination techniques. This promises to be an entertaining spectacle. Sun Ying is no reckless brute like Li Feng. He is indeed difficult to contend with. Qin Yuan possesses commendable agility as well. This will be a clash of speed and cunning. Sun Ying, slender and pale, resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, his aura fluctuating unpredictably. He gazed at Qin Yuan, licking his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Although Sun Ying's aura was peculiar, under his formidable perceptive abilities, the trajectory of his movements was not imperceptible. Such a trivial concealment technique dared to flaunt itself before me? Soon, you shall learn the true meaning of agility. In this battle, he must employ stillness to counter movement, responding to change with constancy. The arena competition officially commenced. The initial matches were fierce, yet lacked much suspense, as the more powerful participants advanced without difficulty. Soon, it was time for Qin Yuan to face Sun Ying. The two ascended the stage and stood in opposition. Qin Yuan, you possess some skill, Sun Ying rasped, his voice resembling sandpaper. But alas, you have encountered me. Your speed is merely a jest in my presence. Qin Yuan chuckled lightly. Senior brother Sun, you are quite confident. Shall we wager on who first touches the hem of the other's garment? A flicker of anger flashed in Sun Ying's eyes. Arrogant. Soon, You shall not be laughing. Before his words faded, Sun Ying's figure abruptly blurred, transforming into several indistinguishable afterimages that surged towards Qin Yuan from various directions, two daggers glinting ominously, aimed at vital points. The speed was dazzling. Such swift agility. It is impossible to discern which is his true form. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Yet, Qin Yuan stood rooted, seemingly stunned into inaction. In reality, his perception had already locked onto Sun Ying's true self. The third figure on the left emitted the most solid aura. The others were mere illusions. Such a level of illusionary skill, and he dares to present it here? As the afterimages closed in, a flash of brilliance sparkled in Qin Yuan's eyes. Employing the Luyun step, his form swayed like willow fluff in the wind, evading all attacks with a hair's breadth to spare, an exquisite maneuver. What? Sun Ying was astonished. His ultimate technique, the illusory kill, had been so easily seen through? Your shadows are too slow, Qin Yuan remarked coolly, initiating his first offensive. He did not unleash the fierce power of the Sun Saint energy, but instead channeled the Taiyin Saint energy to its utmost, his movements accelerating like a true specter, instantaneously closing in on Sun Ying's true form. Sun Ying felt a chilling aura lock onto him. He hastily swung his dagger in defense, only to see Qin Yuan's fingers silently pierce the air, striking with the essence of Lin Qingxue. The finger wind penetrated his body, causing Sun Ying to feel a momentary stagnation in his energy flow. His movement slowed. In that fleeting instant of vulnerability, Qin Yuan seized the opportunity. A deft palm strike landed on Sun Ying's wrist, sending the dagger flying, followed by a kick that sent Sun Ying tumbling from the stage like a kite severed from its string. Defeated. Another move to defeat the enemy. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into an even greater uproar. Sun Ying, renowned for his elusive movements, was completely outmatched in speed by Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan landed gracefully, his aura steady. I have yet to exert even 60% of my power. This is far too easy. He cast a glance toward the high platform, locking eyes with Xiao Yi, whose gaze was icy. For the first time, a flicker of seriousness appeared in Xiao Yi's eyes, but the chill deepened. Undeterred, Qin Yuan met his gaze, a silent clash of combativeness. With the first round concluded, Qin Yuan effortlessly advanced to the top 40. Yet, his performance had made it clear to all that this seemingly mere second level of Ning Yuan disciple possessed terrifying strength capable of contending for a place in the top 10. Qin Yuan's seamless advancement into the top 40 ignited the atmosphere in the square. As the competition intensified, various activities outside the arena quietly heated up, most notably the betting surrounding the outcomes of the competitors. At the edge of the square, some bold and shrewd inner disciples had already set up temporary stalls, displaying real-time odds on a luminous screen, attracting numerous disciples to gather and place bets, with shouts and arguments echoing, transforming it into another lively battlefield. Having just defeated the elusive Sun Ying, Qin Yuan's next opponent was the formidable Shi Ming. Shi Ming stood at the pinnacle of the 7th level of Ning Yuan, with unparalleled defenses. The odds of Qin Yuan winning stood at 2-1, while Shi Ming's victory was at 3-1. A rotund disciple, dressed in finery, jostled at the betting booth, passionately analyzing. In my opinion, one must bet on Shi Ming winning. No matter how cunning Qin Yuan's movements or how powerful his attacks, can he breach Shi Ming's formidable earthrock armor? I wager 100 contribution points on Shi Ming's triumph. Beside him, a slender disciple scoffed. Wang Pengzi, you don't know anything. Didn't you see how easily Qin Shixiang dealt with Li Feng? Shi Ming is merely a punching bag. I bet 50 contribution points that Qin Shixiang will finish the battle within half a stick of incense. Hey, Li Hozi, you are merely at the 4th level of Ning Yuan. Do you understand the intricacies of a Master S duel? Wang Pengzi retorted. Last time, Shi Ming withstood 10 strikes from a brother at the 8th level without defeat. That was then, this is now. Qin Shixiang is no ordinary 2nd level of Ning Yuan disciple. With your limited insight, it is no wonder you lost your pants betting on Zhao Qian last time. Li Hozi shot back. The two bickered heatedly, drawing laughter from the crowd. Chapter 60. A single punch to defeat the enemy. The tumult of the betting frenzy naturally reached the competitors' area. Qin Yuan merely chuckled at the commotion, deeming this group of individuals excessively idle. They would do well to devote their time to training instead. However, his next opponent, the towering figure of Shi Ming, whose stature reached 9 feet with muscles like twisted roots and skin gleaming like rock, was incensed upon hearing the rumors. How dare they underestimate me? Meng, he bellowed, thumping his robust chest and glaring fiercely at Qin Yuan. When we ascend the stage, I shall instill despair in you. You will learn the true meaning of absolute defense. Observing his earnest yet somewhat foolish adversary, Qin Yuan found it amusing and responded with cupped hands. Sure, Xixiang, you exaggerate. The betting is but jest. There is no need for such seriousness. On the stage, we shall both give our all. Humph. At least you possess a modicum of courtesy. Meng's tone softened slightly, yet his fighting spirit intensified. But do not expect any mercy from me. Soon, the moment arrived for Qin Yuan to face Meng. As they stepped onto the arena, Meng's 9-foot frame loomed like a small mountain, starkly contrasting the lean figure of Qin Yuan. Begin. With the referee's command, Meng did not adopt the defensive stance anticipated by the spectators. Instead, he launched the first strike. With a low growl, his earth-yellow essence surged, enveloping him in a thick layer of rocky armor, transforming him into a veritable stone giant. Receive my punch. Meng advanced, each step reverberating through the arena. His right fist, imbued with formidable earth energy, hurtled toward Qin Yuan with the force to shatter mountains. Come at me. Qin Yuan stood firm, choosing to meet the blow head-on. The audience held their breath, astonished that Meng would initiate the assault, and even more surprised that Qin Yuan would opt for a direct confrontation. Bang! The fists collided, producing a resounding thud. Qin Yuan staggered back 3 paces, his arm tingling from the impact. Such incredible strength. He silently praised, recognizing Meng's formidable reputation. Meng, sensing his advantage, unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each one packed with the power to cleave rock and earth. Qin Yuan executed the flowing cloud steps, deftly weaving through the deluge of fists, occasionally absorbing a blow that sent his vitality surging. Is dodging all you can do? Meng shouted, his assault growing increasingly ferocious. The thick rocky armor not only granted him tremendous defense, but also imbued each strike with the weight of a mountain. As Qin Yuan evaded, he keenly observed Meng's attacks. Although powerful, there was a slight sluggishness in the transitions, a consequence of the ultimate defense provided by the heavy armor sacrificing speed. It is my turn. A glimmer ignited in Qin Yuan's eyes as he suddenly altered his strategy. No longer avoiding, he charged toward Meng's fist. Seeking death, Meng roared with delight, delivering a full-force punch. At the critical moment, just as the fist was about to connect, Qin Yuan executed an astonishing twist, slipping into Meng's direct line of attack. Simultaneously, he drew back his right fist, a searing, immense energy beginning to coalesce. Great Sun Incineration Fist, Qin Yuan proclaimed, thrusting his right fist forward with ferocity. No grand spectacle, only a finely honed golden red fist force, akin to rending space itself, bore down upon Meng's chest. Meng's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the terrifying power contained within this strike. Hastily, he activated his rocky armor to its fullest, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. Boom! The fist force collided with the armor, producing a deafening roar. The entire arena shuddered violently, threatening to shatter. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Meng's thick rocky armor, reputed to withstand an attack from a cultivator at the 8th level of essence condensation, crumbled upon contact with the golden red fist force, disintegrating like snow before a blazing sun. The fist force surged onward, crashing into Meng's now unprotected chest. Puff! Meng's eyes bulged as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his imposing form akin to a mountain struck by a colossal hammer, soaring off the ground and crashing violently against the back barrier, slowly sliding down until he lay unconscious. On the stage, Qin Yuan gradually retracted his fist, standing with hands clasped behind his back. The outcome of that last punch seemed to elicit no surprise from him. The Great Sun Incineration Fist is indeed domineering, but it also consumes a significant amount of energy. I must be judicious in its use. Below, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. All were rendered speechless by the astonishing display of power. A single punch, the peak of essence condensation at the 7th level, famed for his defense, Meng, has been defeated. Moments later, the arena erupted with a cacophony of astonishment, nearly overturning the square. My contribution points. Wailed Wang Pengzi, who had bet on Meng's victory. Ha! We've struck gold. Qin Xixiang is magnificent, cheered the fortunate few who had wagered on Qin Yuan's triumph. Ignoring the tumult below, Qin Yuan's gaze remained serene, fixed upon elder Lin Qingxue, the host. Elder Yu inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, and announced in a booming voice, "In this battle, Qin Yuan emerges victorious, advancing to the top 20. Amidst the uproar, Qin Yuan remained composed. He returned to the resting area, consumed a medicinal pill, and quietly began to recuperate. Though the battle against Shi Meng appeared effortless, he had expended nearly 70% of his solar holy power to achieve that decisive blow, resulting in considerable energy depletion. His upcoming opponents would only grow stronger. He needed to recover swiftly. Chapter 61. Victory over strong foes. His gaze swept across the promotion list, noting that his next opponent in the 20-10 knockout round would be the winner of another match. Soon, the results were revealed. His adversary was Wu Go, a practitioner of the 8th level of Ning Yuan, skilled in wielding a curved hook and notorious for his sinister techniques, earning him the moniker Poison Hook. It was indeed Wu Go. This individual's poisonous techniques were notoriously difficult to defend against, reputedly capable of corroding even Yuan power. Although Qin Yuan possessed formidable attacking strength, he was likely to suffer against such treacherous methods. It seemed the odds had shifted once more, with Qin Yuan's victory now at 2-1, while Wu Go stood at a mere 1.3. The betting tables erupted with a new round of heated exchanges. As the intermission concluded, Qin Yuan and Wu Go ascended the arena simultaneously. Wu Go appeared gaunt, his complexion exhibiting an unhealthy ashen hue, while the two crescent-shaped hooks in his hands gleamed with an eerie blue light. He fixed his gaze on Qin Yuan, akin to a venomous serpent fixating on its prey, emitting a sinister chuckle. "Qin Yuan, quite the strength you possess. Alas, beneath my twin hooks, even your ironclad physique shall become naught but a pool of pus." Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling aura of malevolence emanating from Wu Go, reminiscent of Li Feng's dark water Yuan power, yet far more complex and insidious. Another poison user. Such treacherous individuals were most detestable to me. The match began. Wu Go launched the first assault, his form flitting about like a phantom. His hooks traced devious arcs, targeting the vital points around Qin Yuan, and even before they arrived, a putrid toxic wind surged forward. Qin Yuan activated his Lu Yun step, moving like smoke, evading the noxious gust. He attempted to shield himself with Yuan power, only to discover that the toxic gas had corrosive effects on his defenses, causing the protective aura to sizzle upon contact. Useless. My corrosive Yuan poison is specifically designed to break through protective auras. Where will you hide now? Wu Go cackled maniacally, intensifying his assault as the shadows of the hooks enveloped Qin Yuan. The audience held their breath. Though Qin Yuan's agility was remarkable, the encroaching toxic energy was constricting his mobility, rendering his situation increasingly perilous. This is dire. Senior brother Qin's Yuan power is being suppressed. This poison technique is exceedingly vicious. No wonder the odds have shifted again. In the arena, Qin Yuan appeared to be on the defensive, yet his mind remained clear. This toxic energy, while troublesome, posed no mortal threat to me. My Ryu Sheng Ti renders me immune to all poisons. Only the superficial protective aura is compromised. I must feign vulnerability to draw out his lethal techniques. He observed intently, searching for flaws in Wu Go's methods. Are you only capable of evasion? Prepare to fall. Wu Go, frustrated by his inability to land a hit, unleashed his secret technique. The toxic energy around him surged, and the hooks crossed to form a massive, illusory blue serpent. Its gaping maw lunging at Qin Yuan. This was his ultimate move, the poison serpent devouring heaven. Wherever the serpent slithered, even the arena floor was corroded, leaving trails of destruction in its wake. It's over. A cruel smirk spread across Wu Go's face, reveling in his anticipated victory. At that critical moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. He ceased evasion, charging directly towards the illusory serpent. Simultaneously, the Tian's sacred power surged within him, his left fingertip coalescing into a point of profound darkness, causing the ambient temperature to plummet. Xian Inshi Ji, breaking the evil. He thrust his finger forward, silent yet swift, striking precisely at the serpent's vulnerable core. That point was the heart of the toxic energy. Hiss! Like a red-hot iron plunged into ice water, the ferocious serpent emitted a tragic wail, shattering rapidly from the point of impact. The insidious poison contained within was entirely purified and dismantled by the more refined and profound Tian power. What? My poison? Wu Go stood agape, unable to fathom how his strongest technique had been effortlessly dismantled by a mere finger. With the serpent dispelled, Qin Yuan's body continued to move, appearing before Wu Go as if through teleportation. Wu Go hastily raised his hooks to block, but Qin Yuan's right hand was already coiled with power, delivering a precise strike to his wrist. Clang! The poison hook fell to the ground. Seizing the momentum, Qin Yuan delivered a swift kick to Wu Go's abdomen. Wu Go curled up like a shrimp, hurtling backward, tumbling off the arena, succumbing to the backlash of his own poison, and fainting on the spot. On the arena, the toxic aura dissipated rapidly, leaving only Qin Yuan standing there, unperturbed. Below, the crowd fell into silence before erupting into thunderous cheers. What a remarkable technique! Such a peculiar finger technique capable of dispelling poison. How many more hidden talents does senior brother Qin possess? At the betting tables, those who wagered on Qin Yuan's victory rejoiced, while the bookmaker wore a pained expression. On the high platform, Lin Qingxue exhaled in relief, her eyes filled with admiration. In contrast, Li Sanhai's expression darkened ominously. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, who had been meditating, finally opened his eyes. Gazing at Qin Yuan with palpable combat fervor and a hint of barely concealed greed. Elder Yu took a deep breath and announced the result. Qin Yuan, victorious, advancing to the top 10. With consecutive victories over formidable foes, Qin Yuan had forcefully carved his place among the top 10. His irrefutable prowess declared him a leading contender for the championship title in this grand competition. As Qin Yuan descended the arena, feeling the exhaustion of nearly half his Yuan power, he pondered inwardly. The real battles lie ahead. The top 10 are all experts at the 8th level of Ning Yuan or above. I must strategize carefully. Chapter 62. The pinnacle duel. He gazed at the distant figure clad in white, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Xiao Yi, await my arrival. I shall undoubtedly astonish you. After a period of competition and cultivation, Qin Yuan resolved to no longer conceal his prowess, preparing to unleash his full potential in the top 10 competition. After all, only by seizing the championship could he acquire superior and abundant cultivation resources. Upon entering the top 10, the subsequent battles grew increasingly fierce and brutal. Those who reached this stage were all elites among the outer sect, each possessing a minimum cultivation level of the 8th layer of Ning Yuan, employing an array of formidable techniques. The top 10 competition was presided over by the sect leader of the outer sect, Duan Yunhe. At this moment, he sat prominently at the judges' table, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the 10 outstanding disciples before him. To enter the top 10 signifies that you are all paragons of the outer sect. Duan Yunhe's resonant voice echoed throughout the square. The forthcoming matches will be even more ruthless. I hope you will all strive to showcase the excellence of our outer sect disciples. In the first match for the top 5, Qin Yuan easily defeated a disciple skilled in sound wave attacks, also at the 8th layer of Ning Yuan. The opponent's proud technique, the Pasol flute sound, proved utterly ineffective against Qin Yuan's formidable spirit, succumbing to a single strike from close range. The 5 champions emerged, the overwhelming and unfathomable Xiao Yi, the fiercely aggressive and exceptional swordsman Lin Qingxue, the remarkably defensive and profoundly skilled Han Ju, the accomplished and agile Su Xian, and the enigmatic Qin Yuan, who had risen from below. The top 5 competition employed a round-robin format. Qin Yuan first faced Han Ju, who, at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Ning Yuan, wielded the astonishingly defensive, immovable king technique. After a series of probing exchanges, Qin Yuan ultimately shattered Han Ju's defense with his newly comprehended yin-yang combined strike, securing victory. In the subsequent matches, Qin Yuan continued to dominate, vanquishing formidable foes one after another. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi demonstrated the terrifying strength of the outer sect's foremost disciple, easily defeating all opponents except Qin Yuan. Ultimately, both emerged with unblemished records. Poised for their final bout, their gazes clashed in the air, as if sparks were flying. Even before the decisive battle commenced, the palpable tension enveloped the arena, and the betting stakes at the edge of the square had already reached a fever pitch. In the final moments, Xiao Yi's victory, odds 1-2. Qin Yuan's upset win, odds 1-5. The bookmaker shouted hoarsely, I bet on Brother Xiao. 100 contribution points. The foremost disciple of the outer sect is not merely a name. I'll wager 50 contribution points. Though Qin Yuan is strong, Brother Zhao's Xianbing killing Qi is praised even by inner sect disciples. I bet on Brother Qin with 20 contribution points. Let us go for an upset. At this moment, a flustered Wang Pengzi scratched his head, indecisive. He had previously bet on Shi Ming's victory, nearly losing everything, leaving him with a mere 25 contribution points. A nearby disciple who had just lost retorted, "Wang Pengzi, stop hesitating. With your few contribution points, betting on anyone is like throwing them away." "Nonsense," Wang Pengzi retorted, his face flushed with anger. "I'll wager on Qin Yuan's victory, 25 contribution points. If I lose, I'll go mine on the back mountain. If I win, I'll feast at the Zui Xian Lu for 3 days." Just then, a cool voice cut through the air. "I bet on Qin Yuan to win the championship, 1,000 contribution points." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Lin Qingxue had arrived without anyone noticing. The bookmaker's smile froze abruptly. "Sister Long, this with odds of 1 to 5, 1,000 contribution points means 5,000 contribution points. What? Are you afraid to take the bet?" Lin Qingxue shot him a glance. "I'll take it. I'll take it." The bookmaker gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The pinnacle duel officially commenced amid the clamor of the betting frenzy. Qin Yuan and Xiao Yi stood opposite each other. The entire square fell into a profound silence, every breath held in anticipation of this ultimate battle. "Qin Yuan, your arrival at this juncture genuinely surprises me." Xiao Yi spoke for the first time, his tone icy. "But this is where it ends." Qin Yuan scoffed. "Brother Xiao, such grand words. Do be careful lest the wind carries them away." "Arrogant." Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed, and without further ado, an eruption of Xianbing killing qi enveloped him. The frigid air instantaneously pervaded the arena, a layer of frost forming on the ground, as if the very air itself threatened to freeze. Qin Yuan felt a bone-chilling coldness assail him. He dared not be complacent and swiftly activated the sun and moon sacred power to shield his body. Golden red and dark blue luminescence swirled around him, isolating the cold air. The oppressive aura of the half-step Yuan Dan realm is indeed formidable. Qin Yuan marveled inwardly, yet his demeanor remained unflappable. Xiao Yi moved like a flash of white light, hurtling towards him. He struck with an open palm, the center of his hand infused with dense Xianbing killing qi, aiming directly for Qin Yuan's chest. "Come on." Qin Yuan stood his ground, channeling the sun's sacred power into his right fist, meeting the attack head-on. The clash of fist and palm reverberated with a muffled thud. Qin Yuan felt an unstoppable force propel him backward, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Qin Yuan's expression was one of astonishment. Is this the strength of the half-step Yuan Dan realm? It is utterly overwhelming. Is this all you can muster? Xiao Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone disdainful. "I expected you to offer me some surprises." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Yuan slowly rose. "Brother Xiao, do not be hasty. The best is yet to come." He fully unleashed his Yuan power, the peak of the 5th layer of Ning Yuan erupting, employing the flowing cloud steps to its utmost, transforming into several afterimages attacking Xiao Yi from different directions. Chapter 63. Seizing the championship with unmatched skill, Xiao Yi made no movement, merely waving his hand, and a terrifying cold wave radiated outward from him. The afterimages of Qin Yuan shattered upon contact with the icy torrent, forcing his true form to reveal itself and retreat. "Within my Xianbing realm, your speed is utterly meaningless," Xiao Yi remarked coolly, advancing step by step towards Qin Yuan. With each stride, the chill on the arena intensified, and Qin Yuan felt his vital energy becoming increasingly sluggish. This cannot continue, Qin Yuan thought anxiously. Being half a step into the Yuan Dan realm was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him completely suppressed. Xiao Yi struck again, his fingers forming into a sword, unleashing a finely honed Xianbing sword energy directly at Qin Yuan's brow. Before the sword energy arrived, the piercing cold had already begun to freeze his thoughts. Desperate measures. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth, channeling the forces of the sun and moon within him to form a yin-yang barrier in front of him. The Xianbing sword energy collided with the barrier, producing a shrill screech. The barrier trembled violently, on the verge of shattering. Hold firm. Qin Yuan's eyes burned crimson as he poured all his vital energy into the barrier. Under the immense pressure, he felt his meridians groan, as if his internal organs were about to rupture. Struggling in vain, Xiao Yi sneered, amplifying his output of vital energy. The Xianbing sword energy surged, and cracks began to appear on the yin-yang barrier. Just at that critical moment, Qin Yuan felt a shackle within him shatter unexpectedly. His previously nearly exhausted vital energy surged forth in an instant, a powerful force flooding from his dantian to his limbs. Sixth layer of Ning Yuan. Under the pressure of life and death, he had actually broken through. What? Xiao Yi noticed the change in Qin Yuan's aura, his expression shifting. Qin Yuan let out a long howl, and the vital energy that had surged after his breakthrough flowed like a raging river. The barrier, which was about to collapse, instantly stabilized and even pushed the Xian Bing sword energy back. How could this be? A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Xiao Yi finally revealed a look of astonishment, feeling the torrent of power surging within him. Qin Yuan laughed heartily. Senior brother Xiao, it seems even the heavens are on my side. He took the initiative to strike, his Lu Yunbu technique now faster by more than 30%. Simultaneously, he gathered the powers of the sun and moon in each hand, alternating between the Yao Yang finger and the Xian Yin erosion, launching a relentless offensive. Xiao Yi could no longer remain composed, responding with all his might. The fierce clash of Xian Bing malevolence and the sacred power of the sun and moon enveloped the entire arena in a tempest of terrifying energy. Even with your breakthrough to the sixth layer of Ning Yuan, you are still no match for me. Xiao Yi bellowed, fully activating his Xian Bing realm, causing the temperature in the arena to plummet to an extreme, with thick layers of ice forming even on the protective barrier. Qin Yuan indeed found himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Yi's half-step Yuan Dan realm cultivation was exceedingly formidable. Yet he did not yield, fighting while comprehending the changes in power following his recent breakthrough. Sun and moon, mutually generating and restraining. I understand. In the midst of battle, an epiphany struck Qin Yuan, the yin-yang cycle, a chaotic rebirth. He traced a complete Taiji diagram with his hands before his chest. The powers of the sun and moon no longer simply alternating, but perfectly merging into one. A chaotic orb of light formed in his grasp, radiating a disquieting energy fluctuation. What is this technique? Xiao Yi's expression changed dramatically, sensing a lethal threat emanating from the chaotic orb. Receive this move, the chaos unveiled. Qin Yuan thrust forth the orb, and wherever it passed, the Xian Bing realm shattered inch by inch. As if it were a force of creation itself, Xiao Yi bellowed, condensing all his Xian Bing malevolence into a colossal ice sword to meet the chaotic orb. Boom! The terrifying explosion echoed throughout the heavens. The protective barrier surrounding the arena shattered with a resounding crash. The violent energy surged outward, causing the disciples in the front rows to retreat in alarm. Duan Yunhe acted swiftly, erecting an even stronger barrier to prevent any injuries among the nearby disciples. When the energy dissipated and everyone beheld the scene on the arena, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Xiao Yi lay at the edge of the arena, bloodied and unconscious, while Qin Yuan, though his clothes were tattered and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, stood resolutely. Qin Yuan, victory. The announcement of the results was met with an initial silence from the entire square, which soon erupted into a cacophony akin to a tidal wave. He won. He truly won. Qin Yuan, champion. A dark horse all the way. The betting area erupted in chaos. My contribution points. This was the collective wail of the disciples who had bet on Xiao Yi. I struck it rich. I knew it. Senior brother Qin is magnificent. Li Houzi exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi stood dumbfounded, staring blankly as the dealer trembled while transferring 125 contribution points to him. Suddenly bursting into a thunderous laugh. I won. I am not the god of misfortune. Zui Xianlu. Here I come. The dealer's face turned ashen as he gazed at Lin Qingxue's calm demeanor, sorrowfully transferring 5,000 contribution points to her. Duan Yunhe descended from above, personally handing Qin Yuan the championship prize of 80,000 contribution points, a low-grade 4th-tier Ning Yuan Dan, a piece of top-grade spirit armor, and an ancient token radiating spatial fluctuations. Congratulations. Qin Yuan. This is the meteorite token. With this token, you may enter the meteorite secret realm for 10 days of training 3 days hence. This is a great opportunity. Seize it well. Duan Fengzhu spoke earnestly. He then announced the rewards for the second and third places. Second place, Xiao Yi received 50,000 contribution points, a mid-grade 3rd-tier medicinal pill, and a similar ancient token for entering the meteorite secret realm for 10 days. Third place Lin Qingxue received 30,000 contribution points, a low-grade 3rd-tier medicinal pill, and the same meteorite token. Once again, the audience erupted in envious exclamations. The meteorite secret realm was a treasure trove controlled by the sect, said to contain not only various rare spiritual herbs and minerals, but also the legacy of predecessors' cave abodes, abundant in opportunities. Qin Yuan grasped the token. Feeling the profound spatial power within, his heart stirred. The secret realm training was precisely what he needed at this moment. There, perhaps lay the chance for him to swiftly break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Meteorite secret realm. I am coming. Qin Yuan tightly clutched the token, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Chapter 64. The care of the senior sister upon returning to the small courtyard at night. Qin Yuan sat cross-legged, his fingertips gently tracing the smooth, intricately engraved meteorite token. Under the moonlight, the token emitted a faint glow, resembling a miniature starry sky contained within. The meteorite secret realm. Qin Yuan murmured to himself, recalling the records he had recently perused in the sect's ancient texts, formed from fallen stars of the ancient heavens. This realm was governed by peculiar spatial laws and was rich in resources, yet fraught with peril. It was divided into the outer perimeter, inner layer, and core. Outer disciples were permitted to roam only the periphery for 10 days. He pondered over the token, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. 10 days? It sounds lengthy, but in such a place, it might pass in the blink of an eye. I must devise a thorough plan to ensure this hard-earned opportunity is not squandered. The following day, he devoted the entire duration to immersing himself in the sect's library, meticulously uncovering all publicly available information regarding the periphery of the meteorite secret realm. He noted the elusive spatial rifts, the stealthy star scorpions adept at ambush, the hallucinatory mysterious star miasma, and potential treasures such as starshine grass and empty void stones, memorizing their general distribution and characteristics. However, the most unsettling thought that lingered in his mind was not the natural dangers of the environment. The most formidable threats were never the beasts or natural disasters, but rather, the human heart. Qin Yuan's expression turned cold as he recalled the venomous gaze of Xiao Yi when he was defeated and the unabashed hostility from the Li Songhai faction. It was abundantly clear that the secret realm, a place where the sect's rules lost their grip, represented the perfect stage for settling personal grudges and seizing treasures. They would not let this opportunity slip by. Qin Yuan could almost guarantee they had already devised plans, laying traps for him to fall into. As he focused intently on strategizing, a faint sound of footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. A familiar, frosty aura drew near. Senior Sister Lung? Qin Yuan rose to open the door, and indeed, there stood Lin Qingxue. Her typically cold demeanor now tinged with a hint of gravity. Qin Shidi. She entered the courtyard with a graceful stride, nodding slightly. Her gaze lingered on the meteorite token in his hand before she spoke directly. Although you have claimed victory, you have also made numerous enemies. In the secret realm, the human heart is inscrutable. You must exercise utmost caution. A warmth spread in Qin Yuan's heart as he replied with a smile, "Rest assured, senior sister. If I cannot defeat them, I can surely evade them. My Luyan step is not for naught." Yet, Lin Qingxue did not smile. After a moment of silence, she retrieved a palm-sized jade box from her sleeve and handed it to him. "Take this." Confused, Qin Yuan accepted it and opened the box to reveal a talisman resting within. The talisman was a pale silver, intricately adorned with complex, arcane patterns drawn with some form of stardust, subtly emanating spatial fluctuations. "This is a minor teleportation talisman?" Qin Yuan gasped in surprise. The minor teleportation talisman, when activated, could randomly transport the user up to 100 miles away, a crucial tool for survival in dire situations. However, its creation was exceedingly difficult, making it highly valuable and often unavailable on the market. Indeed, Lin Qingxue replied in a calm tone, as if presenting an ordinary item. "I exchanged it at the resource hall. It can only be used once, and the destination is uncertain, serving as an additional safeguard. In the secret realm, if the situation becomes dire, do not act recklessly. Preserving your life is of utmost importance." Holding the jade box, still warm from her touch, Qin Yuan felt an even deeper sense of gratitude. This seemingly aloof senior sister possessed such delicate concern within her heart. "Senior sister, this kindness I shall forever remember," he solemnly declared. Lin Qingxue regarded him with a profound gaze, her cold eyes seemingly wanting to convey something more, but ultimately, she reduced it to 4 simple words: "Come back alive." With that, she turned and departed, her silhouette remaining cool and proud under the moonlight. Yet Qin Yuan sensed a subtle hint of care beneath her demeanor. Clutching the warm jade box, Qin Yuan stood still for a long while. Even senior sister Lung took this so seriously. It seems this expedition into the secret realm will be more perilous than I had anticipated. Li Songhai, Xiao Yi, you truly hold me in high regard. A surge of fierce determination welled up within him. When the enemy comes, I shall resist. When the waters rise, I shall bury them in earth. If they sought his life, they would need to assess whether their teeth were strong enough, lest they shatter upon impact. His eyes glinted with resolve as he wasted no time, returning to his room to consume medicinal pills and diligently cultivate, striving to break through to the 7th layer of Ningyuan. The more strength he possessed, the greater his assurance. 3 days swiftly passed. On the morning of the 4th day, the main peak square was once again bustling with activity. Today marked the moment when the 30 disciples who had earned the qualification would enter the meteorite secret realm. Apart from the top 10 from the grand competition, the other 20 were also elite disciples from various peaks, each exuding an extraordinary aura. As Qin Yuan made his entrance, he instantly became the center of attention. Envious, jealous, awed, and scrutinizing gazes intertwined around him. He acutely sensed several particularly icy stares. Following their direction, he spotted Xiao Yi and the healed Li Feng among the crowd, their eyes coldly fixed upon him, like venomous serpents filled with unabashed murderous intent. In addition, he noticed several unfamiliar faces clad in ordinary outer disciple robes, yet they concealed their auras while their sharp gazes resembled those of hawks, observing him with a mixture of scrutiny and a hint of greed. Chapter 65. The Meteorite Secret Realm. Ah, what an impressive assembly. Qin Yuan chuckled coldly to himself, realizing that his journey into the secret realm would undoubtedly be anything but solitary this time. Silence. The presiding elder made his entrance, his voice resonating throughout the plaza as the participants gathered. Those holding the meteorite token, step into the teleportation light column immediately. The secret realm shall remain open for 10 days, and once the time is up, you will be automatically returned. Remember, act within your means and prioritize your safety. Now, enter the teleportation light column. With a wave of the elder's sleeve, 30 brilliant white light columns abruptly illuminated the center of the plaza, forming a vast and intricate teleportation array. Qin Yuan took a deep breath, gripping the meteorite token tightly, feeling the faint spatial fluctuations emanating from it. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, he resolutely stepped into his designated light column. The brilliance instantly enveloped him, and a powerful force of tearing pressure surged from all directions, as if attempting to stretch and distort both his body and soul. In the final moment before his vision blurred, he caught a glimpse of the cruel and triumphant curve at the corner of Xiao Yi's mouth, along with a fleeting, eerie glimmer in the eyes of several unfamiliar disciples, akin to hunters witnessing their prey fall into a trap. The meteorite secret realm. Here I come. No matter what schemes you harbor, bring them forth. I shall face them all. In the next instant, the world spun violently, and his figure vanished entirely within the light column. Following a disorienting wave of intense dizziness and spatial distortion, Qin Yuan felt solid ground beneath his feet, and the overwhelming sensation of vertigo gradually receded like a tide. He steadied himself immediately, quietly circulating his inner energy, and cautiously scanned his surroundings. What met his eyes was a completely unfamiliar landscape. The sky was a deep, dark purple, devoid of familiar celestial bodies, only countless fragmented stars resembling diamonds, casting a cold and eternal light that enveloped the land in a veil of hazy and mysterious starlight. The air was thick with an ancient, desolate yet vibrant aura. The concentration of spiritual energy far exceeded that of the Xiantian sect, yet it was intermingled with a unique stellar force that, when inhaled, brought both comfort and an underlying sense of pressure derived from the essence of life itself. He stood upon an expansive, barren expanse of dark red land, the ground beneath his feet rough with gravel, sporadically dotted with peculiar, low-lying plants that emitted a faint glow. In the distance loomed a series of undulating hills with bizarre shapes, silhouetted against the starlight, resembling ancient behemoths in a deep slumber. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the soft rustle of gravel stirred by the gentle breeze, adding an extra layer of desolation and strangeness. Is this the outskirts of the meteorite secret realm? It truly lives up to its reputation. Even the environment is intimidating. Qin Yuan inhaled deeply, absorbing the rich stellar energy in the air. His sun and moon sacred body, particularly the yin aspect, began to resonate and circulate rapidly, creating a subtle harmony with the surrounding environment. As if experiencing a long-awaited rain after a drought, he attempted to sense the meteorite token in his hand. It grew warm, pointing towards a fixed direction while transmitting a vague message. 10 days' time. Guided by this, you may return. Indeed, this token serves as both a key and a navigational device for his return, as well as a countdown timer. Qin Yuan felt a sense of relief. The immediate priority was to find a safe location to break through to the 7th level of cultivation. Strength is paramount. After absorbing some stellar energy, Qin Yuan sensed an opportunity for a breakthrough. Instead of rashly advancing into the depths of the secret realm indicated by the token, he opted for a higher ground, a relatively open dark red hill, and stealthily ascended like a spirit cat. His formidable consciousness spread out like an invisible web, meticulously perceiving any movements around him. Soon, he detected hidden dangers. Beneath some gravel lurked transparent scorpions, akin to crystal, with energies equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of condensation, cleverly camouflaged. Overhead, several palm-sized, razor-toothed birds occasionally swooped by with remarkable speed and fierce gazes. Star crystal scorpions and rift-breaking sparrows. The ancient texts were not mistaken. This place is indeed fraught with peril. Utilizing his exquisite flowing cloud step and superior consciousness perception, Qin Yuan skillfully evaded these native inhabitants and successfully reached the summit of the hill. Gazing into the distance, the vastness of the secret realm exceeded his imagination. Among the distant mountains, he perceived the outlines of dilapidated ruins, further shrouded in a mist that warped the light, obscuring his view and exuding an aura of mystery and danger. At the rear of the hill, he discovered a concealed cave shielded by several large boulders, which he chose as a temporary stronghold. After carefully setting up a few rudimentary alarms and protective barriers at the entrance, he settled down cross-legged, retrieving the 4th-grade low-grade condensation pill awarded as the champion's prize, preparing to make a vigorous attempt to break through his bottleneck. However, at the very moment he was about to consume the pill, an unexpected development occurred. The Wanxiang Lian Tian Ding, dormant deep within his dantian, suddenly stirred with a clear and urgent pulse. This time, it was not in response to any specific heavenly materials or earthly treasures, but as if it were drawn by the pure stellar energy present throughout the secret realm. Upon its surface, the originally dull runes, particularly those related to the 2 mysterious iron pieces recently integrated, began to autonomously and greedily absorb the stellar energy that flowed through the air. Chapter 66. The power of the stars. A gentle and pure essence of stellar energy permeated through the pores of Qin Yuan's body, being absorbed by the precious cauldron. Subsequently, as the cauldron refined this energy, it released an even gentler, richer, and uniquely stellar essence, which melded back into his vortex of vital energy and the foundation of his sacred body. Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his heart surged with joy. This marvelous cauldron could actually absorb and transform stellar energy. How fortunate! He immediately altered his plans, stowing away the elixirs, and endeavored to actively circulate the Ri-Yusheng Tiju in conjunction with the cauldron to more efficiently absorb the surrounding stellar energy. To his astonishment, this attempt yielded remarkable results. The stellar energy within the secret realm was of a purity and richness far exceeding that of the outside world. Under the cauldron's transformation, it turned into torrents of refreshing and mighty energy, vigorously coursing through his meridians, nourishing both his physique and his vital force. The bottleneck at the 7th level of the Ning Yuan realm began to tremble violently, showing clear signs of loosening. There is hope. Without the need for elixirs, I can break through solely relying on this stellar energy. Qin Yuan suppressed the exhilarating joy within his heart, fully channeling the stellar torrents, repeatedly battering against the barriers of his cultivation. Time passed quietly during his practice. In the secret realm, there was no alternation of day and night, only the eternal shimmering starry sky above. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps a day, or perhaps 2. A faint, star-like radiance enveloped Qin Yuan, and the fluctuations of his aura grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, a nearly imperceptible, yet unmistakably clear cracking sound resonated within him, as if a certain shackle had been shattered. Within his dantian, the 6th vortex of vital energy suddenly expanded, solidifying and deepening, while the embryonic form of the 7th vortex began to rapidly coalesce and take shape. The resurgent vital force surged forth like a flood, rushing through his meridians. He had broken through to the 7th level of the Ningyuan realm. The entire breakthrough process unfolded seamlessly and exceptionally smoothly, establishing an incredibly solid foundation. The newly born vital force even contained a hint of stellar characteristics, appearing more refined and pure, imbued with a sense of profound depth akin to the starry sky. As Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, it was as if the Milky Way flowed within them, shining brilliantly. He carefully sensed the explosive power within him, which had grown more than double that of before his breakthrough. With my current strength, crushing a half-step Yuan Dan is effortless. Even facing a true first-level Yuan Dan, I may not lack the power to contend. His heart brimmed with ambition. This stellar energy is truly a cultivation treasure tailor-made for me. No wonder the meteorite secret realm draws so many disciples. Qin Yuan felt invigorated, realizing that this secret realm was not merely a challenge for him, but a vast treasure trove of cultivation. However, fortune often conceals peril. Just as he had broken through and was preparing to solidify his cultivation, the several warning barriers he had set outside the cave simultaneously emitted a series of extremely faint, yet unmistakably clear fluctuations. Someone was approaching, and not just one. The intruders concealed their auras exceptionally well, but they could not escape Qin Yuan's keen perception. The faint killing intent was as cold and lethal as a serpent's strike. Qin Yuan's eyes sharpened like a hawk's, his aura retracting to its utmost, blending seamlessly into the shadows of the stone crevices outside the cave, silent and undetectable. The inevitable had finally arrived. They were efficient, arriving so soon. He sneered inwardly. Well then, let me see who is so eager to come to their demise in this meteorite secret realm. Outside the stone crevice, 3 figures clad in ordinary outer disciple garb silently approached, using the jagged stones and dim starlight as cover, moving like phantoms. Their coordination was impeccable, their auras nearly merging with the surrounding environment, their gazes sharp as blades, clearly seasoned veterans. Had it not been for Qin Yuan's prior warnings and his superior awareness, they might have truly crept upon him unawares. The spot where the compass needle oscillated most vigorously indicated this location. The brat must have lingered nearby, his aura still fresh. A disciple with a stern expression and a sinister gaze whispered, holding a palm-sized bronze compass. Its needle trembling slightly, adorned with star patterns that emitted a soft glow. Humph, his misfortune. He just entered and has already run into the hands of our 3-star desolate champions. Another tall and lanky disciple grinned, revealing rows of sharp, white teeth, his tone laced with cruel excitement. Elderly specifically stated that whoever could cause Qin Yuan to be unexpectedly eliminated in the secret realm would be generously rewarded with elixirs and techniques. Do not let your guard down, Brother Zhao. The leader, a fair-skinned youth with the most stable and profound gaze, exuded a substantial aura, having notably reached the 1st level of the Yuan Dan realm. It was evident that he had secured 1st place in the grand competition with his 6th level Ning Yuan cultivation, not by mere chance. Our task is to strike swiftly, seize the secrets on him, and then create an incident. Do you understand? Chapter 67. The 3 heroes of Xinghuang. Qin Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, attentively listening to their hushed conversation, and his heart instantly comprehended the situation. Indeed, they were lackeys sent by Lin Qingxue, plotting to kill and seize treasures. The so-called 3 heroes of Xinghuang? Their name is quite imposing, yet regrettably, their judgment falters, having chosen the wrong targets for their robbery. He swiftly assessed that among the trio, 2 were at the peak of the 9th layer of condensing essence, the sinister disciple wielding a compass and the tall, lean disciple, while one was at the 1st layer of the Yuan Dan realm, the fair-skinned youth leading them. Given their seamless cooperation and palpable killing intent, it was evident they were seasoned operatives under Lin Qingxue, often tasked with handling dirty work in perilous secret realms. Had he encountered such high-ranking, well-coordinated, and experienced opponents before entering the secret realm, even if Qin Yuan could achieve victory, it would undoubtedly be a grueling battle, incurring significant costs. However, at this moment, having just broken through to the 7th layer of condensing essence, his strength surged, and with the advantage of terrain, he awaited the perfect opportunity to test his newfound power against them. He held his breath, perfectly merging his aura with the surrounding environment. Akin to a top-tier hunter lurking in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. The 3 heroes of Xinghuang were evidently well-trained, forming a loose triangular formation as they slowly encircled the entrance of the stone crevice. The sinister disciple Zhao Ming, holding the compass, made a discreet gesture, indicating that the target was likely concealed within the stone fissure. The other two understood immediately, drawing their weapons with quiet precision. One wielded a slender, azure-poisoned longsword, while the other gripped a heavy ghost-head knife, their eyes gleaming with cold ferocity and murderous intent. Just as the three of them gathered their energy, preparing to charge into the crevice, Qin Yuan moved. He sprang forth like a leopard leaping from the darkness, or a faint azure shadow that distorted the light, suddenly flashing out from behind a massive stone. His speed was at its zenith, targeting the tall disciple with the ghost-head knife, whose aura was relatively exposed. First, he would sever their fangs and claws. With a swift step of flowing clouds and star traces, under the dense star power of the secret realm, Qin Yuan's movement became even more elusive and enigmatic, rendering his trajectory nearly impossible to grasp. His right hand formed the Yao-Yang finger, bursting with the overwhelming, blazing power of the sun, highly concentrated at his fingertips, transforming into a point of exquisite golden-red light, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, emanating an unyielding intent that pierced through everything, aiming directly at the vital artery of the disciple's wrist. Sun Yi, the tall disciple, had all his attention focused on the entrance of the crevice, completely unprepared for an assault from the side, especially at such a terrifying speed. He felt a piercing pain in his right wrist, as if a red-hot branding iron had been thrust into him, rendering his entire arm numb and weak, causing the heavy ghost-head knife to almost slip from his grasp. "Be careful. Enemy attack." From the side, the Yuan Dan disciple Qian Daojun reacted the fastest, his voice booming as he half-turned, his azure longsword striking out like a venomous snake from its lair, its icy blade aimed directly at Qin Yuan's back. The sword had yet to reach him, but the chilling intent nearly froze the blood in his veins. Another disciple, Zhao Ming, was quick to respond as well, swiftly retracting his compass while drawing a short dagger, sweeping it towards Qin Yuan's lower body at an oblique angle, attempting to block his escape route. Faced with this sudden assault from both front and rear, Qin Yuan appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this very scenario. He slightly shifted his body, narrowly evading the attack aimed at his back, while his left fingertips shimmered with a dark, profound glow, the Xian Yin finger silently targeting the sword's spine approaching from behind. Ding! A crisp yet jarring sound of collision echoed. The long sword, imbued with chilling energy, was struck by the Xian Yin's wind, causing it to tremble violently, and the cold aura attached to it exhibited signs of backlash against its wielder, momentarily stalling Qian Daojun's movements. Seizing this fleeting moment, Qin Yuan deftly slipped through the narrow gap between the two weapons, moving with the grace of a fish evading capture. Simultaneously, his right leg lashed out like a steel whip, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being torn, delivering a fierce sweep towards Sun Yi, who was now unstable from his injury. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Sun Yi, already off balance, was struck hard and let out a pained grunt, his body tumbling like a rolling gourd, crashing to the ground and rolling several times, kicking up a cloud of dust. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Qin Yuan, facing three opponents, not only perfectly neutralized their assault, but also incapacitated one of them in an instant, restraining another, showcasing a formidable combat proficiency, impeccable timing, and precise control over his own strength. Qian Daojun's complexion turned ashen. He could hardly believe that this seemingly inconsequential disciple of the condensing essence realm could be so tenacious. With methods that were both bizarre and vicious. Form the Sankai battle formation. He bellowed, his voice tinged with desperation. The remaining two, hearing his command, immediately suppressed their injuries and shock, swiftly converging towards Qian Daojun. Their auras subtly intertwined. The gleaming swords and short dagger formed an impenetrable web of death, attempting to forcibly suppress and eliminate Qin Yuan through the power of their battle formation. Chapter 68. A relaxed counterattack. The battle array? A slight, unmistakable curl of disdain graced Qin Yuan's lips. Had it been the Jiuzhuan Xinghe formation of the Zhantiangong, perhaps it might have caused me to furrow my brow, but this flawed and rudimentary three-legged cat combination technique you dare to present is nothing short of shameful. In his previous life, with the perspective of a martial emperor, such a simplistic battle array was riddled with flaws. He held nothing back, unleashing the full force of his qi at the 7th level of the condensing yuan stage. Although he didn't reveal the astonishing manifestations of the sun and moon sacred body, The overwhelming aura and the instantaneous surge of power and speed left the three members of Qian Daojun utterly astonished. With the Luyan step pushed to its current limit, Qin Yuan's figure flitted through the intertwined sword net like a specter, evading lethal attacks by the narrowest of margins. The alternating use of the Yaoyang finger and the Xian Yinshi targeted the energy nodes of the formation with scorching intensity, while at times, it struck with chilling coldness, exploiting the vulnerable defenses of the two condensing Yuan disciples in the moments between their waning and renewing strength. Crack. In the brief span of 5 or 6 exchanges, Zhao Ming, who wielded a short dagger, found his steel weapon shattered by a pinpoint strike of the Yaoyang finger. Immediately after, a bone-chilling finger wind invaded his chest meridians, and with a horrified scream, he trembled violently, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, losing all combat capability. The sword-wielding Sun Yi, who had just struggled to rise, was met with a brutal side kick from Qin Yuan, striking precisely at his Dantian's Qi Si. His eyes bulged as he spewed forth blood, his body flying backward like a rag doll, crashing heavily against a rock, his cultivation shattered. And he lost consciousness. In an instant, the once ferocious San Huang of the star was reduced to a mere shadow, leaving only the solitary Qian Daojun, who stood helplessly, unable to support himself. A tempest of fear surged within Qian Daojun as he beheld the advancing, imposing figure of Qin Yuan. He finally felt terror grip his heart. Qin, junior brother Qin, it's a misunderstanding. It was Lin Qingxue who forced us. Spare me, and I will divulge their plans. He pleaded desperately. Oh, plans? Qin Yuan pressed forward, a smile playing on his lips as he urged him to elaborate. A glint of cunning flickered in Qian Daojun's eyes as he prepared to distract Qin Yuan, intending to either launch a surprise attack or flee. However, Qin Yuan had already seen through his ruse. Unfortunately, I have no interest in idle chatter. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Qin Yuan lunged forward, his right fist aglow with a golden red light, coalescing like a miniature sun, radiating a scorching intensity that seemed capable of incinerating all in its path, locking onto Qian Daojun. The great sun-burning heaven fist, a blaze that could scorch the earth. This punch embodied a fragment of Qin Yuan's understanding of stellar power, its force more refined, imbued with an overwhelming momentum. In a frantic attempt, Qian Daojun raised his sword to block, pushing his Yuan power to its utmost limits. Boom! The collision of fist and sword radiated with a tremendous shockwave. The azure sword light barely held for a moment before shattering like fragile glass. The searing fist force did not relent, crashing violently against Qian Daojun's crossed arms. Crack! Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing filled the air. Puff! Blood gushed from Qian Daojun as his arms twisted grotesquely, his chest caving in, like a projectile from a catapult. He was hurled 10 paces away, crashing through a stone pillar before finally collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The battle, from start to finish, spanned merely a few breaths. The once invincible San Huang of the star lay defeated, akin to dead dogs, utterly devoid of threat. Qin Yuan's breath remained steady, as though the swift and fierce combat had not drained him of energy. He approached the fallen trio, his gaze impassive. Infighting among sect members is a grave taboo, and I do not wish to bear the burden of killing my own. However, while death may be avoided, punishment cannot. After incapacitating the three, Qin Yuan unceremoniously rummaged through their storage rings, obtaining a trove of quality spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, and various materials they had gathered within the secret realm. The bronze compass used to track him was smashed to pieces with a single strike, utterly destroyed. Li Qingxue. This appetizer lacks flavor. Qin Yuan surveyed the unconscious forms of the San Huang, scoffing at their audacity to trouble me with such meager abilities, clearly unaware of the meaning of the word death. As he swiftly searched through their storage rings, he mused. On the other hand, their ability to locate me suggests they were well prepared. It seems I cannot play by conventional rules. Qin Yuan's eyes glinted with cunning as a mischievous smile formed upon his lips. Since you believe I will venture deeper into the secret realm, I shall do the opposite. With that, he chose a path entirely contrary to the direction indicated by the token, his form vanishing into the vast starlight. Along the way, Qin Yuan cautiously evaded potential pursuers, deliberately traversing through areas rich in stellar energy, yet perilously rugged. The dark red wasteland gradually gave way to a forest of jagged stones. How intriguing these stones are! Qin Yuan surveyed the surrounding obsidian formations, their surfaces glimmering with twinkling lights akin to stars in the night sky. As he journeyed onward, the concentration of stellar energy in the air intensified, manifesting as visible bands of starlight that flowed slowly through the atmosphere. Chapter 69. Star Core Shattered Crystal Comfortable. Qin Yuan inhaled deeply, reveling in the jubilant energy of the Ri-Yusheng tea coursing through him. The stellar power here was exponentially more potent than outside, a veritable paradise meticulously crafted for his cultivation. As he indulged in the enchanting ambience, an intense tremor resonated from the depths of his dantian, originating from the Wanxiang Liantianding. Qin Yuan's expression tightened. Had the treasure cauldron uncovered something extraordinary? Following its guidance, he gazed into the distance, where a colossal ring-shaped mountain loomed, shrouded in dense starry mist, emanating a heart-stirring aura. Goodness, this place appears to be remarkable. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. However, fortune favors the bold. I must uncover the treasures concealed within. He cautiously approached the ring mountain, gently probing his consciousness into the starry mist. Hiss! Qin Yuan gasped in shock. Within lay a slumbering behemoth. A three-tiered Yuan Dan realm lizard adorned with starry patterns. Should it awaken, my fate would be sealed here. He stroked his chin, contemplation flickering in his eyes. A direct confrontation would be folly. Cunning is required. Qin Yuan began to meticulously circle the ring mountain, leaving no potential entrance unexplored. Here, finally, near the summit, he discovered a narrow stone fissure, from which waves of pure stellar energy flowed. The heavens do not forsake those in search. Qin Yuan grinned, slipping into the stone crevice. Initially tight, the fissure expanded after several hundred steps, revealing a natural stone chamber. Upon witnessing the interior, Qin Yuan was left utterly astounded. Heavens! He rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe the surreal spectacle before him. At the center of the chamber lay a small pool, but the water was no ordinary liquid. It was entirely composed of liquefied stellar energy, radiating an enchanting blue glow. At the bottom of the pool rested a crystal, the size of a fist, translucent and shimmering, as if a galaxy flowed gently within. This is the Star Core Shattered Crystal? Qin Yuan's voice trembled, overwhelmed by his extraordinary fortune. He suppressed his elation, carefully surveying the surroundings. Confirming his safety, he wasted no time in setting up intricate concealment and defensive formations at the entrance before cautiously approaching the pool. The moment his fingertips brushed the liquid star brilliance, an icy chill, seemingly capable of freezing one's soul, pierced through him like countless icy needles. Instantly, his entire right arm was enveloped in a thick layer of glistening frost, halting the flow of Yuan power within his meridians. Hiss! Qin Yuan gasped, his teeth chattering. This was no mere water, but rather the essence of eons old profound ice. No, it was even more terrifying. He dared not delay. His thoughts racing as the Ri-Yusheng Ti-Ju surged within him. In his dantian, the golden vortex, symbolizing the solar holy power, erupted in a blaze of warmth. A golden-red torrent surged toward his right arm, fiercely clashing with the bone-chilling cold. The frost crackled, releasing wisps of white chill, managing to dissipate some of the rigidity. Finally, he withstood this initial wave of cold, just as Qin Yuan began to breathe a sigh of relief. Calamity struck. As if a hidden switch had been triggered, the previously tranquil liquid star brilliance erupted into chaos. Not a rise in temperature, but a complete explosion of energy. The ethereal blue liquid transformed into a vast, wild torrent of celestial power, roaring like a rushing river of stars, forcefully invading his body through his fingertips. Qin Yuan could not suppress a low growl, feeling as though his body was an overinflated balloon. Every meridian and acupoint violently assaulted, torn, and expanded. The agony exceeded any prior experience, as if countless stars detonated within him, intent on obliterating him from the inside out. Pain. Such excruciating pain. How could this energy be so domineering? His temple throbbed, beads of sweat forming only to be evaporated by the residual stellar force on his skin. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. No, I cannot yield. Such an opportunity is rare as a millennium. Endure, and the vastness of the skies awaits. Fail to endure, and I shall perish. He fought to maintain consciousness, pushing the Ri-Yusheng Ti-Ju to its utmost limits, while urgently communicating with his dantian, Wanxiang Liantianding. Old friend, quickly, lend me your strength. I am on the verge of bursting. As if responding to his plea, The dormant Wanxiang Liantian in his dantian emitted a melodious and joyous hum. The once dull ancient patterns on its surface began to glow, radiating a chaotic light. An immense suction force emanated from within the cauldron, akin to an abyss, greedily devouring the torrent of stellar energy that threatened to overwhelm Qin Yuan. Excellent. Well done. Feeling the pressure ease, Qin Yuan's spirits lifted. He dared not relax, guiding the energy, now partially filtered and gentler thanks to the cauldron, along the prescribed pathways of his cultivation, nourishing and expanding his damaged meridians, and merging it into his dantian's energy sea. Chapter 70 Perilous Encounters. Under the dual impact of excruciating pain and a rapid surge of energy, Qin Yuan's cultivation began to ascend at an unprecedented pace. He soared through the mid, late, and peak stages of the 7th layer of Ning Yuan. Boom. It felt as though an invisible barrier within him was effortlessly shattered by the overwhelming torrent of energy, propelling his realm to an instantaneous breakthrough to the 8th layer of Ning Yuan. Yet, the influx of energy showed no signs of abating. His cultivation continued to surge forward with relentless momentum. The early, mid, and late stages of the 8th layer. Time became a blur, perhaps a fleeting moment or several hours. When the final trace of liquid starlight was fully absorbed, the roaring waves of energy within Qin Yuan gradually subsided. He abruptly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance shining within. As if stars were flickering in his gaze, he felt an unprecedented fullness and surging power in his dantian, instinctively clenching his fists, producing a resounding crack in the air. 9th layer of Ning Yuan. He was but a step away from the Yuan Dan realm. His face could hardly conceal his excitement. This pool of starlight had spared him months of arduous cultivation. Worth it. Absolutely worth it. At this moment, only a fist-sized shard of starlight core remained at the bottom of the pool, emanating a purer, more subdued starlight, lying quietly as if it were the source of all celestial power. The myriad manifestations of the celestial refining cauldron within his dantian emitted an even clearer, more eager chime, its body trembling slightly, directing itself toward the starlight core shard. It seemed this was indeed the most significant treasure for him. Understanding this, Qin Yuan reached out to grasp the shard, which still bore a cool touch, but now exuded a gentle warmth. The instant he lifted the shard, the celestial refining cauldron manifested a shadow from within his dantian, its mouth aimed at the shard, generating an irresistible suction. Whoosh! The starlight core shard transformed into the purest blue stream of light, vanishing into the cauldron. Boom! The moment the shard was taken, it seemed to trigger the very foundation of this realm. The entire circular mountain began to tremble violently, collapsing. Enormous rocks tumbled from the summit, and the ground fissured with menacing cracks. Outside, a roar filled with boundless fury and madness erupted like the thunder of the heavens, causing Qin Yuan's eardrums to ache and his blood to surge. This was bad. He had thoroughly provoked that massive creature. Qin Yuan's expression changed drastically, fully aware that the guardian beast had been completely awakened. Without hesitation, he swiftly executed the flowing cloud step to its utmost limit, transforming into a nearly transparent shadow and dashing toward a fissure he had previously scouted at the rear of the stone chamber. In the very next moment he slipped into the fissure, a deafening explosion reverberated. The stone chamber where he had concealed himself, along with a large section of the rock wall, was violently shattered from the outside by an overwhelming force. Debris flew through the air, and dust filled the atmosphere. The colossal lizard, measuring 10 zhang in length and adorned with starry spots and tough scales, burrowed into the chamber, its crimson eyes immediately locking onto the fleeing Qin Yuan upon discovering the treasure had vanished. Daring not to look back, Qin Yuan burst forth from the mountain fissure, pushing his speed to the limit, fleeing desperately through the treacherous, crumbling terrain. The wind howled past his ears, and behind him, the thunderous footsteps of the giant lizard shook the earth. Each step it took sent tremors through the ground, leaving deep claw marks in its wake, moving with astonishing speed. Roar! The giant lizard opened its mouth, unleashing a plume of ghostly blue flames, radiating an intense heat akin to hellfire, sweeping forward in a fan shape. Wherever the flames passed, rocks were instantly melted into crimson magma, and the very air warped from the searing heat. Damn it! Qin Yuan felt the lethal heat wave approaching from behind, sending chills down his spine. He quickly crouched low, executing a desperate roll, narrowly escaping into the shadow of a massive rock. Sizzle! A corner of his clothing was scorched by the flames, instantly turning to ash. The scorching air seared his back painfully. Before he could catch his breath, a sound of air being torn apart surged forth. The giant lizard's massive tail, as thick as a mountain ridge and covered in bony spikes, swept toward him like a steel whip, carrying immense force, effortlessly shattering the boulders in its path. With no avenue of escape, a fierce determination flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes. The newly ascended ninth layer of Ning Yuan's power erupted without reservation. Golden red radiance intertwined around his fists, faint images of the sun and moon flickering into view as he roared forth. Sun and moon, shield me. Boom. Their fists collided with ferocity. An unstoppable force surged forth, and Qin Yuan felt as though he had been struck head-on by a falling star. A piercing pain radiated through his arms, and a sweet taste filled his throat as his body was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a hard rock wall dozens of zhang away. Puff! A mouthful of blood could not be contained, staining the ground before him a ghastly crimson. He slid down the rock wall, kneeling on one knee, coughing violently, feeling as though his very organs had been displaced. Chapter 71. A narrow escape. Cough cough. What a terrifying power. He struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing increasingly sharp. Engaging head-on was not an option. The disparity was too vast. However, the enraged giant lizard offered him no respite, roaring as it lunged once more. Its claws slashed and fangs bit, each assault imbued with lethal menace. Utilizing the agile flowing cloud step and his far superior spiritual perception, Qin Yuan maneuvered skillfully within the confined space, evading the onslaught. Yet, the absolute gap in realms and the frenzied frequency of the creature's attacks soon left him at a loss. Slish! One misstep, and the edge of a lizard claw grazed his left arm, leaving 3 deep gashes that exposed bone, blood gushing forth in an instant. Bang! After another block, he was once again sent staggering back by the immense force, his chest feeling constricted. In just a few exchanges, his robes had become tattered and soaked in blood, with numerous new, ghastly wounds, rendering him a pitiful sight. A cruel glint flickered in the giant lizard's crimson eyes. It seemed weary of this pursuit. With a slight arch of its massive body, its chest heaved violently, distorting the surrounding air with the power it was gathering. It was preparing to unleash a final strike. In the next moment, a breath of ethereal blue energy, significantly thicker than before and nearly black in hue, erupted forth like a column of destruction, enveloping all possible escape routes for Qin Yuan. The energy contained within was sufficient to severely injure or even obliterate a true Yuan Dan realm cultivator. It's over. There was no way to evade. The shadow of death descended upon him, and Qin Yuan's pupils constricted. In this dire moment, almost instinctively, he crushed the life-saving trump card, the small teleportation talisman, that he had clutched tightly in his hand. Buzz! A gentle yet resilient white light erupted instantly, forming a cocoon of illumination around him. The power of space began to twist and ripple. The giant lizard, sensing the spatial disturbance, redirected its terrifying blue breath, which grazed the edge of the white cocoon like a relentless parasite. Just before his body was transported away, a piercing pain shot through his left shoulder. Qin Yuan could even smell the scent of burning flesh. The breath had indeed grazed him. The white light flickered violently, and Qin Yuan's figure vanished completely. Roar! The colossal star-patterned lizard let out a thunderous roar filled with unwillingness and rage, having expended its full strength on a futile strike, losing its precious treasure. It furiously battered everything around it, leveling large sections of rock to the ground. Yet, having continuously unleashed its primordial breath, it found itself gravely weakened, ultimately forced to watch Qin Yuan escape in impotent fury. A violent spinning sensation engulfed him, the tearing feeling of distorted space assailing him. Qin Yuan felt as if he had been thrown into a tumultuous vortex, the wounds on his body aching unbearably. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was suddenly expelled from the void, crashing heavily into a clear, gently flowing stream. Splash! Water splattered everywhere. Cough cough. The cold stream water irritated his wounds, bringing a sharp sting, yet it also jolted his hazy consciousness awake. He struggled to rise from the shallow water, half kneeling on the pebble-strewn riverbank, coughing violently and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain that felt like his body was falling apart, particularly the searing agony in his left shoulder, and quickly scanned his surroundings with vigilance. This place seemed to be a tranquil valley, lush with greenery and alive with the sounds of birds and flowers, in stark contrast to the desolate and frenzied environment of the previous crater. At last, I have escaped. He let out a long sigh, his taut nerves easing slightly, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by an even more intense feeling of weakness and pain. He dared not linger. Uncertain if the giant lizard possessed any tracking abilities or whether other dangers lurked nearby. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his nearly battered body step by step upstream along the stream. After roughly an incense stick's time, he finally discovered a narrow opening, barely wide enough for a single person, concealed by dense vines on a steep rock face. This is it. He pushed aside the vines and cautiously squeezed through. The cave within was small but remarkably dry, lacking the scent of wild beasts. He wasted no time and immediately set up a simple concealment barrier and an early warning formation at the entrance. Only then did he truly relax, his body slumping against the cold rock wall. Phew, this time was indeed fraught with peril. I almost lost my life there, he murmured, a hint of bitter reflection crossing his face. As he examined his injuries, he felt turbulence within, with multiple meridians damaged. The most severe was the wound on his left shoulder, where the breath had grazed him. Not only was it deep enough to expose bone, but the edges also harbored a strange, ethereal blue energy that incessantly eroded his flesh, preventing the wound from healing. I must tend to my wounds first. He settled into a cross-legged position, preparing to channel the Ri-Yue-Sheng-Ti-Ju to guide his Yuan force in healing his injuries. At that moment, a sudden, unprecedented surge of energy emanated from the Wanxiang Lian Tian Ding within his Dantian, which had completely absorbed the fragment of the star core. Qin Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately immersed all his focus into his Dantian. Chapter 72. The chaotic little world. In the next moment, the scene before him struck him with such astonishment that he nearly forgot the pain coursing through his body. He beheld a space that had once been chaotic and void, merely a few feet square, now transformed in a manner akin to a cataclysmic upheaval. The primordial chaos settled and differentiated. The pure essence rose, morphing into a sky of brilliant azure, adorned with twinkling starlight. The impure essence sank, coalescing into a solid, substantial earth of brownish hue, exuding a faint scent of loam. The dimensions of this space expanded wildly from a mere few feet to a vast expanse of 100 feet in length, width, and height. This was no longer an empty void, but a nascent, tangible little realm. Even more astonishing to Qin Yuan was the sight of a stream, about a foot wide, crystalline and clear, appearing out of thin air at the center of this newly born land. It flowed like a silver ribbon, meandering across the terrain and producing a melodious sound of babbling water. Flanking the stream, tender green shoots of unknown grasses began to bravely pierce through the soil, emanating a faint vitality. Was this a self-sustaining space? A cave world? Qin Yuan's heart surged with shock, almost unable to trust his own eyes. He could vividly sense that this newly birthed little realm was saturated with spiritual energy, far richer than any cultivation ground he had encountered in the outside world. Moreover, the spiritual energy seemed imbued with a unique vitality, making it easier to absorb and refine. Even more intriguingly, a nascent and delicate force of law permeated the space. Though faint, it contained boundless potential. The Wanxiang Liantian Ding could actually manifest a genuine chaotic little world. He cautiously extended a more concentrated strand of divine consciousness into it. The moment his consciousness entered, it felt as if he had truly descended into this little realm. The ground beneath his feet was solid and warm. The air carried the fragrant essence of earth and grass. The sky above simulated an almost realistic expanse, and the joyful song of the stream filled his ears. The very air here was imbued with a refreshing sweetness that uplifted his spirit. What a marvelous sensation! It seemed that this place could harbor living beings. As a thought crossed his mind, he directed his consciousness to the newly sprouted grass, clearly sensing its faint life rhythm. Furthermore, the environment's spiritual energy and the flow of time. Upon careful perception, he soon discovered a heart-racing secret. It appeared to have an exceptionally strong enhancing effect on the growth of spiritual herbs. The vitality of the spiritual energy and a certain law could significantly accelerate the growth cycle of spiritual plants. To validate his hypothesis, he meticulously unearthed a relatively young and ordinary blood coagulation grass from the outside world, enveloping it in his consciousness, and attempted to bring it into the space within the ding. There was no obstruction at all. The blood coagulation grass settled steadily on the earth beside the stream. Immediately, a miraculous scene unfolded. The grass grew increasingly verdant at a speed visible to the naked eye, its leaves unfurling, veins becoming distinct, and even the herbal fragrance intensified slightly. Though the change was subtle, the rapidity of it was nothing short of extraordinary. Having confirmed his suspicion, Qin Yuan could no longer contain his excitement. With a mere thought, he vanished from the cave. In the next instant, he stood within this newly birthed little realm. Meanwhile, the Wanxiang Liantian Ding transformed into an inconspicuous grain of sand, seamlessly blending into the dust of the cave floor, unnoticed by anyone. Standing upon the soft, warm earth and breathing an air rich in spiritual energy, Qin Yuan could not resist spreading his arms wide and inhaling deeply. Indeed, this place could serve not only as an exceptional refuge and cultivation site, but also as an unprecedented, mobile herbal garden. No, it was far beyond just a garden. The exhilaration in Qin Yuan's heart was indescribable. Although this adventure had been fraught with peril, the rewards were simply immeasurable. He restrained his overwhelming joy and began to analyze calmly. The space was in its infancy, with many mysteries yet to be uncovered. The stream did not seem ordinary, nor did the soil appear so. Would it be possible to harness the sun, moon, and stars in the future, to evolve the cycles of the seasons? Boundless possibilities unfurled in his mind. He understood that the secrets of the Wanxiang Liantian Ding surpassed anything he had previously imagined. This fragment of star core crystal seemed to be the key to unlocking its next stage of power. He must thoroughly explore and develop this new realm. This place might very well become his greatest support in the future. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuan reveled in the comfort of being enveloped by pure spiritual energy. With this astounding discovery, even the pain in his body seemed to diminish. Without further delay, he seated himself cross-legged in this nascent realm, initiating the full operation of the Ri Yusheng Tiju, guiding the gentle and pure spiritual energy of the space, along with his own solar holy power, to nourish and heal his damaged meridians and internal organs. Focusing particularly on dispelling the troublesome dark blue energy from his left shoulder wound. In this world that belonged solely to him, Qin Yuan closed his eyes and meditated, his injuries visibly improving at an observable rate. Meanwhile, the seemingly ordinary grain of sand lay quietly in the corner of the cave, perfectly concealing its secrets. Chapter 73. Rescuing a fellow disciple. After Qin Yuan's injuries had healed, he departed from the chaotic little world and continued his exploration of the meteorite's secret realm. This marked the 6th day since he had entered the realm. He employed the Yinshi Ju, concealing his aura and revealing his cultivation level to be at the 7th layer of the Ningyuan realm, as he cautiously navigated through the dense ancient forest. Suddenly, the sounds of fierce combat and the roars of beasts echoed ahead. Qin Yuan suppressed his presence and stealthily approached, only to witness a rotund disciple engaged in a fierce battle with a massive ironback demon bear in a clearing. This pudgy disciple, at the 8th layer of the Ningyuan realm, was clearly at his limit. His clothing was tattered in multiple places, and a deep wound on his left shoulder, exposing bone, was gushing blood. Gripping a long sword that bore cracks, he struggled to fend off the bear's ferocious attacks, gasping for breath. Damn it! How is this beast so difficult to deal with? He cursed through gritted teeth while awkwardly dodging. The ironback demon bear showed no intention of granting him respite. It slammed its paws into the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and then lunged forward, its sharp claws aimed directly at the disciple's face. It's over. I'm really going to meet my end here. The disciple's face turned desperate as he closed his eyes, awaiting death. At that critical moment, a figure clad in azure appeared like a flash of lightning between him and the bear. Bang! With a dull thud, the bear's massive body was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily into a tree several feet away, twitching twice before falling still. The disciple stared in shock at the suddenly appeared young man in blue, stammering, Thank you for saving me. I am Wang Fuguwei. May I ask for your esteemed name? Just call me Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over Wang Fuguwei's injuries. He took out a jade vial, saying, This is a Tier 3 high-quality Ningxue Dan. It will aid in your recovery. Wang Fuguwei took the vial, opened it, and his eyes widened in astonishment. The quality of this pill is several times better than any I've seen in Xiantian sect or on the market. Where did you acquire it, Brother Yuan? I simply refined it myself. Qin Yuan said in a tranquil tone. Wang Fuguwei hurriedly consumed the pill, feeling the medicinal energy circulating within him as his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. He exclaimed in wonder, marvelous. This efficacy, this purity. Brother Yuan, your alchemical skills are a treasure that should not be wasted on mere profit. He seemed to have discovered a golden opportunity, excitedly rubbing his hands together. To be honest, I come from a family of merchants. Last year, I was recruited as an inner disciple by the Lingwu Peak due to my spiritual root talent. However, I find no interest in cultivation and prefer to engage in business. Had my family not insisted on my joining Xintian sect, I would have already built a thriving enterprise at home. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. Brother Yuan, with your alchemical skills, if you were to open a pill shop in the sect, profits would surely flow abundantly. How about this? You handle the refining, and I'll provide the funds and manage the business, and we can split the profits 50-50. What do you say? Qin Yuan felt a stir within. He indeed required resources, as facing a colossal force like the Wuxiang Divine Palace alone would ultimately prove daunting. Yet, Wang Fuguwei's origins were unclear, necessitating caution. We shall discuss this matter later, Qin Yuan replied noncommittally. His immediate priority was to reach Xintian Valley. Xintian Valley? Wang Fuguwei's eyes brightened. That is the most mysterious place on the periphery of the secret realm. Brother Yuan, allow me to accompany you. I am quite familiar with the secret realm and can guide you. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yuan nodded. Having someone knowledgeable by his side would indeed alleviate many troubles. The two traveled together, with Wang Fuguwei chattering incessantly along the way. Brother Yuan, you have no idea how extraordinary Xintian Valley is. It is said to be the site where ancient meteor cores fell, abundant in celestial materials and treasures, and it still retains the strongest stellar laws. Each time the secret realm opens, disciples gather there for a fierce competition. 2 days later, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them. It was a vast basin surrounded by steep, circular mountains. In the center of the basin, a hazy, colorful aura enveloped the area, with distorted waves of space barely visible within. An overwhelming pressure emanated from it, causing the air around to tremble slightly. This is Xintian Valley. Wang Fuguwei exclaimed excitedly. Look at that aura. The restrictions at the valley entrance are about to lift. At that moment, over 20 disciples had gathered in the open area at the entrance of the basin, divided into several factions, each radiating tension. The arrival of Qin Yuan and Wang Fuguwei immediately attracted attention. Upon revealing his cultivation at the 7th layer of Ningyuan, many expressed disdain or indifference, with one at the 7th layer and another at the 8th. They were practically seen as cannon fodder in such an environment. Qin Yuan reveled in their underestimation, surveying the scene with an unperturbed demeanor, soon spotting several familiar faces. Most notable was a small group led by Li Feng and Xiao Yi. Li Feng fixed a venomous glare on Qin Yuan, flanked by 2 inner disciples at the 1st layer of the Yuandan realm, likely sent by Li Canghai to protect him. Li Feng was quite frustrated. The 3 heroes of Xinghuang could easily eliminate a 1st layer Yuandan disciple, so he was perplexed as to why they had not yet made a move, while Qin Yuan remained unscathed. Chapter 74. The opening of Xintiangu in pristine white robes. Xiao Yi stood with an air of inscrutable depth, hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently at the luminous aura at the entrance of the valley. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue, upon spotting Qin Yuan, exhibited a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes and offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Qin Yuan selected a position near the edge and seated himself in silence, keenly observing. He sensed that the 7-colored glow at the valley's mouth harbored a formidable spatial restriction, indicating that the moment of opening had yet to arrive. Humph! A worthless fool who stumbled in by chance dares to covet the treasures within the valley? A scornful voice rang out, emanating from a sharp-featured disciple standing beside Li Feng, whose cultivation was at the mid-stage of the 9th layer of condensing yuan, evidently seeking to defend his master and humiliate Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan did not even lift his eyelids, appearing as if he had not heard a word. Wang Fuguwei, upon hearing this, grew immediately displeased. Who are you calling? However, Qin Yuan raised his hand to halt him, maintaining a tranquil expression. The disciple, seeing Qin Yuan's lack of response, assumed he was intimidated and became even more arrogant. Qin Yuan, don't think you're impressive just because you won 1st place in the outer sect competition. Wise up and hand over all your treasures. Are you addressing me? Finally, Qin Yuan lifted his head, his gaze calm as it settled on the disciple. Of course, I'm talking about you. The disciple, momentarily shaken by Qin Yuan's steady gaze, attempted to feign composure, bolstered by Li Feng's support. Qin Yuan offered a slight smile. You wish to take my belongings? By all means, come and retrieve them. Seeking death, the disciple roared, launching himself forward with a swift strike aimed at Qin Yuan's face. Yet, what transpired next rendered all present in utter astonishment. Qin Yuan, unflinching, merely raised his hand and, with remarkable speed, seized the disciple's wrist with precision. Crack! The resounding sound of bone fracturing echoed. The cruel smirk on the disciple's face instantly morphed into one of agony and disbelief. With such meager skills, you dare attempt to steal from me? Qin Yuan remarked coolly, giving his wrist a gentle twist. PFF. The disciple coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward to collide with the rock wall, rendering him unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All were left dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. Lin Quingxue's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue as they fixed upon Qin Yuan, while Li Feng's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Yuan, a wave of murderous intent surging within him. Finally, Xiaoyi diverted his gaze from the valley entrance, regarding Qin Yuan for the first time with a keen eye. Wang Fuguwei rubbed his hands together, whispering, Brother Yuan, it seems we are in for significant trouble. At that moment, the seven-colored glow at the valley entrance began to fluctuate violently, the spatial restrictions rapidly diminishing. Xuantiangu was on the brink of opening. Qin Yuan's gaze remained steady as he observed the pulsating aura, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the entrance to Xuantiangu quivered, the vibrant glow shattered like broken glass, revealing the true scene within the valley. A torrent of pure and vast stellar energy surged forth, invigorating all present disciples. Those of lesser cultivation even felt the barriers of their realms loosening. Opportunities lie before us. Charge! A voice from the crowd cried out, prompting over 20 disciples to surge forward like arrows released from a bow, racing into the valley. However, Qin Yuan remained unhurried, walking alongside Wang Fuguwei. Upon entering the valley, Qin Yuan immediately sensed an extraordinary gravitational pressure, as if the entire space was repelling intruders. Heavens! The gravity here is at least 3 times that of the outside world. Wang Fuguwei gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. No wonder they say Xuantiangu is not a place for ordinary disciples. With my physique, I fear I cannot endure for long. Qin Yuan circulated his Yuan power, a gentle luminescence enveloping him, easily adapting to the weight. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the ground was strewn with peculiar stellar crystal stones, and the air shimmered with specks of starlight, akin to being amidst a vast galaxy. In the distance, several dilapidated ancient structures were faintly visible, exuding an aura of antiquity. We shall act separately, Qin Yuan instructed Wang Fuguwei. You seek suitable resources, while I delve deeper into the valley. Wang Fuguwei nodded vigorously, wiping his sweat. Brother Yuan, be exceedingly cautious. I have heard that Xuantiangu not only harbors great treasures, but is also home to numerous guardian beasts. After parting ways, Qin Yuan proceeded in the direction where the stellar energy was most concentrated. The deeper he ventured, the stronger the gravitational pressure became, making even his steps laborious. Along the way, he observed many disciples engaged in fierce battles with various forms of stellar beasts. The air thick with the scent of blood. It appears the struggle for dominance has commenced. Qin Yuan's mind stirred, yet his pace remained unyielding. Suddenly, the Wanxiang Liantian Ding within his dantian quivered gently, as if sensing something. Following this intuition, he arrived before a concealed rock wall. The wall was adorned with intricate stellar runes, emanating an air of ancient antiquity, easily overlooked if not observed closely. Is this an ancient restriction? Qin Yuan focused intently, discovering that these runes formed a sophisticated array. Tentatively, he infused a strand of stellar energy into the formation, causing the runes to radiate a brilliant starlight, swirling endlessly upon the rock wall. With a rumble, the wall slowly shifted, revealing a passage just wide enough for a single person to traverse, and a surge of even purer stellar energy flowed forth from the opening. Chapter 75. The Eternal Body of Stars. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan stepped inside. The cave revealed an extraordinary vista, resembling a well-preserved ancient dwelling. The walls were embedded with luminous star stones, illuminating the entire space as if it were midday. At the center of the cave floated a jade tablet emanating resplendent starlight, surrounded by a dense aura of stellar energy, forming a natural barrier. This is. Qin Yuan reached out to touch the jade tablet, and an overwhelming surge of information flooded into his consciousness. The first part of the eternal body of stars. This is an ancient body refining technique, divided into 3 sections, upper, middle, and lower, each containing 3 levels, totaling 9 levels. The middle and lower sections are hidden within the inner layers and core region of the meteorite's secret realm. Upon reaching the 9th level of completion, one can harness the power of the stars to refine the body, rendering it indestructible, capable of shattering mountains and rivers with bare hands. The tablet also mentioned that this technique was created by an ancient, powerful being who observed the celestial movements, best practiced in places rich in stellar energy. What a marvelous technique! Qin Yuan's heart was shaken. This was precisely the body refining method he so desperately needed. If he could cultivate this technique to the 9th level and combine it with his sun and moon sacred body, his physical strength would reach an unimaginable realm. Just as he prepared to collect the jade tablet, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Indeed, they have arrived. Li Feng burst into the cave with 2 disciples from the Yuan Dan realm, a smug smile plastered on his face. Qin Yuan, thank you for leading me to this opportunity. I have expended considerable effort to track your aura along the way. Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he scanned the 2 Yuan Dan disciples behind Li Feng. Just the 2 of you? Arrogant. Li Feng sneered. Do you think this is still the outer sect competition? These 2 are inner sect senior brothers. Their Yuan Dan cultivation is not something you can contend with. The disciple on the left stepped forward, his tone haughty. Kid, if you are wise, hand over the opportunities within this cave, and we may consider leaving you with a whole corpse. The man on the right directly unleashed his Yuan Dan pressure, attempting to intimidate Qin Yuan. A mere Ning Yuan realm cultivator dares to be reckless before us? However, Qin Yuan merely raised his hand gently, and a torrent of magnificent stellar energy began to circulate naturally. What? Li Feng stared in disbelief. Qin Yuan unleashed a punch. The punch, imbued with brilliant starlight, seemed to summon the power of the celestial bodies, directly sending the 2 Yuan Dan disciples flying. They crashed heavily against the cave wall, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Seeing this, Li Feng turned to flee, but Qin Yuan was faster, blocking his path in an instant. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from the last competition, Qin Yuan said coldly. Qin Yuan, if you dare to harm me, my uncle will never let you off. Li Feng shouted, his voice trembling despite its bravado. Qin Yuan shook his head and struck out with a palm. The gust of wind contained pure stellar energy, sending Li Feng hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing against the cave wall and losing consciousness. After dealing with Li Feng and his companions, Qin Yuan refocused on the jade tablet of the first part of the eternal body of stars. He activated the Wanxiang Liantian, beginning to refine this ancient technique. As the technique integrated into his being, he felt his body undergoing a transformation. Each cell greedily absorbed the stellar energy, his bones becoming more translucent, and his meridians tougher. The star stones in the cave seemed to respond to a summons, glowing and infusing Qin Yuan with even more stellar energy. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, starlight swirling within them. He had successfully cultivated the first level of the eternal body of stars, his physical strength enhanced several-fold. Truly, it is an ancient body refining technique. Qin Yuan felt the surging power within him, nodding in satisfaction. At this moment, he felt infused with strength, as if he could shatter mountains with a single punch. Just then, the stellar energy above Xiantian Valley surged violently, rippling across the sky of the secret realm. All disciples still within the realm felt an irresistible pull. Time has come. Qin Yuan gazed upward, feeling the powerful energy within him. The gains from these 10 days exceeded all expectations, not only breaking through to the 9th level of Ning Yuan, but also acquiring the ancient inheritance of the eternal body of stars. Of course, the greatest reward was the Wanxiang Liantian Ding manifesting a true chaotic microcosm. Beams of white light descended from the sky, precisely enveloping each disciple. Qin Yuan felt the space around him warp, the scenery before his eyes gradually blurring. At the main square of the Xiantian sect, elders from various peaks and disciples awaiting to greet them had already gathered. The central teleportation array radiated brilliant light, and figures gradually materialized. The first to appear were several disheveled disciples, clearly bearing visible wounds. Following them, Lin Qingxue and her small group emerged, slightly fatigued yet with bright eyes. evidently having reaped substantial rewards. When Qin Yuan's figure appeared in the square, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. A faint starlight shimmered around him, his aura deliberately suppressed at the 7th level of Ning Yuan, yet his composed demeanor was impossible to overlook. Brother Yuan. Wang Fugue appeared beside him, excitedly surveying the surroundings. You've finally returned safely. Chapter 76. Reunited like smoke at this moment, Li Feng, Xiao Yi, and 2 disciples at the Yuandan realm also appeared in the square. They bore injuries, their expressions dark and foreboding. Li Feng glared fiercely at Qin Yuan, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Elder Lin Qingxue, presiding over the gathering, surveyed the crowd with a slight frown, noting that out of 30 who entered the secret realm, only 26 returned. It appeared that this trial was more brutal than in previous years. The elders from various peaks stepped forward to welcome their disciples. An elder from Lingwu Peak, upon seeing Wang Fugue, displayed a look of astonishment. Fugue, how is it that you have returned unscathed? Wang Fugue puffed out his chest proudly. Elder, this time I was with senior brother Qin, and I gained a lot. Meanwhile, Li Feng was lamenting to Li Qingxue. Uncle, that Qin Yuan ambushed us in the secret realm and snatched away the opportunities that rightfully belonged to me. Li Qingxue's icy gaze immediately locked onto Qin Yuan, a powerful pressure descending upon the surrounding disciples, making it difficult for them to breathe. You dare to harm my nephew? Li Qingxue's voice was laced with anger. Just as Qin Yuan prepared to speak, Elder Yu's cold voice rang out. Elderly. The trials in the secret realm are based on one's own abilities. When did it become your nephew's personal hunting ground? Elder Yu had appeared at Qin Yuan's side without notice, and a flicker of subtle surprise crossed her eyes as she glanced at him. Elder Yu, are you intending to shield this boy? Li Qingxue's expression darkened further. I am merely stating the facts, Elder Yu replied calmly. The grievances from the secret realm should be settled once we leave. This is the sect's rule. Li Qingxue snorted coldly but refrained from further outburst, reluctantly departing with Li Feng. The disciples gradually dispersed, yet many could not help but glance back at Qin Yuan multiple times. This young man, who had made a remarkable impression during the outer sect competition, had once again garnered admiration through his performance in the secret realm. Wang Fugue excitedly approached, rubbing his hands together. Brother Yuan, when shall we start preparing for the alchemy business? I even have the location for the shop in mind. It's south on the liveliest street in the Sect S market, an excellent spot. Qin Yuan gazed at the distant, rolling mountains, determination shimmering in his eyes. Soon. However, before that, I need to enter seclusion for a period to consolidate the gains I made in the secret realm. Not long after returning to his courtyard, a disciple clad in the robes of the Dan Hall came to convey a message. Senior brother Qin, congratulations on securing first place in the outer sect competition. As you are now a second-tier top-tier alchemist, the Dan Hall has granted you promotion to inner sect disciple. Here is your new residence token, and the Hall Master requests your presence in the Dan Hall main hall. Receiving the token and sensing the rich spiritual energy flowing within it, Qin Yuan's heart stirred. He followed the disciple to the Dan Hall main hall, where an elderly man with sharp eyes sat, the Hall Master, Lin Qingxue. Disciple Qin Yuan pays respects to the Hall Master. Qin Yuan bowed respectfully. Lin Qingxue nodded slightly, his gaze electric. No need for formalities. I have heard of your commendable performance in the outer sect competition, and that you are a second-tier top-tier alchemist. I have a few questions I would like to test you on. Please proceed, Hall Master. Qin Yuan replied with calm confidence. If one were to use Qi Yin grass to refine a third-tier explosion Yuan Dan, how would one balance its violent medicinal properties? Lin Qingxue posed the first question. Qin Yuan pondered briefly. One could use Han Yu Sui for neutralization, then simmer over gentle heat for 3 hours, allowing the medicinal properties to temper before proceeding to condense the Dan. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Qingxue's eyes as he continued to press. And if one were to enhance the quality of the Qingxin Dan, what should be done? The essence of Qingxin Dan lies in its purity. One may add a drop of morning dew during the refining process and control the fire with the ice heart technique to achieve a superior product. Qin Yuan answered fluently. As Lin Qingxue's inquiries grew increasingly profound, from the compatibility of medicinal materials to the control of heat, Qin Yuan adeptly answered each question, some insights even enlightening the seasoned alchemist who had immersed himself in the craft for over a century. Remarkable. Lin Qingxue could not help but applaud in admiration, astonished by the depth of understanding displayed by such a young man. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice rang from outside the hall. Grandfather, I have successfully refined a third-tier middle-grade gathering Qidan. Before the words had fully settled, a graceful figure swept into the hall. Dressed in a light purple gown, with skin as smooth as jade and features exquisitely beautiful, it was Lu Ruyan, the Dan Hall's senior sister. Bursting into the grand hall, she froze in her tracks upon spotting Qin Yuan. It's you, Lu Ruyan exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening. Her cheeks instantly flushed. In a swift motion, she launched a punch at Qin Yuan, exclaiming, You shameless scoundrel, I have finally found you. As Qin Yuan deftly evaded using the flowing cloud steps, he hurriedly explained, Sister Lu, that incident was purely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? You. Lu Ruyan fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Now, Qin Yuan was adeptly handling the situation against Lu Ruyan, who was at the third level of the Yuandan realm, skillfully dodging her attacks. With each strike, Lu Ruyan grew increasingly alarmed. In such a short time, this youth's strength had surged remarkably. Lu Qingxue, observing from above, was utterly perplexed. He knew his granddaughter well. Although she appeared fierce, she did not genuinely harbor anger and exercised restraint in her actions. Enough. Lu Qingxue finally spoke. Ruyan, what is the meaning of this? Just as Qin Yuan was about to explain, Lu Ruyan hastily interrupted. No need to speak. This matter I will resolve privately. Grabbing Qin Yuan's arm, she addressed Lu Qingxue. Grandfather, we have some private matters to discuss, so we shall take our leave. Watching the two depart, Lu Qingxue shook his head with a smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. Chapter 77. The Supreme Beauty Elixir. Upon arriving at a secluded side hall, Lu Ruyan finally released Qin Yuan. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she exclaimed, That night at the Yutan. What exactly did you see? Qin Yuan offered a wry smile, replying, Lu Shiji, that evening I was overwhelmed by the heat from my breakthrough in cultivation and descended into the pool for a bath, unaware that it was your sacred training ground. I certainly did not intend to intrude. Had I known you were practicing there, I would not have dared to trespass. Humph. Lu Ruyan turned her face away, her ears slightly flushed. Then tell me, how shall we resolve this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yuan replied, I am willing to compensate you for your losses. Compensate? Lu Ruyan turned to scrutinize him. What could you possibly offer? Spirit stones? Elixirs? Techniques? I lack for nothing in those regards. Qin Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, given Lu Ruyan's status as the granddaughter of the Alchemy Hall's master and the senior sister, ordinary treasures would hardly catch her interest. Noticing Qin Yuan's unease, a glimmer of mischief danced in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Unless you can present something that truly captivates my heart. After pondering for a while, Qin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. I wonder if the resource hall possesses the 1,000-year-old Jiuyuming Lan and other medicinal materials. I could concoct for you a third-tier Supreme Beauty Elixir. One dose can preserve your youthful appearance for 60 years. Even after that, the effects will still significantly delay aging. The third-tier Supreme Beauty Elixir? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. The formula for the beauty elixir has been lost to time. Can you truly concoct it? I have glimpsed the formula within a secret realm, and if the materials are complete, I have a 70% confidence in my success, Qin Yuan asserted with conviction. Excellent. Lu Ruyan immediately declared, let us head to the resource hall at once. Upon reaching the resource hall, Qin Yuan produced his token and exchanged it for a 1,000-year-old Jiuyuming Lan along with several auxiliary materials. The Jiuyuming Lan shimmered in a dreamlike blend of deep blue and silver, exuding an enchanting luster. Back in the alchemy hall, Lu Ruyan guided Qin Yuan to her private alchemy chamber. The room was well equipped, with pure earth fire, an ideal place for alchemy. Qin Yuan took out the Jiuyuming Lan, his expression turning solemn. He settled cross-legged before the alchemy furnace, and with a wave of his hand, the earth fire silently seeped into the furnace's base. I shall begin now. Qin Yuan inhaled deeply, his hands forming intricate seals. Following the formula he had memorized from his previous life, Qin Yuan moved with fluid grace, precisely adding the prepared Jiuyuming Lan and other auxiliary herbs into the furnace. His formidable spiritual force acted as the most delicate probe, constantly monitoring every subtle change within the concoction. Under his masterful control, the earth fire alternated between gentle warmth and fierce intensity, perfectly extracting and blending the essence of the various herbs. Lu Ruyan watched intently, captivated by Qin Yuan's alchemical technique, which starkly contrasted with her own training. Each of his movements exuded a unique aesthetic, as if he were performing a magnificent dance. She realized that his handling of the herbs was extraordinarily refined, and his control over the heat was transcendent, leaving her, a third-tier mid-grade alchemist, feeling inadequate. So this is how the Jiuyuming Lan must be processed to maximize its efficacy. Lu Rian murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes sparkling with insight. She felt that merely observing Qin Yuan's alchemy was enhancing her own skills, unlocking many insights that had previously eluded her. Time slipped by in silence. As the moment of congealing approached, the liquid within the furnace bubbled, emitting a mesmerizing and ethereal fragrance, while the vaporous elixir formed a constantly shifting array of colors at the furnace's mouth. Qin Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as he executed the final, intricate alchemical seal, calling out, "Congeal." With a resounding boom, the furnace shook violently, its lid blown off by a tremendous force. In an instant, 6 dazzling streams of light shot skyward, swirling gracefully in the air. The 6 elixirs were perfectly round and flawless, resembling the finest glazed porcelain, radiating an enchanting glow. An indescribable and wondrous fragrance filled the entire alchemy chamber, invigorating the spirit and seemingly rejuvenating the very soul. The third-tier Supreme Beauty elixir, and he had produced 6 at once, each one a masterpiece. Quickly, Qin Yuan retrieved a cold jade vial, deftly guiding the 6 radiant elixirs into the bottle. I did it. Lu Rian could no longer contain her excitement, stepping forward eagerly, her gaze fixated on the jade vial in Qin Yuan's hand. I have not failed you. Qin Yuan smiled as he retrieved one exquisite elixir, presenting it in the palm of his hand. Only one is needed for effect. The second will yield no results. Lu Rian accepted the radiant elixir without hesitation, consuming it in one swift motion. It melted upon her tongue, transforming into a soothing flow that slid down her throat. In the next moment, a breathtaking transformation occurred. A faint, luminous aura enveloped Lu Rian, and under its glow, her already fair skin became even more translucent, resembling the finest mutton-fat jade, so delicate that not a single pore was visible, akin to the smoothness of a newborn infant. Her already stunning visage was further enhanced with an ethereal charm, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting allure that could captivate any heart. Chapter 78. Stunning beauty. Although Lu Rian was merely 17, at this moment, she seemed to have returned to the tender age of 13 or 14, radiating a youthful vigor and vitality. Her cheeks were adorned with a natural blush, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, exquisite and luscious. Her hair, nourished by the medicinal essence, had grown even darker and shinier, glistening with a healthy sheen under the light of the alchemy chamber. She appeared infused with new life, every subtle expression exuding an enchanting charm, and even her breath carried a faint fragrance that irresistibly drew one closer. Lu Rian took out a precious mirror and gazed at her younger, more beautiful reflection, rendered speechless by her own surprise. In the mirror, her skin was fair and delicate, devoid of any blemish, not even the slightest wrinkle remaining, as if enveloped in a gentle halo of light. Qin Yuan was momentarily mesmerized by Lu Rian's beauty and cleared his throat, inquiring, "Senior sister, are you satisfied now?" Lu Rian put away the mirror, her pretty face slightly flushed, feigning composure as she replied, "You have passed this time." However, her captivating eyes sparkled with genuine admiration. "Observing your alchemical process just now has been immensely enlightening. Your techniques are unique and exquisite, and there is much I can learn from you. If given the chance, I would love to engage in further discussions about the art of alchemy." Qin Yuan responded with a knowing smile. "If senior sister doesn't mind, I would be delighted to accompany you anytime. Having the opportunity to converse with a master alchemist like you is a rare chance for my own growth." At this, Lu Rian beamed, her smile akin to 100 flowers blooming, brightening the entire alchemy chamber. "Now that sounds more like it. But..." She suddenly leaned closer to Qin Yuan, lowering her voice, "If you dare to speak a word about that night, rest assured, senior sister, that night's events are known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. I promise to keep my lips sealed," Qin Yuan hastily assured, inwardly adding, "After all, if others were to discover that I beheld your exquisite form in the secluded pool, my life would surely be at stake." Lu Rian nodded in satisfaction, humming a cheerful tune as she exited the alchemy chamber. Her steps were light, her spirits evidently high, and her entire demeanor radiated a more vibrant charm. Qin Yuan watched her retreating figure, shaking his head in amusement. This alchemy hall senior sister was far more agreeable than he had anticipated. However, being able to resolve this conflict with a single beauty-restoring pill was indeed worth it. Yet, as he gazed at the nearly depleted contribution points remaining in his token, he mused, "It seems I must find a way to gather more rare herbs for alchemy to exchange for contribution points for my cultivation." Last time, Wang Fuguwei had stood up for him at the entrance of Xiantian Valley in the face of formidable adversaries, so his character should be reliable enough to discuss selling elixirs with him. With this thought, a smile crept onto Qin Yuan's lips. Perhaps it was time to set his plans into motion. With Wang Fuguwei, the business prodigy, lending his support, coupled with his extraordinary alchemical skills, he was confident that he could soon carve out a niche within the sect. However, prior to that, Qin Yuan still had someone on his mind. "I should pay a visit to Jindao Peak and see senior sister Long," Qin Yuan murmured softly, warmth flickering in his eyes. During this secret realm expedition, had it not been for the small teleportation talisman gifted by Lin Qingxue, he might not have survived. He had always cherished her kindness. Jindao Peak, located on the eastern side of Xiantian sect, stood tall like a sword piercing the clouds, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. As Qin Yuan ascended the winding path, he occasionally encountered disciples practicing their swordplay, the light of their swords flashing and the air filled with the vibrant energy of their techniques. Upon reaching the practice field at the peak, Qin Yuan immediately spotted that familiar figure. Lin Qingxue, donned in white, wielding a long sword, was executing an intricate sword technique. Her movements flowed like water, the sword light shimmering, as if she and the sword had become one, radiating an ethereal and transcendent quality. "Senior sister Long," Qin Yuan called softly from the sidelines. Lin Qingxue, hearing his voice, sheathed her sword and turned to look. Upon recognizing Qin Yuan, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her clear eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Qin Shidi, you have arrived," she greeted, her voice as melodious as a mountain spring. Qin Yuan stepped forward, smiling. "I owe my survival during this secret realm expedition to the small teleportation talisman you gifted me. This kindness, I shall always remember." Lin Qingxue chuckled lightly. "There is no need for such formality between us. Your safe return is the best news." The two walked side by side along the path of Jindao Peak, and Qin Yuan observed Lin Qingxue closely. After days of absence, she seemed to have become a bit slimmer, yet her bright, clear eyes still sparkled like stars. "Senior sister, I came specifically to present you with a gift," Qin Yuan said, retrieving an exquisite jade vial from his robe and extending it towards Lin Qingxue. "What is this?" Lin Qingxue inquired, accepting the vial with curiosity. Qin Yuan smiled mysteriously. "Open it and see." As she gently removed the stopper, a delicate fragrance wafted into the air. Inside the vial was a crystal-clear pill, shimmering with a subtle glow, unmistakably of extraordinary quality. Chapter 79. The Celestial Maiden Descends. "This is a third-grade supreme beauty-restoring pill," Qin Yuan explained softly, his gaze tender. "Consuming one can preserve one's youthful appearance for 60 years. A ripple of surprise danced in Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes, her long lashes fluttering. "A supreme beauty-restoring pill? This is far too precious." She raised her eyes to meet Qin Yuan's, her gaze filled with uncontainable gratitude. "Qin Shidi, your kindness towards me is overwhelming. Qin Yuan offered a gentle smile, anticipation sparkling in his eyes. "There is no need for such formality, Shiji. Quickly take it so I may witness its effects." Lin Qingxue nodded lightly, cautiously retrieving the radiant pill. Under Qin Yuan's focused gaze, she placed it into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and moments later, a remarkable transformation quietly unfolded. A subtle luminescence enveloped her jade-like skin, as if she were shrouded in a veil of ethereal moonlight. Even her hair tips glistening with a crystalline sheen. "How does it feel?" Qin Yuan inquired with genuine concern. Lin Qingxue closed her eyes to savor the experience, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. "What a marvelous sensation. It is akin to bathing in a hot spring, or as if caressed by a gentle spring breeze, revitalizing me entirely." As time passed, the changes in her were increasingly evident. Her already exquisite skin, which resembled ice and jade, now glowed with a translucent radiance, shimmering like the finest mutton-fat jade under the sun. Most astonishing was her aura, which, once frigid, now carried an air of ethereality, reminiscent of a celestial fairy descended from the moon palace, untouched by the mundane world. "Shijiyu, Qin Yuan gazed at the transformed Lin Qingxue, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling his heart skip a beat. Noticing his stunned expression, Lin Qingxue gently caressed her cheek. A hint of apprehension in her voice. What is it? Is something amiss? Only then did Qin Yuan regain his composure, his eyes full of awe as he sincerely praised. Shiji has always been a beauty, but now, you resemble a celestial maiden descended from the heavens, making it difficult to look directly at you. Lin Qingxue felt her cheeks flush at his compliment, the rosy hue akin to rouge upon white snow, adding an alluring charm. She retrieved a mirror she carried, and upon seeing her reflection, was momentarily taken aback. The person in the mirror had brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters, skin whiter than snow, and lips as if stained with vermilion. She appeared utterly transformed, breathtakingly beautiful. Is this truly me? Lin Qingxue could hardly believe it, delicately touching her cheek, the sensation akin to the softness of fine fat, warm as jade. Turning to Qin Yuan, her voice trembled slightly. Qin Shidi, this precious gift is far too extravagant. Qin Yuan interrupted her with a smile. To see Shiji smile is the greatest value of this pill. His gaze was earnest, his tone gentle. As long as Shiji is pleased, it is enough. A warm current surged through Lin Qingxue's heart, her thoughts coalescing into a soft sigh. Thank you, Qin Shidi. After a brief exchange, Qin Yuan took his leave. As he departed, Lin Qingxue lightly bit her crimson lip, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink, her voice delicate as a feather. Qin Shidi, if you have time in the future, please come and visit me for a chat, if that is agreeable. Qin Yuan turned back, gazing at the increasingly ethereal Lin Qingxue under the brilliant sunlight, a warm smile gracing his lips. Certainly. After leaving the Sword Dao Peak, Qin Yuan made his way directly to Lingwu Peak in search of Wang Fugui. He paused before an exquisite courtyard after inquiring about his whereabouts. Wang Fugui hailed from a prominent business family, operating the well-known Jinyu Merchants Association in Qingyun Country, explaining the opulence of his residence. Is Brother Wang at home? Qin Yuan knocked on the door. The door creaked open, revealing Wang Fugui's round face. Upon seeing Qin Yuan, he beamed with joy. Brother Yuan, what brings you here? Please come in. The courtyard was lavishly decorated, with racks for drying medicinal herbs on one side and piles of packaged goods on the other. Wang Fugui guided Qin Yuan to a stone bench in the courtyard and swiftly brewed a pot of tea. Brother Yuan, have you reconsidered my previous proposal about selling pills together? Wang Fugui asked with a grin, his small eyes sparkling with shrewdness. Qin Yuan took a sip of tea, setting down the cup to meet Wang Fugui's gaze. Indeed, we can collaborate and establish a faction dedicated to the sale of pills. Wang Fugui rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. That sounds splendid. To be honest, I have long noticed the immense potential in the pill market within the sect, yet there is a lack of a reliable and capable supplier. He continued, you will handle pill refinement, while I will take care of funding and management. We will split the profits 50-50, but this faction will be led by you, as you are the cornerstone of our endeavor. Excellent. Qin Yuan looked at Wang Fugui, whose aspirations aligned with his own, and a sense of camaraderie surged within him. Since our intentions are united, let us immediately consider a name for the faction. The two enthusiastically began discussing names. What about War Alliance? It sounds imposing. Qin Yuan proposed, his right hand instinctively forming a fist. Wang Fugui shook his head repeatedly. That's inappropriate, too aggressive. We are in the pill business. Our name should evoke reassurance and trust. How about Pill King Pavilion? It directly conveys our main focus, Qin Yuan suggested. Wang Fugui pondered for a moment. The name is good, but it is somewhat too straightforward, lacking a sense of elegance. Moreover, if the Dan Hall hears of it, they might perceive us as overly arrogant. Qin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. The two continued to propose various names, but found them all lacking. After a brief silence, Wang Fugui's eyes lit up, clapping his hands. Why not call it Danshin Pavilion? Danshin signifies the essence of pill refinement, as well as our sincerity. The name is neither overly ostentatious nor dull, yet carries deep meaning. Danshin, honoring the true heart of pill refinement. Qin Yuan contemplated for a moment. A glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Danshin Pavilion. Concise yet profound. I believe it is perfect. Chapter 80. A contest of skills. Wang Fugui, brimming with excitement, slapped his thigh and declared, then it is settled. Danshin Gu. Splendid. I shall commence planning the operational details at once. First, I must recruit some reliable personnel, then determine the types and prices of elixirs, and also. As Wang Fuguwei began to eloquently expound on his commercial strategy, Qin Yuan could not help but smile. Choosing to collaborate with Wang Fuguwei had indeed proven to be a prudent decision. Unbeknownst to the two, a tempest was brewing in the Dan Hall, instigated by Qin Yuan. Within the Grand Hall, the alchemical prodigy Shen Changqing was instructing several disciples in the art of refining medicinal herbs. As the pride of the Dan Hall, he had attained the status of a third-tier alchemist by the tender age of 20, earning the esteem of the elders. With his striking appearance and illustrious lineage, he had garnered admiration from many within the sect, which had fostered a rather haughty disposition. Senior Brother Shun, how do you find my handling of this Qixing? Is it satisfactory? A timid female disciple inquired. Shen Changqing shot her a glance, his brow furrowing slightly. The fire was too intense. 3/10 of the essence has been lost. Start anew. The female disciple's face turned pale as she bowed her head and retreated. Shen Changqing turned away, feeling somewhat vexed. Today, he sensed an unusual distance from Lu Rian. Just then, Lu Rian entered, clad in a flowing blue robe, her graceful figure and radiant beauty rendering her a goddess in the eyes of many male disciples. She approached Shen Changqing with a gentle smile. Junior Brother Shen, are you guiding the disciples in alchemy? Shen Changqing immediately donned a refined smile. Rian, you have arrived. It is merely some basic guidance. Nothing of note. Lu Rian nodded. Your diligence is commendable. No wonder your alchemical skills have advanced so swiftly. However, the methods for processing these herbs could be improved. I have observed Junior Brother Qin Yuan's alchemical techniques, and his approach to refining elixirs is quite unique, benefiting even me. Once again, it was Qin Yuan. A surge of unnameable anger welled up within Shen Changqing. This marked the third time he had heard praise for Qin Yuan from Lu Rian today. A disciple with a waste spirit root. What merit does he possess to receive such favor from Lu Rian? Suppressing his displeasure, he feigned indifference. Oh, there exists such a talent in the Dan Hall. How rare. I must seize the opportunity to witness it. Lu Rian, oblivious to Shen Changqing's emotional shift, exchanged a few more words on alchemical insights before turning to leave. As he watched her retreating figure, a shadow fell over Shen Changqing's countenance. Qin Yuan, he murmured, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I shall see what abilities you possess to earn Lu Rian's admiration. In the following days, Shen Changqing deliberately sought information about Qin Yuan. Upon learning that Qin Yuan had recently established a faction named Danxin Go, his anger ignited further. A disciple with a waste spirit root, merely grasping the rudiments of alchemy, dares to flaunt himself so? Shen Changqing resolved to find an opportunity to confront Qin Yuan. That opportunity soon presented itself. 3 days later, Qin Yuan arrived at the Dan Hall to procure a batch of herbs. As he engaged in negotiations with the disciples on duty, Shen Changqing approached with several Dan Hall disciples in tow. This must be Junior Brother Qin Yuan. Shen Changqing's voice boomed, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. Qin Yuan turned and, upon recognizing the eminent Shen Changqing, responded politely, albeit surprised. Senior Brother Shun. Shen Changqing scrutinized Qin Yuan from head to toe, his gaze unabashedly assessing. I have heard that Junior Brother Qin's alchemical skills are exceptional, even earning unending praise from Rian. Alarm bells rang in Qin Yuan's mind, and he humbly replied, that is merely Senior Sister Lu's overestimation. My skills are but rudimentary and hardly worthy of mention. Oh, Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow. Why must Junior Brother Qin be so modest? Today, I find myself in fine spirits. How about we engage in a friendly contest to enlighten our fellow disciples? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The renowned Shen Changqing was challenging a newly initiated disciple to a contest in alchemy? This was utterly preposterous. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing the ill intent behind the challenge. He politely declined. Senior Brother Shun is jesting. How could I dare to compete with you? Yet Shen Changqing pressed on. What? Does Junior Brother Qin look down upon me? Or do you lack the courage to accept? The surrounding disciples joined in the commotion. Indeed, to have Senior Brother Shen personally guide is an opportunity many covet. Are you perhaps afraid of exposing your shortcomings? Qin Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, though his mind raced. He had no desire to provoke trouble, but Shen Changqing's relentless pursuit left him with little choice. Relenting, he finally spoke, his voice steady. If Senior Brother insists on a contest, then I shall comply. However, if it is to be a contest, there should be a wager to make it interesting. What do you think, Senior Brother? A glint of triumph flashed in Shen Changqing's eyes. That suits me perfectly. Pray tell. What wager do you propose? Qin Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, very well. Should fortune favor me and I emerge victorious, haha. I have recently established an alchemical faction, Qingxue. You shall join Qingxue and serve as its alchemist. What say you? A gasp of astonishment echoed around them. Shen Changqing joining the newly formed Qingxue? Such a wager seemed excessively audacious. Chapter 81. The contest begins. Shen Changqing's expression subtly shifted, clearly taken aback by Qin Yuan's unexpected proposition. As a distinguished talent of the Dan Hall, the thought of losing to a disciple with a waste spirit root and subsequently joining the latter's faction was an affront to his dignity. However, upon reflection, how could he possibly lose? After all, he had immersed himself in the art of third-tier elixirs for years. But what if he did lose? Shen Changqing scoffed. Qin Yuan raised an eyebrow, unperturbed as he retrieved an ancient elixir formula from his robe. If I lose, I shall provide you with the formula for the Shun Yuan Dan. Shen Changqing's pupils constricted sharply at the mention of the Shun Yuan Dan. This rare formula was extremely beneficial for nourishing one's spiritual consciousness, a treasure so scarce that even the Dan Hall possessed only fragmented records. To acquire the complete formula, greed swiftly overshadowed reason, and a flicker of uncontainable joy flashed in Shen Changqing's eyes as he promptly declared, very well. Let us refine the commonly used Shun Yuan Dan. This third-tier elixir will truly test our foundational skills. As for the time, he confidently raised a finger, 3 hours. Sufficient to produce a top-quality elixir. News spread like wildfire throughout the entire sect. The announcement of the contest between the esteemed Shen Changqing and the first-ranked outer sect disciple, Qin Yuan, in the refinement of the third-tier Shun Yuan Dan attracted numerous disciples to the Dan Hall Square, eager to witness this seemingly uneven contest of alchemical prowess. The venue for the contest was set in the square before the Dan Hall. By the time Qin Yuan and Shen Changqing arrived, the area was already teeming with spectators, including the hall master Lu Changfeng and several elders who had rushed to the scene to take their seats on a specially erected platform. Lu Rian stood among the crowd, anxiously observing the two figures in the arena. She had not anticipated that her casual compliments would spark such a tumult. In the center of the square, 2 alchemical cauldrons stood facing each other. In front of Shen Changqing was a robust, ancient dark gold cauldron, its mouth swirling with crimson energy, emanating an extraordinary aura. In contrast, Qin Yuan's cauldron, provided by the Dan Hall, appeared rather unremarkable, a plain blue cauldron that seemed quite inferior when compared to Shen Changqing's. The contest begins, announced the second elder of the Dan Hall, acting as the judge. Shen Changqing immediately sprang into action. His hands moved with grace, skillfully tossing various herbs into the cauldron in precise succession. His fingertips exuded true energy, activating the fire-based array inscribed within the cauldron, causing a burst of deep red flames to rise and envelop the herbs, initiating the process of refining and purifying them. His movements flowed seamlessly, radiating the aura of a master, prompting waves of applause from the onlookers. Conversely, Qin Yuan remained unhurried, his gaze sweeping over the array of herbs before he turned to observe Shen Changqing's alchemical process, showing no inclination to begin his own refinement. It seems Qin Yuan is aware of his disadvantage and has resigned himself to defeat, murmured one disciple. After all, his opponent is senior brother Shen. Losing would not be shameful, another replied. Seeing this, Shen Changqing's pride swelled, prompting him to hasten the refining process even further. However, just as he became engrossed in controlling the flames, a voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, senior brother Shen, wait. Qin Yuan's tone carried a hint of surprise and concern. Shen Changqing paused momentarily, suppressing his irritation, and coldly replied, What is it? Qin Yuan pointed at a particular essence droplet within Shen Changqing's cauldron, his expression earnest. I can't help but notice, your primary herb, the Zhu Yuan Chao, seems to be inadequately refined. Look at those edges. Don't you see some subtle impurities? If this affects the final efficacy of the elixir, the quality will be severely compromised. What a pity, what a pity. Shen Changqing felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his vision darkening as he nearly allowed his true energy to spiral out of control. He whirled around, glaring at Qin Yuan, his teeth clenched in anger. Had it not been for the critical moment of alchemical refinement, he would have relished the opportunity to silence that incessant chatter. On the platform, the third elder raised an eyebrow and whispered to the second elder. That young man possesses keen eyesight. Shen Changqing's Zhu Yuan Chao is indeed slightly undercooked. The second elder stroked his beard in silence, though a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. Lin Qingxue forcefully suppressed his overwhelming fury, managing to emit a cold snicker through gritted teeth, his voice dripping with disdain and mockery. Qin Yuan, if you lack the courage to compete or are aware of your impending defeat, it would be wise to concede now. Spare us the embarrassment and the waste of precious time. Yet, Qin Yuan remained unfazed, adopting a posture that suggested he was merely looking out for Lin Qingxue's interests. At last, Qin Yuan began his own endeavor. He leisurely approached his seemingly inconspicuous blue cauldron and began tossing herbs into it. The 18 ingredients required for the Zhenyuan Dan were thrown in haphazardly, as if he were scattering beans, all at once into the unremarkable blue cauldron. Absurd. This is utterly reckless. The third elder could not contain his exclamation, recognizing that different herbs required varying degrees of heat and refining time. Such chaos was a recipe for disaster. The second elder shook his head in dismay. It appears the outcome is already decided. Stealing a glance at this scene, Lin Qingxue's previously contorted face transformed into one of supreme contempt. He scoffed inwardly. What a fool who knows not his own limits. In no more than 5 minutes, the scent of charred herbs will surely fill the air. Chapter 82 Perfect Fusion. However, to his astonishment, a full 15 minutes passed without the anticipated explosion of the furnace. Instead, Qin Yuan was leisurely, beginning the fusion of the pills. He was guiding the refined essence of the medicinal liquid towards the central fusion area of the pill furnace. On his side, he had only just started refining the last 1 or 2 medicinal materials. This fellow, Qin Yuan, who had begun his work a mere quarter of an hour later than him, had unexpectedly taken the lead, completing the refining step first and entering the fusion phase. No, it was impossible. He must be putting on an act. Lin Qingxue forced himself to calm down. The fusion of pills was the most challenging step in the crafting of Zhenyuan Dan. The essences of 18 different medicinal properties had to merge perfectly within a very short time. Any slight misstep would result in failure. He absolutely could not achieve that. Yet, Qin Yuan's actions shattered his understanding once again. He deftly manipulated the 18 orbs of medicinal essence, precisely directing them into the fusion area. The 18 orbs of medicinal essence converged flawlessly at the center of the furnace, blending seamlessly, without the slightest hesitation or conflict. The entire process flowed like water, astonishingly swift. Once the fusion was complete, Qin Yuan resumed his leisurely demeanor, even yawning as if he had just accomplished a task as simple as plucking a leaf rather than a complex operation. On the platform, the third elder excitedly grasped the arm of the second elder. Old man, did you see that? 18 medicinal materials, refined simultaneously, and instantly fused into pills. What terrifying control! The second elder's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he slowly remarked, "This young man is extraordinary." Lu Rian stood amidst the crowd, her beautiful eyes shimmering with wonder and admiration as she gazed at Qin Yuan. Wang Fuguei was trembling with excitement, as if he could already envision the day when Danxin Pavilion would become renowned throughout the sect. Lin Qingxue's complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He forcefully suppressed the shock and unease within him and hastened his pill crafting pace. No matter what, he could not afford to lose. He was a genius of the pill hall. How could he be defeated by an outer disciple? Time slipped away, and both of their pill crafting processes approached their conclusion. Lin Qingxue was the first to complete his work. He struck the dark golden furnace with a powerful palm, unleashing a resonant, thunderous sound. Ding! A clear and deafening clang echoed through the square. The lid of the furnace sprang open. In an instant, 3 dazzlingly white beams of light burst forth, akin to 3 long-imprisoned spiritual birds finally breaking free, accompanied by their melodious and joyful chirps, shooting upwards several feet. These 3 pills were entirely snow-white, round and flawless, polished to a smoothness resembling the finest mutton fat jade, with a subtle pure glow rippling across their surfaces, reflecting a dazzling brilliance that captivated all. Simultaneously, a rich, pure, and invigorating scent of the pills wafted through the air, like pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake, creating ripples that instantly erupted, enveloping the entire square. Ah, what fine pills! Truly exquisite pills. 3 of them, and judging by their quality, all are top-tier Zhenyuan Dan of the 3rd grade. My heavens! 3 top-tier pills from a single furnace. Brother Shin's alchemical skills must be nearing that of a 4th grade master. Indeed, Brother Shun, The quality of these Jinyuan Dan is nothing short of perfect. After today, Brother Shin's name will resonate even louder. Waves of admiration and praise surged towards Shun Chongqing like a tidal wave. A triumphant smile spread across his face, the earlier shadow cast by Qin Yuan completely dispelled. Calmly, he retrieved a prepared jade vial and skillfully stored the three still slightly trembling, highly spirited top-tier Jinyuan Dan within. Having completed all this, he turned towards Qin Yuan, ready to mock him. Boom! A terrifying roar, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, erupted suddenly from Qin Yuan's long-quiet blue pill furnace. It was as if a colossal beast, slumbering for eons, had awakened within the furnace, releasing its first roar. Buzz! Immediately afterward, an indescribably rich essence of life, as if it contained all the essence of plants and the origins of stars, erupted forth like a volcano that had stored its power for millions of years. This pill fragrance was no longer the pure energy aura of Shun Chongqing's pills. It bore an ineffable rhythm of life, as if the pills themselves possessed breath and heartbeat. The aroma spread, and with a single inhale, one felt every pore relax, the internal energy circulating at an accelerated pace, invigorating the spirit. Under the astonished and petrified gazes of all present, a dazzlingly brilliant pure white beam of light shot up from the mouth of Qin Yuan's furnace, piercing the sky. Within the beam, a pill the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round and seemingly formed from the purest moonlight and starlight, rose like the sun at dawn, radiating an unparalleled majestic aura, slowly ascending and ultimately stabilizing in the void above the pill furnace. However, this was merely the beginning. The spiritual energy in the surrounding environment seemed to respond to the summoning of a supreme emperor, instantly becoming frenzied. They surged towards the small, pure white pill like rivers converging into the sea, akin to subjects fervently bowing before their sovereign, heedlessly gathering towards it. Chapter 83. Dan Jie, the pure white elixir, under the infusion of boundless spiritual energy, seemed to possess a life of its own. The originally smooth, mirror-like surface of the pill began to reveal profound and intricate natural patterns, akin to the eggshell of a divine being, embodying the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines. The patterns multiplied and grew increasingly distinct, resembling mysterious runes or the imprints of the Tao. As the 9th Dan pattern perfectly emerged, intertwining to form a mysteriously harmonious image, a thunderous crack resonated. In that instant, as the 9 patterns solidified, a sudden, deafening roar tore through the previously clear sky, shattering the tranquility with a cataclysmic sound. Dark clouds surged forth like an angry tide, converging from all directions of the void. In a heartbeat, the sky above the Dan Hall Square was shrouded in darkness, the sun and moon obscured. Violent thunder roared within the thick, ink-like clouds, building up a deep and terrifying rumble, with silver snakes dancing and lightning flashing. An overwhelming, seemingly boundless pressure, as if representing the will of heaven and earth, descended like a tangible mountain, enveloping the entire square and weighing heavily upon every heart. Thud, thud. Those disciples with weaker cultivation were struck by the sudden celestial pressure, their legs giving way as they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale as paper. Eyes filled with boundless fear and confusion, bodies trembling uncontrollably. What is happening? Such terrifying pressure. I cannot breathe. On the high platform, the usually steadfast Lin Qingxue suddenly rose, his gaze fixed upon the ominous clouds brewing with destructive thunder, as well as the elixir below that had invoked such celestial phenomena. His pupils contracted to their limits, his face reflecting unparalleled shock and a near-manic joy. It is the Danjia. The 3rd-tier Jinyuan Dan refined by Qin Yuan has actually summoned the Danjia. His voice, hoarse yet resonant like thunder, reverberated throughout the chaotic square. Lin Qingxue, exhilarated, gestured wildly, explaining to the bewildered disciples, his voice trembling, divine-grade elixirs. Only those that transcend the inherent pharmacological limits of elixirs, achieving perfection and defying the heavens, will invoke the rules of heaven and earth to descend with calamity to obliterate them. He continued, stating that such phenomena typically occur only with 5th-tier or higher spiritual elixirs, with only the faintest chance of manifestation. A 3rd-tier elixir summoning Danjia. Unheard of. A miracle. This is a true alchemical miracle, one that will be recorded in the annals of alchemical history. The entire square erupted into a frenzy, the air thick with excitement. All disdain, mockery, and skepticism were obliterated in this moment by the overwhelming celestial phenomenon and Lin Qingxue's authoritative and fervent shout. In its place blossomed boundless shock, reverence, and gazes directed towards Qin Yuan, akin to witnessing a divine marvel. Crack! The first bolt of calamity thunder finally accumulated and struck down with ferocity. It was a silver lightning bolt as thick as an arm, like a judgment spear hurled by the thunder god of the nine heavens. It tore through the heavy, dark cloud layers, carrying an aura of purifying all things and annihilating everything, violently striking towards the suspended nine-pattern Jinyuan Dan. Wherever the thunder passed, the air was ionized, erupting with crackling explosions, leaving behind a fleeting vacuum trace. Boom! The thunder struck precisely upon the seemingly fragile elixir. The blinding lightning instantly engulfed it. The violent electric energy swirled like countless electric serpents, fiercely entwining, biting, and assaulting the elixir. Everyone held their breath, hearts in their throats, terrified that in the next moment, this miraculous elixir would be reduced to dust in the lightning. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. The nine-pattern Jinyuan Dan, under the baptism of the raging thunder, not only remained unbroken, but instead radiated an even more resplendent glow. The nine profound patterns on its surface appeared as if they had come to life, flowing with mysterious brilliance, forming a miniature yet immensely resilient energy field, actively absorbing and refining the destructive energy of the thunder, transforming it into a purer, more subtle life force. As the lightning dissipated, the elixir continued to hover, its radiance more intense, and its aroma richer and more profound. It had successfully endured the first trial of the Danjia, but this was merely the beginning. Crack! The second bolt of calamity thunder struck down, its power surpassing the previous. Its hue transformed into a pale purple, infused with a searing heat. Boom! The elixir trembled violently, its glow flickering, yet the nine patterns shone once more, resolutely holding firm. Crack! The third bolt, deep purple lightning, as thick as a barrel, emanated a devastating aura that made countless hearts quail. Boom! The elixir was completely submerged in a sea of thunder, as if it would shatter at any moment. Everyone broke into a sweat, and Lin Qingxue was so tense he clenched his fists. The lightning persisted for several moments before gradually dissipating. Just as the crowd believed the elixir had been destroyed, a resonant, clearer, and more ethereal hum arose. The nine-pattern divine grade Jinyuan Dan not only remained intact, but also exhibited a more subdued brilliance, its color deepening and purifying, as if it had undergone a refining process through the thunder, shedding impurities and achieving a rebirth. The patterns became clearer and more profound, seamlessly merging with the elixir itself, indistinguishable from one another. The Danjia had been traversed. Chapter 84. Divine Grade True Essence Pill. The rich and intense fragrance of the pill, akin to tangible golden specks of light, spread throughout the square as the elixir reached its final form, enveloping the entire area. The disciples near the arena greedily inhaled the aroma imbued with the remnants of the pill tribulation and the essence of divine-grade pills. Merely breathing in the scent caused many long stagnant bottlenecks to begin to loosen, the barriers of cultivation trembling precariously. I have broken through. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the 7th level of Ningyuan for half a year. I have actually broken through just like that. A disciple close to the arena suddenly exclaimed in delight, his aura surging dramatically as he stepped into the 8th level of Ningyuan. Me too. I feel my Dantian's essence surging. I'm on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the 6th level. Another disciple, flushed with excitement, stammered incoherently. My heavens! Just inhaling the pill's fragrance has such miraculous effects? This elixir must be extraordinarily powerful. Exclamations of wonder and the essence of breakthroughs echoed in the vicinity of the arena, where dozens of disciples began to radiate the faint glow of breakthroughs. The scene was truly magnificent, a spectacle to behold. At this moment, the 9-pattern divine grade true essence pill, which had drawn forth the pill tribulation, finally settled into tranquility. It hovered quietly, no longer radiating blinding light, yet exuded a sacred brilliance akin to a transcendent master who had returned to simplicity, commanding the presence of all. The 3 superior-grade true essence pills that Shen Chongqing had previously received widespread acclaim for appeared dim in comparison, like fireflies before the bright moon, grains of rice against the blazing sun, utterly devoid of luster and appearing rather mundane. Lin Qingxue himself had turned ashen, his lips trembling, devoid of any color. He stood there in a daze. Qin Yuan slowly raised his hand, gently beckoning to the seemingly sentient pill in the air. The 9-pattern divine grade true essence pill emitted a soft, compliant chirp, gliding gracefully through the air and precisely landing in a prepared jade pill bottle, its brilliance now subdued. Without casting a glance at the statue-like Lin Qingxue, he strode towards the high platform, presenting the jade bottle to the still in shock and exhilarated Lu Hall master, speaking with calmness. Disciple has fulfilled the mission. The pill is complete. Please verify it, Hall master. Lu Hall master received the jade bottle with trembling hands, cautiously pouring the 9-pattern divine grade true essence pill into his palm. He examined the 9 intricate patterns infused with the principles of heaven and earth, feeling the magnificent and gentle potency within, and exclaimed excitedly, "Perfect. Truly a divine product. The 9 patterns, the ancient texts were correct. I never imagined I would witness this in my lifetime. To touch it with my own hands." He suddenly looked up, his gaze intense, filled with immense desire and sincerity, fixing his eyes on Qin Yuan. "Qin Yuan, I wish to take you as my personal disciple, imparting all my knowledge to you. Are you willing?" At this proclamation, the crowd erupted once more. Lu Hall master personally accepting a disciple, a personal disciple. This was an extraordinary opportunity that countless disciples of the Pill Hall, even the elite from the inner circle, could only dream of. However, in the face of this temptation that could drive anyone mad, Qin Yuan merely inclined his body slightly, performing a respectful bow, his expression remaining tranquil, neither humble nor arrogant. "Thank you, Hall master, for your kindness. I am deeply grateful for your recognition. However, I already have a mentor, and I cannot forget the grace of my teachings. I truly cannot switch to another school. I hope Hall master can understand." A flicker of disappointment flashed in Lu Hall master's eyes, but upon meeting Qin Yuan's steadfast and clear gaze, he quickly found solace, replaced by profound admiration. To have cultivated such a disciple, his master must surely be an extraordinary figure of the hidden world, incomparable to the ordinary. Qin Yuan, Lu Hall master stroked his beard, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, wondering who this master might be. Would I be fortunate enough to visit and seek counsel? Qin Yuan was well prepared, attributing his astonishing alchemical skills to an entirely fabricated hidden master. With this formidable background, he could erect a protective barrier, deterring those with ulterior motives. He displayed an appropriately troubled expression. "Hall master, please understand. My esteemed master is indifferent to fame and fortune. After imparting the art of alchemy to me, he set off to wander the world, specifically instructing me not to mention his name to outsiders." Upon hearing this, Lu Hall master appeared enlightened, murmuring, "Indeed, a transcendent being of the hidden world. His manner of conduct is truly unique." He sighed, his tone softening. "In that case, I will not press you further. Should you have any questions regarding alchemy in the future, you are always welcome to seek me at the Pill Hall. Thank you for your kindness, Hall master." Qin Yuan bowed respectfully, his gaze lingering on the 9-pattern divine grade true essence pill still emanating a faint glow in Lu Hall master's hand, a sudden thought arising in his mind. "Hall master," Qin Yuan spoke with a smile, "I see you hold a particular fondness for this pill. If Hall master does not mind, I would like to gift you this 9-pattern divine grade true essence pill as a token of my appreciation." Lu Hall master was initially taken aback, then his eyes sparkled with joy. "Is that true? You genuinely wish to give such a precious pill? A sword for a hero, a divine pill for a wise leader." Qin Yuan replied with a carefree smile. "It is the pill's honor to be of maximum value in your hands." Chapter 85. Seizing the opportunity for promotion, Master Lu, brimming with excitement, trembled slightly as he gingerly held the elixir, admiring it with great affection. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he retrieved a purple gold token from his bosom. "Qin Yuan, this token contains 500,000 contribution points from my personal reserves. Accept it." Master Lu pressed the token into Qin Yuan's hand, stating, "You are on the verge of a breakthrough, and it is essential to have ample resources for cultivation. The expenses at the Xingqian Tower are considerable, and these contribution points should suffice for a while." Qin Yuan felt a surge of joy within. He had been troubled by the lack of contribution points, and this sum was indeed a timely blessing. However, he maintained a humble demeanor, saying, "Master, this is too generous. Take it." Master Lu waved his hand dismissively. The value of your 9-pattern divine essence elixir far exceeds this. In that case, I shall respectfully comply. Qin Yuan responded as he accepted the token, already contemplating how to best utilize these resources to expedite his advancement. After expressing his gratitude to Master Lu, he turned and walked towards Shen Changqing, who remained rooted in place. A knowing smile crept across his lips as he spoke clearly. Senior Brother Shen, the victor of our alchemical contest has been determined. According to our agreement prior to the competition, you are now a member of Danqing Pavilion. Shen Changqing trembled violently, his expression shifting like the wind. The gaze he directed at Qin Yuan was laden with complexity, void of any contempt or arrogance, replaced instead with profound reverence. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of all present, he struggled to lower his once proud head, summoning every ounce of strength to utter, Shen Changqing pays his respects to the pavilion master. Excellent. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction, patting Shen Changqing's shoulder. There is no need for such despondency, senior brother. Joining Danqing Pavilion may not be a misfortune. It could very well mark a new beginning in your alchemical journey. Shen Changqing offered a bitter smile, but did not respond. Qin Yuan refrained from further dialogue, his gaze sweeping like a blade across the still-stunned disciples, his voice resonating with undeniable confidence. Esteemed fellow disciples, you have all witnessed it. Today, we are fortunate to welcome senior brother Shen Changqing to Danqing Pavilion. This is a testament to our strength and potential. He paused for effect before continuing. On this occasion, Danqing Pavilion solemnly announces that we will provide a variety of essential elixirs, including but not limited to various grades of Jinyuan Dan, healing elixirs, and detoxification potions. Our prices are fair, and the quality is assured. We warmly invite all disciples to come and purchase or customize their needs. Danqing Pavilion is committed to serving everyone with the utmost sincerity and the finest elixirs. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd, as several disciples began to contemplate which elixirs they would procure. Now, allow me to introduce our esteemed chief manager, Wang Fuguwei. Qin Yuan smiled as he looked down at the assembly. He will oversee all specific matters. Wang Fuguwei, unable to contain his excitement and glowing with enthusiasm, bounded onto the stage like a lively ball of energy. He first performed a deep bow, his chubby face alight with the characteristic warmth of a businessman, his voice booming with fervor. Honorable brothers and sisters, please quiet down. Allow me, Wang Fuguwei, to have a word. Once he had captured everyone's attention, he cleared his throat, his voice rising with passion. You have all witnessed it, have you not? Even divine elixirs that attract heavenly tribulations can emerge from our pavilion Master Qin's hands. Even a prodigy like senior brother Shen Changqing has chosen to join us at Danqing Pavilion. What does this signify? It signifies that Danqing Pavilion is synonymous with quality. It embodies potential. He gestured animatedly, his words flowing like a torrent. To celebrate this historic moment, Danqing Pavilion has decided to host our first grand alchemical auction 5 days hence, at noon. In the core area of the sect's Tianshu Square. An auction? The crowd buzzed with excitement, their interest piqued. Indeed, a premium auction, Wang Fuguwei declared proudly, his face beaming. At that time, the exceptional Jinyuan Dan and top-tier healing elixirs personally refined by our pavilion master will be up for bidding. At that moment, Qin Yuan felt a spark of inspiration and interjected, moreover, I have decided to present a third-tier premium beauty elixir as the grand finale of this auction. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The beauty elixir? The one that preserves youth? A female disciple exclaimed excitedly. Qin Yuan smiled gently and clarified, indeed. One pill can maintain your youthful appearance for 60 years. While its potency may wane after that period, it still possesses formidable anti-aging properties. This revelation sent the female disciples into a frenzy, and even some male disciples with partners lit up with excitement. Heavens, I must acquire it. My years of saving contribution points will finally be put to good use. Sister, let's bid together when the time comes. Observing the fervent reactions from the crowd, Wang Fuguwei's smile widened even further. Seizing the momentum, he exclaimed, such a rare opportunity. Limited spots available. The detailed list of auction items and rules will be posted outside Danqing Pavilion shortly. Everyone stay tuned. 5 days from now, in the core area of Tianshu Square, we shall meet. Danqing Pavilion eagerly awaits your esteemed presence. What began as a contest initiated by Shen Changqing, intended to humiliate Qin Yuan and belittle Danqing Pavilion, concluded in a manner so dramatic and unforeseen, leaving a profound impact. The name of Danqing Pavilion, along with Qin Yuan, Dan Jie, Divine Elixirs, the auction, and the Beauty Elixir, soared through the sect, spreading like wildfire and creating an unprecedented sensation. Chapter 86. The arrival of beauties with the 50,000 contribution point token bestowed by Lin Qingxue. Qin Yuan felt an immediate boost in his confidence, as if his stature had grown considerably. He weighed the token in his hand, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Heh, it seems that I have become quite the wealthy gentleman. The Wanxiang Liantian Ding was his ultimate trump card and greatest secret, which he could not reveal to others when concocting pills. Therefore, he resolved to visit the resource hall to exchange for an alchemical furnace. Upon entering the resource hall, Qin Yuan approached the crystal display case, his gaze sweeping over the exquisite array of alchemical furnaces, finally resting on an ancient-looking three-legged bronze furnace. The body of the furnace was intricately carved with swirling cloud patterns, and faint emerald spiritual energy coursed through the designs, clearly indicating its extraordinary quality. Ah, this furnace is quite impressive. It befits my status, Qin Yuan remarked while stroking his chin in appraisal. The attending disciple, who had been dozing at the counter, was jolted awake by Qin Yuan's musings. Lazily lifting his gaze, he said, "This is a third-tier premium alchemical furnace, Qingyun Ryu Ding, priced at 30,000 contribution points." He scrutinized Qin Yuan with a hint of condescension in his tone. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with the exchange? This is no trivial sum." Without hesitation, Qin Yuan slapped the contribution point token onto the counter. "This is the one. Today, I wish to experience the thrill of spending lavishly." The disciple, nonchalantly taking the token, nearly had his eyes pop out upon seeing the 50,000 contribution points displayed. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and, after confirming the amount, his demeanor underwent a complete transformation, bending over almost like a shrimp. "Senior brother, please wait. I will fetch the furnace for you immediately." Watching the disciple bustle about to package the furnace, Qin Yuan felt a surge of delight. The sensation of wealth was truly exhilarating. Just as Qin Yuan secured the furnace, a familiar voice called out from behind him, accompanied by hurried footsteps. "Qin Yuan, I finally found you." Turning around, he saw Wang Fuguwei, his round figure rushing through the door, panting heavily, his round face flushed with excitement. "What brings you here?" Qin Yuan inquired with a smile. Wang Fuguwei patted his chest to catch his breath. "I came to procure some medicinal materials for you, in preparation for the auction in 5 days." He presented a densely packed list, beaming with pride. "My father has just allocated a sum of funds to me, sufficient to purchase a substantial amount of materials. This auction will be a grand affair." Qin Yuan glanced at the list, astonished, his eyebrows nearly shooting up. "So much? Are you planning to open a medicinal shop?" "More is better," Wang Fuguwei whispered, his small eyes glinting with shrewdness. "I've gathered intel that the Tiandan Alliance has monopolized the market for too long, selling mediocre pills at exorbitant prices. This time, we will make a stunning entrance and seize their market share." With a mysterious smile, he leaned closer to Qin Yuan's ear. "I have recruited over 20 outer disciples to assist with the preparations, and the promotion has already begun. As long as you can supply the pills, I guarantee the auction will be a resounding success." Qin Yuan chuckled at his scheming demeanor. "Well done, Fuguwei. I didn't realize you were such a business prodigy." As they spoke, the attending disciple had already delivered a substantial amount of medicinal materials. Wang Fuguwei grandly waved his token, paying nearly 50,000 contribution points without so much as batting an eye. "Let us go. I'll show you my new residence," Qin Yuan said, placing the materials into his storage ring. Winding through several serpentine paths, they arrived at a serene courtyard behind the Dan Hall. A brand-new wooden plaque hung above the entrance, adorned with the elegant characters, "Chui Zhu Xiao Yuan." Pushing the door open, they found the courtyard paved with bluestone, a cluster of emerald bamboo planted in one corner, with several spiritual herbs peeking through the shadows, emanating a subtle fragrance. At the center of the courtyard stood an ancient well, its water crystal clear. The main house was spacious and bright, with a specially designated alchemical room where the fire channel had already been laid out. "This is a splendid place," Wang Fuguwei marveled, casting envious glances around. "This environment surpasses my own dwelling by far." While they were conversing, a gentle knock resounded at the courtyard door. "Is junior brother Qin here?" a cool, melodic voice inquired. Qin Yuan opened the door to find Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingxue standing side by side. Lin Qingxue remained in her white attire, exuding an aura as pure as snow. Fiancée, dressed in a light purple gown, was like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. "It's you two? Please, come in," Qingxue said, slightly surprised as he stepped aside. "We happened to encounter junior sister Xiao, who also came to find you. So we decided to come together," Lin Qingxue explained in a calm tone. Upon entering the courtyard and surveying the surroundings, she nodded slightly. "This environment is quite suitable for tranquil alchemical cultivation." Xiao Qingxue, her eyes sparkling with excitement, curiously examined the alchemical room. "I heard that junior brother Qin established the Danqing Pavilion, and we specifically came to visit to see how we might assist." Upon seeing the two beautiful women, Wang Fugui's eyes lit up like searchlights. Hurriedly straightening his attire and adopting what he believed to be the most suave posture, while discreetly giving Qingxue a knowing look that said, "You've done well." Chapter 87. Charisma. Qingxue, suppressing a smile, cleared his throat and introduced, "This is Wang Fugui, the deputy master of Danqing, responsible for all external affairs and operations." Wang Fugui promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully with hands clasped, his voice noticeably gentler than usual. "I have long admired the esteemed names of both senior sisters. It is truly a fortuitous encounter today." Lin Qingxue nodded lightly, while Xiao Qingxue covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "Wang Shidi is too polite. You have come to find me for a reason, I presume?" Qingxue invited the three to sit on the stone benches in the courtyard and inquired. Lin Qingxue and Xiao Qingxue exchanged glances before stating earnestly, "We wish to join Danqing." Qingxue's eyes lit up at this. "Welcome, welcome. In 5 days, we will host a grand alchemy auction, and we are in need of hands. Your timing could not be better." The mention of an auction piqued Xiao Qingxue's interest. "What assistance can we provide?" Wang Fugui immediately took the lead, passionately detailing the preparations and promotional plans for the auction. His eloquence was remarkable, painting vivid images with his words, even prompting Lin Qingxue to nod in agreement from time to time. "Those flyers circulating throughout the sect were crafted by you?" Xiao Qingxue exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening. "I thought it was the work of some grand merchant association." Wang Fugui puffed out his chest proudly. "Naturally. In business, one must emphasize momentum and credibility. I assure you, with my marketing strategies, Danqing will achieve resounding success." After further discussions, Lin Qingxue and Xiao Qingxue took their leave, agreeing to assist and refine pills starting the following day. Once they departed, Wang Fugui threw an arm around Qingxue's shoulder, winking mischievously. "Well, Yuan Gu, who would have thought you were such a master in the realm of romance? You've managed to attract the two most beautiful women in the sect." Qingxue brushed off his arm irritably. "Enough of that. I rely on my charisma." Wang Fugui chuckled. "Oh please, charisma indeed. But truth be told, with their involvement, the stature of Danqing will be transformed entirely. Just wait and see, in 5 days. We will ensure that the entire sect remembers the name Danqing." Gazing at the swaying emerald bamboo in the courtyard, Qingxue's lips curled into a confident smile. "Of course. When I take action, I have never disappointed." The following day, Qingxue summoned Shen Changqing and Xiao Qingxue to the alchemy chamber of Danqing. Shen Changqing appeared perplexed. "Master, did you summon us for something urgent?" Though Xiao Qingxue remained silent, her clear, autumn-like eyes brimmed with curiosity and inquiry. Qingxue's gaze swept over the two, his expression serious. "Since you have chosen Danqing, you are now trusted members of my circle. I shall not beat around the bush. I have observed your alchemical skills. Your foundation is solid, and your potential is immense, yet your methods are overly traditional, limiting your upper limits." Pausing, his voice deep and magnetic, laced with an indescribable confidence, he continued, "Today, I shall impart to you a unique alchemical technique and fire control method to help you break through your limitations and witness the extraordinary vistas of alchemy." "A unique method?" Shen Changqing and Xiao Qingxue exchanged incredulous glances, both recognizing the weight of Qingxue's words. What he would reveal could not be ordinary. Without further ado, Qingxue stood, palm facing upward, a flicker of thought igniting a wisp of pale golden flame that leaped from his palm. Dancing vivaciously in the air, raising the temperature of the entire alchemy chamber and illuminating his features. Observe closely. This technique is called Lingxian. Qingxue's voice resonated with a peculiar rhythm, explaining that its essence lies in controlling fire with spirit, nurturing the spirit with fire. Traditional alchemy emphasizes slow and steady simmering, Yet this method defies convention, forming a vortex of spirit energy to efficiently extract the essence of medicinal materials, significantly enhancing the speed of pill formation and the quality of the pills. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brows slightly, unable to contain her doubts. Extracting forcibly with a vortex of spirit energy? Wouldn't that lead to conflicts in medicinal properties, or even cause an explosion? As an alchemist, she understood the critical importance of balancing medicinal properties. Excellent question. Qin Yuan regarded her with approval. Thus, it requires a perfectly matched fire control technique to constrain and guide the energy. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers lightly as if playing a pipa, and the pale golden flame in his palm instantaneously split into 2, then 4, then 8. In an instant, it transformed into hundreds of delicate, hair-thin strands of golden fire. These strands wove and danced through the air, intertwining into an intricate and complex web of flames, each strand seemingly possessing its own life, radiating an exhilarating wave of energy. Heavens! This exquisite fire control technique is simply unprecedented, Shen Chongqing exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out in astonishment, unable to suppress his admiration, feeling that the fire control methods he had learned before were merely child's play. Chapter 88. The professor's alchemy. Qin Yuan smiled faintly, skillfully manipulating countless threads of fire into a myriad of intricate patterns, demonstrating and elucidating. In the art of alchemy, a slight deviation can lead to a significant error. The essence lies in these delicate nuances. Observe closely the pathways of spiritual energy, the attachment of the soul's force, and the ever-changing nuances of heat. For the next 2 hours, Qin Yuan selflessly imparted the principles of the Lingxian condensation technique and the intricacies of the Fiancée entanglement method, breaking them down and explaining them in depth multiple times, while also providing personal demonstrations. Lin Qingxue and Shen Chongqing were utterly engrossed, their eyes fixed and unblinking, fearful of missing any minuscule detail, their admiration for Qin Yuan swelling like an unending river. Enough theory, nothing surpasses hands-on practice. Now, it is your turn. Qin Yuan relinquished control, stepping aside to observe with crossed arms. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingxue stepped forward to the alchemical cauldron. She held her breath, concentrating intently, recalling every gesture and principle that Qin Yuan had demonstrated. As she activated the incantation, a wisp of blue flame erupted from her fingertips. Initially, the flame was wildly unstable, flickering violently and nearly extinguishing itself. Beads of sweat appeared on her smooth forehead. Yet, with her resolute spirit, she recalled Qin Yuan's teachings on achieving harmony between mind and spirit, forcing herself to calm and make gradual adjustments. Gradually, the tempestuous blue flame became tame, stabilizing and beginning to split into several robust threads of fire. Excellent. Maintain your composure. Do not rush for success. Feel the breath of the flame and communicate with it, Qin Yuan gently guided, his tone soothing. Meanwhile, Shen Chongqing faced greater challenges. His impatient nature made the flame rebel against him, nearly extinguishing several times, causing him to sweat profusely and flush deeply with frustration. Qin Yuan shook his head, approached him, and lightly tapped a specific acupuncture point on his back with his index finger. Calm your mind. Let the energy flow smoothly, with your intent guiding the fire, rather than the fire dictating your will. Suddenly, Shen Chongqing felt a gentle and pure warmth flowing from Qin Yuan's fingertip, coursing through an unusual meridian. Enlightened, he hastily guided his spiritual energy to follow suit. Remarkably, the once unruly flames seemed to find their anchor, becoming obedient and successfully dividing into over 20 slender and stable threads of fire. I did it. I succeeded, Shen Chongqing exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he beheld the 20 animated threads of fire dancing at his fingertips, nearly moved to tears. Lin Qingxue also managed to stabilize her several blue threads of fire. Although fewer in number than Shen Chongqing's, her control was more refined. She exhaled deeply, her face radiating relief and joy. This Fiancée entanglement method is truly exquisite. Just the initial grasp has elevated my control over heat to an entirely new level. Qin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Your comprehension surpasses my expectations. Especially you, junior brother Shen. Though you seem impulsive, you possess great inner potential. Now, let us combine theory with practice and utilize our new methods to concoct a batch of elixirs in preparation for the auction. The three took their respective cauldrons, embarking on their fervent alchemical pursuits. Xiao Qingxue focused on the more familiar blood-condensing pill, Shun Changqing on the recovery pill, while Qin Yuan unreservedly tackled the most challenging, the divine origin pill. Initially, Xiao Qingxue and Shun Changqing appeared quite clumsy, their operations fraught with difficulties. Either overcooking the mixture or destabilizing the spiritual vortex, resulting in a lamentably low success rate and inconsistent quality. Sister Xiao, is your spiritual vortex inebriated? It twists like a pretzel. Shun Changqing exclaimed. Brother Shun, the fire. Gentle. I didn't mean for you to tickle it. Yet, under Qin Yuan's patient guidance, they made swift progress. After 2 hours, they became relatively adept at employing the new techniques. Witnessing a remarkable improvement in both the success rate and quality of their elixirs. Incredible. Xiao Qingxue marveled at her cauldron, which produced a round, plump blood-condensing pill adorned with clear patterns, its quality achieving the remarkable standard of a second-tier premium elixir. Her voice trembled with excitement. Previously, I could only reliably concoct a second-tier superior blood-condensing pill with a success rate of at most 60%. Now I can produce a second-tier premium elixir with an astonishing success rate of 80%. This is a qualitative leap. Shun Changqing, equally animated and flushed, held up his recovery pill. Mine too. The quality has at least improved a tier, with abundant spiritual energy contained within. Master Qin, your alchemical techniques are simply marvelous. I feel like I've wasted my past days. Qin Yuan smiled, realizing that their foundations were nearly solidified. He decided to present them with a small shock. Approaching the center of the alchemical chamber, where 4 cauldrons stood, he declared, observe closely. The Lingxian condensation technique and Qinci entanglement can be employed in this manner when mastered. Chapter 89. The simultaneous refinement of 4 cauldrons. With his hands dancing like a butterfly through flowers, he formed an intricate and profound seal, uttering a low command. Divide. In an instant, the pale golden primordial flames split into 4, precisely entering beneath the 4 alchemical cauldrons. To their astonishment, each flame, upon entering the cauldron, further bifurcated into hundreds of delicate fire strands, as if imbued with life, simultaneously processing 4 different medicinal materials, adding herbs, extracting essences, controlling the heat, and condensing into pills. Under Qin Yuan's extraordinarily adept mental control, every step unfolded in a remarkably orderly manner, seamlessly parallel. How is this even possible? Multitasking with such proficiency, simultaneously refining 4 cauldrons of pills. Shun Changqing watched, dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. He felt as though his entire worldview and understanding of alchemy had been utterly overturned in that moment. Xiao Qingxue was equally speechless, her usually composed demeanor etched with disbelief. She had always prided herself on her exceptional alchemical talent, yet witnessing Qin Yuan simultaneously managing 4 cauldrons, each at an astonishingly precise temperature, with the processes of liquid fusion and pill formation proceeding almost in synchrony, left her in awe. Each finished pill emerged flawless and aromatic, of a quality that was undeniably top tier. It was then she truly comprehended the meaning of there are always individuals more talented than oneself, and realms beyond one's own. Her own modest abilities seemed inconsequential in the presence of Qin Yuan. Adding to their dismay was the astonishing speed at which Qin Yuan refined the pills. While the 2 of them, in a flurry of activity, had only just completed the 2nd cauldron, Qin Yuan had already simultaneously opened all 4 cauldrons of Shen Yuan pills. Each pill plump and perfect, cascading into jade vials with an efficiency that far exceeded their own by several times. Master, your speed and quality in pill refinement is truly monstrous. Shun Changqing sighed with a wry smile, his face reflecting utter submission. Even together, our efficiency pales in comparison to your slightest effort. Standing next to you, I feel like a mere novice lingering at the threshold of the alchemical path. Xiao Qingxue, equally humbled, sincerely remarked. I feel immensely fortunate to have chosen to join Danxin Pavilion, to have the privilege of learning such miraculous alchemical techniques and receiving direct guidance from you. Master Qin, how could I not expect to excel in the future? Qin Yuan patted their shoulders, uncharacteristically modest. With diligent practice and a grasp of the underlying truths, you too shall reach this level in due time. Now, let's not indulge in flattery. The auction requires numerous pills. So let us get to work. In the following days, the trio dedicated themselves almost entirely to the alchemical chamber, tirelessly refining pills day and night. Under the intense practical training and Qin Yuan's guidance, both Lin Qingxue and Lin Qingxue experienced exponential growth in their alchemical skills. Lin Qingxue was now capable of independently refining several common third-tier pills, successfully ascending to the ranks of third-tier alchemists. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue, previously considered mid-tier among third-tier alchemists, had made significant strides in refining more challenging third-tier pills, achieving both a higher success rate and quality, consistently producing superior-grade third-tier pills, just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of third-tier mastery. Simultaneously, Wang Fugui fully leveraged his commercial genius, taking charge of the auction's preparation and promotion with fervor. He printed an abundance of exquisitely designed, compelling promotional flyers, employing individuals to distribute them throughout the sect, while also placing enthusiastic supporters in crowded areas to vividly describe the wonders of Danshin Pavilion's pills, ensuring that the phrase Danshin Pavilion auction spread to every corner of Xiantian's sect in no time, igniting curiosity and anticipation among countless individuals. On the eve of the auction, Wang Fugui excitedly rushed into Zizhu Xiyuan, brandishing an exquisite invitation embossed with gold trim, his face radiating uncontainable excitement. Yuan Gu, big news. The Tiandan Alliance has sent an invitation. Moreover, reliable sources indicate that even Hall Master Lu from the Dan Hall has confirmed his attendance. He danced with joy. If even our rivals and the sect's dignitaries are extending such courtesy, this auction is bound to create a sensation. Taking the invitation, Qin Yuan's fingertips brushed over the gilded characters of Tiandan Alliance, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he expressed, the Tiandan Alliance? A weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken, nothing good is intended. Their intentions are likely nefarious, perhaps waiting to find fault and embarrass us in front of Hall Master Lu and others. He shifted his tone, his gaze sharp as a blade. In that case, we must not show the slightest laxity. We must ensure absolute perfection, leaving them no room for criticism. Have all the auction pills been thoroughly checked? All set. I personally oversaw the selection, ensuring each is a gem among gems. Wang Fugui proclaimed, thumping his chest with confidence. Rest assured, Yuan Gu, everything at the front desk is in my capable hands. I guarantee it will be executed flawlessly and splendidly. Qin Yuan nodded, reiterating his decision not to take the stage, entrusting everything to Wang Fugui. He approached the window, opening it to gaze at the moon, shining like a jade plate in the night sky, his eyes sparkling with boundless aspirations and ambitions for the future. Tomorrow shall be the day Danshin Pavilion rises to fame, he murmured softly, as if confiding in the moon, or perhaps making a vow to himself. Chapter 90. Anticipation. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have flown by. The long-awaited day of the auction finally arrives. As the hour approaches for the auction to commence, Qin Yuan concludes his training and steps out of the bamboo courtyard. Almost immediately, the cacophony of the outside world envelopes him. He casually turns into a cobblestone alley and is greeted by the sight of the setting sun casting a golden hue on the notices affixed to the wall, prompting him to pause and take a closer look. The vermilion characters dance like flames. Divine pills emerge, hearts forged into dreams, eternal youth, bones and blood reshaped, breaking through realms like ascending clouds. Tonight at midnight, in the core area of Tianshu Square, the grand auction of the Dan Xian Pavilion awaits, all to witness miracles. The signature of Dan Xian Pavilion is inscribed with the precision of a chisel, causing a slight twitch at the corner of Qin Yuan's mouth. This Wang Fugui lad dares to boast such extravagant claims. He truly possesses a merchant's audacity. Have you heard? Tonight's auction features a divine pill that can preserve one's youth forever. Mere boasting, is it? A newly established Dan Xian Pavilion. What treasures could they possibly offer? Yet, the last competition had even Master Lu personally appraising the pills, so it must be credible the disciples passing by engage in animated discussions, and Qin Yuan smiles faintly as he turns towards Tianshu Square. At this moment, the core area of Tianshu Square is a sea of people. The central platform has been cleverly transformed into a dazzling auction stage, facing the circular tiered seating. The stands are filled to capacity, with a dense crowd creating a tumult of voices. The air is thick with excitement and curiosity, yet tinged with an undercurrent of skepticism. Behind the scenes, Wang Fugui is bustling about, wiping the sweat from his brow incessantly. Chen Shimi, are you ready? The auction is about to begin. Wang Fugui cranes his neck, his voice tinged with evident anxiety. What is the rush? A cool, melodious voice emanates from behind, like a mountain stream tinkling softly. The crowd turns to behold a striking figure entering the scene. Newly recruited Lin Qingxue strides in, donned in a bespoke dark green embroidered robe, crafted from exquisite ice silk that shimmers under the lights like flowing water. Lin Qingxue possesses a breathtaking beauty. Her skin is as radiant as fresh snow, translucent and glowing like fine sheep fat jade. Her figure is perfectly proportioned, the dark green robe elegantly accentuating her slender waist and graceful curves. As she walks, her movements are light and effortless, the hem of her skirt swaying with a captivating grace, reminiscent of a blue lotus blooming under the moonlight, exuding an indescribable elegance. Her ethereal presence is as if a celestial being has inadvertently descended into the mortal realm, untouched by the mundane world. Wang Fuguei stares in awe, his mouth agape as he regains his voice after a moment, murmuring, "My goodness, Lin Qingxue's attire today would surely make even that proud young lady from the Nangong family feel inferior." The other male disciples nearby are equally entranced, gazing at her silhouette as if their souls have been captivated. Lin Qingxue casts a cool glance at Wang Fuguei, her tone still frosty. "Stop the idle chatter. Are the pills prepared?" Yes, they are ready." Wang Fuguei nods vigorously, then lowers his voice. "However, I just heard that members of the Tiandan Alliance have also arrived. They may not come with good intentions. We will face whatever comes our way." Lin Qingxue replies calmly, adjusting her cuffs. "With the pills crafted by Senior Brother Qin, what is there to fear?" Wang Fuguei is inspired by her composure, taking a deep breath and adjusting his robe. The golden thread intricately embroidering the Dan Xian Pavilion emblem on his cuffs glimmers under the lights, adding an air of nobility to his appearance. Indeed, what scenes have I not witnessed? Today, we shall show the Tiandan Alliance what true pills are. Just then, a commotion arises outside. A group strides confidently into the venue, led by the hawk-nosed youth Chun Hao from the Tiandan Alliance. Today, he is adorned in a luxurious alchemist's robe, with the Tiandan Alliance emblem gleaming on his chest, as if to ensure no one is unaware of his identity. Chun Hao walks straight to the front row and deliberately raises his voice, speaking in an affected manner to his companions. "Oh, quite the spectacle here. I wonder what this newly established Dan Xian Pavilion can offer in terms of decent pills. I hope they aren't trying to deceive their peers with some inferior products." Laughter erupts from the Tiandan Alliance disciples behind him, one snide-faced disciple chiming in, "What Brother Qin says is true. A trifling force that barely ranks. What could they possibly have of value? Perhaps they are merely flaunting some pill recipes they picked up somewhere." Such remarks draw the attention of the surrounding guests, and those already skeptical of the Dan Xian Pavilion begin to murmur among themselves. Behind the scenes, Wang Fuguei's face turns pale with anger. His fists clench tightly. That Chun Hao has indeed come to disrupt the event. Yet, Lin Qingxue remains unfazed, merely adjusting her hair slightly, and calmly states, "Just a jumping clown. We shall let the pills speak for themselves." Chapter 91. Master Lu's appraisal of the elixir in the tense atmosphere. A clear chime rang out, heralding the commencement of the auction. Wang Fuguei took a deep breath, nodded towards Lin Qingxue, and strode confidently onto the central platform. His gaze swept over the crowd below, eventually lingering on Chun Hao for a brief moment, a profound smile gracing his lips. "Esteemed fellow disciples and honored guests," Wang Fuguei's voice resonated like the striking of jade, instantly quelling the clamor of the assembly. "Welcome to the inaugural auction of Danshin Pavilion. I am Wang Fuguei, the Vice Master of Danshin Pavilion. Today, we shall dispense with empty words and offer but a promise. Danshin Pavilion shall only present exquisite treasures, never mundane wares." He paused deliberately, heightening the anticipation of the crowd before announcing, "Now, let us unveil our first auction item." As he spoke, Lin Qingxue emerged gracefully from the shadows, holding an exquisite white jade plate that cradled a translucent jade vial. Upon reaching the front of the stage, all eyes in the hall were drawn to her. The star patterns on her dark green embroidered robe shimmered under the lights, making her appear as if she were a celestial being descended from the moon palace. This is a supreme elixir meticulously crafted by Danshin Pavilion, the Shun Yuan Dan. Wang Fuguei's voice quivered with barely contained excitement. Lin Qingxue timely opened the jade vial and retrieved a pill the size of a longan. The elixir was resplendent, and under the illumination of the moonstone, an ethereal silhouette of a soaring phoenix subtly emerged on its surface. Gasp! Is that A miraculous phenomenon of the elixir? How is this possible? Can a third-tier elixir produce such an effect? The hall erupted in astonished murmurs, with some disciples in the back so taken aback that they dropped their teacups, the sharp sound of shattering glass piercing the brief silence. A glimmer of pride flashed in Wang Fugui's eyes as he declared, "This elixir, named Shen Yuan Dan, is refined from the essence of heaven and earth using a secret technique, and it is remarkably effective for nurturing one's spiritual consciousness. The starting bid is 500 contribution points." Hold on. A voice suddenly rose from the Tian-Dan Alliance seats. It was none other than Chen Hao. The emblem of the Tian-Dan Alliance on his chest gleamed ominously under the lights. "Wang Fugui, just because you claim this is a supreme Shen Yuan Dan, does that make it so? This elixir has not been appraised by anyone. How can we ascertain its efficacy? Are you merely boasting?" Chen Hao sneered. "The Tian-Dan Alliance is present. We shall not allow you to deceive us. I demand an appraisal." Wang Fugui's expression shifted, cold sweat forming in the palms of his hands. During his visit to the inner disciples of the Dan Hall, none of the alchemists had been willing to authenticate the elixir for fear of offending the Tian-Dan Alliance. Now, as Chen Hao challenged him publicly, the atmosphere in the auction hall plummeted to a freezing point. "What? Afraid to allow an appraisal?" Chen Hao pressed on, his tone increasingly aggressive. "It appears this truly is a counterfeit." The crowd began to stir, voices of doubt rising. Wang Fugui stood on stage, confronted by Chen Hao's relentless accusations and the multitude of skeptical gazes, feeling an icy chill creep down his spine. At this critical juncture, a venerable and authoritative voice emerged from the VIP section. "Who says there is no one to appraise?" Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. Witnessing Master Lu of the Dan Hall rise slowly and step forward, seemingly gliding through the air to the auction platform in an instant. "Lu, Master Lu." Chen Hao's expression shifted as he clearly did not anticipate Master Lu's personal involvement. Without even glancing at Chen Hao, Master Lu's gaze fixated on the jade vial in Wang Fugui's hand. "Young man, allow me to inspect the elixir." Wang Fugui felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily presenting the jade vial with utmost respect. Master Lu's fingers grasped the vial, which levitated into his palm. He carefully poured out a Shen Yuan Dan, holding it in his hand as it slowly rotated. As the first whiff of the elixir's fragrance wafted into his nostrils, his gray-white brows twitched. With the second inhalation, Master Lu's spine straightened abruptly. His hand trembled, suppressing his astonishment as he took a third whiff. The entire hall fell silent, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of Master Lu's appraisal. "Master Lu, what is your verdict?" Chen Hao inquired ominously, perhaps fearing that something might be amiss. Master Lu gradually raised his head, his gaze piercing through Chen Hao, his voice resolute. "This elixir, crafted with supreme techniques, harmonizing the opposing essences of water and fire. Its refining skill has reached the realm of spirit nurturing. The efficacy." He inhaled deeply, his voice resonating like thunder. "It is an exceedingly rare third-tier elixir, immensely beneficial for nurturing one's spiritual consciousness, truly deserving of the title of supreme elixir." Crack. The moment Master Lu concluded his statement, Chen Hao's complexion drained of color, akin to being struck by a barrage of slaps in public, his body swaying unsteadily as he nearly toppled over. 3,000 contribution points. A clear, melodious, yet undeniably authoritative voice instantly overshadowed the silence of the hall. The young lady of the Nangong family, Nangong Nalan, had risen from the VIP section, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the jade vial in Master Lu's hand. "This Shen Yuan Dan shall belong to me." Like a spark igniting a wildfire, the bidding erupted. 3,005. 4,000. 4,005. No one shall compete with me. The clamor of bids surged like a torrential flood, overwhelming the entire auction hall. The price soared like a wild stallion, swiftly breaching the threshold of 5,000 contribution points. Countless individuals flushed with excitement, waving their contribution point tokens, eager to rush onto the stage. Ultimately, the first vial of Shen Yuan Dan was secured by Nangong Nalan for an astonishing price of 6,800 contribution points. Chapter 92. The finale auction item with the authoritative appraisal from Lin Qingxue. The subsequent auction proceeded with remarkable fluidity. The Qingxue Dan, Biapuo Dan, and other elixirs were sold at exorbitant prices, igniting a fervent atmosphere within the venue. As the auction approached its climax, Wang Fugui's face radiated with exuberance and unwavering confidence. He inhaled deeply and struck the nearby golden gong with a resounding thud. Dang! The crisp sound of the gong quelled the fervor in the room. Everyone, please be quiet. Wang Fugui's voice quavered slightly with excitement. Next, we present the final and most precious item of this auction. He inhaled again, enunciating each word with gravity. Zhu, Yan, Dan. Lin Qingxue stepped forward once more, cradling a more exquisite jade box meticulously carved from a millennia-old cold jade. As she gently lifted the lid, a hum resonated through the air. A fragrance, indescribably fresh and pure, imbued with an overwhelming essence of life, wafted forth like the first gentle rain of early spring, instantly enveloping the room. Merely inhaling a hint of it brought an overwhelming sense of ease, as if every cell within one's body rejoiced in jubilation. The aroma coalesced in the air, subtly transforming into countless delicate, pink peach blossom phantoms that fluttered gracefully, reminiscent of a dream. Heavens! This is an extraordinary phenomenon of the elixir. A voice from the audience exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qingxue sprang to his feet, disbelief evident in his eyes. Wang Fugui's voice, imbued with an enchanting allure, echoed through the crowd. Consume this elixir, and one can preserve their youthful appearance for 60 years, with vitality everlasting. Even after 60 years, its effects remain potent, effectively delaying the aging process. The starting bid was set at 10,000 contribution points. The entire auction hall fell into a near-reverent silence, all present captivated by the fragrant allure and miraculous phenomenon. After a brief moment of silence, the bidding erupted like a tidal wave. 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. The price escalated rapidly, soon surpassing 60,000. Nangong Nailin observed coolly from the sidelines until the bidding momentarily eased, before rising slowly. 80,000 contribution points. A clear, resolute voice pierced the silence like a stone dropped into water, shattering the stillness in an instant. This elixir I shall have. Her beautiful eyes scanned the room, exuding the absolute authority of a scion of the Nangong clan, with an unyielding determination to win. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 80,000 contribution points. This was an astronomical sum. Wang Fugui, suppressing his excitement, declared with fervor, 80,000 contribution points, once. 80,000 contribution points, twice. 80,000 contribution points, thrice. Sold. The golden gong rang out again, signifying the acquisition of the Zhu Yin Dan, marking a triumphant conclusion to the auction. 80,000 contribution points. Such a figure was enough to drive any disciple of Zhantiangong into a frenzy, igniting a blaze of enthusiasm throughout the auction hall. The Zhu Yin Dan fell into Nangong Nailin's possession, yet the shock and desire ignited by the Shun Yuan Dan, Ningxue Dan, and Baiapuo Dan burned like an uncontrollable wildfire in the hearts of every attendee. Wang Fugui's smile nearly overflowed, his small eyes glinting with unprecedented shrewdness and elation. He understood that the atmosphere was ripe, and the momentum of Danshin Pavilion had been firmly established. At this moment, there was no better time to strike while the iron was hot. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner excitement, and stepped forward to the most prominent position on the auction stage. His voice, infused with true essence, resonated like a great bell, filling the air with persuasive power, echoing throughout the bustling square. Esteemed fellow disciples, honored guests, today's auction has concluded splendidly. Thank you all for your tremendous support and recognition. He clasped his hands in gratitude. But this is merely the beginning. I wish to pose a question to everyone. Wang Fugui's voice surged with fervor, his gaze sweeping across the audience. Who desires the Zhu Yin Dan, which can grant you eternal youth and beauty, leaving no trace of time upon your visage? We do. The response from the audience, especially from the area where female disciples gathered, erupted like a tidal wave, countless eyes sparkling with anticipation. Who desires the rare third-tier Shin Yuan Dan, immensely beneficial for nurturing divine consciousness? We do. The fervor intensified, as nearly every practitioner understood the significance of formidable divine consciousness. Who desires the Baiapuo Dan, capable of unleashing multiple times the strength in life and death moments, turning the tide of battle? We do. The shouts reverberated with primal yearning for power, particularly among the male disciples, who waved their fists in excitement. And who desires the Ningxue Dan, essential for stopping bleeding, healing wounds, and exploring secret realms? We do. The synchronized response thundered, sweeping through the core area of Tianshu Square like a tsunami. In that moment, the name of Danshin Pavilion and the elixirs it represented became deeply etched in the minds of everyone present. Wang Fugue's final words were nearly a roar, his voice resonating across the square, clearly penetrating each individual's ears, igniting the most primal desires. After a brief, breathless silence filled with excitement, the crowd erupted. Like a long-suppressed volcano, it erupted in a magnificent display. Chapter 93, A Perfect Conclusion. Brother Wang. Boss Wang, are there still any medicinal pills available? Is there an auction for the Xinyuan Dan? A burly man, evidently an older disciple clad in the inner courtyard attire, excitedly waved his contribution token, his face flushed and voice strained from urgency. Wang Fatty, the Xiandan. Is the Xiandan still available? A female disciple's shrill cry pierced the air, revealing her undeniable eagerness. Explosive Dan. I want the explosive Dan. We are about to enter the secret realm. Boss Wang, name your price. A disciple, exuding a fierce aura with scars adorning his face, squeezed to the edge of the auction stage, calling out eagerly. Ningexuan. I need 10 bottles of Ningexuan. Contribution points are plentiful. A representative from the logistics support area joined the fray, shouting hoarsely. The scene quickly spiraled into chaos. Countless individuals craned their necks, their gazes burning with the intensity of famished wolves fixated on Wang Fugue, clamoring as if the man before them was not Wang Fugue, but a veritable treasure trove of medicinal pills. Observing the near-manic atmosphere below, Wang Fugue could hardly contain his delight, though he made a concerted effort to maintain a solemn demeanor. He raised both hands high, palms facing down, executing a forceful gesture for silence. Everyone, please calm down. Allow me to say a few words. His voice, infused with true essence, acted like a stabilizing force, quelling the tumultuous uproar. Once the clamor subsided, leaving only heavy breaths and expectant gazes fixated upon him, Wang Fugue spoke again, his voice resonant, each word crystal clear, striking the hearts of the audience like a hammer. I, Wang Fugue, empathize with your fervent desires. Who does not yearn for exquisite divine pills? However, I implore everyone to remain patient. The creation of unparalleled medicinal pills is no simple feat. The materials are rare and often elude us, requiring more than just a fleeting effort. Noticing the disappointment etched on many faces, Wang Fugue swiftly shifted his tone, a dazzling confidence illuminating his expression as he elevated his voice, suffused with strength and allure. Yet, to cater to the pressing needs of all fellow disciples for daily cultivation, task training, and secret realm exploration, I hereby solemnly announce. He inhaled deeply, his voice reverberating throughout. In 10 days, just 10 days from now, the Danshin Pavilion will officially open for business in the most bustling area of the sect's trading zone. Boom. Like a clap of thunder, the crowd erupted anew, disappointment swiftly replaced by immense anticipation. The opening of the Danshin Pavilion signified a stable supply. Countless gazes became even more fervent. Seizing the moment, Wang Fugue gestured grandly, as if mapping out a vast empire. On the day of the opening, the event will be unprecedented. Not only will there be limited sales of the highly coveted Xinyuan Dan, Ningxue, and Explosive Dan, but he deliberately elongated his tone, tantalizing the crowd. All the foundational pills required for daily cultivation, from the most basic Juki Dan, Ningxuan, Qiyuan Dan, and Zhongyuan Dan, to various healing and hemostatic medicines, such as Jinkyuanyeo, Xingji San, and even breakthrough assistance pills like Poju Dan and Runmai Dan. Wang Fugue's voice was decisive, imbued with the spirit of one who commanded the situation. At our Danshin Pavilion, we shall have everything. Open supply, fair prices, honest dealings. We shall never allow anyone to offer contribution points without obtaining the desired medicinal pills. This proclamation acted like a potent tonic, energizing those ordinary disciples whose finances fell short of competing for extraordinary pills. A stable and ample supply of foundational medicinal pills was indeed a tremendous allure. Feeling that the promotional groundwork had been laid sufficiently, Wang Fugue decided to stoke the flames further for the Danshin Pavilion. He straightened his chest, proclaiming loudly, "Lastly, on behalf of the Danshin Pavilion, I have one more significant announcement." All eyes once again focused intently. The Danshin Pavilion is earnestly seeking alchemists to join our ranks. Wang Fugue's voice conveyed a sincere eagerness for talent. If you possess a heart pursuing the pinnacle of alchemy, yearning to continually surpass yourself and refine your skills, regardless of your origin within the sect, we warmly welcome you to apply for an interview. The minimum requirement is a first-tier high-grade alchemist. The recruitment of alchemists. For those dedicated to the art of alchemy, this was undoubtedly monumental news. Joining a burgeoning force possessing wondrous formulas like the Xunyuan Dan and Explosive Dan was immensely attractive to alchemists. In the distance, Chun Hao, accompanied by the Tian Dan Meng members, departed the venue with downcast expressions, their faces darkened with discontent. He cast a glance back at the bustling auction stage, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Danshin Pavilion. We shall see. Shortly after the auction concluded, Wang Fugue eagerly sought out Qin Yuan. His round face glowed with excitement, his already narrow eyes almost squinting shut, nearly obscuring his pupils. Yuan Gu. We have struck it rich. Tremendously rich. Even before approaching, his voice had already reached Qin Yuan. He waved the jade token representing contribution points in his hand, his voice quivering with exhilaration. Guess how much we garnered from this auction? 180,000. A full 180,000 contribution points. He rushed to Qin Yuan's side, catching his breath, and continued animatedly. As we agreed before, I'll allocate 80,000 contribution points for your cultivation, while the remaining 100,000 will be set aside for purchasing medicinal materials for the opening. Yuan Gu. Take this and make full use of it. Chapter 94. Return to the Xingqian Tower. Qin Yuan accepted the heavy token, nodding with delight. Well done, you've made quite the splash. In the next 5 days, I will refine another batch of top-tier third-grade elixirs, ensuring that our Danshin Pavilion is well-stocked at its grand opening. Wang Fugue rubbed his hands together, a look of eager anticipation lighting up his round face. With you, the master alchemist, by our side, it will be impossible for Danshin Pavilion not to thrive. You may not know, but the entire sect is buzzing about our elixirs, such effects, such quality. It's simply miraculous. Even some inter-sect elders have discreetly sent people to inquire about it. With great success comes great scrutiny, Qin Yuan cautioned calmly, especially from the Tiandan Alliance. They have suffered a setback at this auction, losing face, and I fear they will not let it rest easily. We must remain vigilant in our dealings. What is there to fear? Wang Fugue waved dismissively, his rotund body shaking with enthusiasm. With Master Lu personally endorsing our elixirs, the Tiandan Alliance will have to swallow their dissatisfaction. Besides, the elixirs you refine are genuinely exceptional. Even if they wish to nitpick, they must possess the ability to find faults. Recognizing Wang Fugue's exuberance, Qin Yuan refrained from further discussion, choosing instead to keep this caution in mind. Over the next 5 days, he sequestered himself in the dedicated alchemy chamber of the bamboo courtyard, pushing himself to the limits as he fervently crafted an array of exquisite third-grade elixirs. The third-grade superior alchemy cauldron, Qingyun Ryu Ding, under his masterful control of fire, often emitted a pleasant humming sound, and the rich fragrance of the elixirs wafted through the tranquil courtyard, drawing the attention of passing disciples. On the 5th evening, the warm, golden glow of the setting sun enveloped the bamboo courtyard. Xiao Qingxue approached the alchemy chamber, carefully carrying a bowl of meticulously brewed spirit medicine soup. She gently entered, observing Qin Yuan's slightly fatigued yet still focused profile, her eyes filled with concern. Junior brother Qin, you have been refining for 5 consecutive days. You should take a break. Only then did Qin Yuan return from his heightened state of concentration, accepting the warm soup and drinking it in one go. As he felt the soothing medicinal energy spread within him, revitalizing his slightly depleted spirit, he smiled and replied, "No need for concern. I have just a few more batches to finish." "How are preparations for the opening of Danshin Pavilion coming along?" Xiao Qingxue softly responded. "Master Wang has secured the best and largest shop in the trading area, and renovations are underway. Senior brother Shun is working tirelessly with the newly recruited alchemists to produce some basic elixirs. Senior sister Long is also assisting with the shop's arrangements and staffing. Everything is progressing smoothly. We are just waiting for the auspicious time to open in 5 days." "Excellent." Qin Yuan nodded, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "Everyone has worked hard. Once I emerge from my retreat, I will express my gratitude to all of you properly." As the 5 days drew to a close, Qin Yuan solemnly delivered over 500 high-quality third-grade elixirs to Wang Fugue and entrusted all matters concerning the opening of Danshin Pavilion to him, along with Shun Changqing and Xiao Qingxue. Subsequently, he did not linger, heading directly to the sacred training ground, Qingxue Tower. Standing before the towering Qingxue Tower, Qin Yuan gazed upward. The structure was an ancient gray, piercing the clouds above. Embedded within its walls were countless shimmering crystals, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky, collectively exuding a mysterious and powerful aura that inspired awe. As he understood, the entire tower consisted of 9 levels, with each ascending level offering a superior cultivation environment, though the daily consumption of contribution points increased exponentially. Desiring to ascend to the 4th level of the Qingxue Tower, Qin Yuan presented his identification token to the elder guarding the entrance, who was meditating with his eyes closed. The elder accepted the token and casually scanned it with his spiritual sense, his previously languid expression shifting to one of surprise as he lifted his gaze to scrutinize Qin Yuan. 550,000 contribution points? This little fellow is quite affluent. The 4th level requires a daily expenditure of 2,000 contribution points. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Indeed, Qin Yuan responded with calm determination. This sum of 550,000 contribution points should suffice for an extended period of cultivation. The elder did not say more, instead performing a peculiar hand gesture. Before him, a seemingly heavy stone door slowly swung open, revealing a starry passageway beyond. Remember, interference with others' cultivation is strictly prohibited within the tower. Should you wish to change levels, you must go to the central teleportation array on each level and pay the corresponding contribution points. Qin Yuan bowed in gratitude to the elder and stepped into the 4th level of the Qingxue Tower. Upon entry, he was immediately enveloped by a far denser and purer celestial energy than that of the outside world, causing his pores to instinctively open, while the Qingxue Bumi Tea technique within him began to operate autonomously. The interior of the 4th level was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside, with numerous independent small rooms arranged in a circular formation. At the center lay a colossal, slowly rotating star map, continuously channeling celestial energy from the heavens into the tower, a sight of profound mystery. Qin Yuan swiftly located an empty cultivation room and pushed the door open. The interior was stripped to the essentials, featuring only an ordinary-looking futon and a small array for inserting the token to deduct contribution points. He settled cross-legged on the futon, inserting the token into the array's slot. Immediately, an even purer and richer celestial energy surged from all directions, enveloping him like a gentle tide. Chapter 95. Breakthrough to Yuan Dan. Indeed, the Star Tower, a revered stronghold of the sect, boasts a concentration of stellar energy that is likely several dozen times greater than that found in the outside world. Qin Yuan was astounded, yet when compared to the Xiantian Valley at the core of the meteoric secret realm, it appeared to be slightly inferior. He did not dare to be negligent. Immediately, he cast aside all distractions and devoted himself entirely to the cultivation of the Qingxue Bumi Tea technique. His pores transformed into minuscule whirlpools, greedily absorbing the precious stellar energy, refining it to strengthen his physical form and solidify his cultivation foundation. Within the tower, there was neither day nor night, and the passage of time was lost amidst focused cultivation. Time flew swiftly as Qin Yuan became fully immersed in the enhancement of his power. The stellar whirlpool within him spun wildly, continuously devouring the external stellar energy, rendering his physical body increasingly resilient and his meridians broader and sturdier. A month later, Qin Yuan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened, and within their depths, a dazzling star-like brilliance flickered momentarily. His aura had reached the pinnacle of the Ning Yuan realm. At the peak of the 9th level of Ning Yuan, his Yuan power was abundant, and his realm was complete. It was time to attempt a breakthrough. He murmured to himself, retrieving a jade vial from his storage ring. He poured out a flawless Dan, the size of a longan, exuding an extraordinary herbal fragrance. This was the top-grade breakthrough Dan he had personally refined. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuan consumed the breakthrough Dan. It dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a torrent of pure medicinal power that exploded within him. Merging with his long-accumulated Yuan power and the dense stellar energy surrounding him. Together, they formed an unstoppable force, launching a fierce assault against the solid barrier of the Yuan Dan realm. Boom! Qin Yuan felt an unbearable heat and pressure emanating from his dantian. The Yuan power, which had originally flowed like liquid, was violently compressed and condensed under this combined force. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. Yet his gaze remained resolute, firmly maintaining clarity of mind to guide this power. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, a barrier shattered. All of the yuan power, medicinal energy, and stellar energy converged at the center of his dantian, solidifying into a yuan dan approximately the size of a pigeon egg, perfectly round and emanating a faint golden glow. The yuan dan began to rotate slowly, autonomously absorbing the surrounding natural energy, filling him with a strength far surpassing that of the Ning Yuan realm. Yuan Dan realm, first level. Qin Yuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, feeling the surging new power within him, and a satisfied smile finally graced his face. However, this was still far from sufficient. He desired even greater strength. After contributing more points, Qin Yuan utilized the central teleportation array on the 4th floor to arrive at the 5th level of the Star Tower. The moment he stepped onto the 5th level, he felt his body suddenly weighed down. The gravity here was several times greater than that of the 4th level. It felt as though numerous invisible mountains bore down upon him, making each step an arduous endeavor, with his bones emitting faint creaking sounds. Moreover, the concentration of stellar energy here was unimaginably dense, almost materializing into a silvery mist that drifted languidly through the air. Its density rivaled that of the Xian Tian Valley in the meteoric secret realm that lingered in his memory. A splendid place. Truly an exceptional environment for cultivating the 2nd level of the Qingxue Mieti. Faced with such an arduous environment, Qin Yuan felt exhilarated rather than daunted, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He braved the immense pressure and painstakingly located an empty chamber, promptly immersing himself in even more arduous cultivation. The training method for the 2nd level of Qingxue Mieti was exponentially more complex and difficult than the first. He needed to precisely guide the nearly liquid stellar energy with his mind, constructing a more intricate and refined network of star energy within his body, attempting to achieve a deeper integration of his physical form with the stellar energy. This process was akin to torture. The violent stellar energy rampaged through his meridians, striving to carve out new paths, and the agony was akin to being cut by 1,000 blades. His skin often cracked under the strain of this power, blood seeping forth, only to be nourished and healed by the copious stellar energy in the next moment. This cycle of destruction and rebirth brought about excruciating pain, sufficient to shatter the resolve of the faint-hearted. Low groans of pain echoed in the silent training room. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he never relinquished his determination. Whenever he felt on the verge of collapse, images of the fateful night when his family was annihilated surged in his mind. The blazing inferno and the sight of his loved ones lying in pools of blood, along with the cold, merciless faces of Lin Tian and Lin Qingxue. The conviction for revenge served as an unwavering pillar, supporting him through one harrowing trial after another. Perseverance bore fruit. Another month passed, and when Qin Yuan opened his eyes once more, his entire demeanor seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. Beneath his skin, the flow of starlight was subtly visible. With each movement, an invisible surge of stellar energy accompanied him, radiating an awe-inspiring wave of power. The 2nd level of Qingxue Mieti had finally been mastered. At this moment, his physical strength alone could rival that of the renowned 4th-tier demon beasts, known for their defense and might. Chapter 96. The Trial Grounds. Meanwhile, the continuous tempering within the peculiar environment of the Qingxue Tower has sharpened and refined his spiritual awareness, elevating his control over fire to an unprecedented level. His spiritual force has correspondingly increased, astonishingly reaching the standard of a 5th-tier alchemist. Qin Yuan meticulously savored the profound and expansive strength of his enhanced consciousness, nodding in satisfaction. Although it was inconvenient to refine pills within the tower, he could distinctly perceive that concocting a 4th-tier elixir would now be a trivial task, marking his formal entry into the 4th-tier realm of alchemy. With such formidable spiritual awareness at his disposal, it was time to delve into the powerful techniques he had acquired in his previous life. He scoured the vast depths of his memory and ultimately selected 2 highly applicable methods. One was a secret technique for mental assault, Lin Qingxue, which allowed one to compress and refine their consciousness into an invisible blade, striking at the soul undetected. The other was the exquisitely mysterious art of transformation, Qian Mian Huan Dian, which, when mastered, could manifest countless forms, altering not only appearance and stature, but even one's aura and soul fluctuations, making it nearly impossible for even the closest of acquaintances to discern the disguise. Both techniques were serendipitously obtained from an ancient ruin in his past life and were not commonly practiced in the Wanxiang Divine Palace. Hence, their application in this realm should evade the scrutiny of the discerning. Contemplating these matters, Qin Yuan established a plan and commenced his focused training. Lin Qingxue was perilously challenging, akin to wielding a blade within the sea of consciousness. On the first day, he suffered excruciating headaches and blurred vision, as if steel needles were piercing his brain. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Such trivial pain could not obstruct my path. On the third day, a brilliant light illuminated the center of his sea of consciousness. A 3-inch long, translucent, formless sword of spiritual awareness took shape, quivering lightly and radiating a sharp brilliance. It is accomplished. Qin Yuan opened his eyes, a glint of excitement flashing within them. Qian Mian Huandian proved to be both intricate and fascinating. Qin Yuan practiced before a water mirror repeatedly, at times transforming into a frail old man, breathing weakly, at other times becoming a tender child, pure as a newborn, or even morphing into a rugged brute, exuding a fierce aura, and then into a delicate woman with alluring features. Once, he attempted to disguise himself as an elder on guard, but was immediately met with overwhelming pressure, prompting him to dispel the illusion in fright. The tower harbored powerful imprints, necessitating caution in the future. Upon returning to his original form, he shook his head with a wry smile, maintaining the illusion consumed a significant amount of true essence, and at his current level, he could sustain a high-tier transformation for at most an hour. At that moment, he checked his identity token and discovered that a substantial portion of his contribution points had already been expended. He lifted his gaze towards the teleportation array leading to the more mysterious and undoubtedly more perilous 6th level, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. Contribution points are meant to enhance strength. One cannot reap rewards without taking risks. I shall press forward. After paying a staggering 6,000 contribution points, Qin Yuan stepped into the 6th level of the Xingqian Tower. The environment of the 6th level starkly contrasted with the previous 5. Here, there were no individual training rooms. Instead, an infinitely vast battlefield resembling an endless starry sky lay before him. Beneath his feet was an abyss, and above him, a profound darkness adorned with countless twinkling stars, emitting varying intensities of light, collectively creating an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire space. The 6th level of the Xingqian Tower was the trial grounds. A cold, emotionless, ancient voice resonated directly in Qin Yuan's mind, stating that he must defeat all incoming phantom beasts to continue his training and absorb the power of the stars. Failure would result in automatic expulsion from the tower, with no refund of contribution points. No sooner had the voice faded than 3 blinding silver lights abruptly appeared in the void before him. The silver lights swiftly condensed and transformed into 3 robust phantom wolf demons, their fangs bared and eyes fierce, radiating energy fluctuations that unmistakably reached the 3rd tier of the Yuan Dan realm. They send 3 3rd-tier Yuan Dan beasts right away? They truly regard me highly. Qin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he dared not underestimate them. Within him, the Yuan Dan spun rapidly, his battle intent soaring instantaneously. Awoo! The 3 phantom wolf demons emitted low growls, their hind legs propelling them violently through the void, transforming into 3 bolts of silver lightning, pouncing towards Qin Yuan from different directions at an astonishing speed. Excellent! Just the opportunity one need to test my current combat abilities. Qin Yuan exclaimed, executing Lu Yun Bu to its utmost limit. His form became elusive and indistinct, resembling a ghost or a wisp of cloud, effortlessly weaving through the fierce onslaught of the wolf demons. Simultaneously, he brought his index and middle fingers together, rapidly condensing an intensely hot force of true essence. Chapter 97. Starry Battlefield. The radiant finger of Yao Yang shot forth. 2 concentrated streams of scorching, golden-red finger winds surged forth like lightning, striking with unerring precision at the vital midsection of 2 wolf demons, a common weakness among these beastly creatures. With a sudden halt, the 2 wolf demons emitted anguished howls. Their bodies, formed of starlight, swiftly became ethereal and then dissipated like fleeting bubbles, merging back into the starry battlefield as scattered silver sparks. However, the final wolf demon appeared to be more cunning and ferocious. Seizing the moment when Qin Yuan engaged its companions, it lunged forward, its foul breath nearly assaulting Qin Yuan's face, sharp claws gleaming with cold light aimed straight for his throat. Calm and composed, Qin Yuan executed the Lu Yun step once more, his body drifting back like willow fluff swaying in a gentle breeze, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Simultaneously, his left hand moved silently, unleashing a chilling, bone-piercing gust that seemed capable of eroding all it touched. The Xian Yin erosion. As the icy wind brushed past, the wolf demon's movements visibly slowed, its silvery sheen dimmed significantly. Now was the moment. A flash of brilliance ignited in Qin Yuan's eyes as he seized this fleeting opportunity to unleash another forceful Yaoyang finger, the searing wind piercing through the wolf demon's skull. With a final, unwilling wail, the last wolf demon crumbled into nothingness. The cold, ancient voice echoed once more, devoid of emotion. First wave of trials, past. The second wave of trials, begins. This time, the void before Qin Yuan quivered violently, silver light coalescing into an extraordinarily massive two-headed giant python, its length exceeding 5 zhang. One head shone with an icy blue hue, exuding a frigid aura, while the other blazed with a fiery red, engulfed in searing flames. Its cold, slit-like eyes fixated on Qin Yuan, emanating energy waves that unmistakably reached the 4th level of the Yuan Dan realm. The pressure was immense, and Qin Yuan's expression turned grave. The icy blue head struck first, opening its massive jaws to unleash a breath of ghostly blue frost capable of freezing souls, chilling even the very fabric of the void it traversed. Daring not to confront it head-on, Qin Yuan activated the Lu Yun step to its utmost potential, transforming into a wisp of green smoke as he swiftly sidestepped. Just as he evaded the icy breath, the red-headed counterpart unleashed a robust pillar of flame, erupting like a volcano and blocking his escape route. What a cunning beast! Qin Yuan cursed inwardly, twisting his body mid-air to narrowly evade. Yet, the searing flames grazed his clothing, incinerating a corner to ashes and leaving a painful burn on his skin. The dual-headed python's relentless attacks, with its heads coordinating seamlessly, wove a tapestry of ice and fire that rendered Qin Yuan's prized Lu Yun step inadequate, forcing him into a defensive position fraught with peril. Several times, he narrowly escaped being frozen in place by the encroaching frost or burned by the explosive flames. This cannot continue. My true essence is depleting far faster than its own. A prolonged defense will lead to failure. Thoughts raced through Qin Yuan's mind as strategies formulated rapidly. Suddenly, inspiration struck. The Qianmian Huandian. Acting on the thought, his Yuan Dan surged violently within, directing his true essence along the specific pathways of the Qianmian Huandian. In an instant, his figure blurred, dividing into 3 identical Qin Yuans, each launching an assault on the giant python from different angles: front, left flank, and right flank. Yaoyang finger, Xian Yin erosion. The 3 phantoms executed distinct martial techniques simultaneously, their energies intertwining in a stunning display. This unexpected shift momentarily stunned the less intelligent dual-headed python, its 2 heads instinctively turning to face the illusions, causing a brief moment of hesitation and confusion as it struggled to discern the genuine threat. An opportunity. Qin Yuan's true form, utilizing the pinnacle speed of Lu Yun's step, silently maneuvered behind the colossal body of the giant python. Yaoyang finger, Xian Yin erosion. Combine. A fierce glint flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes as he simultaneously wielded 2 entirely different techniques with both hands. The right index finger blazed like fire, while the left palm shimmered with an icy blue hue. He forcefully brought his palms together, merging the violently opposing forces that should repel each other into a chaotic sphere of red and blue energy. Go! With all his might, Qin Yuan pressed this orb of devastating power against the reverse scale at the python's critical point. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resonated throughout the starry battlefield. The clashing forces of ice and fire erupted within the dual-headed python, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated it. The creature let out a heart-wrenching cry, its massive form writhing in agony, both heads reflecting immense pain. Ultimately, with a final, unwilling wail, its body shattered like fragile porcelain, cracking into countless pieces before disintegrating into a myriad of silver motes, slowly fading from existence. Chapter 98. Frantic breakthrough. Qin Yuan knelt on one knee in the void, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his forehead, having exhausted nearly 70% of his true essence. The previous strike, seemingly powerful, was in fact perilous, demanding utmost control. A slight misstep could result in self-harm rather than harming the enemy. The second wave of trials was passed. A cold voice announced without a hint of emotion. The subsequent trials grew increasingly treacherous. The phantom beasts that appeared not only possessed ever greater strength, ranging from the peak of the fourth layer of Yuan Dan to multiple fourth-layer Yuan Dan beasts appearing simultaneously, and even later, a formidable presence from the fifth layer of Yuan Dan emerged. Furthermore, the battle environment began to undergo bizarre transformations. At times, the battlefield would abruptly become a searing land of molten lava, with magma churning. At other times, it would transform into a bone-chilling snowfield, where ice shards struck like knives. At certain moments, it would devolve into a primordial jungle, thick with vines, obstructing visibility. Under the relentless pressure of these extreme environments and powerful foes, Qin Yuan was compelled to extract every ounce of his potential. His mastery of the techniques Yao Yangji, Lin Qingxue, and Lu Yunbu grew increasingly refined and exquisite, leading him to experiment with their fusion for a synergistic effect. Particularly with Lu Yunbu, after countless life-and-death skirmishes, he finally broke through his limitations, attaining the realm of treading snow without a trace and riding the winds. His form now elusive and ghostly, akin to a wisp of cloud, becoming a crucial asset for both survival and victory. Time within the tower flowed differently. The chill seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Another month slipped away in the fervor of cultivation and intense battles. When Qin Yuan finally expended every ounce of his strength with a complex combination of Lin Qingxue, a modified dual ice-fire strike, and the perfected Lu Yunbu, he succeeded in utterly defeating the final wave. A phantom combination consisting of a sixth-layer Yuan Dan Shadow Leopard and two fifth-layer Yuan Dan Auxiliary Beasts. Exhausted, he collapsed into the void, too fatigued to even move a finger. At this moment, the Yuan Dan within his dantian had grown significantly larger than when he first entered the realm, its golden light more restrained and solid. As it spun, its efficiency in absorbing the power of the stars far surpassed previous levels. His cultivation had surged from the initial first layer of Yuan Dan to the pinnacle of the third layer. He was but a single step away from the fourth layer. Simultaneously, the substantial contribution points within his identity token were nearly depleted. It was time to exit seclusion. Struggling to sit cross-legged, Qin Yuan began to circulate his techniques to restore his true essence while feeling the overwhelming and surging power within him, nearly overflowing, and murmured to himself. Given the rapid pace of his cultivation, it was inevitable that his foundation felt somewhat unstable. He needed time to consolidate, refine, and solidify his current realm. Once his state was restored, Qin Yuan employed Yin Shi Ju to conceal his cultivation level as that of the first layer of Yuan Dan and calmly stepped out of the Xingqian Tower. After more than 3 months, he once again felt the sun of the outside world. The dazzling light compelled him to squint slightly. The nearly 3-month isolation and seclusion had left him with a peculiar sense of having traversed a different world. He did not return directly to the bamboo courtyard, but instead ventured to a secluded area on the back mountain of the sect. Upon confirming that the surroundings were deserted, he activated Qian Mian Huandian. A series of subtle, dense cracking sounds emanated from his bones. His facial muscles began to shift and change, and his height adjusted slightly. Moments later, the originally handsome yet resolute youth vanished, replaced by an ordinary disciple with a fair complexion and bright, shrewd eyes. One who could easily blend into a crowd without being noticed. Yes, this is satisfactory. With a concealed aura and an ordinary appearance, this guy should evade detection. Qin Yuan gazed at his reflection in the clear stream within the ravine and nodded in approval. He stealthily made his way to the bustling transaction area, mingling among the crowd while observing the situation at Dan Xiange from a distance. He noticed the shop, with its prime location, bustling with activity, as many disciples queued outside, waiting to purchase elixirs. The rotund figure of Wang Fugue stood out at the entrance, beaming with a warm smile as he enthusiastically welcomed incoming customers. Inside the shop, Shen Chongqing and Lin Qingxue were also busy, introducing elixirs to guests. Everything appeared orderly and thriving. It seemed that during his absence, they had managed Dan Xiange quite well. Qin Yuan watched from afar, feeling a sense of comfort. He refrained from revealing himself to them, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. His gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of clouds, focusing on a distant direction, the location of Yunxiao City. A long restrained, Icy cold murderous intent began to coalesce deep within his eyes. Lin Qingxue. The blood feud of exterminated kin was ripe for reckoning. As far as he knew, the city lord of Yunxiao City, Lin was merely at the peak of the second layer of Yuan Dan. With his current cultivation at the pinnacle of the third layer, his actual combat power surpassed that of an ordinary sixth layer. The time had come to seek vengeance against Lin and Lin Qingxue. He cast one last glance at the lively scene of Dan Xngu, as if to engrave this fleeting tranquility in his heart. Then, resolutely, he turned and stealthily exited the sect. Chapter 99 Departure from the sect. Upon leaving the boundaries of Xuan Tianzong, Qin Yuan restored his originally handsome visage in a secluded forest. Rather than heading directly to Yun Xiaocheng, he veered towards the other direction, toward Qinghefeng, located several dozen miles outside the mountain gate of Xuan Tianzong. Having spent an extended period within the sect, where all transactions relied upon contribution points, his current reserves of spirit stones were nearly depleted. The journey to Yun Xiaocheng was long, necessitating the purchase of a fine steed, all of which required spirit stones. More importantly, two matters weighed heavily on his mind. Firstly, there was the black, mysterious iron shard, the source iron piece he had unexpectedly acquired in Qinghefeng last time. After being absorbed by the Wanxiang Lian Tianding, not only had it significantly repaired the treasure, enhancing its power, but it also unlocked an incredibly profound ancient alchemical scripture, the Tai Chu Danjing. This scripture was vast and intricate, far exceeding anything he had encountered in his previous life, and its benefits to his alchemical path were immeasurable. Secondly, due to that source iron piece, he had drawn the attention of a mysterious organization known as Heisha. Although the organization had not yet pinpointed him as the one who took the source iron piece, this situation remained a hidden danger. His visit was also to discreetly investigate the origins of Heisha in the market. If he could uncover clues, it might lead him to other source iron pieces while simultaneously finding a way to eliminate this potential threat. However, Qin Yuan was acutely aware of the adage that possessing precious items could invite trouble. The medicinal pills he carried were predominantly high-quality, third-tier treasures. If he were to trade them openly in this bustling market, it would be akin to a child parading gold through a crowded street, inevitably attracting unwanted attention and complications. Therefore, as he approached Qinghefeng, he deliberately deviated from the main path and sought a concealed cave veiled by vines. After cautiously setting up a small warning and protective formation around the entrance, he retrieved the Qingyun Ri Yaoding and ignited the alchemical flame. Fortunately, he had brought along some low-tier herbs. As Qin Yuan skillfully processed the materials, he muttered to himself, preparing to concoct some second-tier superior blood-condensing pills for the exchange of spirit stones, and further brew some third-tier intermediate Zhong Yuan pills for unforeseen circumstances, which should suffice. With his current status as a fourth-tier alchemist, crafting these low-tier pills was almost second nature. However, to align with the identity of an ordinary rogue cultivator and to minimize unexpected troubles, he deliberately moderated the quality of the pills, not striving for perfection. Before long, several batches of round, plump blood-condensing pills and Zhong Yuan pills, exuding a subtle fragrance, were freshly produced. Upon completing his preparations, Qin Yuan activated the Qian Mianhuan Dian, causing a faint cracking sound from his bones as his facial features and muscles subtly shifted. He soon transformed into the guise of an ordinary young rogue cultivator, imbued with a hint of caution and shrewdness, suppressing his cultivation level to the 8th stage of the condensation realm using the Yin Shi Ju. This appearance was markedly different from his last visit to the market, ensuring that he would likely not be recognized. Within the cave, he looked into the water mirror he had conjured, nodding in satisfaction before dismantling the formation. With a few graceful leaps, he blended into the throngs heading towards Qinghefeng. The market remained bustling, filled with the sounds of vendors shouting and haggling. Donning a mask, Qin Yuan navigated the familiar terrain directly to the Bait Sao Tong, where he had previously exchanged herbs. The fragrant aroma of herbs still lingered within the shop, and the proprietor, the astute old man with a goatee, greeted Qin Yuan with a measured warmth upon his entrance. "Greetings, esteemed friend. What herbs do you require today? Our store is well-stocked and reasonably priced," he inquired. Qin Yuan deliberately lowered his voice, adopting a slightly hoarse tone. "Shopkeeper, I am not here to purchase herbs, but rather to exchange some pills for spirit stones." With that, he placed a jade vial upon the counter. The shopkeeper picked up the vial, uncorked it, and took a gentle whiff, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Oh, Second-tier superior blood-condensing pills. The quality is quite remarkable, nearly reaching the pinnacle. The potency is concentrated with minimal impurities. Your alchemical skills do not seem typical of an ordinary rogue cultivator. Though a chill ran through Qin Yuan's heart, his expression remained impassive as he chuckled lightly. You have a keen eye, shopkeeper. I acquired these by chance. How many spirit stones might you offer for these pills? The shopkeeper meticulously examined the quantity and quality of the pills, pondering for a moment before manipulating his abacus. Generally, second-tier superior blood-condensing pills are priced around 800 low-grade spirit stones. Given the superior quality of your batch, I can decide to purchase them at 850 low-grade spirit stones each. In total, that amounts to 17,000 low-grade spirit stones. What say you? This price was slightly higher than Qin Yuan had anticipated, and he promptly nodded. Your promptness is appreciated, shopkeeper. Let us proceed at that price. Chapter 100. Tianji Pavilion. The transaction was successfully completed, and the heavy spiritual stones were stored in Qin Yuan's storage ring. Rather than departing immediately, he casually lowered his voice and inquired, Shopkeeper, may I ask you about something? Have you ever heard of an organization called Haisha? Haisha? The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted. His goat-like beard quivered slightly, and his previously amiable expression became more acute. He scrutinized Qin Yuan carefully before returning to his usual disposition. Lowering his voice, he remarked, Why do you wish to inquire about them? They are not to be trifled with. A ruthless group that retaliates for even the slightest grievance, engaging in unsavory dealings. Qin Yuan sighed, feigning distress. Alas, I must confess, I seem to have inadvertently offended one of their members recently, and my heart feels unsettled. I wish to gather more information to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The shopkeeper's expression softened with understanding, and he spoke in a hushed tone. I see. These individuals are indeed troublesome. However, my knowledge is limited. If you truly wish to delve deeper, I suggest visiting the Tianji Pavilion branch at the eastern end of the market. They specialize in selling various types of intelligence, and their information is quite reliable, though costly. Tianji Pavilion? Qin Yuan noted the name and bowed his thanks to the shopkeeper. After leaving Baichao Hall, Qin Yuan made his way toward the eastern end of the market. True to the shopkeeper's word, he soon discovered an inconspicuous three-story building nestled in a relatively quiet corner, with the ancient characters Tianji Pavilion elegantly inscribed on the sign. Compared to the bustling shops nearby, this place appeared particularly desolate, with hardly anyone around. Entering the pavilion, he found the interior sparsely furnished. A middle-aged steward clad in gray, with an unremarkable appearance, sat behind the counter, engrossed in a scroll. Only upon hearing Qin Yuan's footsteps did he lift his gaze, his expression calm and unperturbed. What does the guest require? I seek information, Qin Yuan stated directly. What kind of information? The steward set aside the scroll, his tone indifferent. Details about the Haisha organization. The more comprehensive, the better, Qin Yuan replied. The steward regarded him without surprise and answered coolly, Information on Haisha is available in 2 tiers. A brief overview for 1,000 lower-grade spiritual stones, which includes only their name and general activities, or detailed intelligence for 20,000 lower-grade spiritual stones or equivalent items. The latter includes known strongholds, core members, cultivation levels, and other critical information. 20,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. The price was indeed steep, enough to deter most ordinary cultivators. However, Qin Yuan had prepared for this and promptly retrieved a jade vial, offering it to the steward. Inside were 3 mid-grade Zhongyuan pills of the 3rd tier that he had recently refined. The steward inspected the vial, a glint of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The quality of these pills is excellent. They are equivalent to 20,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. He then produced a storage jade slip from beneath the counter and handed it to Qin Yuan. All known information is contained within. Please be mindful to destroy it after perusal, as our pavilion does not keep backups. We also request that you do not disseminate this information to avoid attracting trouble. Taking the storage jade slip, Qin Yuan found a secluded corner and probed its contents with his consciousness. Moments later, his expression turned grave as he withdrew his awareness, exerting a slight force to reduce the jade slip to a fine powder. The intelligence was indeed thorough. The Haisha organization's headquarters lay thousands of miles away in the Haifeng mountain range, led by a figure who called himself the Haisha Old Monster, boasting a formidable cultivation level of the 8th stage of Yuan Dan. There were also 2 vice leaders at the 6th and 5th stages of Yuan Dan respectively. The organization harbored no fewer than 5 elders at the Yuan Dan stage, and many core members at the Ning Yuan stage, engaging in dark deeds such as assassination, plunder, and kidnapping, with a notorious reputation. The 8th stage of Yuan Dan, and 2 mid-level vice leaders. Qin Yuan's brow furrowed. Given his current strength, a direct confrontation would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. It seemed that addressing the Haisha organization and seeking the source of the iron fragments would have to be postponed for now. Suppressing his thoughts, Qin Yuan exited the Tianji Pavilion. The pressing matter at hand was to procure a mount and journey to Yunxiao City. He arrived at the beast enclosure area of the market, filled with the scents and cries of various demonic beasts. Soon, his attention was captured by an extraordinary dragon blood steed. Its entire body was a fiery red, reminiscent of flowing magma, with a sleek, lustrous coat that shimmered under the sunlight. It possessed strong, elongated legs, and its hooves were subtly adorned with scales akin to rubies. With each breath, it exuded a palpable heat, exuding immense power. A magnificent steed. Qin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. This dragon blood steed was of exceptional quality, with a rich bloodline, clearly a standout among third-tier demonic beasts, capable of covering 1,000 miles with ease. The seller, a robust man, noticed Qin Yuan's discerning eye and eagerly began to extol the steed's virtues. After a round of not overly intense bargaining, Qin Yuan ultimately purchased the steed, which he named Qian, for the hefty sum of 8,000 lower-grade spiritual stones. Mounting the horse, Qian snorted loudly, lifting its front hooves slightly in excitement, as if recognizing it had found a true master. Qin Yuan gently stroked its neck, feeling a warm connection form between them. Let us go, Qian. Our destination is Yunxiao City. Chapter 101. The ordeal of the young girl. One person, one horse, departed from Qingfang and galloped swiftly along the official road towards Yunxiao City. The steed, Qian, moved with remarkable speed, its hooves seemingly dancing upon flames, as the scenery on either side rushed past, the wind howling in their ears. Days later, Qin Yuan approached the borders of Yunxiao City, with the undulating, verdant Leary Mountains stretching ahead. Upon traversing these mountains, the silhouette of Yunxiao City would be within sight. It was midday, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light upon the forest floor. Qin Yuan slowed the pace of Qian, allowing the horse to rest momentarily. At that moment, his keen hearing detected the distant clashing of blades, accompanied by muffled shouts and scornful taunts. Something was amiss. Qin Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he gently patted Qian's neck, signaling for silence. He stealthily approached, hiding behind a sturdy ancient tree, peering into a clearing ahead. In the clearing, 2 young disciples clad in the signature cloud-patterned white robes of Luyun sect were assaulting an elderly man and a young girl. The elder appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, dressed in a gray outfit, wielding a long sword with formidable skill. However, he was gravely injured, bloodied and breathing erratically, clearly having exhausted his vital energy. His cultivation was at the first level of Yuandan, but he seemed still new to this realm, his foundation not yet solidified. Protecting the elder was a girl, merely 15 or 16 years of age, adorned in a pale purple dress. The dress bore signs of damage, stained with dirt and blood, yet it could not obscure her stunning beauty. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisite, with eyes like autumn waters now glistening with tears of anger and fear, making her appear all the more captivating. Her delicate nose was perfectly formed, and her lips, naturally rosy, hinted at a future of unparalleled beauty despite her youth. Her cultivation stood at the 5th level of Lin Qingxue, and she held a short sword tightly, her petite frame trembling slightly, yet resolutely standing behind the elder. The 2 disciples of Luyun sect, both at the 1st level of Yuandan and appearing to be in their early 20s, bore arrogant expressions and lewd glances as they attacked, spewing vile words. Old man, you still have some fight left in you. If you know what is good for you, just step aside and let us have our fun with this little beauty. Perhaps we might spare your life. Indeed, little beauty, stop resisting. Join us, and your future will be far more enjoyable than in that small, broken city. The girl in the purple dress turned pale with rage, retorting, shameless. You Luyun sect can be considered a prestigious sect, yet you harbor such scoundrels. The elder, filled with righteous fury, tightened his grip on the sword, pushing back one assailant, and shouted, Miss, flee. I will risk my life to protect you. Yet, his injuries hindered his movements. At that moment, Qin Yuan intentionally rustled some leaves, stepping out from behind the tree and into the sight of the four individuals. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, the unexpected intruder. The two Liyun disciples, upon seeing Qin Yuan, exchanged wary glances, noting his plain blue robe and the faint aura of cultivation he was projecting, which he had intentionally adjusted to appear as a first-level Yuandan. They recognized him as an unfamiliar face, their guard lowering significantly, replaced by disdain and scorn. The taller disciple snorted, pointing his sword at Qin Yuan with an air of arrogance. "Who is this wild brat? Can't you see Liyun sect is conducting business here? If you don't want to die, scram. Don't meddle and bring misfortune upon yourself." The shorter, stockier disciple chimed in with a mocking tone. "Exactly. A mere first-level Yuandan robe dares to meddle? Get lost. Don't waste our time." The elder and the girl, seeing Qin Yuan, felt a flicker of hope ignite within them, but it quickly dimmed upon realizing that he was only at the first level of Yuandan, while their assailants were too. How could he possibly help? The kind-hearted girl, despite her own peril, anxiously urged Qin Yuan, "Sir, please leave. These two beasts belong to Liyun sect. You cannot afford to provoke them. Do not sacrifice your life for us." Her voice was melodious, even when tinged with fear and desperation. Upon finishing her plea, a resolute glint flashed in her eyes as she suddenly raised the short sword to her delicate neck. She would rather die than endure humiliation. "Miss No?" The elder, aghast, cried out, yet he was too entangled with his foes to assist. At this critical moment, a concentrated burst of vital energy, akin to an invisible projectile, shot from Qin Yuan's fingertips, striking the girl's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. With a clang, the girl felt a sudden numbness in her wrist, causing the short sword to slip from her grasp and clatter to the ground. Chapter 102. A heroic rescue. Is it merely the presence of two brutes? Once dealt with, what reason does the young lady have to contemplate such despair? Qin Yuan spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his voice exuded an oddly soothing power. This scene left all present momentarily stunned. The tall disciple from the Liyun sect, recovering from his astonishment, erupted in fury. "How dare you? Seeking death, are we? Very well, I shall oblige." He presumed that Qin Yuan's earlier display was a mere fluke or a trick, dismissing it as he abandoned the elder. With a leap, he thrust his sword, imbued with a fierce sword aura, directly at Qin Yuan's heart. In his eyes, this strike was sufficient to pierce through the ignorant rogue. In the face of this vicious attack, Qin Yuan remained motionless, his gaze suddenly turning icy. At the very moment the sword tip was about to reach him, he casually raised his right hand, forming a fist. Without employing any martial techniques or dazzling brilliance, he unleashed pure physical strength along with the overwhelming stellar energy within him, erupting forth in an instant. His fist, akin to instantaneous movement, disregarded the sword's edge and struck the tall disciple squarely in the chest. A thunderous sound akin to a heavy blow resonated through the air. In the incredulous eyes of onlookers, the disciple's forward momentum abruptly halted, his sinister grin frozen in place, morphing into sheer terror and confusion. Then, as if crushed by a mighty force, his body exploded apart, flesh and blood scattering, bones shattering, leaving no time for a scream as he was reduced to mere fragments. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The only sounds that remained were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the impatient hoofbeats of the dragon-blood steed. The remaining short and stout disciple from the Liyun sect found his lewd grin and arrogance entirely frozen, his eyes wide like brass bells, filled with boundless fear and shock. He gazed at the pool of mangled flesh on the ground, then at Qin Yuan, who stood undisturbed as if he had merely swatted a fly. His legs weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself in terror. "Senior, spare me. I was blind and offended your might. I beg for your mercy. Treat me as inconsequential." Tears streamed down his face, fear almost rendering him senseless. The ability to obliterate a fellow practitioner with a single punch was far beyond their comprehension. This was no ordinary rogue at the first level of the Yuandan realm, but clearly a concealed ancient monster. The elder and the young lady were utterly dumbfounded, mouths agape as they regarded Qin Yuan, as if beholding a monster. Particularly the young lady, her eyes like autumn waters, widened in shock, tears clinging to her long eyelashes, her small mouth slightly parted, exuding a naive innocence that evoked deep sympathy. Qin Yuan paid no heed to the groveling disciple. Instead, he approached the young lady, bent down to retrieve the short sword, and handed it back to her, speaking gently. "Young lady, a sword is meant for protection, not for self-harm." Instinctively, she accepted the short sword, her cheeks flushing slightly as her fingers brushed against Qin Yuan's cool touch. Her voice barely above a whisper, she stammered, "Thank you for saving my life, sir." Qin Yuan smiled faintly before turning his gaze back to the trembling short disciple on the ground, his voice once again cold. "I will ask, and you will answer. Should you utter a single falsehood, that shall be your fate." "Why yes, senior, please inquire." "I shall speak truthfully." The stout disciple hurriedly bowed his head. "Why are you not properly residing in the Luoyuan sect, but instead have ventured to these scorching sun mountains?" We were sent by our sect on a mission to deliver gifts to Yunshao City." "Oh, gifts? For whom?" Qin Yuan's curiosity was piqued, a faint suspicion stirring within him. "We are to present them to the city lord of Yunshao, Lin Qingxue." The stout disciple dared not conceal the truth. The day after tomorrow marks city lord Lin's 50th birthday. Due to his beloved daughter, our sect's esteemed disciple, Lin Qingxue, being in seclusion to break through a crucial realm, she cannot return to celebrate. Hence we were dispatched as representatives to deliver the birthday gifts. Indeed, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Qin Yuan's eyes as he continued to inquire. "Lin Qingxue? What is her current standing within the Luoyuan sect?" Senior sister Lin possesses unparalleled talent, being a rare celestial root, deeply favored by the sect master and taken as a close disciple, receiving abundant resources. It is said her cultivation progresses rapidly, and she is likely nearing the Yuan Dan realm. She holds a high position within the sect, and no one dares to provoke her. The stout disciple divulged everything he knew in a desperate attempt to save his life, including that the sect master was a formidable figure at the first level of the transformation god realm. Qin Yuan listened in silence, his expression betraying no emotion, yet within him surged a chilling tide. Lin Qingxue, celestial root, favored disciple, nearing the Yuan Dan realm. These words pierced through his memories like poisoned needles. This so-called childhood sweetheart, who had once deprived him of his celestial root, was now thriving within the Luoyuan sect, basking in the limelight. The talent that once belonged to him had now become a stepping stone for his enemy's ascent. A bitter irony and resentment he understood all too well. Suppressing the murderous intent roiling within him, he coldly commanded the prostrate stout disciple, "Hand over your identity tokens and the birthday gifts." Chapter 103. The gift of the Dan. To save a life, the disciple, as if granted a reprieve, fumbled in a flurry to extract a token and a gift from his bosom. He then hurriedly crawled to the grotesque remnants of flesh and blood, suppressing his terror to retrieve another token stained with blood. Trembling, he raised it high above his head and presented it to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan accepted it, his gaze sweeping over the tokens. The tall disciple's token bore the name Zhao Meng, an inner sect disciple of Luoyuan Zong, while the short and stout one bore the name Qianfu. After acquiring the information he sought, Qin Yuan turned away, seemingly preparing to approach the elder and the young girl. In that fleeting moment of his turn, a glint of malice and desperation flashed in the eyes of the kneeling short disciple. He believed Qin Yuan had let down his guard. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The remnants of his inner power surged violently within him as a poisoned dagger slipped into his grasp from his sleeve. Like a venomous serpent, his body lunged towards Qin Yuan's back. "Young master, be careful," the girl exclaimed in alarm. The elder's expression shifted dramatically, despicable. Yet, it seemed as though Qin Yuan had eyes in the back of his head. In the very instant the dagger was about to strike, he subtly shifted his form, effortlessly evading the attack. Simultaneously, he retaliated with a palm strike that appeared casual, yet contained an immense, terrifying force. Bang! Another muffled thud resounded. The stout disciple was sent hurtling backward at a speed surpassing his initial charge, crashing violently against a great tree, his chest caving in deeply. The disbelief and horror in his eyes faded as he succumbed to death. Qin Yuan was never lenient with those who harbored ill intentions. After dealing with the two scoundrels, he approached the elder and the girl, who were still in shock. The elder, struggling against his injuries, grasped the girl's hand and prepared to bow deeply to Qin Yuan. "Old servant, is eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Had it not been for your righteous intervention, both my master and I would surely have fallen victim to their wickedness." Qin Yuan extended a hand, gently halting their gesture of reverence. "It was merely a case of witnessing an injustice. There is no need for such formality." Seeing that both of you are gravely injured, it would be prudent to tend to your wounds first. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 healing pills and offered them to the elder. The elder, moved to tears, accepted one, passing it to the girl before consuming the other himself. After a moment of recuperation, his complexion improved slightly, and he sighed. What you may not know, benefactor, is that my name is Fu, the steward of the Su family in the nearby Qingmu city. This is my young mistress, Su Wanqing. Not long ago, the head of our family, who is also the young mistress's father, fell victim to a peculiar poison while exploring a secret realm and has remained unconscious ever since. The alchemists in the city are at a loss, declaring that only a 3rd-tier antidote pill can save him. Our Qingmu city is resource poor, with only 2nd-tier antidotes available. In desperation, I brought the young mistress in our family's treasured possession, a millennium-old Xianshun, to seek a 3rd-tier antidote from the nearest Lu Yun zone. However, barely arriving at the Lihua mountain range, we were targeted by these 2 beasts, pursued here with malicious intent. Alas, he shook his head in agony, his eyes filled with disappointment and indignation towards the prominent sect. It was indeed a case of seeing is believing. Who would have thought that such a renowned sect as Lu Yun zone would harbor such despicable individuals? After this calamity, we shall never dare to seek aid from Lu Yun zone again. Tears welled in Su Wanqing's eyes, her voice trembling. But what about father? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan pondered briefly. To save a life is to see it through to the end. From his storage ring, he retrieved a jade vial, pouring out a pill the size of a longan, lustrous in hue, exuding a peculiar fragrance and vibrant vitality, and handed it to them. I happen to possess an antidote pill. Fu Bo, do you think this can be of use? Fu Bo took the pill, and as soon as it touched his hand, he felt the extraordinary potency and lively essence within it. Upon examining the nearly perfect patterns on the pill, his hands began to tremble, and his voice quivered. This pill emanates spiritual light. Its patterns are extraordinary. This is certainly not an ordinary 3rd-tier antidote. This is at least a top-tier 3rd-tier pill, or perhaps even a 4th-tier spiritual pill. Such a precious antidote, benefactor, this is too valuable. I am unworthy of receiving this. Su Wanqing was equally astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Qin Yuan. How could one casually produce a top-tier 3rd-tier antidote? Who exactly was this savior? Qin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, speaking calmly. Pills are crafted for the purpose of healing or cultivation. If this can save your family head's life, then it fulfills its greatest purpose. Fu Bo need not decline. Accept it. Fu Bo and Su Wanqing exchanged glances, both recognizing the excitement and gratitude reflected in each other's eyes. Fu Bo no longer hesitated and solemnly accepted the antidote, as if cradling a rare treasure. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly retrieved a jade box wrapped in fine silk from his bosom and presented it to Qin Yuan with both hands. Benefactor's immense kindness cannot be repaid. This millennium-old Xianshun was originally intended as a token of gratitude from my Su family for the antidote, and now that you have bestowed us with a life-saving pill, this item rightfully belongs to you. Though it pales in comparison to your miraculous pill, it is a token of our family's sincere gratitude. I earnestly hope you will accept it. Otherwise, my heart will remain unsettled. Chapter 104. Return to Yunshao City. Qin Yuan initially intended to decline, yet upon witnessing the unwavering and earnest gazes of Fu Bo and Su Wanqing, coupled with the realization that the Millennium Xianshun was indeed a rare spiritual herb beneficial for both alchemy and future cultivation, he decided against further pretense and nodded. In that case, I shall graciously accept. After receiving the jade box containing the Millennium Xianshun, Qin Yuan's gaze shifted towards the lifeless bodies of the 2 disciples from the Lu Yun sect, his eyes turning icy once more. He approached the corpse of the stout disciple, Qian Fu, and deftly stripped him of the cloud-patterned white robe that symbolized his status as an inner disciple of the Lu Yun sect, storing it within his storage ring. Subsequently, he removed the storage rings from Zhao Meng and Qian Fu's fingers, conducting a cursory examination of their contents. Aside from some spiritual stones, ordinary pills, and copies of the Lu Yun sect's techniques, there was little of note, but it was better than nothing. Next, he flicked his fingertips to summon a wisp of pale golden flame, the flames engulfing the bodies and swiftly spreading, emitting soft crackling sounds. In mere moments, both corpses and the bloodstains on the ground were reduced to ashes. He then mobilized his true essence, conjuring a gentle breeze to erase all traces of the battle. rendering the forest clearing as if nothing had transpired. Having completed these tasks, Qin Yuan turned to Fu Bo and Su Wanqing with a grave expression. Fu Bo, Miss Su, today's events concern your safety as well as that of the Su family in Qingmu City. The matter of slaying the Lu Yun sect disciples must be kept strictly confidential. It must not be disclosed to a third party. Otherwise, if the Lu Yun sect were to pursue this, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, Fu Bo's expression became stern as he grasped Su Wanqing, bowing deeply once more. Rest assured, benefactor. The heavens know, the earth knows, we know, and you know. There shall be no fourth party aware of this. I swear on my life and the entirety of the Su family. If I break this vow, may the heavens strike me down. Su Wanqing nodded earnestly, her delicate face reflecting her seriousness. I too swear, not a word shall be leaked. The kindness you have shown me is unforgettable. How could I bring misfortune upon you? Seeing their resolute attitudes, Qin Yuan felt a measure of relief and glanced at the sun, now tilting toward the west. Now that the matter is concluded, you should hasten back to Qingmu City to assist the Su family in detoxification. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. Exercise caution on your journey. Fu Bo and Su Wanqing bowed deeply once again. Thank you, benefactor. May I inquire your esteemed name? The Su family will undoubtedly repay you in the future. Qin Yuan smiled slightly, mounting the majestic dragon-blood steed, Qian, his azure robe fluttering in the wind. Names are but titles. Fate will guide us to meet again. Farewell. With that, he gently urged the steed, and Qian let out a resounding neigh, resembling a flash of crimson lightning as it galloped out of the forest along the official road, heading toward the Lihua mountain range in the direction of Yunxiao City, swiftly disappearing beyond the horizon. Su Wanqing stood rooted to the spot, gazing longingly in the direction he had vanished. A complex mix of emotions and profound gratitude flickering in her autumn-like eyes, etching the image of that noble figure, powerful yet enigmatic, and with a sense of chivalry deeply into her heart. Fu Bo let out a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with emotion. Miss, we have encountered a benefactor indeed. Quickly, let us prepare and return home to save the master. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan rode atop the swiftly galloping Qian, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Piercing through the thinning trees ahead, he could vaguely discern the blurred outline of the familiar yet alien majestic city on the distant horizon. After more than half a year, he was finally returning. Yunxiao City, drawing near. Lin Qingxue. I, Qin Yuan, have returned. The debts of countless souls from the Qin family must be repaid. A chilling and oppressive aura, accumulated over the past half-year, enveloped him. And even Qian seemed to sense the tumultuous hatred and resolve within its master, galloping even faster, hooves striking the ground like arrows, unwaveringly charging toward the entangled destinies of Yunxiao City. Not far outside Yunxiao City, in a secluded mountain hollow, Qin Yuan reined in Qian. He meticulously recalled the visage, stature, and even subtle habitual movements of the stout disciple, Qian Fu, and then activated the Qian Mian Huandian. His facial muscles and bones began to subtly adjust and shift, his figure slightly expanding until he resembled Qian Fu. He donned the Lu Yun sect's white robe and adjusted his visible cultivation level to the first tier of the Yuan Dan realm before storing Qi Yin in the chaotic small world of the Wanxiang Lian Tian Ding and walking toward Yunxiao City. The guards at the city gate, upon seeing his Lu Yun sect attire, dared not question him and respectfully allowed him passage. Upon entering the city, he observed that many shops lining the streets had hung red lanterns, creating a livelier atmosphere than usual, with the crowd flowing towards the city lord's mansion. Blending in with the throng, Qin Yuan soon arrived before the imposing city lord's mansion. Chapter 105. The envoy of Lu Yun sect before the city lord's mansion. A bustling scene unfolded, with guests arriving in droves. The grand vermilion doors stood wide open, adorned with colorful lanterns, and a massive longevity lantern hung prominently above. 2 rows of vigilant guards flanked either side, while the steward, with a beaming smile, welcomed the guests, calling out names in a lively manner. The head of the Yi family has arrived. The head of the Yang family has arrived. The head of the Wu family has arrived. Qin Yuan cast a cold glance, a trace of mockery flickering across his lips. He adjusted his robe and walked towards the grand entrance with a demeanor reminiscent of Qian Fu's ostentatious stride. The sharp-eyed steward, spotting the Lu Yun sect attire from a distance, hurriedly approached, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. May I ask who this esteemed gentleman is? Qin Yuan mimicked Qian Fu's high-pitched voice, laced with arrogance. I am Qian Fu, an inner disciple of the Luyun sect, here on the orders of my junior sister Lin Qingxue, to congratulate City Lord Lin on his birthday. The steward was elated upon hearing this, his voice rising in excitement as he announced loudly to the mansion, the esteemed envoy of the Luyun sect, Lord Qian, has arrived. This proclamation stirred a wave of commotion akin to droplets splashing into hot oil. Within and outside the mansion, countless eyes, filled with awe, envy, or curiosity, were drawn to Qin Yuan. Under the steward's diligent guidance, Qin Yuan traversed the courtyard and entered the banquet hall. The hall was resplendent, filled with the clinking of cups and the mingling of laughter. Crystal chandeliers sparkled with brilliance, while sandalwood tables overflowed with delicacies. And the sounds of silk and bamboo music wafted through the air. Seated at the head of the table was Lin Batian, the city lord of Yunshao, who, despite nearing 50, appeared as youthful as a man in his 30s, his complexion rosy and his aura robust, an imperceptible pressure of the second level of Yuandan realm emanating from him. However, an elusive shadow of malevolence lingered in his expression. At the lower seat sat the core figures of the three prominent families. Yi Xiong, the head of the Yi family, a burly man with a ruddy face, exuding a sense of boisterousness. Yang Zhen, the head of the Yang family, lean and astute, his sharp gaze revealing cunning intelligence, and Wu Baichuan, an elegant scholar whose eyes concealed hidden brilliance. At this moment, the banquet was in full swing, with guests toasting Lin Batian in succession, showering him with flattery. Yi Xiong's voice boomed, City Lord Lin, what joy! My niece Qingxue is a prodigy blessed with a heavenly root, and under the guidance of the sect master of Luyun sect, she shall undoubtedly bring glory to our Yunshao city. He presented a 1,000-year-old red essence mushroom and a third-grade superior Yuandan, wishing Lin Batian longevity and hoping for his continued support of the Yi family's youth. Yang Zhen immediately followed suit, his tone filled with envy. The heavenly root is a gift from the heavens. Miss Qingxue's achievements today are all thanks to the exemplary guidance of City Lord Lin. The Yang family presented a pair of deep-sea night pearls and 100 pounds of 1,000-year-old cold iron, wishing Lin Batian blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity as enduring as the South Mountain. Wu Baichuan, fanning himself with a gentle smile, spoke eloquently. Miss Qingxue is a true dragon among men, destined to soar through the skies. The Wu family wishes to maintain everlasting goodwill with the City Lord's mansion, and should Luyun sect open its doors for disciples in the future, we hope City Lord Lin will speak favorably on our behalf. He offered a scroll of Yuandan realm cultivation technique, Dailang Ju, along with an ancient painting infused with Taoist essence, wishing Lin Batian longevity and prosperity for his family. The guests echoed their praises, extolling Lin Qingxue's heavenly root and showering Lin Batian with compliments. Yet, the origins of this heavenly root and the tragic fate of the Qin family 6 months prior remained unspoken, a well-known taboo in Yunshao City. Lin Batian sat at the head table, donned with a reserved yet triumphant smile, relishing the adulation of the crowd as if he were a sovereign wielding absolute power over life and death. He slightly raised his hand to beckon for silence, preparing to deliver a few words of gratitude. At that moment, the steward who had ushered Qin Yuan in announced loudly, drawing the gazes of Lin Batian and the heads of the three families towards the entrance. Qian Fu, with a slightly plump belly and a smile plastered on his face, approached briskly, bowing to Lin Batian. I am Qian Fu, an inner disciple of the Luyun sect, here on the orders of my junior sister Lin Qingxue, to congratulate City Lord Lin on his birthday. I wish you eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. My junior sister is currently in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough in the Yuandan realm, and thus cannot return in person. She entrusted me to bring these birthday gifts. He presented the gifts he had received from Qian Fu with both hands. Upon hearing that the envoy was sent by his daughter, Lin Batian's smile blossomed even brighter, especially upon learning that she was attempting to break through to the Yuandan realm, his joy evident. He personally descended from the main seat, helped Qian Fu to his feet, and warmly patted his shoulder. Ah, Master Qian, please rise. You've worked hard. Qingxue is such a diligent child, even missing her father's birthday. Alas, but cultivation is of utmost importance. Come, please take a seat. He personally guided Qian Fu to the esteemed seat of honor, treating him with warmth akin to that of his own kin. Yi Xiong, Yang Zhen, and Wu Baichuan immediately surrounded Qian Fu, each raising a toast to him, striving to leave a favorable impression on this envoy of the Luyun sect. Master Qian, your future is boundless. To you, Master Qian, I raise a glass. Lord Qian, your journey has been arduous. Qin Yuan, Qian Fu, welcomed all attentively, maintaining a benign expression, even appearing a bit overwhelmed by the attention, drinking cup after cup of wine. However, his gaze grew increasingly dazed, his speech slightly slurred, perfectly embodying the role of a lightweight drinker who had become somewhat intoxicated. The atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith with the arrival of the envoy from Luyun sect. Lin Batian, filled with pride, felt that there was no greater pinnacle in life than this. Chapter 106. Blood for blood. Amidst the revelry and boisterous laughter, the intoxicated Qian Fu abruptly hurled his wine cup to the ground with a thunderous crash. The piercing sound of shattering glass cut through the merriment, silencing the grand hall in an instant. All eyes turned in astonishment toward the suddenly confrontational envoy from the Luyun sect. Qian Fu swayed unsteadily as he rose, his face flushed with inebriation. Yet his gaze bore an uncanny inquisitiveness as it fixated on the now stiffly smiling Lin Batian in the main seat. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the hall. Lin City Lord. Hick, there's something that's been puzzling me. He shook his head slightly and continued, I heard that about half a year ago. Our Luyun sect also sent an envoy to Yunshao City. At that time, it was to recruit a youth named Qin Yuan. It was said that the spiritual root was originally his? How did it end up that Lin Shimi possesses the spiritual root instead? This matter, Hick, seems rather strange. At this revelation, shockwaves rippled through the assembly. A pin drop could have been heard. Expressions shifted dramatically, especially Lin Batian, whose complexion drained of color, turning a ghastly shade of gray as his fingers tightened around the wine cup, turning pale from the strain. The heads of the Yi, Yang, and Wu families exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty, scarcely daring to breathe. The previously taboo topic from half a year ago had been brazenly brought to light by this inebriated envoy in such a setting. Seemingly oblivious, Qian Fu scratched his head and continued in a tone that was infuriatingly inquisitive. And there's more. I also heard that the head of the Qin family, Qin Shaotian, and you, Lin City Lord, seem to be sworn brothers, close friends? How could the entire Qin family, over 100 lives, be annihilated overnight? This is quite a coincidence, isn't it? Lin City Lord, do you know what happened? Boom. His words struck like thunder, echoing throughout the silent hall. Everyone understood this was not mere drunken babble. It was a blatant accusation, an attempt to nail Lin Batian and his daughter Lin Qingxue to the pillar of shame for being ungrateful. For murder and theft. Lin Batian's chest heaved violently, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible, yet he restrained himself from erupting, mindful of the envoy's esteemed title. He inhaled deeply, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, and signaled to a young man beside him, clad in luxurious attire and bearing a striking resemblance to him, with an air of arrogance, his son, Lin Feng. In a hushed tone, he instructed, Fenger, Qin Shitzi has had too much to drink. Quickly assist him to rest and sober up. Lin Feng, understanding the unspoken command, wore an expression of impatience as he stepped forward, reaching out to support Qian Fu. Qian Shixiang, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you to rest. Before he could finish, a sudden twist of fate occurred. The seemingly drunken Qian Fu, whose inebriation had appeared to cloud his senses, abruptly dispelled all signs of drunkenness, replaced by a chilling, bone-deep malice and mockery. He moved with an otherworldly swiftness, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Clang! The clear sound of a sword unsheathing resonated. In the next instant, a blinding flash of sword light sliced through the air like lightning. Lin Feng, still wearing his impatient expression, had not yet registered the change when he felt a sudden chill at his neck, his vision spinning. He beheld his own headless body, still extending forward, blood gushing forth from the severed neck like a fountain. Thud! The severed head tumbled to the ground, its expression frozen in disbelief. Lin Batian let out a heart-wrenching wail, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He had but one son and one daughter. Lin Feng was his beloved, the heir to his legacy, yet here, amidst the celebration of his 50th birthday, he was brutally slain before all. Following a brief moment of stunned silence, chaos erupted like a volcanic eruption. A murder. The Lu Yun sect envoy has slain the young city lord. Run for your lives. Terrified guests scattered in panic, shrieking as tables and chairs were overturned. The once jubilant feast transformed into a scene of carnage. Kill him. Avenge Feng-er. Lin Batian, driven to madness, unsheathed his sword, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a pinnacle Yuan Dan realm cultivator. Beside him, the Grand Elder of the Lin family, an elder clad in gray robes at the first level of Yuan Dan, along with dozens of guards and Lin family disciples, roared in fury, brandishing their weapons and surrounding Qian Fu. Overreaching, Qian Fu, transformed from Qin Yuan, snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he advanced against the onslaught. He cast aside his sword and struck with his palm, channeling the power of the Xing Chun Bu Mieti, an immense force gathering in his palm as he aimed a casual strike at the foremost Lin family Grand Elder. This strike, though it appeared slow, concealed a suffocatingly terrifying power. The Lin family Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the lethal threat, desperately channeling all his energy to defend. Boom. The palms clashed, energy surging outward. However, the anticipated stalemate did not materialize. With a sharp crack, the bones in the Grand Elder's arm shattered. The overwhelming force of the celestial might crashing through his body, shattering his heart pulse and dantian. Chapter 107. The fall of the city lord's manor. With a sudden spray of blood, the Grand Elder of the Lin family was flung backward, his eyes filled with an abyss of terror and disbelief. His body crashed into a support beam, and upon hitting the ground, he breathed his last. One strike. Merely one strike. The Grand Elder of the Lin family, at the first level of the Yuan Dan realm, met his demise. This scene once again sent shockwaves through the onlookers. The remaining guards and Lin family members faltered, fear evident on their faces. Seizing the moment, Qin Yuan, Qian Fu, proclaimed with a voice as cold as ice, infusing it with powerful true essence, resonating throughout the chaotic city lord's manor. Esteemed guests, listen. I have come today to avenge the massacre of the Qin family 6 months ago. Those who have no ties to Lin Batian and Lin Qingxue, depart at once. Should anyone dare to assist in the tyranny, do not blame me for being merciless. I will surely strike them down without hesitation. I vow to honor the spirits of over 100 wronged souls of the Qin family with the blood of my enemies. Quickly leave. This is their personal vendetta. We must not interfere. Initially hesitant or inclined to show loyalty, the guests, upon hearing the chilling declaration, wasted no time and hastened their escape from the city lord's manor. Even some guards and distant relatives of the Lin family, witnessing Qian Fu's, Qin Yuan's, terrifying prowess, as even the Grand Elder had fallen to one blow, felt a wave of fear and quietly slipped away into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling hall had transformed into an empty expanse, leaving only Lin Batian and approximately 100 of his most loyal followers, encircling Qin Yuan, but all bearing expressions of dread. Kill him. Bring me his head, and I shall reward you with 100,000 spirit stones and elevate you to elder. Lin Batian's eyes blazed crimson as he roared madly. With a handsome reward on the table, the remaining individuals steeled their courage and charged once more. However, in the face of absolute power, their numerical advantage appeared utterly insignificant. Qin Yuan moved like lightning, executing the Lu Yun Bu to its fullest, weaving through the throng. Each strike was accompanied by the searing gale of Yao Yang Ji or the chilling power of Xianin Shi, alongside the straightforward force of his star fist. Bang! Ah! Uft! Screams, the sound of bones shattering, and weapons breaking echoed incessantly. Qin Yuan was like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, wherever he went. Chaos ensued, severed limbs flying, blood staining the ground. He showed no mercy. These diehard followers of Lin Batian had participated in the encirclement of the Qin family 6 months prior. In the span of merely a few breaths, over half of the 100 individuals lay slain by Qin Yuan's hand, and the remainder finally succumbed to panic, disregarding Lin Batian's commands and rewards, scattering like birds and beasts, vanishing without a trace. The banquet hall was left with only Qin Yuan, drenched in blood and resembling a god of death, and Lin Batian, pale and trembling, his sword hand quaking slightly. Who are you? Lin Batian stammered, gazing at the approaching Qin Yuan, his voice quavering with fear. I am the harbinger of death. Qin Yuan's voice was icy as he took a step forward, suddenly appearing before Lin Batian. With a furious roar, Lin Batian thrust his sword with all his might. Yet, Qin Yuan merely extended 2 fingers, clamping down on the sword's tip with an iron grip, applying a slight pressure. Crack! The steel sword shattered like glass. Then, with fingers like lightning, Qin Yuan swiftly struck at Lin Batian's dantian. No! Lin Batian let out a desperate shriek, attempting to evade, but he could not match Qin Yuan's speed. Uft! A soft sound, akin to a balloon being pierced. Lin Batian felt an excruciating pain radiate from his dantian as his hard-earned yuan dan shattered instantly, the immense true essence gushing forth like a dam broken, disappearing without a trace. He crumpled to the ground, his cultivation obliterated, reduced from a formidable yuan dan realm powerhouse to a mere cripple, inferior to an ordinary man. Qin Yuan approached Lin Batian, now resembling a lifeless dog, and lifted him as one would a chick, turning to delve deeper into the city lord's manor. He had already extorted the location of the treasury from the captured guards. Easily circumventing the not-so-clever restrictions, he entered the treasury that Lin Batian had amassed over several decades. Inside, treasures sparkled, spirit stones piled high, and an array of medicinal herbs, ores, weapons, armor, and jade slips of techniques dazzled the eyes, including several third and even fourth-tier spiritual materials. Qin Yuan was unceremonious, sweeping his hand to plunder the entire treasury, collecting all items into his storage ring and the space of the Wan Xiang Lian Tian Ding, yielding rewards far beyond expectations. Having completed this, he brought Lin Batian to the plaza outside the city lord's manor. Qin Yuan produced a fire starter and ignited the silken drapes beside him. Flames swiftly spread, soon engulfing the manor that symbolized Lin Batian's power and sins. The towering inferno illuminated Lin Batian's face, contorted in despair. He watched helplessly as the legacy he had built over a lifetime turned to ashes in the raging flames, his son slain, his cultivation destroyed, and his family's foundation obliterated. The weight of these blows forced him to experience the pain and despair the Qin family had endured 6 months prior. He let out a beast-like wail. Qin Yuan coldly observed it all. The resentment accumulated over half a year, finally finding a slight release. He seized the utterly broken Lin Batian, and with a flicker, vanished into the night like a specter, leaving behind a growing inferno that painted half of Yunshao City's night sky crimson. Chapter 108. Commemorating the clan outside Yunshao City, in the desolate burial ground, wild grasses thrived and graves were scattered abundantly. The howling winds carried a sense of desolation and death, marking the site where the Qin family had been discarded like refuse 6 months prior. Qin Yuan unceremoniously cast the limp Lin Batian onto the ground. With great difficulty, Lin Batian lifted his head, gazing at Qian Fu, who stood with his back turned. His voice, hoarse, pleaded for mercy. Qian Shiji. No, senior. Spare my life. I am willing to offer all my remaining wealth, just to be granted my life. Qin Yuan slowly turned around, the disguise that belonged to Qian Fu receding like the tide, revealing his true countenance, which, though handsome, was now marked by frost. Lin Batian, do you now see who I am? Qin Yuan's voice regained its clarity, yet it was laced with profound hatred. As Lin Batian recognized the face that bore a striking resemblance to Qin Shaodian, yet with a more resolute and stern demeanor, his pupils suddenly constricted to pinprick size, and his body trembled violently, as if he had encountered the most terrifying sight imaginable. Qin Yuan, you are not dead. An overwhelming dread engulfed him in an instant. He stammered, attempting to retreat. No, do not kill me. Yuan Zier, for the sake of the past friendship between your father and me, spare me. It is all that girl Qingxue's fault. She has bewitched me. Silence. Qin Yuan interrupted him sharply, fury igniting in his eyes. You are unworthy to mention my father, even less so to shift the blame onto your own daughter. You and your daughter are cut from the same cloth. For the sake of the heavenly spirit root, you murdered my father and annihilated my entire clan. This enmity cannot be forgiven. Qin Yuan advanced, no longer granting Lin Batian the chance to plead. Memories of his father Qin Xiaoyan's gentle smile, the horrific scenes of his kin's demise, and the blood-soaked night 6 months ago flooded his mind. He extended his right hand, fingers curling like claws, imbued with the power of the stars, gradually yet resolutely reaching for Lin Batian's neck. No, please. Lin Batian let out a final, desperate wail. With a crisp snap, the sound of a neck breaking echoed clearly in the stillness of the burial ground. Lin Beixian's pleas abruptly ceased, his head tilting at an unnatural angle, eyes still filled with boundless terror, regret, and disbelief, as his breath faded away. Qin Yuan severed Lin Beixian's head and wrapped it in a white cloth. Kneeling on the barren ground of the burial site, he placed the head before him, bowing deeply 3 times in the direction of the Qin residence. Father, esteemed uncles and brothers of the Qin family, my dear kin, today, I have slain the arch-villain Lin Batian and his kin, taking his head to honor your spirits in the heavens. May you rest in peace. Lin Qingxue. She shall not escape. I, Qin Yuan, vow to make her pay in blood for her debts. His voice resonated low and firm, drifting in the night breeze, seemingly reaching the ethereal realm. Afterward, Qin Yuan rose and made his way to the site where the Qin residence once stood within Yunxiao City. However, half a year had passed, and this place had long been overtaken by the expansion of the city lord's power. The former pavilions and structures had vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants or artifacts related to the Qin family. A deep sense of sorrow and anger welled up within Qin Yuan. He stood in silence for a long time before finally turning to leave. He hastily journeyed back into the depths of the Liang mountain range, seeking a secluded valley abundant in natural beauty and spiritual energy, a tranquil environment. Using his hands as tools, he felled trees and gathered stones, personally constructing a simple yet solemn empty tomb, for the remains and belongings of his kin had been discarded by the city lord's residence 6 months ago, lost forever. A stone tablet inscribed with the Qin family's name stood before the tomb. He placed Lin Beixian's head at the tomb's entrance as an offering, lighting incense and paper money before it. The blue smoke curled upwards, ascending towards the heavens. Qin Yuan knelt before the tomb for a long, long time. The fleeting satisfaction of avenging his great enmity intertwined with the everlasting pain of losing his loved ones, manifesting in a long, deep sigh. Father, kin, may you rest here. Having spoken, he stood, casting a final glance at the empty tomb before resolutely turning away, his figure vanishing into the vast mountain forest. The clarity of his thoughts post-revenge allowed him to keenly sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. Upon discovering a concealed cave deep within the Liang mountain range, Qin Yuan carefully set up multiple layers of defenses and concealment formations at the cave's entrance. Once everything was in order, he concentrated his thoughts and instantly vanished from the cave. In the next moment, he found himself in the chaotic small world of the Wanxiang Liantianding. Meanwhile, the treasure cauldron outside transformed into an inconsequential pebble the instant he entered, seamlessly blending into the surrounding stones, leaving no trace behind. Ah, it is indeed safe and comfortable here, Qin Yuan mused, relishing the pure spiritual energy within the small world, his spirit lifting slightly. He sat cross-legged, retrieving a 3-tiered top-grade Zhongyan Dan, the size of a longan, adorned with swirling patterns, and consumed it. Let us see to what extent I can break through this time. As the elixir melted upon entering his mouth, its potent essence surged forth like a torrent, crashing through his limbs and bones. Qin Yuan held his breath and focused, fully channeling the Ryu Xingdiju. In an instant, his aura surged, revealing a blazing sun's phantom on his left side, radiating an intense and fiery energy. On his right side, a cool crescent moon's phantom emerged, exuding a serene and gentle brilliance. Chapter 109. Striking it rich, the sun and moon shone together, casting a harmonious glow, as the dual energies of yin and yang formed a perfect cycle within him, mutually nourishing one another. The power of the sun surged like molten lava, incinerating the impurities within his meridians, while the force of the moon flowed like a clear spring, nurturing the damaged channels. The sensation was exhilarating. Qin Yuan gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he felt the barrier of the 3rd tier of the Yuan Dan realm tremble violently. Time became meaningless as he immersed himself in his cultivation. At last, a crisp crack echoed within his body, as if some shackle had been shattered. The Yuan Dan in his dantian suddenly expanded, radiating a brilliant golden light, and the ethereal images of the sun and moon became more tangible. He had reached the 4th tier of the Yuan Dan realm. A surge of joy filled Qin Yuan. Indeed, he was a genius. However, he did not pause, consuming another 3rd-tier premium Zhong Yuan Dan to further propel his cultivation, seizing the moment to forge ahead. The immense spiritual energy continued to surge through his meridians, and the images of the sun and moon grew even more solid, allowing him to faintly perceive the power of the laws contained within. After a lengthy period of cultivation, when Qin Yuan felt his foundation firmly established at the pinnacle of the fourth tier, he gradually withdrew from his practice. The radiance surrounding him diminished, and the images of the sun and moon transformed into countless twinkling stars that melded into his body. He opened his eyes, a fleeting gleam of brilliance flashing within, his aura now several times more formidable than before. At the pinnacle of the fourth tier of the Yuandan realm, he was but a step away from the fifth. Qin Yuan reveled in the surging power within him, unable to suppress a wide grin. With his current strength, coupled with various hidden cards, overpowering an ordinary 7th-tier Yuandan cultivator was a trivial matter. Even against an 8th-tier opponent, escaping would surely pose no problem. As for the Black Old monster, he awaited the chance to confront him. With his realm stabilized, he began to tally the spoils acquired from the treasure trove of the city lord's mansion in Yunxiao City. The result of his inventory brought an uncontainable smile to his face. He had struck it rich. That old rascal Lin Batian truly had a knack for plundering the wealth of the people. Gazing at the mountain of treasures before him, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The tally was as follows: spiritual stones, 30,000 middle-grade spiritual stones, an astonishing 12 million low-grade spiritual stones. Piled together, they exuded a mist of spiritual energy, their brilliance nearly blinding Qin Yuan. Herbs, over 24th-tier spiritual herbs, all meticulously preserved in jade boxes, their medicinal properties intact. Countless 3rd-tier and 2nd-tier herbs of various kinds were also included. Others, dozens of jade slips containing various cultivation methods. Qin Yuan briefly scanned them, noting that the highest was a Yuandan realm technique, unworthy of his attention. Several medicinal pills, the highest being 3rd-tier upper grade, which held little value for him, as well as some ores, magical tools, and various gifts from different factions. With great efficiency, Qin Yuan stored all the valuable items, particularly the spiritual stones and 4th-tier herbs, within the small world of the Wanxiang Liantian Ding, the safest place. More ordinary 3rd-tier and below herbs and low-tier cultivation methods remained hidden within his storage ring to avoid detection. With his strength greatly enhanced and his coffers swelling, it was time to pay a visit to the Black Old monster. Qin Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although the Black Old monster was at the 8th tier of the Yuandan realm, possessing superior cultivation, he now felt secure in his abilities. It was prudent to first assess the situation in the Haifeng mountain range. With a thought, he exited the small world and returned to the cave. Qin Yuan withdrew the Wanxiang Liantian Ding into his body, then stepped out of the cave, releasing his swift, dragon-blooded steed, Qian,